story begins many years ago, and not long after the Kree-Skrull War nearly destroyed the planet in the country of Wakanda. Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Professor X, Reed Richards, Black Bolt, and Namor arrive at an ancient Wakandan castle for a secret meeting with King T'Challa, the Black Panther. The group all make pleasantries and small talk as they are led into a large meeting hall and take their seats around a table. T'Challa invites Tony to take the floor, and Tony leans forward and discusses the recent Kree and Skrull armies turning Earth into a battleground, and that he has come to the conclusion that it was their fault. Way to victim blame, Tony. Reed questions what exactly he means, and Tony continues that they were all well aware of both sides and what each were capable of. They knew that each species had been at war for eons, they knew that the key members of both races had set up shop on Earth, and that it's just kind of obvious that things would eventually boil over. Tony continues that had all of the heroes been more unified, then perhaps this could have been avoided entirely. Perhaps the Kree and Skrulls would have thought twice about attacking. And then Tony proposes that, for the safety of the planet itself, they join together. The heroes of the world, the X-Men, the Avengers, the Inhumans, Fantastic Four, everyone! Instead of keeping their little factions separate and in cliques, they should be uniting their resources and information to properly guard and protect their world. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, it just seems like the obvious conclusion to reach. Namor, however, does not think so. Namor tells the humans, and Inhuman, that they can barely control the groups they lead, let alone all of them together. A good point from the Fishman. Reed reluctantly agrees with Namor and continues the line of questioning, such as who would run it, who's the leader, who would answer for the actions of this coalition. Dr. Strange likens it to a sort of UN and says that the best heroes in the world would spend all their time arguing and dealing with bureaucracy instead of actually fighting the good fight. Then Charles Xavier brings up the Skrulls and how they attempted to turn the public against Iron Man, and that Tony has never felt that kind of animosity before, and it must really be affecting his big ego. He doesn't say that part, but he may as well have. Xavier continues that mutants feel those effects that Tony did every day of their lives. But even though Tony comes from a place of positivity and being noble, it would do just the opposite to unite them like this. And Iron Man says he thinks it's worth looking into, and to at least try, because he wants to do more. Then Namor calls him an idiot and asks how many ex-convicts and former terrorists are currently enlisted in the Avengers. Then he calls out Xavier and asks how exactly the screening for mutant students at his school works, and brings up rumors about a former mutant assassin from Canadian Secret Services being a part of his staff. And Namor just keeps going. He's going after everybody, because next he calls out Black Bolt and his insane brother, who was the architect and a collaborator of the Kree invasion. Namor says they're all delusional for wanting to put a spotlight on their little realities. And then everyone just kind of sits in awkward silence until Reed chimes in that Iron Man is right about one thing: the information aspect. They all knew bits and pieces of the Kree-Skrull situation, and they could have definitely helped each other out before it escalated, had they actually had proper contact with one another. Reed then proposes that they continue to have meetings just like this, but for the big stuff, the important things that everyone should be well aware of. Namor agrees, but only if it's kept totally secret. No friends, no family, no teammates, just the 6 men in this room. Iron Man argues with Namor and says that this is all bigger than their issues on Earth. This is about what is outside of Earth, and what may one day show up, because it's gonna happen again. Are you feeling the influence that the MCU took yet? Then Iron Man proposes that Professor X be tasked with reading each other's minds during the meetups to ensure no one has betrayed the group. Chuck is unsure of this. Oh, now he decides to have some morality about reading people's minds. And Reed puts the idea of this secret group to a vote, and everyone raises their hands. Except for T'Challa.
T'Challa? I'm telling you now, end this. Walk away from this table and go home.
Wow.
There's a reason the Skrulls had such an easy time trying to turn the world against its heroes. Because deep down, everyone knows this could happen. And now it has. You have just decided, all by yourselves, that you are the Earth's protectors. And that you, and only you, not your teammates, not your family, are trustworthy enough to be included in that process. So what happens when you disagree? When one of these earth-changing moments finds you all at odds with each other? Here in a secret meeting, what will happen then? Walk away now.
Well, actually, I think that's one of the best ideas I've heard. No, I'll try to talk to him. Black Bolt, I know you can't really speak your mind, so, Professor, can you help?
He says his people, the Inhumans, do need the connection to the outside world and trust no government. This is perfect for him as he figures out what the next step is for his people.
So we agree then. Well, is there anything else we want to talk about before T'Challa's guards kick us out?
Actually, I would like to discuss an island in the South Pacific. It's called Krakoa.
Cut to the present. The Incredible Hulk is in the midst of rampaging through Las Vegas, fighting against the ever-loving Blue-Eyed Thing. Iron Man stands in a S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier flight deck with current S.H.I.E.L.D. director Maria Hill, because this is after Secret War. Not Secret Wars from the 80s, not Secret Wars 2 from the later 80s, not Secret Wars from 2015. That would be weird. This is Secret War, because Nick Fury was ousted from S.H.I.E.L.D. and he's now pretty much kind of on the run and underground as an operative. Because he brainwashed Captain America, Spider-Man, Daredevil, Luke Cage, and Wolverine to illegally invade Latveria to overthrow a post-Victor Von Doom Latverian government. Where was Dr. Doom during all this? He was in hell. That does come up later. Tony asks Maria how many people have died, and she tells him 26. Including 2 children and a dog. Then she brings up what I will call the Joker argument. In this world, it's related to Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, but I think it's worded far better than anything I've ever heard related to the Joker. She brings up that one of her agents asked her about all the people killed by Norman Osborn as the Green Goblin, and when exactly it becomes Spider-Man's fault. Because every time Spider-Man captures the Goblin, he breaks out and goes on another homicidal rampage, so the question is, how many times does that have to happen before it becomes Spider-Man's fault? Maria tells Tony that she wants this thing under control, and that she is actually doing something to stop the Hulk, and asks if Iron Man is doing the same. And then Tony flies off. Sometime later, after the horrible event in Las Vegas, at the Hydro Base, former headquarters of the Avengers after the Avengers Mansion was destroyed by the Masters of Evil in the past, the Illuminati all convene to discuss the matter of Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk. Innocent people are dying because he's still on Earth. Innocent people die every day, Tony. So it's okay? No, I'm just saying there's a natural order of
One
things.
minute Banner is your ally, and next you want to shoot him into space.
Because 1 minute, he's under control and a hero. And the next, Las Vegas is destroyed and people are dead. He can't control it. He still can't control it.
And you had quite the drinking problem. Maybe we should throw you
That's
into
not the same.
sun.
And I never killed anyone.
How do you know?
He's a problem. We have a solution.
Maybe if you and Dr. Reed Richards took a moment away from your talk show appearances and your meetings about action figures and spent some time to cure him with your lofty scientific acumen.
How dare you? I've spent countless hours trying to crack the genetic sequence that turned Banner into the Hulk, not only to cure him, but in hopes that it would lead to curing Ben Grimm as well. What have you done that you think you could speak to us like this? If you know one thing about genetic science, you'd know that it would take 1 million scientists with millions of computers 1,000 years to crack every genetic sequence that makes this planet work, and Banner isn't even one of them. We've done everything we can. I've met with every great mind on the planet for some kind of cure.
I tried to banish him to the crossroads, but it wasn't safe.
We've sent Banner to Xavier and learned nothing. I'm not talking about killing him. I'm talking about sending him away.
I am telling you people now, if this conversation continues...
Those in favor?
I'm warning you right now. If one move is made towards him, I am going...
Namor, the problem with you is that you act like you're the only one willing to fight for what he believes in.
You are no warrior, Stark. I am a king.
Not up here, you're not.
Namor launches himself out of the derelict building and rockets Iron Man out into the Atlantic Ocean. Iron Man engages his foot thrusters and opens fire on Namor, but the King of Atlantis is too quick. Damn those little ankle wings. He circles around Tony and rips off his helmet, and Tony's suit begins to malfunction as Namor stares him down. Then he lets go, and Iron Man quickly begins drifting down into the depths. But a pink magical energy encapsulates both of them, and Doctor Strange lifts the two into the air. Namor shouts out that they are all fools for what they're doing, and that they should have heeded T'Challa's warning all of those years ago. Then he notes that doing this to Banner will not solve their problems. It's the equivalent of a kid saying they cleaned their room and just shoving everything under the bed. He then breaks free of Strange's enchantment and rockets into the ocean, not to be seen again. A month later, the Avengers use an LMD, or life model decoy, of Nick Fury to trick Bruce Banner into going into a malfunctioning SHIELD satellite, convincing him that it's a job only the Hulk can accomplish. However, once the Hulk arrives inside, a recorded message appears on the screen from Reed, Tony, and Stephen Strange, explaining what they're doing and why they're doing it. And then they rocket him off into space, unaware that the peaceful Earth-like wilderness planet that they were sending him to will never be his destination. And another month after the Hulk has been rocketed off the planet, Tony sits alone in one of his subsidiary companies in a dark meeting room, and he stares at his reflection in his helmet. Then everyone shows up, except for Xavier, who has been missing since the events of House of M, so you can kind of figure out where we are in the timeline. Namor congratulates them all on a real job well done with the Hulk. And Reed asks why he's even here. Tony explains that he invited Namor. I guess Tony was hopeful that Namor would change his mind. You think he still sends an invitation to T'Challa before every Illuminati meetup? I do. Anyway, Tony explains that there's something bigger than any issues they have with each other, and it's something that is on the horizon.
This is an early draft of a bill that will hit the floor of the U.S. Congress within about a month or two. It was slipped to me under the table. It's called the Superhuman Registration Act. Anyone with powers, anyone in a costume, any mutant, anyone like us is going to be required by law to reveal themselves to the United States government. In return, the registered hero will be given a job as a guard in the new SHIELD World Security Force. We'll still be heroes, we just have to answer to someone. And refusing to do so will be considered a federal crime. The feeling is that other countries will follow suit, but the United States will be leading the way when this bill is passed. And SHIELD is already developing a special unit to hunt down anyone flagrantly disobeying the new law.
That is just disgusting.
I think we should all voluntarily support and obey the act before it even goes to a vote. We should happily come out in favor of it. We should cooperate now, before it gets ugly, before someone or everyone is made an example of.
So first you take care of the Hulk, and then you find a way to take care of the rest.
The decimation and the 198 mutants that still have their powers, Fury's secret war in Latveria, the attack on Avengers Mansion. It's all come to this. An environment of fear has been created where this bill can not only exist, but will pass.
And you'll gladly roll over, won't you?
I want to explain this to you as clearly as possible. I am a futurist. That's why I'm a successful inventor. I know what people need before they do. And right now, I am telling you the future. A hero, probably a young one of the young Avengers, or some kid out west, some carefree, happy-go-lucky, well-meaning young person with the best of intentions will do something wrong. They'll be trying to save someone, do something heroic, but he'll make a mistake. Turn to the left instead of the right, and people are going to be hurt or killed because of it. And it's gonna happen on live TV, or it'll be recorded. And like Rodney King, it's going to play over and over and over, all over the world, until the unrest that is already bubbling will boil over. And every politician looking to make a name for themselves will be right on TV, and they'll tell America how they're going to save the world from these out-of-control costume characters who think the law doesn't apply to them. And half of us will go along with it, and half of us won't. And because of this mini rebellion, our lawmakers will be forced to make an example of someone. Someone like our friend Spider-Man. Someone they can make a real spectacle out of. Someone they can unmask on TV, destroy his marriage and family, and pin a crime or two on. All for the whole world to see. And the country will rupture. Sides will be taken and people will get hurt. This is what will happen. But if we come to them now as representatives of the most powerful of heroes, and we cooperate and incorporate ourselves into that process, we can defuse it.
Now tell me the part where you tell us that your proposed delegation of heroes would have meant none of this would have happened.
Well, you should have listened to me then. But I'm begging you to listen to me now.
You brought this upon yourselves. This is a surface world issue. Most likely you'll all destroy yourselves, and it'll be our planet again. Either way, my people are fine with that.
It's wrong, Tony. It's giving into people's ignorance and fear. Dr. Richards, please tell me.
Tony is right.
Oh my god. I guess we are done here. Never call upon me again.
I'm sorry you can't communicate with us, Black Bolt, but I think I get the gist.
I need to go home and fight with Sue about this for the rest of my life. This was fun while it lasted. And I should note where the Marvel Universe is at if you're unaware, or if you haven't been watching the previous videos on the channel that have led up to this point. This is a post-Avengers disassembled world where an unstable Scarlet Witch started rewriting reality, causing the deaths of multiple Avengers characters, and the complete dissolving of the Avengers as a whole. Then House of M occurs about 6 months after that, in which the Scarlet Witch rewrote reality to make mutants the dominant species on Earth. Got a video on that one too. The Avengers were rebranded as the New Avengers, with Jessica Drew Spider-Woman alongside Daredevil, Luke Cage, Captain America, Iron Man, and Spider-Man, also the Sentry, and continued to operate a bit more independently than more recent versions of the Avengers teams at that time. Also, Wolverine is a member. Our story begins at the Parker apartment in Avengers Tower. Peter Parker lies in bed with his wife, Mary Jane Watson, as the sun casts through the window, and the voice of Tony Stark echoes through the room from an eagle? The eagle named Tony asks for Peter to head down to the lab because he needs to see him. Peter gets up and heads to the bathroom, as MJ also gets up, very concerned about the voyeuristic bird on their dresser, and Tony assures her it's audio only, which does not make her feel better. Then he cracks a joke about her nice tan, and she covers the bird's eyes and heads into the bathroom to shower with Peter. Later in one of the Avengers Tower laboratories, Peter finds Tony at work on a new Spider-Man suit that he's taken to call the Iron Spider. Tony reveals that he's putting the finishing touches on Peter's new uniform, and that he's taken the opportunity to make some liberal improvements. Peter takes a gander and asks what was wrong with his regular costume, and Tony notes that it was made of cloth. And then he assures Peter that he has plenty of resources to work with now, and that Spider-Man needs a suit that suits his new reality as a member of the Avengers. Tony explains that he's incorporated mesh webbing to allow Peter to glide for short distances, as well as heat-resistant Kevlar and microfibers that are resistant to small-caliber bullets. The new suit also has a built-in fire, police, and emergency scanners, as well as audio and visual amplifications, including infrared and ultraviolet. And although he's still considering a couple more add-ons, it's good enough for now, and asks if Peter would like to take it out for a spin. An hour later, two men speed down the road as they're chased by the police. The passenger leans out of the window and opens fire with his MAC-10. Bullets strike the lead cruiser and causes a massive crash. The two then discuss the hostage that they have in the trunk and agree to off her once they get through the upcoming tunnel. And then the driver sees Spider-Man. The passenger tells him not to worry because there's no buildings around here for the webhead to swing after them with, and they speed away. And Spider-Man apprehensively launches himself off of the roof, and his suit activates the gliding mechanism, and he soars through the streets and lands atop the car. He rips open the roof. The passenger opens fire, and Spidey falls back. And then the heat vision activates. Peter hears the police scanner on his suit announce that they've set up a roadblock at 59th Street, and Spidey spots the exit to 59th coming up and webs the wheel and veers the car off. Criminals panic as Spider-Man controls the speeding car off the freeway straight towards the barricade. The passenger tries to open fire on them, but Spidey webs his gun away. Then he brings the car to a halt, leaps off, frees the hostage in the trunk as the police officers begin surrounding the vehicle and order the two criminals out. The passenger follows the driver and grabs the driver's revolver and draws it on Spidey and the woman. Then he pulls the trigger and a bullet slams into Spider-Man's back. The criminal is tackled by the police and hoisted back to his feet as he cries out in joy that he just killed Spider-Man. And then the bullet falls to the ground, and the criminal watches in disbelief as Spider-Man walks up to him, gets right in his face, and is very thankful that the metal mask is hiding his giant grin. Later that night, Peter and MJ join Tony for dinner. Peter recounts the experiences he had today, testing out the Iron Spider suit to the both of them, and Tony is very happy to hear that the test drive was successful and that Peter is enjoying the suit. Peter thanks him, as does MJ, for making sure that Peter comes back safely. And then Peter asks why Tony did this. Tony jokes that Peter was out of suits, and he had plenty of spare parts lying around and was bored and looking for something to do. And Peter asks what the real reason is. And Tony stands up and says, "This is actually why I wanted to see both of you tonight, privately. Walk with me. More than anyone else here, you and I have a great deal in common, Peter. We're both scientists, level-headed, practical. We don't just react, we evaluate. We speak the same language. Klingon? No, the language of common sense. There are some potentially difficult times coming, Peter, and I'm hoping these times can be avoided. But if I'm wrong, it would be good to have someone at my side that I can depend on." I appreciate the compliment, boss, but now I've had time to play with the team, I know that you can depend on every one of them, too.
Except Logan.
Well, yeah, except Logan. Well, normally I'd agree with you, but knowing what I know, I'm not sure there's going to be a true over in the long haul. Every night I go to sleep hoping I'm wrong, but Peter, I've taken a special interest in you from the day I invited you to come here. You, MJ, May, you're like family. And I want to hire you, full-time, as my protege. I want you to go where I go, see what I see, hear what I hear, Someone I can trust implicitly to back me up. It kind of sounds like a blood oath. That's exactly what it is. If you need time to think about it, no, it's just... Can you give me an idea of what this all is about? Not until I have your word to keep this secret. Even from the Avengers. Even Steve? Yes, even Steve. Look, Tony, you have been so good to us, especially MJ and May, and I owe you a lot. And I trust you. And I took a vow a long time ago to help people who needed me and to be there for the people who have been there for me. Whatever it takes, whatever that costs, I'm right there with you, Tony. Thank you, Peter. Now, here's a little reading material. Once you've gone over it, pack up your bags because we gotta go to Washington. The next morning, after the previous episode, at a private airstrip where Tony arrives late to find Peter waiting to board the private jet. Tony apologizes and explains that he had a last-minute meeting to attend, but it didn't go exactly the way he had hoped it would. Check out episode 1 to learn more about that. Tony reveals that even though he barely gifted Peter the Iron Spider suit just yesterday, he's already created a version 2.0 with significantly more upgrades. He also jokes that art is never finished, only abandoned, and then they climb aboard and the plane takes off. In the air with about an hour to kill, Peter asks what this closed Senate hearing is all about, and what exactly the Meta-Human Investigations Committee is. Tony asks if he follows the news and hands over a folder of the Superhuman Registration Act and instructs Peter to read it all before they land. Peter laments the heft of the documents, but Tony assures him that only the first 30 pages are the actual bill. The rest are just riders and amendments added on. As Peter begins to look over everything, Tony explains that the Senate is under pressure to force people with powers, be they mutants, heroes, vigilantes, whatever, to register with the government or face prosecution. Peter freaks out, and Tony tells him that the government assures that they can keep the private information confidential through S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter sarcastically says he's glad that there's never been any problems with leaks before, and Tony stoically says that the people behind the bill do have a point, but the reason he's going to DC is to hopefully talk them out of committing to it. Peter asks what happens if he can't do that, and Tony tells him that there are other options, but if he can reason his way out of it, he would rather just do that. Also, for some reason, the editor's notes have begun to argue with each other. This whole page is just constant editor notes, breaking the fourth wall, and arguing back and forth. What is this? This never happens again. Why? Anyway, Peter and Tony land about an hour later and head to their hotel in DC. Peter arrives in his room, opens up the fancy case to discover his Iron Spider 2.0 suit. A recording of Tony lists the upgrades. It now has a liquid metal nanofiber that can more or less disappear when needed, meaning he can wear it beneath his ordinary clothes and no one will be any the wiser. It also responds to neurochemical impulses, meaning if he thinks it should appear on him, it will. The nanofibers can also morph into some of his previous suits in case he wants to keep the new suit on the DL. It also has a kind of camouflage that allows it to blend into backgrounds, the darker the better. But the best part are the arms, controlled using the same neurochemical impulses. But they're not just extra limbs, because they also have photoreceptors that he can use to look around corners, displaying the results onto his eyepieces directly, and they also have limited fighting capabilities, although they are quite fragile. And later that morning, Peter and Tony reconvene downstairs and enter a limo and head to the Senate building. Peter asks if Tony is truly worried about this Registration Act passing, and Tony says it's all going to be okay. And unbeknownst, the Titanium Man watches them, trying to get an open shot. Later, at the Senate committee hearing, Senator Dickerson welcomes Tony Stark and then asks if the young man with him is Tony's counsel or something. Tony informs him he's simply an associate of Stark Industries hired for scientific expertise as well as expertise in photojournalism for having chronicled powered heroes over the years. And Senator Dickerson gets things started and introduces Senator Whitmore to the stand.
Mr. Stark, the presence within the United States of superhumans or superheroes was most pronounced years after the Second World War, starting around 1946. These individuals, operating in disguise, their identities unknown, frequently engaged in brutal conflicts in which substantial damage was done to life and property. Mr. Stark, according to our best estimates, from 1946 to present, these battles have incurred almost $200 billion in damages. Costs that local and federal agencies have been forced to absorb because, well, we don't know who else to bill. Let me repeat that number, Mr. Stark. 200 billion. What do you have to say to that number?
My response to that number is another number. 47.
47? 47 what?
47 occasions in which superheroes prevented the entire North American continent from being vaporized, conquered, or nuked back to the Stone Age, Senator. The Department of Defense's budget this year alone is $419 billion, $200 million over 60 years, $300 million per year, less than the Pentagon spent this year on ceramic body armor for saving the entire nation. 47 times. I think we're getting off cheap, Senator.
A very pretty speech of Mr. Stark, but it doesn't address the point. We all make mistakes, don't we? So, these self-proclaimed heroes also make mistakes?
Yes, sir.
And don't you think they should be held accountable for those mistakes? Doctors have to register with the AMA, pilots with the FAA. Heck, even taxi drivers have to register with the local DMV. If a cab driver has to register in case there's a fender bender, why should we exempt superheroes who can do such tremendous damage? Oh, well, Mr. Stark, do you have an answer for that?
No, Senator, I do not. I don't have the wealth or experience Mr. Stark does in dealing with people with great powers, but in my limited exposure, see, great power also brings with it a great responsibility to... I'm not doing this very well. There's a thing called a doctrine of proportionate response. The bigger the guy, the bigger the good guy you need. The bad guys are bad guys most of the time, but the good guys are being the good guys part-time. They have lives, families, and loved ones who would be at risk to these very same bad guys if their identities were revealed. Sirs?
Police officers, prosecutors, judges, even elected officials face similar threats, Mr. Parker.
I know, but all those people aspired to those jobs. Most superheroes, they never asked for their powers or their situations. They were just trying to help, Senator.
If that's true, wouldn't it be simpler if they could register, privately and securely, with an agency that would allow them to do what you describe openly and legally? If anything, you may have just made the most compelling case of all for just the kind of registration we're debating here today. Don't you agree?
Oh man, I probably shouldn't have said anything. I agree. The senators call for a brief recess, and Peter and Tony get up to leave as Tony gives Peter a lesson on dealing with lawyers and politicians. And then Tony asks if Peter knows what the time is. Peter tells him it's 10:35. Tony tells him that's the wrong answer. While it's the truth, it's the wrong answer. The correct answer that Peter should have said is yes. And if they want more, you leave it there. Never volunteer anything. And as they leave the chamber, Peter asks if he just messed everything up, and Tony says they'll have to see. Not long after, out in the hall, Peter sits on the phone with MJ, and his spider sense goes off. Not by a lot, but just a shivering tingle. And he looks around, unsure why, unaware that Titanium Man has him in his sights. Tony walks over and tells him that they need to head back on in, and Peter tells MJ he loves her, and then ends the call. 4 hours and 35 minutes later, Tony continues to debate that the system of anonymous powered individuals has worked very well for the country, and that changing it now can only create new and possibly more dangerous problems. The Senate asks for clarification, and Tony uses prohibition as an example. Prohibition of alcohol in America led to organized crime. Law-abiding ordinary citizens became lawbreakers overnight. Same thing happened for the Vietnam draft. And Tony argues that the act would turn men and women who have served the country yet refuse to register into criminals just like that. Senator Dickerson asks that if this did go through, whose side would Tony Stark be on? Tony says that he has always served his country, and nothing would change that. The committee is then called to an end for the day, and is set to reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. Tony and Peter head outside, and Peter steps off to the side as Tony answers questions from the reporters on live TV regarding the Committee of Superhuman Affairs and this proposed Registration Act. Then Peter's spider sense explodes. He tackles Tony to the ground as a bullet fires into the pillar behind him. Peter and Tony pick themselves up as the crowd flee, and the Titanium Man lands before them. Titanium Man explains that he's only here for Stark, and was paid to avoid collateral damage as much as possible. And as the dust from Titanium Man's landing drifts into the air, Peter covertly launches a web and hits Titanium Man's mask. Titanium Man rips the webbing off and discovers Tony Stark's new bodyguard, the Iron Spider. Titanium Man opens fire, and Spidey lands on his back and is slammed onto the wall, and is shocked at how little it hurt. The military then show up and reports that Spider-Man and Titanium Man have teamed up to attack the Senate building, because Peter just cannot catch a break. Peter then tries to fight the Titanium Man as the military opens fire on both of them, and Titanium Man takes flight to escape, and Spidey webs onto his suit and is pulled off after him into the encroaching night sky. Spider-Man trails behind Titanium Man following his failed attempt to assassinate Tony Stark on the steps of the Senate building after the first meeting of the Senate's Metahuman Investigations Committee. Titanium Man flies through the National Mall, and Spidey shoots a web out onto the Washington Monument and holds him in place until Titanium Man's foot thrusters burn away the webbing, which sends him tumbling away towards the Lincoln Memorial. Also, I should note, before we get too far in, this is post Spider-Man the Other, which means that it is a world where Spider-Man is a totem spider or something, and he has organic webbing. Now back to the episode. Spidey uses his brand new suit to soar over the reflecting pool and lands before the Lincoln Memorial. And he realizes that he's never actually been here before. And Peter stops and reads the engraving at the base. Then his spider sense goes off, and the Titanium Man tackles him, rockets into the air, and slams Spider-Man to the ground. Spidey glides back up and after him and lands on T-Man's back and starts smashing it to hell until they both crash into a building. Titanium Man forces himself up, grabs Spidey by the neck, and prepares to crush his throat, but not before he begins monologuing.
It is right that you should die now, for you are soon to be an extinct breed, leaving your country defenseless. My employer believes that once Stark is dead, there will be no one to speak for your kind, and your government will hunt you down and eradicate you. I only had to wait for his arrival. And then...
I just wanted to say... Surprise!
Oh, this is your chance to look good in DC. Don't mess it up, Peter. Say something catchy, something historic. And don't come back! Oh, oy vey. The next day, at the following Senate meeting, Tony Stark brings up that if it hadn't been for his new bodyguard, Spider-Man, he might not have been sitting here today. And Senator Dickerson asks if Spider-Man has demonstrated the value of unencumbered superheroics that Stark has been talking about. Tony says yes, and Tony says he has, but not in the way that they think. The attack against me yesterday was neither random nor ill-considered. It was a deliberate attempt to interfere in the deliberations of this very committee and the outcome of the proposed Superhuman Registration Act. Please bear in mind that America's enemies are not bound by our laws, as shocking as that might sound. they will attempt to exploit the rules. And I submit this recording made yesterday during the battle as Exhibit 1.
It is right that you should die now, for you are soon to be an extinct breed, leaving your country defenseless. My employer believes that once Stark is dead, there will be no one to speak for your kind, and your government will hunt you down and eradicate you.
Gentlemen, I can give you all the technical and legal reasons why this act is a dangerous step, but the biggest reason is always the simplest. If it goes wrong, as these things tend to do, it could lead to a kind of unilateral disarmament of our superpowered citizens, which is exactly what our enemies want. Public opinion at the moment is divided on the idea of a forced registration. Perhaps it might be best to table the act for the time being.
How do we know it's authentic, Mr. Stark?
I can answer that, Senator. I was there. I'll vouch for its authenticity. And there is something else I would like to add.
Oh, he never learns.
You're right. It would be simpler if guys like me registered and were regulated. The problem is that after registration comes regulation. Now, you're all good guys, but if you had to start deciding what sort of things supers should be involved in, you start eliminating what they should not be involved in. Guys like me get involved because sometimes no one else will. Because it's not in the rule book, or not politically convenient, or simply because no one cares. So maybe the best solution would be some kind of Good Samaritan law, like with drivers, where you can protect everybody when one person dives in to do something to help, while everyone else just drives past.
You make some interesting and compelling points, but if you want them to go on the record and be considered, you must remove your mask and sit in the witness chair and swear your testimony under oath, meaning you'd have to provide this committee with your full name and place of residence. Are you willing to do that?
I can't.
And that is exactly why the legislation isn't going away.
Dickerson continues that superheroes are not above the law, and that the Senate recorder is instructed to strike this entire thing from the record. Spider-Man then removes himself from the room. Do you think he went out the door or one of the windows? Many hours later, the sun sets once again over Washington, D.C., as Stark exits the Senate building to find Peter sitting on the steps. Peter apologizes for mouthing off and says that he understands if Tony wants to fire him. Tony takes him by the shoulder and says he's not doing any such thing, because it's invaluable to speak his mind, regardless of what is or isn't on the record. And both he and Peter gave the men on the committee a lot to think about. Peter asks Tony if they might have stopped the Superhuman Registration, and Tony gives that a big fat nope, but says that they might have muddied the waters enough to slow the process for maybe a year or two if they're lucky. And Tony calmly and rationally assures Peter that everything will be okay in the end. And Peter brings up something that's been bothering him since Titanium Man attacked last night, and that is that no one outside of Tony, Peter, and the Senate committee knew that Tony Stark was going to be involved in this. But somehow Titanium Man knew. And before he attacked, it seemed like Tony was in a bit of a hurry to get out in front of a crowd of reporters. Tony asks what he's talking about, and Peter just drops it, realizing how crazy that sounds. They take a walk through the national park and eventually pass the Lincoln Memorial. Tony notes how admirable Lincoln was for knowing that a house divided against itself cannot stand. But the bloodshed that was brought after the South seceded was necessary for the nation to be restored. And Tony wonders if he would have had the courage to do what Lincoln did. Peter chuckles and says that thankfully something like that won't be necessary, and they continue their walk back to their hotel.
Do you have the money?
Right here. Unmarked bills, as your agency specified. Your cooperation is both appreciated and well-timed.
Well, you should have told me that Spider-Man would be there.
Well, I wanted you to react honestly, and you did.
When your government turns on you, when you are hunted and driven out, how will you feel the day you run errands for other people, for briefcases full of money?
Can you say moose and squirrel? Just once.
Amerikanski humor. But soon, not so funny.
And sometime later, Peter Parker sits inside Avengers Tower and waits for MJ to get out of the shower. He slowly flicks through channels as he tries to not fall asleep after a long, hard day. And then as he does fall asleep, the news cuts to an event that occurred hours before in Stamford, Connecticut. Something involving the superhero Speedball. 6 months ago, a bright object soars through the cosmos headed straight for the Earth. The strange comet ripples into the planet's atmosphere and crashes down through the night skies of Oklahoma. Cut to the present. Reed Richards returns to NYC from his meeting with the Illuminati at Stark's subsidiary company. See episode 1 to learn more about that. He sneaks into the Baxter building and makes his way to the kitchen for a sandwich and sits down in the living room, turns on the television, and watches the news until Sue appears in the doorway behind him. Real quick, where was he the entire day? Because it's nighttime when he comes back, and it must have been, like, early morning into the previous night where he met with the Illuminati just to make the stuff in the Spider-Man going to Washington story arc make any sense. What was he doing, some soul searching? Yeah, right, Mr. Fantastic doing that. It must be the next day, because let's say Tony meets with Peter and MJ on Sunday evening, Sunday afternoon. He gives Peter the Iron Spider suit, and then they have the dinner, and he tells him, oh, hey, get ready, because tomorrow morning, Monday, we're going to D.C., and you're helping me with this whole Senate committee thing. That would mean that the Illuminati meeting is very early Monday morning, sometime Sunday night, and Tony goes straight to the Illuminati meeting very early morning on Monday, straight to Peter at the airstrip, and then they fly to DC together. They have their whole Senate thing on Monday that goes into later evening, where Titanium Man tries to assassinate Tony, and Reed is gone most of Monday, I guess, doing whatever. Maybe he's running the numbers and coming to the conclusion about why he eventually sides with Tony Stark regarding the Registration Act. Because what we've seen in the Illuminati episode, he seems to agree with it, but not fully. Not to the extent that Tony does. Maybe he locks himself away in the lab. That's probably the most reasonable explanation, is that Monday morning he goes home to the Baxter building, locks himself away, runs the numbers or whatever, and then he comes out very late Monday night into Tuesday morning, like about 4 a.m. or so, it seems, because he kind of seems like he wakes up Sue. Is this too much work? For what this is? Absolutely. But is it also too much work to chronologically catalog each issue of the Civil War event? Also, yes. Because I'm kind of neurotic. Whatever the case may be, Sue sits down and is suspicious about why Reed has just been gone all day and what he was up to. She doesn't know what he did, but she asks how it went. Reed tells her that something bad is coming, but he hopes that in the long run, he and the others can learn to move past it and get past their differences. Then the news cuts to the events in the Capitol from the previous day. The anchor describes that Tony Stark left the Senate Committee on Superhuman Relations, and Reed and Sue watches Tony was briefly interviewed leaving the building, as the anchor notes that Stark was uncharacteristically vague about what exactly was going on behind closed doors. Sue asks if the government will really go through with this Superhuman Registration Act, and tries to convince herself, more so than Reed, that it's just an election year posturing thing and nothing will actually come of it. And before the news gets to the attempted assassination attempt on Stark by Titanium Man and Spider-Man's involvement, they're alerted to a voice coming from another room, an emergency distress frequency that Reed provided to S.H.I.E.L.D. Reed and Sue run into the room and finds a U.S. general calling desperately for their help, and a few minutes later, Sue and Reed wake up Johnny and Ben and alert them that they need to go to Oklahoma, where the winds come sweeping down the plain. Cut to a research installation that has caught fire because it's assaulted by an army of doom bots. The Fantastic Car soars over the sky as the sun slowly emerges into a new day. The quartet arrive above above the installation as Reed wonders what would Doom be so determined to acquire that he's launched an attack on U.S. soil. Ben Grimm, the ever-loving blue-eyed thing, leaps out of the car and plummets to Earth as Johnny flames onses. And Ben begins battling Doombots as Reed and Sue work to find the General. The FF battle through the legion of Doombots, and Johnny is shot down before he ignites a Doombot in the middle of his monologue, and the thing finishes it off. The two return to the fray as Reed finds the General. Reed notes that there's seemingly no tactical intent to this battle, and that the Doombots are just kind of focusing their forces around the perimeter in skirmishes rather than a full assault. General Ray reveals none of their systems are online. Then a missile screams through the sky. Reed extends himself around as many of the nearby soldiers as he possibly can as the missile strikes the installation. And Reed and the others look over the destruction of the lab as more Doombots arrive, led by Victor Von Doom himself. And Doom explains that within this crater over which the installation was built, Dr. Victor Von Doom and the Fantastic Four stand above the crater where the magical mallet Mjolnir had crashed to Earth 6 months prior. Reed finally comes out of his stupor upon seeing Mjolnir in the crater and realizes something. The last he came upon Victor, he was trapped in hell. So how did he get here? Doom reveals that, in the midst of a totally epic battle in which he was kicking major demon ass, a rip in the fabric of reality spawned, and he saw thousands of Asgardians waging battle against one another, and he recognized it as Ragnarok, and that the magnitude of this very battle was echoing across all of existence. He then witnessed something tearing through the dimensional plane of hell itself, and Doom leapt into the burning light. He soared through the tumultuous energy, and ahead of him was the hammer of Thor. He rocketed after it and felt its energies emanating off of it, connecting to him. And just as he was about to grab hold of the handle, it exploded into blinding light, and Doom was torn through existence and crash-landed somewhere on Earth. It only took him 10 days to make his return to Latveria, where he found the new Prime Minister had repurposed his army of Doombots. Then Doom grabbed him by the neck, cracked it in half, and orders the members of his cabinet to find him a new Prime Minister puppet and locate the object that entered Earth's atmosphere.
Doom has come to claim that which has summoned him from the darkness, that which is his by right, while you are shortly to become irrelevant and severely outnumbered. Incoming!
Whoa, we came as soon as we saw the explosion. You guys okay?
It's a minute, Reed, but it's not gonna be long.
We don't have much more than a minute anyway, Sue. Ben, grab hold, stop Doom.
Hey, Doomy, how's it clank? Stand aside, Grim. I have no time for interruptions. Yeah, then I guess you'd better make time. 'Cause it's hammer time! You are a fool, Benjamin Grimm. I crawled through hell itself to get here. Do you really think you and your outgunned comrades are going to stop me when I am this close to my goal, to my destiny? Let me think about that. Yeah, you betcha, sunshine. My turn now. Oh, jeez. My eyes! You cannot strike what you cannot see. I can still hear ya, you creepy tin can. It is far too late.
What just happened? Ben, can you hear me? Are you alright?
Oh, yeah. Now I know what a toasted marshmallow feels like. There's... Oh, well, there's something you don't see every day. No, it is not right. I felt the touch of the Asgardians as they fell. Felt the power of Thor for just a moment as Ragnarok tore through hell itself. I thought it would be enough. And I was wrong. I will not allow myself to remain and suffer your gloating, Richards. Keep The cursed hammer. Doom does not need it. Let it be Thor's tombstone.
And they watch as Dr. Doom soars away and out of the story. And Johnny asks, what just happened? Reed's not sure, but he theorizes that Doom possibly awoke whatever magical energies are within Thor's hammer just by touching it. And maybe that the blast was some kind of signal that was sent out, but to who or where, Reed really cannot say. And the trio then walk over to the edge of the crater, and they see Ben trying to lift the hammer just in case. Sometime later, and elsewhere, at a bus terminal where the radio reports a strange blackout across nearly the entire state of Oklahoma, a man buys a one-way ticket for Broxton as a torrential downpour casts down, and lightning and thunder ripple the skies.
Okay, how many supervillains are we talking about, Speedball?
3... No, wait, no. I think I see Coldheart in the backyard emptying the trash. So that's 4 in total. And all 4 on the FBI's most wanted list.
Cobalt Man, Coldheart, Speed Freak, Nitro. Yep. Yeah, they all broke out of Rikers back when the Avengers did their weird thing over there. All right, yeah. They all have records as long as your arm. This could work.
These guys are totally out of our league, ma'am. No way we should be going in there.
But think of the ratings, Microbe. This could be the best episode of the entire second season. 6 months we've been driving around the Midwest looking for goofballs to fight, but this could be the episode that puts the new Warriors on the map. We beat these guys, and people stop bitching about Nova leaving the show.
So, what's the plan?
Guys, we've been marked.
Everyone dead in costumes. It's a raid.
Go, go, go! Holy shit! Their clothes make the man speed free, and in your case is totally true.
Speedball, the sound was off. Get that last part again.
Oh yeah, you got it, John. And in your case, that's totally true.
Wait a minute, I know you guys. You're those idiots from that reality show. Oh, I'm not getting taken down. That goldfish girl and the bondage queen over there.
Can we please cut the part where she called me a bondage queen?
I got my bacterial besties rusting up Cobalt Man. Is anyone tracking Nitro?
On it. On your feet, Nitro.
Namorita, right? Aren't you the Submariner's cousin or something? Well, I'm afraid we're not the bargain bin basement losers you guys are used to, baby. You're playing with the big boys now.
The explosion at Stanford brings together as many of the superhero community that could make it. The emergency services and heroes alike worked through the entire night, sifting through rubble, finding survivors, and carrying away the dead. Tony Stark and Captain America finally pause to look over the ruin as the sun rises. Tony notes that they have a lead on Nitro. He was caught on a traffic camera leaving town in the back of an old pickup truck. Captain America asks if that matters. Children are dead. FEMA says that there could be another 800 to 900 people who die from their wounds. All of these people are dead because of some reality show? And they walk together as firefighters carry yet another small body bag past them. Tony notes that the new Warriors should have contacted the Avengers, and the video footage that was found from the taping has already leaked to the press, and now the entire country has seen it. Rachel Summers, aka Marvel Girl, uses her telekinesis to lift rubble that collapsed over the entrance to a basement with survivors inside. Wolverine laments the current presence of the Sentinels, as one of the survivors reassures another that the Sentinels are here to keep an eye on the mutants. Meanwhile, Bill Foster, aka Goliath, works alongside Miss Marvel and She-Hulk. Bill notes that pretty soon they won't just be watching the mutants, and that this was the straw that will no doubt break the camel's back. Bill tells Carol Danvers, Miss Marvel, that this is the start of the witch hunts. He has no doubt about that. And Carol says that the angry mobs might end up being in the right. And over the next week, Jennifer Walters, She-Hulk, appears on CNN to be interviewed by Larry King regarding a ban on superheroes, the Superhuman Registration Act, and the Stamford incident, as the explosion is now being called. And a mass memorial is held, in which Tony Stark is one of the attendees.
Tony Stark. You filthy piece of crap.
Ma'am, please, we're gonna have to ask you to leave.
My own son's funeral. Stark's the one that should be getting dragged away.
Ma'am, I understand that you're upset at the new Warriors' recklessness, but that had nothing to do with me.
Yeah, and who finances the Avengers? Who's been telling kids for years that they can live outside the law as long as they wear tights? Cops have to be trained to carry badges, but that's too boring for Tony Stark. The blood of my little Damien is up on your hands.
Oh, I hope you're getting all of this, Parker.
Not long after the memorial, outside of Laser Club, NYC, Johnny Storm arrives late to his date with a beautiful blonde actress or supermodel or both. He jokes that he had to save some kids from a burning orphanage, and she calls him out on it, so he reveals that he got too into a signing from autographs downtown. The bouncer lets him in because Johnny is a regular and a famous person, and the people in line get annoyed and ask why he gets special treatment. Johnny tells them that, hey, next time they save the world from Galactus, they can use his free pass. Then they ask, what about when he blows up a school or kills some kids? And Johnny stops, and one of the men in line tells him he has a lot of nerve swaggering around town. Johnny's date tells him she would like to go home, and as he turns around, someone smashes a bottle over his head, and an unconscious Johnny is jumped by an angry mob. And that night's news is reported, noting that the Human Torch is the latest in a sudden series of attacks against not only New York's superhero community, but the entire country's. Then it goes on to note that the president is under growing pressure of the American public, asking, what are the proposals and solutions for superhero reform? The next day, with Johnny in the hospital after his attack resulted in him going comatose, a superhero meeting is held in the Baxter Building. Doctor Strange and Reed discuss the registration as Iron Man silently listens to the hectic crowd that surrounds him. Reed and Steven disagree on the act, while Janet Van Dyne and Luke wonder how this is all going to work if or when it goes through, with Luke noting that the government is absolutely going to work to shut them all down. And then Tony pipes up that this will make them all more legitimate and better trained with actual accountability. So what's the general consensus?
As far as I'm concerned, Stamford was our wake-up call, people. What we alcoholics like to refer to as a moment of clarity. Becoming public employees makes perfect sense if it helps people sleep a little easier.
Oh, I can't believe what I'm hearing. The masks are a tradition. We can't just let them turn us into super cops.
Are you kidding? We're lucky people have tolerated us for this long, Sam. Why should we be allowed to hide behind our masks now?
Because the world ain't so nice outside of your ivory tower, bub.
Yeah, tell me about it, Stumpy. You think Johnny would have ended up in the hospital if morons like you weren't out there giving us a bad name?
Alright, who knows? But if they're forcing everybody to work for Uncle Sam, I think a whole lot of people might just hang up their tights.
The secret identity thing really isn't such a big deal. The Fantastic Four have been public since the beginning, and it's never really been a serious concern.
All right, does anyone else feel like we're being a little paranoid? I mean, this is all speculation.
This has been building for a long time, Nighthawk. Stamford's just the straw that broke the camel's back.
So, I'm told that 23 of your friends are meeting in the Baxter Building right now to discuss how the super people should respond to the president's big solution. You think they're gonna go for it?
I don't think that's for me to judge.
Oh, come on, cut the crap, Rogers. We're never going to be tight like you and Fury, but I am still the acting head of S.H.I.E.L.D.
I think that this plan will split us down the middle, and I think you're going to have us at war with one another. I expect it to mostly be the heroes who work close to the streets.
Nobody you and S.H.I.E.L.D. can't handle.
Excuse me?
You heard. The proposal goes to vote in 2 weeks and could be law in as little as a month. We can't go off half-cocked. We're already developing an anti-superhuman response unit, but we need to make sure the Avengers are on side and that you're out there leading them.
Forget it. You're asking me to arrest people who risk their lives for this country every day.
No, I'm asking you to obey the will of the people. Captain America.
Don't play politics with me, Hill. Superheroes need to stay above that, or Washington starts telling us who the supervillains are.
I thought supervillains were the guys in the masks who refuse to obey the law.
I see. What is this? The hit squad that you've been training?
Nobody wants a war, Cap. It's time you went legit like the rest of us.
Everyone, put your weapons down.
Stand your ground, gentlemen. Captain America is not in command here.
Weapons down, or I will not be responsible for what comes next.
God damn you, Cap. Now!
Warhawk 1, you are cleared to land, over.
Jesus Christ! Keep flying, son. Watch your mouth. Meanwhile, back at the Baxter Building, everyone turns in silence and discovers the sudden appearance of Uatu the Watcher. Reed explains that he only appears to record moments of great change and upheaval. Dr. Strange notes that his presence here tonight does not bode well. And the next day in Washington, D.C., a massive protest rally is held outside of the White House. Inside, the cabinet sits around a long table discussing the current events. One of them laughs at how ridiculous it is that after Captain America escaped with that pilot, he first made him land in a random, like a high school football field somewhere in some other state. Then he took the pilot out for like a burger and fries and paid for the meal himself before disappearing. The president, who happens to be a brown-haired fellow with a bit of an accent, tells him to can it, because if Captain America has gone underground, that means he's now the figurehead of any superhero that disagrees with the Registration Act. And Iron Man tells the president that they'll have to find a leader of their own, and he reassures them to push ahead with the registration as planned, and let him deal with Captain America. At the apartment of John Jameson and his girlfriend, Jennifer Walters, aka the She-Hulk, they eat some bagels and get ready for work as Jen reads today's issue of the Daily Bugle. It features a prime photo of several effigies in the image of the new Warriors burning at one of the many anti-superhuman protests that have been occurring around the country. John tries to cheer her up, but Jen tells him that things are getting nasty very quickly. It was barely a week ago that the kids on the new Warriors made a terrible mistake. Then she notes that some of the former members of the New Warriors reached out to her for legal help. Jen tells John that she has to get going because she has a doctor's appointment first thing in the morning. Then they kiss, and she heads to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Doctor Strange casts his magic through her form as Jen levitates in the air before him, and he discovers the reason why Jen has been unable to transform back into the She-Hulk. It was a thing that was happening in the comics at the time. Jen snaps awake and lowers to the ground, where Doc Samson and Strange help her to her feet. She asks what Strange did to her because she now feels really different. And Strange reveals that he simply cast a counterspell to undo the Hex cast on her by the Scarlet Witch, which meant that no one would recognize Jen as She-Hulk if they meant her harm. This happened at the beginning of the She-Hulk series, but not that long before Scarlet Witch went crazy. What do you want from me? Jen argues that that would have been pretty goddamn useful to have, but Doc Samson notes that it was the reason behind her recent issues actually transforming, and the docs tell her to give it a go, and she becomes the Jade Giantess right before their very eyes. Jen leaps with excitement, picks up both men in her arms. Oh, how lucky they are. And they all celebrate that she is cured, and Jen is excited to finally be a superhero. superhero again. And a few days later, former New Warriors members Justice and Rage arrive at the law offices of Goodman, Lieber, Kurtzberg, and Holloway, where Jen works, and they apologize for being late. Jen quickly ushers them inside and demands to know why they arrived like they did, wearing that, and 2, why they're wearing their old costumes at all. They tell her that they wanted to remind people of when they were on the Avengers. Meanwhile, John completes a course run for a new experimental aircraft, and he kind of zones out and snags a wall, but is able to make his landing. The crew run out to check on him and congratulate him on the excellent recovery of the ship. Then his crew starts razzing him about thinking about his big green girlfriend. And that's when the commanding general calls John Jameson to speak privately. He walks with John down the runway and notes his strong ties to the superhuman community. He's friends with Spider-Man, he used to be Captain America's pilot, and he's currently the luckiest man alive because he's dating the She-Hulk. The general informs him that he needs to sever all those ties because according to what the general's heard, the Superhuman Registration Act is going to be passed within the next few weeks. And John, being in his current position, well, it would really damage the military's image and any prospects John Jameson may have in elevating his career. And later, upstairs at the law offices, Jen apologizes for how she acted and notes that the current climate means that it is not wise to be walking around in costume, especially after Johnny Storm was jumped by a crowd and beat into a coma, along with a string of tons of superhuman assaults around the country. Then she says that as their lawyer, her advice is to lose the costumes. Justice tells her they are not going to do that. And then reveals that a website called DestroyAllWarriors.com has been leaking information about the New Warriors' secret identities. Rage reveals that the last time the New Warriors' identities were found out, people went after their families. His grandmother was killed, and Nova's brother was mutilated while another member's father narrowly escaped a bombing. Justice asks her to view the website, and Jen brings it up. Wow, that is some awful web design. So anyway, she scrolls through, and they view the posts of all kinds of personal info leaked, as well as news clips and articles posted to the site, such as Hindsight Lad's home getting a threatening message burnt into the front lawn. Debris was attacked in her car, had it overturned and then lit on fire. And Timeslip, who was chased down and, like Johnny Storm, beaten by a mob. Then Rage points out the betting pool they have on the website about who's gonna get killed. And he begs She-Hulk to do something and to help them stop this. Jen tells them that they are heroes and that she'll help them beat this. And later that night, as Jen and John go to a nice Italian restaurant, they discuss what they're going to do about everything. John notes how ridiculous it is that, as She-Hulk, she's come out to support pro-registration, but as Jen, she feels that the Warriors have the right to keep their identities a secret. She points out that from the public, they should have them be kept a secret. She's fine with it being government record. But then she notes that this whole situation just has her very conflicted right now, between the ties she has as Jen and the ties she has as She-Hulk. And John grabs her by the hand and tells her that he thinks she should just make her ties a little tighter. And as they enjoy themselves at dinner, somewhere else, a shadowy figure enters his dark room, sits at a computer, and types up a new post for DestroyAllWarriors.com, outing Jennifer Walters as the She-Hulk. And a few days later, Rage and Justice arrive at a courthouse to begin the case of the New Warriors v. Escape Enterprises, the owner of the Destroy All Warriors website. Protesters have been waiting outside and begin shouting profanity and hate messages and chucking stuff at the two guys. Jen tries to sneak her way through the crowd when a man recognizes her. He calls out to everyone that he has her and grabs her by the arms, but then Jen transforms and demands to know what the fuck his plans are now. The man pisses himself and sheepishly tells her he doesn't know, and Jen lobs him aside. And is that Dennis Nedry? So She-Hulk walks up the stairs and Rage asks if she's gonna, turn back. But Jen tells them that it's a superhero case, and there's nothing she can do as Jen that she can't do as the She-Hulk. Later in the proceedings, Jen objects that this court case is not about the Stanford tragedy. This is about legal action against a website. The lawyer for Escape notes that the financial backers of the site are Stanford survivors, and that goes to their motives at the heart of the case. A few witnesses are brought up by the defendant, people from Stanford or who were in the area, and later Justice and Rage ask Jen if she's going to say anything as the Escape lawyers brings up the New Warriors' involvement in the incident. And Jen tells them that it would really do nothing right now. Rage, well, he rages and smashes the table when he keeps hearing everyone note that only 600 people died. and he exclaims that it was more. 604 people died. Microbe, Namorita, Speedball, and Night Thrasher. And Rage is calmed down by Justice as Jen asks for a moment with him. The judge tells her he wants her clients out of his sight. And later in NYC, John arrives at the New York Public Library and asks the librarian for a copy of The Greatest Generation. The librarian smiles at him and leads him to a door near the back of the library, in a quiet place that has very little foot traffic. And she tells John that he is waiting for him. So John heads down the dark staircase into the basement and is hit in the face with a bright flash of light, and a deep, reassuring voice asks if he's alone. John confirms, and Steve Rogers removes his jacket hood and says it's good to see him again. John reflects the sentiment and asks how he can help, and Steve tells him that there is a war coming once registration is passed, and that he's going to need intel, and wants to know if She-Hulk is going to be on his side. However, John is apprehensive and tells Cap that he's not sure if he can tell her that, and John is apprehensive to give an answer, and Steve tells him he understands. John prepares to just leave because he feels like he can't do anything now, but he stops and sits down on the steps and tells Cap about how both he and Jen seem to be in a malaise ever since Stamford. Steve tells John to trust an old soldier and to not wait until the war is over to do it, and if he truly loves her, he needs to do something about it right now. The next day, Iron Man has been called to the witness stand and is questioned about the SRA and his support of it. Iron Man informs the lawyer that the public would be best served if heroes were out in the open and given proper training like the armed forces. He then notes that if the new Warriors had operated more like the Avengers, the Stamford incident would not have happened. Jen asks if he's referring to the same Avengers that let Kang the Conqueror destroy half of Washington, D.C., and Iron Man notes that there needs to be a matter of trust and accountability, but he's interrupted by Jennifer.
Is that so, Iron Man? How many times has your employer Tony Stark outed himself as Iron Man only to later retract it? In fact, I recall he once used an illegal satellite to brainwash all of Earth into forgetting his secret. Now, does he plan to do something like that again, if all of this blows up in his face?
Jennifer! Alright, I want a word with you, She-Hulk. We're very much alike, you and I. When I'm Tony Stark and I'm closing a deal, all I want to do is win. I'd expect no less from you in the courtroom. But understand this. It's no longer enough to protect the people of the world. We need them on our side. After your cousin destroyed Las Vegas and your firm helped Star Fox get away with sexual assault...
We didn't...
Hey, I'm talking now. With what's happened in Stamford and happening across the country, they're not going to tolerate us running around like lawless idiots anymore. Here, take this.
A memory stick?
Escape Enterprises is some scummy corporation that has the name, address, and IP numbers of the brains behind your hate site. Boy's a genius, but it took me 4 minutes to get the info.
And what should I do with this?
Whatever you want. The little guy behind the website's one of us. And from now on, when one of our own steps out of line, we'd better deal with it ourselves before anyone steps in. See you around, Jen.
Sometime later that night, a nerdy white guy with big eyeglasses sits in his little hate cave on his computer wondering which of the former Warriors to unmask next on his website. And he decides on Firestar, cause, you know, she looks so innocent. Then his roof is torn open, and Carlton LaForge, aka Hindsight Lad, a former new warrior, because I know who the fuck is that. I only mentioned him one other time in this video. He spins around and finds Justice, Rage, She-Hulk, Slapstick, and that girl arriving as Justice telepathically dismantles Hindsight Lad's home. Hindsight Lad breaks down and pleads with him that he wasn't trying to get anyone hurt or killed, he just wanted to expose them enough to give up and disappear. Yeah, is that why you had a fucking Deadpool betting page on your website, dude? Justice shouts that this nerdy Manosphere prototype is lying through his teeth, and that back in the day he fucking blackmailed Speedball to even get on the New Warriors in the first place. Hindsight Lad cries out that he doesn't want to be a part of this anymore, not after what Speedball and the others did in Stanford, because that is now all of their legacies. That is what the new Warriors did and will be remembered for. And an angry mob of the neighborhood round up with weapons and prepare a lynch mob when a bright light casts down from the sky and a deep mechanical voice orders the civilians to step away and lower their weapons and for the superhumans to remain where they are. And the prototype aircraft lands and all the civilians scramble away, and out hops John Jameson. Jen runs over and asks why the hell he's here. John reveals that he tried to go to her offices but found that she left, and he quickly moves towards her, pulls her to him, and they kiss. And he says he is here because of 3 things. 1, he had to be with her because he loves her. 2, he had access to a $1 billion experimental VTOL jet. And 3, he needed to ask her something and know the answer as soon as possible. And John presents her a ring and asks Jennifer Walters if she'll marry him. So, to start things off, for anyone unaware, because you probably are, T'Challa and Storm were revealed to have crossed paths several times in their youth prior to Storm's joining of the X-Men, and they found that they immediately had a connection with one another. But nothing lasted or really came of their short time together, as T'Challa's allegiances were to Wakanda, and that kind of drove Storm away in their youth. But years later, T'Challa becomes the king of Wakanda. Storm is a goddess of the elements, and also member leader of the X-Men, at least for a time. In Black Panther 14, Queen Ramonda sent T'Challa to find himself a wife, hoping he'd bring back her favorite of his previous relationships, Storm, who, although was still quite angry at T'Challa for, pushing her away back then, she does eventually relent and reveals that she really never got over him. And he proposed to her, which she accepted. And here we are. That's right, if you were unaware of where this comic series was in the early aughts, and you came across these Black Panther kind of tie-in issues that were releasing around the time of Civil War, you might have thought that there was maybe some kind of long courting process involved. Maybe an actual buildup of their, relationships again. Some incredible storyline where following the decimation of the mutant race after House of M, perhaps T'Challa reaches out to Storm and is an effort to help her people, or that Storm becomes like a liaison of the Wakandans. Or something. Look, when I first read this, I had no real knowledge of most of Black Panther's history, especially up to this point, and only some of Storm's, but I thought it was very cool that the two were paired up, because I was like, what? Storm of the X-Men and Black Panther, the occasional Avenger, / kind of his own thing, are getting married? There's gotta be some awesome story behind this. And there's not. At the apartment of Luke Cage and Jessica Jones, Luke is on the phone arranging to reserve an entire club, preferably the whole block if possible. Then Jessica walks in with baby Danielle. She asks what he's up to, and Luke says it's work stuff. Jessica rolls her eyes and walks away as Luke continues, asking if Serenity, Jade, and Ecstasy are still there. A few days later, in Midtown Manhattan at the Wakandan Embassy, Ambassador Tashawn, who is also the cousin of T'Challa, opens up the room to begin a press conference about the upcoming wedding of King T'Challa and Ororo Munroe. Immediately, reporters begin asking questions, snapping photos, recording with recorders. T'Challa answers the question about a ring and explains that it is not a Wakandan tradition, but he got her one anyway just for this occasion. Another reporter asks how he feels regarding such a beautiful and happy event taking place in the midst of such controversy around the role of superheroes in society, and brings up the Superhuman Registration Act. The reporter finishes by asking if Wakanda would ever consider such an act. T'Challa responds by saying that it wouldn't be appropriate for him to comment, but he does note that he has fought alongside many American superheroes in the past and has always found them to be quite courageous individuals who always put their lives on the line for not only their loved ones, but the rest of mankind. The reporter asks about his country, though, and Storm notes the discrimination she has faced as a truly African-American woman and a mutant. She then goes on to explain that Wakanda is not a country that just wastes its resources on witch hunts like America does, which is why it leads the world in both technological advancements and human rights. And everyone in attendance claps. And outside, the Panther Mobile. What the fuck is this? Why is the Dora Milaje still dressed like this? Like she's going to a rave? And the fact that the Marvel fan wiki, which I already have so many issues with, has this image noted as, quote, urban-suited Dora Milaje makes it so much worse. Anyway, and elsewhere at Avengers Tower, Wolverine heads up to find Luke in his office. Luke explains that he had to make a lot of calls that he didn't want to make at home, and Logan immediately realizes it is about the bachelor party. Luke brings up that Logan and Storm used to have a thing, and he's not sure if T'Challa will even be open to a bachelor party, let alone one with Wolverine there. Logan notes that he likes that Luke gets to the point, and says that he's not really planning to cause any issues with anyone. His mind is totally elsewhere after what happened in Stamford, and he and Storm are in a very loving, platonic relationship, and he wants her to have the best life that she can possibly have. But he won't be able to make it. He was just stopping by the tower to grab some stuff before he hits the road, and Luke asks where he's going and if Stumpy, as the thing calls him, needs any help. And Logan snicks Luke the middle claw and laughs and tells him to not have too much fun. And then they fist bump, and he heads off. And later that afternoon, Luke and T'Shawn meet T'Challa and inform him of their master plan for a great party. And T'Challa outright refuses and says the bachelor parties have never really made any sense to him, especially the part about going out with all kinds of other women the night before you're gonna get married. Luke tells him that he gets it, he does, he really does, but forever is a long time. And T'Shawn tells his cousin that, hey, when in Rome, and also that he kind of wanted to see what Luke has planned. And T'Challa tells T'Shawn that he doesn't need the pretext of his cousin's wedding to go clubbing, and walks out of the room. Elsewhere, Storm is accompanied by Kitty Pryde, like the only time we see her ever during this event, and Sue Storm, as they go on a shopping spree down 5th Avenue. They head into a very nice clothing store, take a look around, and the owner welcomes Miss Monroe back inside. Storm tells her she's never been here before, and Kitty calls her out for being racist. So the man apologizes and tells them that it must have been another beautiful, statuesque black supermodel with an exotic accent that came into the store the day prior, shopping for her upcoming wedding. He just thought she changed her hair, and all three wonder what that's about. Later, as the sun prepares to set on yet another day, T'Challa and Storm sit out by the pool on top of the Wakandan embassy. Storm wonders what the store owner could have possibly been talking about, and worries that Mystique might be up to something. And T'Challa notes that he has noticed women with her look in fashion magazines since they announced their marriage a few months ago. Maybe that's what it was. But Storm doesn't buy it, and worries about it, but T'Challa tells her not to let it hassle her. Then Aurora talks some shit about her hubby, and he smiles and takes off after her. He expertly maneuvers through the penthouse, and Storm blows him away, and tells him to get used to that, because the mother carries the X gene. And she gets nervous that she just blew her soon-to-be husband off of a roof, when she can't find him, and the security shutters slam down, and the whole place goes dark. Storm calls out to T'Challa that this isn't funny, and ignites her lightning at her fingertips. A figure runs through the darkness and she's tackled, flipped around, and held in a bridal carry as T'Challa sets her on the sofa. She laughs and hits him on the shoulder and tells him to take his mask off, and asks if she got him with any of her lightning. He tells her it was but a love tap. And down in the lobby, Sam Wilson hangs out with T'Shawn and tells the ambassador that Captain America is a bit indispensed at the moment, but notes that they do have to figure out a way to get him to attend the wedding. T'Shawn says that they would hate to cause some kind of international incident with the US in such a sensitive time, when the sound of thunderclaps echoes from somewhere above them, and Sam asks if T'Challa and Storm are upstairs, and T'Shawn tells him they are no doubt indisposed. And meanwhile, M'Baku, aka Man-Ape, is pissed off that T'Challa didn't marry a woman from his clan, and more importantly, that M'Baku never got a wedding invite. The next morning, T'Challa goes over some holograms in bed and asks Storm what she'd like to do this Friday. They already have been invited for dinner at the White House and a party at Prince's house. How do you not choose the second one? But Storm tells him that she actually does have plans for Friday, and she reveals that she and the ex-girls and some other friends of hers are going out for a night on the town. She asks if his little friends have anything similar planned, and then tells him he should go out and have some fun for once in his life. Do something, since she's gonna be going out with her friends. She kind of figured he would too. So Friday arrives and T'Challa rides in a plane with Luke Cage, Namor, the Thing, T'Shawn, and some other guys that he knows aboard a Quinjet for T'Challa's bachelor party. Luke promises he won't regret this, and T'Challa tells him he already does. And I fucking love Ben shoving a bowl of shrimp into Namor's face. face and just laughing his ass off. A couple hours later, the boys arrive in Rio de Janeiro. Beautiful, buxom Brazilian women throw themselves at T'Challa as he simply walks past and away. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, a beautiful, statuesque black woman with an exotic accent shops for clothing in a store in preparation for her upcoming wedding. Then Storm and the girls find her, and Storm calls out Princess Zonda, a classic Black Panther villain, so classic that she was a Jack Kirby creation from Black Panther #1. Zonda talks shit to Storm and pisses her off so much that Storm launches her out of the store. Kitty readies herself for a scrap, but Storm tells her it's not worth their time. Eventually, Storm arrives back at the embassy and finds T'Challa waiting for her. She asks what the hell he's doing back already. T'Challa says that he decided to cut the excursion short. And they embrace, and Storm says that she missed him. And T'Challa tells Aurora that he missed her as well. Then Storm asks if he's ready to head home and prepare to get married. And T'Challa tells her he's never been more ready for anything in his life. Wolverine is in the midst of a battle with D-list villain Crusader and his band of religious zealots. They've hijacked a federal treasury C-130 plane with the plan to use the stolen cash to fund the simultaneous bombings of various superhero headquarters. That was until Wolverine found them, and Wolverine fights and kills his way to the cockpit where he finally discovers Crusader spouting religious scripture, much to Logan's annoyance, and Logan fights him until he gouges out one of Crusader's eyes. Crusader stumbles back against the pilot's chair and orders him to crash this plane into the ground. And then he begins his prayers. Wolverine tosses both of them out of the way and takes over the controls as he tries his damnedest to regain control. Unfortunately, he is unable to do so, and the plane crashes in fiery ruin. 3 hours later, as the plane continues to burn, Logan finally wakes up as an FAA body hauler is dragging him from the wreckage. In exchange for the guy's jacket and the name and location of the closest bar, he gives the guy the greatest story he'll ever tell his grandkids, about the day he found Wolverine and saw him come back from the dead. A couple hours later, Logan sits down as the sole customer and pays for a beer with a $100 bill that he pocketed from the treasury crash. Then, his Avengers beacon begins emitting an alarm, followed quickly by his X-Men signal vibrating. Logan looks up at the television and sees the news report. The next day, at the Stamford ruins, Wolverine overhears Iron Man speaking to Captain America about Nitro being spotted leaving the town in the back of a pickup truck, and Wolverine laments the presence of the Sentinels. Elsewhere in Port Washington, New York, a woman watches as her kids play in the backyard. She speaks on the phone when another call comes through, and she answers and asks if it's confirmed. Then she calls to her husband, who emerges from the pool, and she tells him that they've been activated. A few days later, Logan eats at a favorite sushi restaurant of his in New York. Then the owner comes to speak to him, and sadly asks Logan if he can leave the establishment because the customers are becoming uncomfortable and scared of him given recent events. And Logan turns and sees the faces of those around him, and quietly leaves his seat and heads out the back door, where he comes across this group of gorillas knockoffs. The big guy tells Logan that his kind ain't welcome here anymore. Logan says his kind have never been welcome here, and they must be pretty goddamn hammered to think they stand any chance. Then he snicks his claws and they all drop their weapons and back away. 1 week and a day after the Stamford incident, Logan attends a meeting at the Baxter building where he and the Thing have an angry little back and forth. And once the night winds down and people begin taking off, Logan speaks to Tony alone in a hall and asks what's going on regarding the Nitro situation. Well, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s running point on the manhunt, but they aren't exactly sharing their intel. If they were gonna catch him, they would have done it by now. That guy's in the wind. Kills hundreds, kills kids. And they just let him go. Just let it go, Logan. We've got enough problems without one of the Avengers going on a vendetta.
Hey, Stumpy.
I am not in the mood, Cage.
Yeah, I could tell. What do you mean back there? About the world not being as nice as we think?
The world's got problems, and giving out driver's licenses ain't gonna fix them.
I don't think I see the harm. I mean, we're already registered to drive around. What's really the difference if some of us fly?
There's registration, and then there's registration. A few decades ago, I had some friends in Germany. Registration didn't work out too well for them.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping there's a difference between our government and the Nazis.
Yeah, right. Our government should know better. But all I know is there's a sentinel camped out on the front lawn of Xavier's, and he ain't there to sell Girl Scout cookies.
Well, they're supposed to be there for your protection, right?
And what if the sentinel on the front lawn was a burning cross?
Excuse me?
That's what a sentinel is to mutants, bub. Burning cross, symbol of oppression, bigotry.
Yeah, now it's making more sense.
Fuck, I need a beer.
After days of waiting, with nothing being done to find or stop or even apprehend Nitro, Logan has finally had enough and heads to Westchester to tell Scott and Emma that he's going after the bastard. Emma gets angry and tells him that that's not their fight, and Scott says that the mutants could end up taking all the blame for the Stanford incident. Since Nitro is a mutant, Logan tells them that it's all the more reason for a mutant to bring Nitro in to justice. Then he says he can't tell if Scott actually agrees with Emma because he actually agrees with Emma, or if it's just because he sleeps with her. And he storms out of the school and leaves. And an hour later, after stopping at the Avengers Tower and having a little chat with Luke Cage, Wolverine arrives at the ruins of Stanford. He notes the containment force field that S.H.I.E.L.D. has set up in the blast zone has done a great job of preserving the area, specifically the scents. And he focuses hard, working to draw out what he's looking for. You see, after he went to Avengers Tower, he stopped by Nitro's former prison cell on the raft and gave it a couple sniffs. So he starts focusing on that particular smell along with the smell of gasoline, motor oil, engine coolant of the pickup truck he escaped on. And he finally gets the combination, and he masks up and prepares to set out. Shortly after the Stanford incident, Tony and Peter fly in Stark's private jet as Tony tells Peter all that he's been able to find out so far. At this point, no one really knows anything for certain other than it's really bad. Tony then gets a call and learns that the blast went off across the street from an elementary school, and current estimates have losses of over 600 people. Tony gazes out of the window and tells his protege that this is beyond very bad. And a couple hours later, Irons Man and Spider look out over the ruins of Stanford. Tony tells Peter that in everyone's lives, there is an it that occurs. There's your life before it and your life after it. 9/11 was an it of a national magnitude, and Stanford is going to become another one. Peter remarks on the way the civilians are staring at them, like they think he and Iron Man are responsible for this, and Tony asks why they wouldn't. They're in the same grouping as the people who are responsible for this, and the people hate them now. And Tony does not blame them for doing so. Peter asks if they should go back down to help some more, but Tony refuses and says that they've worked away at digging out as many bodies as they can, and they need to leave this to the first responders, to the people that civilians actually trust. Peter asks why they're still here then, and Tony alerts him up to the presidential helicopter that's been hovering far ahead. Peter uses his suit's cybernetic systems to zoom in and sees it clearly. Tony reveals that it was the president's office who called him earlier on the plane, and that they wanted him to be here and see what he sees. 3 hours later, Peter waits for Tony in a hall of the White House. He is beyond nervous about all this, and then Tony is called in to see the president. And Tony tells Peter not to touch anything and just sit there and be good. Well, Peter tries, but eventually gets up to wander around, nervously whistling, inspecting a bust of Abe Lincoln, the various artworks through the hallways. He even tries to ask a Secret Service member where the restroom is when Tony leaves the Oval Office, assuring the president he can be relied upon. And Peter dutifully follows after and asks, what happened? What did they talk about? Why was it so quick? And the two head for the elevator as Tony reveals two things. One, as former Secretary of State and one of the most visible figures in the superhero community, the president wants Tony Stark to know that Congress is meeting today for a major push to pass the Registration Act, and they can expect it to pass within the next week or so, if not sooner. They want superhumans to be identified, held responsible, and controlled as soon as possible. Then they walk out of the White House, and Peter asks if Tony is going to fight any of this, because heroes have identities and real names and lives and, people they're trying to protect. He points to Tony as an example of someone who works so hard to convince everyone he was an Iron Man like 6 different times. And Tony brings up his second point. He revealed to the president that he is Iron Man because the world they knew is gone. The rules have changed. The game is totally different now. And Tony explains exactly how things will work for Peter and himself and everyone else from now on. And later they ride in a private car and they speak about what this event and the registration will do to the hero and powered community as a whole. Peter assures Tony that he will stand with him. He made a promise, and he does not do that lightly. Tony thanks him and notes that he'll take the lead on things, getting others to understand things like he and Peter do. And he frankly tells his protege that he does believe it's the right thing to do, the registration. And he wants Peter at his side as both Peter Parker and Spider-Man openly. They have to make sure things are on the up and up. And the best way to do that is if Spider-Man unmasks and shows his support for the registration. Peter recoils at the idea, and Tony growls that he's not asking, because if Peter doesn't, he's going to be arrested and jailed. MJ and his aunt will be considered accomplices by the government once the registration passes. Like, retroactively? I don't know if that's ever brought up. They don't really go into the specifics of the law itself, but I get the feeling that the registration engages in some very retroactive crime rulings. Tony pretty much says that if Peter isn't with him, he's against him. He won't be able to protect Peter and his family. They all have to make sacrifices for their privacy and the safety of the world. And the car stops on the airport tarmac, and Tony tells Peter that the plane is ready to go back to New York. But Tony has to return to another meeting with the president. And finally, he tells Peter again that he's standing behind registration. And he knows it's a big step for Peter to consider, and he truly hopes he does. Then they say goodbye and head apart. And Peter solemnly flies back home. Sometime later, but not completely in the present yet, Peter speaks with MJ and May in the Avengers Tower regarding the decision he has to make and what he should do. Because if he doesn't decide and he still wears a mask, he'll become a criminal. MJ assures him he's not a criminal, and that it isn't his fault that they're just moving the goalposts. Peter tells her that the law has other things to say.
Okay, then let's look at our options. If you go along with this, go public, does that really solve the problem? Is Tony going to expect you to help hunt down whoever doesn't?
Probably.
Are they going to expect you to name names?
I don't know, maybe. Except I don't know anybody that Tony doesn't know.
Well, if you don't go public, will he turn you in? If he's asked, will he name your name?
I don't know, MJ. I'd think he would respect me, but...
But you don't know.
I don't know. God, I hate this feeling. All my life, I have been so careful to hide this. Just the idea of taking off the mask in public, it makes me feel like someone punched me in the gut.
I know you're upset, Peter, but I want you to know that we're in this together. No matter what you decide.
It's not my decision, MJ. We all have to agree because this affects you too, both of you. If I don't come out, I'll have to go on the run.
Can I say something?
Yeah, of course.
When I found out you were Spider-Man, once I got over the shock, do you know what my first emotion was? Anger. Not at you, Peter. I was mad at the world. Because parts of that world called Spider-Man a monster, a criminal. But there are hundreds of people alive right now because you were there at the right moment. You have nothing to be ashamed of, and much to be proud of. I'm proud of you, Peter. And now, maybe, it's time for the whole world to be proud of you.
I have an obligation to protect you, and I made a promise.
At 16, a child's promise has nothing to do with how the world works. Every day, prosecutors and judges and governors and senators go to work knowing their loved ones may be jeopardized by their work. But they don't wear masks because their loved ones want it that way. Some things are worth the risk, Peter. You're one of them. Spider-Man is one of them.
And she's right, Peter. Don't run. Don't disappear. Don't let them make you feel like the only way to protect us is to erase yourself. Stand your ground. Let the whole world see what we see every day. The man who gives everything he has because he can't stand by and do nothing. Go get him, Tiger.
4 days later, Peter wakes up before MJ in the Avengers Tower. He prepares to leave for the day when May calls after him. She tells him she knows that he has that nice new suit that Tony gifted him, but she worked through the night to fix up his old one, to make sure people will know it's really him. She reminds him that great power comes with great responsibility, and then adds that responsibility means you don't run when someone asks, "Who did that?" The next morning, inside the Capitol building, Tony is informed that he has 5 minutes before the conference begins, and he goes over his speech in silence. When Peter arrives and thanks him for everything that Tony has done, not just for himself, but for Mary Jane, and for May, and for being like a father to Peter. And Peter reminds Tony of the promise he made those weeks ago, and tells Tony he'll back him all the way. So after Tony heads out and reveals his identity to the world officially, he then steps out of his suit of armor and continues his speech.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure I don't have to introduce you to one of the leading lights of the pro-registration movement, Mrs. Miriam Sharp. Mrs. Sharp, as you'll recall, lost her son in the Stanford incident, and kick-started my passion for the federal employment of all superheroes. Likewise, I'm pretty sure Spider-Man needs no introduction.
Hi, good morning, and thank you all for coming. I am standing here today because I have an announcement to make.
About 3 weeks ago, in the early night of Stockton, New York, about 500 miles from Stamford, Connecticut, 2 men race in search. Al and his friend Pete, the deputy. Because Al saw a missile or something crash after it rocketed barely 15 feet over his house, and he saw it head in this direction. Pete calls him ridiculous and regrets following him out here into the dark, until they find the burning ruin through the trees. Pete radios into dispatch to send backup and medical to his location, and the two head through the ruined foliage to find a trail across a field. Pete pulls his handgun just in case, and the two slowly venture forth to discover Speedball. They venture closer and find him barely conscious. Al recognizes him from the New Warriors. Pete moves closer to check on him when Speedball begins hovering, and then their flashlights erupt to pieces. A deep humming emits through the air as the explosive energy that Speedball absorbed from the Stanford incident releases itself, utterly destroying Al and Pete. And Robbie Baldwin's Speedball crashes back into the dirt and falls unconscious. Sometime later, doctors declare Speedball dead. One noting that he shouldn't have even survived the Stanford blast, let alone lasted as long as he did. But Robbie Baldwin is still alive. You see, his powers are just completely kaput. The doctors can only guess that all of the energy from Nitro's blast was absorbed into his kinetic energy field that's around his body, and that's why he was the only person that survived. And that bit in the field in New York, that was the last bit of it leaving. Then Robbie murmurs and the readings begin spiking, and he starts coming to, and the doctors call for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. When Robbie eventually does come to, he finds Eric Marshall, NSA and S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and member of the newly formed Anti-Registration Terrorist Violation Squad, the ARTVS. He sits beside Robbie and tells him 4 pieces of bad news to get it all over with. 1. All of his friends were caught in the explosion, and he's the only survivor. 2. The explosion killed 612 Stanford residents, 60 of which were elementary school kids. 3. The resulting blast reacted against his kinetic energy shield and launched him across half of a state, and he was discovered last night in a wheat field where a final release of energy withdrew from his body, killing 2 more people, and now he's totally powerless. And 4. He's under arrest. Flashing forward to the week following the Stanford incident at Calvary Cemetery in Queens, heavy rain batters down over a party of mourners. Robbie Robertson performs a eulogy for John Fernandez, the lead cameraman of the New Warriors television show. Robbie recounts the last time he saw Johnny, about a week and a half ago, and how excited John was to work for the New Warriors program. And Robbie wished him luck and told him to be careful. Johnny said that he would be. He'd been on at least 4 tours throughout Bosnia, 3 in Afghanistan, and 9 to Baghdad. And last year he was even nominated for an Emmy of a documentary that he made. The last thing he told Robbie is that he's always careful. And later that night, the Bugle and others who knew John Fernandez have a celebration of life at O'Flanagan's bar. Ben Urich and Sally Floyd sit together at a table as the news broadcasts reports about the continued trials of the new Warriors and ongoing congressional hearings. Ben remarks that the only time everyone gets together like this is when someone dies. Sally notes that Johnny would have found that party hats pretty funny. Ben takes a drink and speaks with her about the Registration Act. He asks if she thinks it's actually gonna go through. Sally says she doesn't know what to believe just yet. She's actually thinking it might have been a false flag by the White House. She actually thinks it might have been a false flag by the White House. She then asks how Jonah's reacting, and he tells her it's like he won the lottery. He then asks her how her new job at the Alternative's going, and she takes a heavy gulp of her old-fashioned and tells him she gets carte blanche to write about the erosion of civil liberties in America. Ben sighs and takes another drink. They cheers to that battle, and Sally notes that may the best hack paper win. But she likes her chances more, and doubts that the government will institute any kind of actual draft. But Ben is not so sure. He tells her that this is totally different, and that Jonah might be right. The perfect time to push for a superhero federalization and meet little to no opposition after the Stanford incident. That night, Sally drives home in her little Volkswagen as Ben rides the subway, each thinking about the new world that is fast approaching. Ben heads home to his wife. Sally heads home to an empty apartment. 2 weeks later, at the Daily Bugle newsroom during an assignments meeting, the editor in charge goes over angles that they can now run. Follow-ups with the Stanford kids' families, something about the injustice of it all, or, anything to skew it away from all of the funerals that are still being held. She then notes that Jonah is going all out with the PR guys and is even trying to get several TV interview spots regarding the Registration Act. She then reminds them all that Jameson's contention is that America's security is under attack from out-of-control costume freaks, and that is their contention as well. Then she adjourns the meeting and tells everybody to do it to it. Later, Robbie finds Ben in the bullpen, and he asks Ben what's troubling him. Ben tells him he's just losing it about Jonah and his editor, that everything's focused on the explosion and nothing about why it happened. Also, he's annoyed that his editor says things like, do it to it. Ben is told that they need to work to set up support for the registration, and now he's being sent to cover Iron Man's press conference in Washington, D.C. tomorrow morning. Robbie tells him Jonah knows what he's doing. He's giving the paper a whole new life, and they never circumnavigate the truth. But, Pulitzer Prize-winning pieces are their secondary concern right now. Right now, their primary job is to sell the news. Do you think Ben had a flashback to that moment with Simon LaGrange, where he told him that, just in far darker terms? That night, Sally ponders what will happen in the coming days. She holds a little Elmo doll that she must have had as a kid and stares out of the window as her voicemail cycles. Then Spider-Man appears in her apartment. She panics, throws Elmo, and he shouts that he's Spider-Man, and for her to calm down. He came through her front door because she didn't lock it. She calls him a stupid idiot for scaring him like that and asks what the hell he's doing. Why didn't he just knock like a normal person? He tells her he's a bit too high profile to wait around in a hallway for someone to answer their door. And she asks why the hell is he even here? Spidey apologizes for freaking her out, and Sally explains that it's fine, because she always wanted to speak to Spider-Man, and Spidey tells her he's actually been wanting to speak with her because from what he's learned, she's one of, 3 journalists he can trust, because he is about to give her a Spidey tell-all. Sally says to hell with sobriety, and pours herself some whiskey on the rocks as Spidey sits in her kitchen, and Sally begins her recorder. Sally tells him to stop shifting around so hyperactively because it messes up the recording, and Spidey says he doesn't have a lot of time to do this. She asks what is so important that he's suddenly arrived to tell her. Spidey explains that he's never told the world who he is, and he's been thinking about that a lot recently, and what would happen if he did tell people. But there's a lot of pressure on him to reveal his identity now more than ever, and he's always been more or less on the right side of the law, and he would like to keep it that way. But so many people just don't understand what they're asking of him, of the heroes, in revealing their identities. He asks if it occurred to anyone what might happen to his family if he takes off the mask. Sally asks if he wants the world to know he has a family because she can redact that, but Spidey tells her he does. It'll force people to understand the pressure that heroes face. And then he asks what kind of sacrifice people expect, because if he reveals himself, that'll only put all of those close to him in danger. And he tells her that there's a cost to all of this. It's not just fun and games leaping around the city in single bounds. And that's what he wants people to be aware of, to ask themselves what they would do if they were in Spider-Man's position or any other hero. And before he goes, he makes sure to tell her to be at Iron Man's press conference tomorrow in DC, because she's going to be glad that she did. Spidey climbs out of the window after Sally awkwardly and drunkenly flirts with him, and he tells her that one of those family members he brought up is his wife, and then tells her to have a good night and heads away. And the next day, news crews set up around the Stark press conference in Washington, DC, and Sally and Ben spot each other, and then everyone waits around for the big event. And eventually, Iron Man takes the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, an hour ago I met with the President of the United States. Amongst the items we discussed were the Stanford incident and the proposed Superhuman Registration Act that is currently making its rounds of Congress. As you all know, there has been much speculation in recent weeks over the acceleration of this proposed act. We find ourselves at the cusp of a historic moment. If the act passes as expected, then roughly half of those currently serving you as protectors will be in violation of the law. And now, over the years, I have always endeavored to do what is right for the citizens of this country. I have always, without question or hesitation, been your servant. But as I informed the President this morning, the question of the mask that I wear has nagged at my conscience since the day that I put it on. Who exactly am I hiding from? My enemies or myself? In his speech to Congress yesterday, the President spoke of the next logical steps that must take place to ensure the security of all Americans. Now, I, of course, have my own series of steps that I long ago promised myself I would take. Please, look up. Oh, wow. These are some of the many automated suits that I've constructed over the years for the sole purpose of protecting my identity. I did this in order to pretend I could be in two places at once. So, in other words, I lied.
Iron Man, question. Isn't there hypocrisy in calling for support for the Superhuman Registration, yet continuing to keep your identity a secret? Some might suggest you're currying favor with the incumbent president in order to maintain a cordial relationship.
Well, the Registration Act does not specifically call for persons to reveal their identity publicly, merely to register with authorities for the purposes of identification. But for myself, if I support the act, some will call me a hypocrite. Some might say I can never be truly honest unless I show my face to the world. And you know what? They're right. I've done this before, but always with a clever little take-back. A way of once more obscuring the issue. But today I'm going to come clean with the American people, as I should have done from day one. Hello, my name is Tony Stark, and I am an alcoholic. And now it's time to come clean about the Iron Man thing.
The day after the official passing of the Superhuman Registration Act, and the same day of Iron Man and Spider-Man's press conference, where both of them unmasked and revealed their identities to the world, the Thunderbolts battle supervillain Quicksand in Denver, Colorado. And it's tougher than they anticipated. The Thunderbolts argue amongst themselves as the battle rages through the streets. Smuggler teleports some people around as Songbird and Joystick corner Quicksand. Songbird then sends a blast clean through her, and Blizzard blizzes her frozen. Then Swordsman, who is actually Andreas Strucker, the son of Baron von Strucker, the Captain America Nazi Hydra villain. That's who this is. He's also a mutant who uses his powers to create plasma-charged concussive blasts channeled through his sword. So he just drives his sword into the frozen Quicksand and detonates her. Songbird says that was a bit much and instructs everyone to begin collecting pieces before they thaw out and Quicksand reconstitutes herself. Then Atlas and Smuggler notice the televisions at a nearby electronics store playing the live broadcast from DC, and everyone is in shock as they watch Spider-Man unmask. And Atlas asks Songbird what she thinks will happen next with the other superheroes. But Songbird wonders more about what will happen next for the Thunderbolts. Sometime later that day, in D.C., guardsmen patrol around the Department of Homeland Security as Dallas Reardon and Henry Gyrick, directors of the Commission on Superhuman Activities, wait for their special guest. They make idle chatter about the current events when a wave of light flashes over them and a portal opens to reveal Baron Zemo, Mach 4, Radioactive Man, and Fixer. Gyrick angrily points out that they weren't aware Zemo was bringing any company, and Zemo notes it's because he didn't tell them. Then Zemo assures them that the goals of the Thunderbolts are his goals, and his goals are the same goals as Gyrick and his people. The Thunderbolts are led inside of a conference room where they find Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic, and Hank Pym, the Yellow Jacket, waiting for them. Zemo points out he wasn't expecting other guests, and Gyrick smirks and notes it's because he didn't tell them.
If you expect us to be intimidated, I must apologize. It's not going to happen. And if you expect me to rail on about how I can't be forced to work with people who wish me ill will, how Zemo and the Avengers have a long history of heady conflict, or you expect me to complain bitterly about how I was scarred once again while saving the life of Captain America, a man whom I once hated, all to rectify the betrayal of a man who infiltrated our ranks. Well, I will not be doing that.
Sure, Zemo, based on your track record, we were so wrong not to trust you.
Our recent history is of greater concern.
Dr. Chen, the CSA, including the 2 agents in this room, blackmailed the Thunderbolts into ambushing the new Avengers. It was a despicable move by all concerned, but maybe it served appropriate notice to the growing fear and mistrust that has been building in the country. Maybe we shouldn't have created the new Avengers Charter without consulting the US government. And Zemo. Maybe we also made a mistake when we infiltrated the Thunderbolts. But give us a real reason to have any justifiable faith that your recent change of heart is legitimate.
I am here, aren't I? The belly of the beast, as it were.
As events conspire to divide us, finding reasons to come together for the greater good should be applauded.
Well said, Dr. Richards. Now, as to your little display.
You want the Thunderbolts to go after heroes that reject the registration? Is that it?
The irony would be pretty sweet.
Which is exactly why we don't want you to do it. There are holdouts, but we'll have them well in hand. What will be problematic is the disagreements between us, which will allow the supervillain community much more freedom to maneuver as a result, which is why we want the Thunderbolts to hunt down supervillains and recruit them over to our cause. Iron Man goes on to say that the Thunderbolts all claim that they want to reform and redeem themselves. Well, this is the way to do it, pursuing and apprehending superhuman felons. Zemo asks what becomes of those that they capture, and if the government will actually be capable of keeping them incarcerated. Tony says that they're working on that. But if the Thunderbolts attain a certain level of success before Iron Man and his team is ready, the Thunderbolts will have to keep any criminals detained. Tony asks that Zemo and the team take this opportunity they're extending to them, and Zemo says he very much intends to. And only 8 hours later in New Jersey, the Thunderbolts deal with a trio of college students who heisted old Beetle armor suits and have taken up a life of crime. Fixer makes fun of Mach 4, of course the original Beetle, and his dumb suit designs as the team handedly defeat the Beetles. Then Fixer port shifts the trio to their detainment quadrant. Blizzard laughs about how much fun this is. Between Quicksand and these 3 morons, he is having a blast pretty much being a superhero now. He never realized it would be this much fun. And Atlas asks if anyone feels like narcs or loser hall monitors or something. And that night, the team return home to find a massive German banquet waiting for them. Zemo raises a glass and toasts his team to a job efficiently done. And for such fortitude, strength of character, and all the work that comes from experiencing repeated failures and knowing how to adjust accordingly to become successful. So everyone starts grabbing food, and Songbird heads over to speak to Zemo. She says this just feels wrong. Zemo notes that the Thunderbolts have achieved everything that she hoped for. He then opens a portal to the detention quadrant, and the two leave the festivities behind. They discuss the restraints that Fixer created, which keeps their prisoners totally unconscious, trapped in their sleep, as they are indoctrinated with impulse stimulation and pre-programmed REM cycle visions, showing them that it means to be a Thunderbolt, and why they should want to join them. Then he removes his mask and kisses her. They're a couple. Did I not mention that part?
Do you think they'll make the choice once they wake up? To actually join and follow the plan?
Absolutely. And we will become a veritable army. Little did Stark know when he begged us today to help them apprehend these renegade villains that the Thunderbolts had already started.
"5 minutes after midnight on the night that the registration officially became law, Wolverine is technically now an illegal superhero. Although it's not like legality has ever stopped him before for anything he's done. He beats and maims the hell out of a gang of bikers in a bar as he narrows down his search for Nitro. It's currently been 4 days and 3,000 miles since he left New York, but he finally found the truck. And now he has the driver. Logan demands to know where the hell he took Nitro, and the driver mumbles that Nitro paid him in cash. So what's Logan got for him? And Logan snarls and tells the man he's got some real balls on him to say something like that. Then he snicks his claws and slices into the man's jeans like butter and asks if he wants to keep them. Eventually, Logan leaves the bar with the information and the man leaves with his testicles. And Logan has learned where Nitro has stolen off to. A cabin in coastal forests of Big Sur, California. 2 weeks later, Logan dismounts his bike in Stockton, California after he smells a very particular scent of cologne and the burning of ozone. Someone who is all too familiar with him now after his time on the Avengers. And not long after, Iron Man flies through the city and Logan leaps off of a building, plants himself on Tony's back, and forces Iron Man to land on a nearby roof. Tony tells Logan he wasn't trying to sneak up on him, so he doesn't know why he attacked him, and then Logan climbs off, and Tony gets mad because he specifically told him not to go after Nitro. And then Tony brings up the fact that because Wolverine is one of the 198 mutants left in America that still has their powers after the decimation, he's already de facto registered, kind of, with S.H.I.E.L.D., and Tony has, while not taken over control of S.H.I.E.L.D., he's pretty much right up there at the top with Maria Hill, but he has been put in charge by the president of leading the Registration Coalition. What does Wolverine have to say about that? He tells him to piss off, and says that he's not looking for Nitro in Stockton anyway. He's just taking some time off and thinking about his place in the world and what it means to be a mutant nowadays. Tony tells Logan to shut up because both of them know that that's not true. Especially because Logan left a trail of bodies in his wake and overflowed countless emergency rooms. Tony tells Logan that they cannot afford another loose cannon with a vendetta. The hero community is just one more Stamford away from all of them getting locked up. Logan tells him it's been almost a month since Stamford, and Nitro has just been kicking it at some nice cabin in the Pacific Woodlands, while Tony and his buddies play Big Brother government. Tony assures Logan that he has a strike team, and thanks him for giving up the Big Sur location of Nitro.
And what exactly happens if S.H.I.E.L.D. can get him? A supervillain prison with 3 square meals a day and a nice little bed. 10 years of appeals before the needle puts him to sleep.
Whereas you would just kill him? Do I really need to give you the "this is how we're different from them" speech, Logan?
Except I'm not different from them. That's why you wanted me on your little new Avengers Boy Scout jamboree, ain't it? Because there's some things that need doing that you and the others just don't want to do.
So you kill him. Does that bring those people back? Does that bring back the 60 children who died?
That's not what this is about.
Then what is this about? Prevention? Incarceration takes care of that. It also takes care of the punishment too, if you didn't realize. So what is this about? You want to kill Nitro? Do you even know why? Flashback time! A few weeks ago in Daytona Beach, Florida, a big jack dude surfs spectacularly on some killer waves and makes some enemies of the locals. They find him when the guy, Giannis, returns to shore and they mob up, and the ringleader tells Giannis to never shoulder hop him again, or else they'll fuck him up. And Giannis easily fucks them up. And a man named Paul and his wife watch on and confirm that's him. Back in the present, it's been a couple hours, and Logan has agreed to go along with Tony's S.H.I.E.L.D. strike force, mainly to catch Nitro, but also to give him a better look and idea of what S.H.I.E.L.D's working with currently. Because now that the Registration Act is passing, they have very quickly started releasing their new Superhuman Restraint Units, also dubbed Cape Killers. So Logan wants to know the tech and the equipment, how they operate, and what kind of their tactics are. The captain announces that they're deploying in 1 minute in Alpha formation, and this is a quick containment operation. A minute later, at the cabin Nitro's hiding in, he reads the paper regarding the Superhuman Registration Act officially passing into law. Then the entire cabin is blanketed in darkness, and it rattles and rumbles wildly. Nitro heads out of the door and finds the S.H.I.E.L.D. VTOL lowering overhead. The S.H.I.E.L.D. troops deploy, followed by Wolverine. He lands in the midst of the unit, opening heavy fire onto Nitro as he runs rampant through the woods. Logan thinks to himself just how fucking terrible this tactic is for someone like Nitro. And the last thought he has before the blast is this.
Can't say I didn't see this coming.
Well, what do you know? That worked out for you fellas as well as it did for me. Whew. Let's see here. Come on, pick up. Hey, it's me. You know that cabin you hooked me up with? Yeah, might be needing another one. I got some news for you, though. News I just know you're gonna find interesting. Looks like the shortest X-Man just went the way of the dodo. No, you heard me. For you and your buddies with scoreboards, I've now taken out Captain Marvel. Sure, it was an alley-oop, but still. The new Warriors. And now, the world's best argument for male body waxing.
This isn't a game, Robert.
Maybe not to you.
Careful. The charity you've been shown thus far is just that. Charity. You've been given no contract and you've rendered no service. Goodbye, Robert.
Wait, what?
Flashback time. Paul and his wife and Giannis find the man who drove Nitro cross country, and it's not that long after Logan's brawl that the trio arrived. The driver spills the beans all over again, and Paul and his wife thank him for the information. Then Giannis snarls and grabs the man as Pauline explains that he hates humans. And Giannis snaps his neck and then goes on to kill the rest of the bar's patrons. Back in the present, it's been some time since the explosion, and Nitro has hiked his way out of the area, the fire spreading and rising in the distance. He works on stealing an SUV parked near a hiking trail when he's slammed across the face by Logan's fist, and he slowly releases one claw at a time and prepares to end this once and for all. In a water treatment plant where the Vulture and ultra-racist Grim Reaper have been beaten to a pulp and tied to a pipe. A team of S.H.I.E.L.D. Cape Killers finds Vulture and Reaper during their hunt for Captain America, and the leader radios into S.H.I.E.L.D. Commander Maria Hill that they've also found the Trapster chained to a sink downstairs. She makes note that this is 15 super criminals in the last 72 hours who have been subdued and brought into custody following their violent assault and restraint, which makes Maria worry that Cap has been working with others in his vigilante crusade across the states. And then we cut forward in time, as Congress has officially passed the Superhuman Registration Act. Captain America going AWOL has finally gone public, and Tony Stark becomes the face of registration and superhero reform. In New York City, the early morning sun rises overhead as some Avengers and Reed Richards take down a massive Doombot. Iron Man asks if his fellow heroes hear the people singing the song of belief in superheroes once again. She-Hulk asks if they're still technically superheroes after this, or are they just kind of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Iron Man assures her that they are superheroes. The only thing that changes is that kids, amateurs, and the sociopaths are being weeded out. Tigra asks what category Captain America falls into, and Tony tells her the wrong one. Elsewhere in NYC, at the Daily Bugle offices, Jameson and Robbie discuss tomorrow's huge press conference that's being held by Tony Stark. Robbie informs him that Ben Urich is already heading to DC, but that damned Peter Parker is out of town. Where the hell is he? Jonah needs a photographer for this. He asks Jonah who he wants to send, but Jonah barely hears him. He snaps back and tells Robbie he was miles away. He's just been thinking that at 12:01 a.m. tonight, everything that the Daily Bugle has campaigned for will officially become law. No more masks. No more excuses about creepy secret identities. Superheroes will finally work for S.H.I.E.L.D. or get their asses thrown in jail. And as Robbie asks Jonah if he believes the superheroes are just gonna race to go sign up for the registration, Spider-Man swings past the building and Jonah glares out and tells Robbie that the smart ones will sign. That night in the Baxter Building, Ben Grimm the Thing hangs out with Franklin and Valeria. Downstairs, Reed practically sprints through his lab as he makes final preparations for the project. You may be wondering where Johnny is in all of this, why he's not at the Baxter Building. It's because he was beaten into a coma by an angry mob several weeks ago, immediately after the Stanford incident. And he was so fucked up that it was irresponsible and dangerous to move him from the hospital to like the Baxter Building infirmary. So he is currently in a coma somewhere in a New York hospital. Sue asks Reed how everything's coming along, and Reed marches past and tells her it's like a dream come true. This is one of the most exciting and unique things that he has ever worked upon. He goes on to tell her that Tony is practically revolutionizing every metahuman in America. Sue jokes that she'd be excited too if Tony's plans didn't mean jail time for half of their Christmas card list. Reed agrees, but justifies that those who refuse to register have left no other choice. He's run so many projections, and he has figured out exactly who and who will not sign the Registration Act. And then he discusses the social dangers they're creating by refusing to sign the registration. Sue takes a gander at the exponential curve of the number of super beings and the apocalypse they're facing if unlicensed activity isn't brought under control. Reed notes that Tony's secret plan is an amazing opportunity for them. Then he rattles on and on about all the ideas he and Hank Pym are coming up with. Reed has never seen people so charged up with creation. And she notices a computer disk labeled 42, a number Reed Richards is infatuated with throughout the multiverse, as we saw during the Ultimate Era. She asks what that's all about, and Reed informs her it's classified. She's rebuffed and notes that it's about time to stop by and visit Johnny. Then she heads out, and Reed, not even looking away from his work, tells her to give Johnny his love. Later into the evening, as the new day approaches, Tony sits in his penthouse of Avengers Tower with best friend Happy Hogan, and it's currently 11:40 p.m. Happy notes that he just got word from S.H.I.E.L.D. that 38 super people have already signed the registration. Tony notes that's pretty much what he estimated, then asks if S.H.I.E.L.D. has any more word on Cap, if there's any updates there. Happy relays that, no good ones, because S.H.I.E.L.D. thinks that Captain America is trying to form his own team. And Tony lumbers back in his seat and prays to any god that might be listening that he and everyone else are doing the right thing. And at 12:01 a.m., the Superhuman Registration Act officially becomes law. Flash forward! Never done that one before. Because this is a weird instance, and it doesn't really happen that much anymore after this, but we do cut ahead to the third subsequent day after registration is passed. Just for this moment. After this, we go back in time in the subsequent issues. Patriot of the Young Avengers races over rooftops in NYC, chased down by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They target the unregistered miner, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Command authorizes the use of tranquilizer bullets with minimum force. They open fire, but he's bulletproof and has peak human fitness, and Patriot bounds off of a rooftop and through the night air and smashes hard into an office building. He radios into the others to get out of their spot because he's drawing as many S.H.I.E.L.D. forces as he can entirely on himself. The chopper fires gas bombs into the building and they erupt, and Patriot is quickly taken down. And not far off, in a S.H.I.E.L.D. transport in the street, two Cape Killers make idle chatter. One worries if the kid will be alright, and the other worries more about all the property damage and getting reamed out by command. Then they load up the rest of the Young Avengers and show them the trouble they caused. Elsewhere, Daredevil and Luke Cage hack into traffic cameras. Maybe. How else do you explain that angle? They witness the Young Avengers getting arrested, and Daredevil asks if they should round up some of the others to break him out, but Luke tells him that Cap and Falcon are already on the scene. Sometime later, the S.H.I.E.L.D. transport rolls out of Manhattan in a police convoy. These S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the cab ride along with the passenger going on and on about the kids of today having no respect, I tell ya, no respect, wearing masks and laughing at legitimate people like a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, if you will. And he justifies arresting these youngsters by saying that they had the option of signing up for the registration. This didn't need to happen if they just complied and took off their stupid masks. But no, where's the fun in going legit? Then he smirks and tells the driver that all of these fucking superheroes that don't register are gonna be in for a very big surprise, because this guy has heard things coming down the grapevine of S.H.I.E.L.D. And there is a very interesting building project going on called Number 42. The driver tells the passenger that he talks too much, and Captain America kicks him through the door and into the road and guns it. Police cruisers swerve to miss the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and all three crash over top of one another. Sam Wilson works on freeing the Young Avengers and rips off Wiccan's restraints and tells him to get them the hell out of here. Steve keeps driving as Sam works to free the others and gives Wiccan the exact location they need to go to. Eventually, Sam radios up to Steve that they're ready. Steve notes it's just in time because S.H.I.E.L.D. and the police have finally cut them off. And in the last second, Wiccan shouts his spell, and the transport disappears into streaks of magical light and erupts out and away. And they arrive at a massive subterranean complex. They disembark the transport and are met by Cable, Cloak, Luke Cage, Night Nurse, Hercules, and Daredevil. They work to free the rest of the kids that Sam didn't get to, as Steve explains where they are. S.H.I.E.L.D. Safe House number 23 of a total of 28 locations, known only to 33rd degree S.H.I.E.L.D. officers, of which there was only Nick Fury. Daredevil explains to the Young Avengers that Fury is totally underground now as well, but they have been making brief contact with him with drop-off messages here and there, and they'll be receiving new secret identities and documents from him very shortly. Patriot asks why, and Cable tells him bluntly that their old identities are compromised or will be very soon. And Steve informs the newcomers that, for the time being, this is their home. Flashback to the present? Okay, hold on, because I need to sort this out. Let's try to figure this out. So, we'll say that the Registration Act passes on Monday morning, right? And then it goes into law, into effect completely at 12:01 a.m. on Tuesday. That way, superheroes had all of Monday to officially register. This book shows Patriot and the Young Avengers prison break happening 24 hours later, meaning that the chase and breakout is on Wednesday night into Thursday. The book cuts back to Tuesday morning, like we saw in the Frontline and Spider-Man stuff. Does that make sense? So after Tony officially removed his helmet and makes an alcoholic joke about himself, he fully removes himself from his suit of armor and continues his speech.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure I don't have to introduce you to one of the leading lights of the pro-registration movement, Mrs. Miriam Sharp. Mrs. Sharp, as you'll recall, lost her son in the Stamford incident and kick-started my passion for the federal employment of all superheroes. Likewise, I'm pretty sure Spider-Man needs no introduction.
Oh, I hope you know what you're doing, Tony.
Hi. Good morning, and thank you all for coming. I am standing here today because I have an announcement to make. As most of you probably know, I have guarded my secret identity pretty carefully over the years, and it's only after a long talk with my wife and family that I've decided to take the following step. See, the Registration Act gives us a choice. We can continue the trend that Captain America advocates for and have people with powers completely unchecked. Or superheroes can go legitimate and earn back a little public trust.
Mr.
Miss
Jameson.
Grinning, you even think about asking me a question right now and you're fired!
I'm not wearing my old mask because I'm ashamed of what I do. I'm proud of who I am. And I'm here right now to prove it. My name is Peter Parker. And I've been Spider-Man since I was 15 years old. Any questions?
Soak it up, Pete. You're bigger than Elvis now. At the Daily Bugle, 2 days after the Registration Act was passed, a day after Spider-Man unmasked himself on live TV, Ben Urich heads out for the night and is swarmed by reporters in the lobby. He marches his way through the room and to the garage elevator, and he decides to try and call Peter. And Peter quietly picks up, and Ben jokingly stumbles through, claiming first dibs on the story, and then tells Peter he has a billion questions and wants to do right by his friend. Then Ben asks how Peter's aunt is taking all this, and Peter reveals himself atop the ceiling of the elevator and jokes that she has grounded him for a year. Elsewhere, Sally Floyd, the alcoholic reporter that she is, sits in a bar with Firestar as they watch Conan O'Brien's late-night segment about taking odds on the identity of various heroes and villains. Currently, they have a 500-to-1 odds that Bullseye is the Prince of Pop himself, Michael Jackson. Firestar tells Sally that people think this is all a joke. Sally notes that Firestar is the one that dresses up like it's Mardi Gras, and Firestar asks if she's supposed to go around using her real name, throwing her friends and family into the mix. She tells Sally that she chose to do this. She chose to help people and try to make a difference in the world. Now people in Washington are deciding she's suddenly a danger to society. She also brings up the friends that she lost in Stamford, and the two women take heavy drinks as Conan continues his bit. Firestar reveals to Sally that she's a college student with a day job. She asks what might happen if the registration people visited one of her professors because they needed her to bring down a villain. And then she asks what else the registration advocates for that people don't even realize. And Firestar tells Sally she can't afford to keep doing this. And she leaves the bar, throwing away her mask, and flies off. Firestar no more. The next day, Jameson is informed by Robbie Robertson about Urich's brief chat with Peter Parker last night. He tells Jonah that Peter wanted to relay a message. That he's sorry, but not that sorry because JJ's always been a tool. Also that he quits, backdated before Jameson fired him. Jameson fumes, and Robbie reminds him that Jonah is the one who really pushed to give their support to the heroes that came out in support of the registration. Jameson shouts some more in anger and storms out of his office through the bullpen, and he refuses to let Ben publish the story.
Robbie, I want a story about a real hero!
Do you know who I am? I'm a hero. That's right. I said I'm a hero. A good guy. And in 1 minute, I'll be a bad guy because some politician says there's a deadline.
Sally, what's happening?
Prodigy, I think, says he's not taking off his mask to prove a point.
Sure looks like he proved it.
Yeah, and I think he's drunk, too.
Oh, yeah. That's it, Stark. Come and get me. Then we can let the people decide.
Oh my god. Prodigy, you're now recognized as an unregistered combatant. Please exit the area quietly and stand down. You have 10 seconds to comply.
Do you know what you've done, Stark? You've given them all the ammunition they need. They'll tear us apart because of you. You'll go back to being a billionaire and the rest of us will try to get by on squat. Where are the millions to support my family? Where's my pension plan?
Prodigy, please. All I'm asking is that you give some consideration to this. Keep an open mind. Don't ruin everything you've worked for because of preconceived notions. Okay. People want the act. They need it. We can still work something out if you just come with me.
Ben, come on, this is a war zone.
3 days after the Registration Act passed, Robbie Baldwin, aka Speedball, has fully recuperated, although still incarcerated at an undisclosed location in the United States. Agent Eric Marshall shows up to speak with Robbie once again, and Robbie once again demands his lawyer and argues that he is still an American citizen who has rights. Marshall tells him to shut up and tells Robbie matter-of-factly about the Registration Act being passed into law and what that does and means for him. Marshall then notes that due to the high-profile nature of Robbie's case, the president feels he would be more useful as a registrant than a convict. And Robbie is being offered a one-time chance to escape the crimes committed by he and his former teammates. Robbie tries to argue that he didn't do anything, but Marshall cuts him off and reminds him that his life is over. Then he hands over the offer. Robbie registers with S.H.I.E.L.D. and federal officials, undergoes training to track and subdue unregistered individuals, and cooperates, or he'll be incarcerated for the rest of his natural life. Robbie breaks down and refuses to sign a thing because he did nothing wrong. What happened at Stanford could have happened anywhere. He shouts for his rights and his lawyer, and Marshall leaves and reminds Robbie he's an unregistered combatant, which means that Marshall defines his rights. Sometime later, Robbie is moved out of the facility, beaten severely by the guards as retribution for what happened in Stanford, where one of them used to have a cousin, until an attention-seeking moron tried to fight some crime, and Robbie is flown away to a brand new facility as a lawyer tries desperately to get him to sign on to the registration. But Robbie tells him if he does that, he will be admitting to guilt, and he is not guilty. Robert Baldwin is then delivered to a maximum security prison somewhere within the lower 48 states, totally powerless. His identity, known to everyone, about to be made into an example. As he's transferred in, Robbie stares down the legion of screaming inmates, and as soon as the door is locked, he's slammed to the ground, and a man named Toomey tells him that he's gonna make the rest of the little baby killer's life absolute ruin. I'm not wearing my old mask because I'm ashamed of what I do. I'm proud of who I am, and I'm here right now to prove it. My name is Peter Parker, and I've been Spider-Man since I was 15 years old. Any questions?
Mr. Parker, can you tell us why you settled on Spider-Man?
Well, I didn't think anybody would be afraid of Captain Jellyfish.
How does it feel to be a rock star?
I'm a teacher.
What kind of teacher?
Of 10th graders.
How did you get your powers?
It was an accident.
Mr. Parker, can you tell us about your relationship with Norman Osborn, aka the Green Goblin? Is it safe to say that you and he, in your costume guises, have become, as some would say, mortal enemies? Can you comment?
Norman Osborn murdered someone very dear to me. And that person, more than anyone in the world, did not deserve to die. And he knew it, and that is why he did it. I want people to know exactly what kind of person Norman Osborn has always been, and why he deserves to be in jail for the rest of his life. He is a criminal, just like the rest. Okay, well, that was a downer. Hey, do you guys have any fun questions? You know, my hobbies include video games, photography, long thwips on the beach.
Mr. Parker, can you tell us your plans for the immediate future?
Well, I guess that's the big question, isn't it?
He broke the rules. What difference does it make?
That depends on you, Mr. Osborn. Are you ready to play by a new set of rules?
Journalist Sally Floyd rides blindfolded in the back of a white van. She's helped out and led into a warehouse where she's then unmasked and comes face to face with these guys. Typeface, Solo, Battlestar, Mastrose, Freeware, and Skybolt, members of an anti-registration movement. Sally thanks them for granting this interview, and everyone welcomes her except for Solo, who is too paranoid about all of this. Sally assures Solo and the others she will not rat them out. She is as far left and anti-government control as they come, and she hopes that her previous works in her publications will vouch for herself. Typeface, the leader of this band, thanks her for being the only true journalist with the nerve to speak out against what's happening and grant them a voice. He tells her that Stanford impacted everyone, and just because they refuse to register doesn't mean they don't understand or care about the absolute catastrophe that occurred. Sally begins taking notes in her PDA and asks what their plans are. Typeface tells her that there's word of an underground forming, run by Captain America. And he tells Sally that they plan on following in Cap's footsteps, because you can't steal freedom from someone's heart. And I would like to point out that Typeface originally had the letter R on the top of his forehead for retribution. It was later changed to an A for annihilation, but now it perfectly mimics Captain America, which, is that coincidence? Or did Paul Jenkins pick this character specifically for that reason? She asks why Typeface is anti-registration, since his identity is already known. He used to be pretty messed up and took to some extreme vigilantism, so he's been arrested a couple times, even fighting Spider-Man and other street-level heroes. Typeface explains that he also fought overseas for this country, and he can't stand to see liberty become a hollow promise. She asks the same of Solo, someone who also fought for his country and has no real secret identity. Solo tells her that you can't change the rules every time something explodes. That's just how the people with bombs win. Battlestar wonders, did they forget who the bad guys really are? And meanwhile, Ben Urich has obtained an interview with Reed Richards. Who do you think got the better option there? They walk through an obnoxious hallway of the Baxter building, and Reed asks what exactly Ben has in mind for his Daily Bugle report. Ben notes that Reed has been strongly in favor of the Registration Act, alongside Iron Man, Spider-Man, Hank Pym, and Reed has also been quoted as saying, "This is the only way to avert America's own self-destruction." And Reed explains that yes, that all is true, and this past week in particular has been very difficult, not only for himself, but everyone, and it'll only become more complicated. Ben asks how he can be so sure. Reed offers to prove it to him, and he hands over his tablet, and a hologram erupts to life. It's a visual record of police activity involving costume vigilantes, only going back the past 9 years. It shows each time the police were diverted as a result of costumed criminal activity, there's an entry. Obviously, the vast majority of these occur in New York, Los Angeles, surrounding metropolitan areas. Then it begins a simulation of the next 5 years, given certain behavioral data he's accumulated, and it begins growing.
It looks more like an epidemic outbreak than a crime report. What if you made a mistake in your calculations? Missed a plus or a minus sign? Put an X instead of a Y? You just walked in an anti-gravitational corridor, Mr. Urich. I don't make those kinds of mistakes. Well, that sounds like a dangerous way of thinking, Professor Richards. Well, dangerous thinking is what got us to the moon. Should people be suspicious that the Registration Act is being driven by numbers? The numbers don't consider that every costumed hero intervention requires a police investigation. Consider that almost half of the reported occurrences involve criminal activity on the part of the person wearing the costume. You see, a citizen's arrest is perfectly legal. However, leaving the scene of a crime after such an arrest is not. Criminals are read their Miranda rights for a reason, Mr. Urich. However, you don't seem convinced. So what can I do to allay your fears? Oh, I don't know. I just keep thinking about baseball. Baseball? Do you follow baseball? Yes, it's Franklin's favorite. Well, if you know baseball, you know it's about stats. And what worries me is that so often one team can dominate the stat sheet and yet the other team wins. Opinion polls go up and down, stocks fluctuate according to perception. I think that you're oversimplifying things, Mr. Urich. Well,
I hope you're right, sir. I really do. Because I think it's absurd, honestly, to think you can measure public sentiment and then pretend the numbers don't lie.
And sometime later in the night, Sally works her way home through the city, and then drifts through a crowd of onlookers and police and comes across Thunderclap and Bantam, two lesser-known heroes battling it out in the street. And Sally finds a photographer she knows named Jeff Cresswell, who is perching himself behind a bench and readying his camera as the two heroes catch their breath. Sally asks what the hell is going on. Jeff explains that Thunderclap is anti-registration, while Bantam was one of the earliest sign-ups for it, and that they've been duking it out for the past half hour.
You're messing things up for the rest of us, Thunderclap. Finally, I get my chance to make things right, and you got to step in the way. I don't think so.
They'll colour me unimpressed. Has a kind of greenish hue like a sage.
Police immediately begin radioing in for fire and medical. Thunderclap watches in horror as Bantam burns and screams. Sally and Jeff watch on as the nearby fire crew race onto the scene. They try to extinguish the blaze and work their way on rescuing Bantam's charred body. And Thunderclap shuffles away in a daze. Sally watches as the crew find Bantam's ruined, charred, fleshless corpse in the ruin. Sometime later, Robbie Baldwin sits in a visitor's room. His lawyer, Jennifer Walters, sits across from him. Suddenly he speaks up and asks if she thinks that he lost weight after someone bit a 2-ounce chunk of meat from his arm. She tells Robbie that she cannot let him waste away in here and refuses to let it happen, and that she's currently working on getting him transferred to a more appropriate facility, especially since the prisoners know he's powerless and he's specifically getting targeted. Jen then explains that they'll be challenging the legality of designating him as an unregistered combatant without allowing a grace period because, you know, he was in a coma for weeks and he was medically kaput until the registration was really about to pass. But unfortunately, she notes that it'll take months, if not years, to do that. Also, they have requested that Robbie be examined so that it can be figured out exactly what happened to his powers. Robbie tells her that they're going to make him the scapegoat one way or the other, so it doesn't really matter what he says. There's nothing he can do anymore. Jen sighs and tells him that he could not be here in the first place. He could have signed, and that she's spoken with a judge, and there is still willingness on the other end to back down if she and Robbie offer to plead criminal negligence. But Robbie argues that he didn't do anything wrong, and Jen snaps at him and says she wants to help, she wants to defend him, but he needs to look at it through the eyes of a judge and the jury. He is the one that attacked a house full of bad guys, while he was making a reality TV show that led to the death of 60 children and over 600 people. Robbie argues that those people died because Nitro, the supervillain, blew himself up outside of a school. And she asks if he expects her to convince a jury that 60 dead kids is just collateral damage. Jen takes a breath and apologizes for going a bit savage there. Robbie says he understands, especially when she says she went to Stanford and saw the aftermath and learned that some of the bodies will never be identified. Robbie tells her if he could do anything, he'd go back and do everything differently, but he cannot change the past. So Jen tells him to change the present. Later, Robbie is escorted to his cell as the inmates mock and threaten him. Toomey leans against his bars and assures the baby killer he's not gonna kill him, but he's gonna bring him real close. But he'll never let little Speedball die. Robbie screams out that he's seen 50 times worse than some fat bald guy. He fought Terrax on one of his first adventures. He doesn't need superpowers to kick Toomey's ass. Toomey and Robbie scream at each other as the guards shove him into his cell, and Robbie makes arrangements to face Toomey in the boxing ring during their next gym session together. And Toomey agrees. And the guard slams him back, and he shouts out that they're just as scared of him as the inmates are. And then he simmers down and speaks to his silent cellmate named Hickey. Robbie tells Hickey that he appreciates that he's the only guy who hasn't tried to take a shot at him. Then he sighs, climbs into his bed, and lies down. A few days later, Jennifer Walters paces in the visitor's room and explains that she spoke with S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Marshall today about local and state officials. They've somehow come to an arrangement with minimal damage to everyone involved. So the offer from the governor is that Robbie must agree to register as a costumed hero, then get 3 years of community service doing what he would have done anyway as a costumed hero. And Robbie asks if this is some kind of admission of guilt. Jen nearly pulls out her beautiful strands of green-black hair. As she explains, it is a compromise. Because Robbie would be working pretty much as an advisory capacity job to track unregistered combatants. It's a slap on the fucking wrist. Robbie asks again if he registers. It says that he was out of control, that they were out of control, that it was all the fault of the new Warriors. And Jen tells him it's the best and probably only offer that he'll ever get. Robbie sighs and stares into nothing as Jen waits. Robbie tells her he'll sign the day hell freezes over. It already did, Robbie. Have you not read Innocenti's Daredevil? Sometime later, somewhere in New York, a fish store named Joe's Marine Mania burns to the ground. The two detectives assigned to the case, Keith Dixon and Donna Altieri, watch as the fire crews work to extinguish it. They discuss the situation. Dixon notes no sign of accelerant or even residue from any explosive material. It's kind of like something just tore off the front of the store from the inside out. And he jokingly wonders if the goldfish's testimony could be admissible in court. Altieri wonders why exactly someone would bust out from the inside to begin with if it's a fish store. And Dixon adds onto it, who would bust out from a fish store? And they figure it must have been some costume weirdo, but again, why? It's a fish store. So they head around for some witnesses and find a woman named Karen who lives above the business. Dixon asks if there's anything that she can tell them about the store's owner, why he possibly went missing. And she tears up as she explains that Joe was such a nice man. Both he and his wife were. Karen recounts that she was just in the store earlier today. She'd bought a tetra fish, and Karen joked with Joe that he is so good with fish, it's just like they congregate to him. And she asked the old immigrant man if he trains them, and he replied in a vague Eastern European accent that he does train them, yes. And then he gives her advice on specifics for caring for the tetra fish, and his wife Maria rang her up and laughed and says that she should listen to him because Joe really knows his stuff. Joe then walked Karen out, and she realized that of all the times she's come in, she's never asked where he's from. She knows Maria's from Italy, but where's Joe from? Eastern Europe? Joe confusedly smiled and nodded to her and tells her that she's close, yes. Then he bids her goodbye and the couple close up for the night. And Maria says what a great girl Karen is, and Joe smiles and nods, and then turns off the lights and bids all of the fish a good night. Then the couple head to their apartment home. Joe and Maria have dinner, and they eat some popcorn and channel surf. Eventually, they find a news report of a stranded whale near Coronado Beach in California following a minor magnitude earthquake from somewhere far out in the Pacific. And audio recorders at the nearby SeaWorld and Scripps Institute picked up unusual whale songs not long after it happened. They play the featured recording on the news broadcast, and Joe reacts as though he's come from some kind of trance. His head wobbles atop his spine, his eyes widen, and he silently gets up and walks to the bathroom, where he retrieves a hidden but massive syringe, and then injects it into the base of his jaw. And his true Atlantean form is revealed. In the midst of the stark press conference upon the stairs of the U.S. Capitol the day that the Superhuman Registration Act went into effect. Across the country, across the globe, people found out who Spider-Man was. And 30 million people simultaneously Google searched Peter Parker at the same time, and Google experienced a global outage. Meanwhile, J. Jonah Jameson sits in his office, still watching the broadcasts, and the rebroadcasts, and the rebroadcasts with anchor commentary. And editor Robbie Robertson heads in and asks if JJ's alright.
You know, Robbie, I gave up cigars this morning. I've got patches over half my body, and I'm chewing nicotine gum like it's going out of style. When I made my decision, I remembered Peter telling me all those years ago that I should quit. And I smiled, because as much as I gave him a hard time, as much as he was a
pain in the ass. He was like a son to me. I gave him his start as a photographer. I bought his pictures even when the composition sucked. And in a world built on lies, I thought, he's the only one who's always been straight with me. Last honest guy in town. And it was all a lie, Robbie. Oh, I guess he must have thought it was pretty funny. Thought I was pretty stupid. Having him in here all this time, never knowing. Probably spent whole days laughing at me. Tell me you didn't know.
JJ.
Tell me.
I didn't know, Jonah. Nobody did. And I don't think he was laughing about it. This was probably really hard for him to...
Just don't. Since we vouched for his photos over the years, I'm gonna have to make some kind of statement. Oh, God, the Times are gonna have a field day with this. You know, there's an old saying. Enemies can kill you, but only your friends can hurt you. Spider-Man was a thorn in my side. He ticked me off, embarrassed me countless times, infuriated me. But it's Peter who finally succeeded in hurting me. And there is going to be one hell of a price for that.
Eventually, the press conference ends, and Peter vomits in the Capitol building bathroom while Tony waits for him in the hall. He assures and reminds his protege, Peter Parker, that he made the right choice today, and asks how he's doing as Peter finally stumbles out. Then Tony notes that he knows what Peter's going through, and he recounts the first time he went public as Iron Man, but Peter cuts him off and tells him Tony has no idea what it's like, because Tony never had a family to worry about. Peter has been Spider-Man for, 11 years now at this point. He has lived in terror of that exact moment happening since he took up being a superhero. And now it's happened, and Peter doesn't know what's gonna come next. Tony apologizes and agrees. He doesn't know what it's really like. And Peter asks him that if anything happens to him, that Peter has Tony's word that he'll take care of MJ and May, and Tony agrees. Then they head out a side entrance, and Tony notes that the car is outside and the plane is waiting to take him back to New York. And neither say goodbye as Peter heads out to find a mob of people. They already made signs! Police form a line at the crowd as Peter silently climbs into the car and rides away. Protesters scream obscenities, supporters scream encouragement and thanks. And Peter rides in the car and calls MJ. She says she saw the whole thing and that he did great. And Peter wonders aloud if he did the right thing. MJ tells him of course he did, and that he'll finally get the respect he deserves. Then Peter gets another call from the car phone. He picks it up and is greeted by Dr. Reed Richards. Reed tells Peter he just wanted to call and tell him he did very well today because nothing could require more courage than what Peter did. And Reed commends that. He also tells Pete that if there's anything Reed or the FF can do for him, he should not hesitate to ask. Peter thanks him, and then Sue enters this manic party line. So now Peter has one cell phone with MJ and soon Aunt May, and another phone which is connected to one of the Baxter Building phones which has Reed on it, and another Baxter Building phone which has Sue on it. Sue wants to make sure that he's okay after that big revelation. Reed tells her that Peter's handling it very well. Sue notes she's sure he can handle himself. She wants to know how he's feeling. And MJ wants to know what they're talking about, and eventually Peter speaks between both phones and finally gets tired of that, and so he puts them up side by side with his webbing. Eventually he disembarks as the sun sets on the first official day of the new world they now live in. He finds a man in a suit waiting for him on the tarmac, a lawyer who represents the Daily Bugle, and notes that their client plans to initiate a lawsuit against Peter Parker for misrepresentation, fraud, breach of contract, and several other charges, seeking damages for no less than $5 million. The pilot asks if Peter wants him to bring the car around, and Peter asks that he get them to run it right over him a few times too. Later that night, Peter finally arrives at Avengers Tower to find a barrage of press and onlookers, people shouting his name, reporters calling out questions, live broadcasts airing, and one of them is watched by coach of Midtown High, Flash Thompson. Because, you see, at this point in time, Peter is a teacher at Midtown High as well, alongside Flash. And Flash was in a coma for a while. It's a whole thing. But he forgot most of his life after high school, blah, 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 blah. So he also forgot that he knew Peter is Spider-Man. And so he is in shock and refuses to see what he is seeing on TV, figuring it must be some kind of trick by the real Spider-Man to fool one of his enemies. Eddie Brock lies in the hospital, riddled with cancer, and watches the news reports in his room. And in a personal gym that he's set up in a warehouse, Doc Ock also watches the television. And even the Vulture listens in from a SHIELD detainment center. One way or another, all of Spider-Man's foes learn about the existence of Peter Benjamin Parker. So too do his fellow heroes. And the main word from the news outlets is this: who will follow in his footsteps and step into the Registration Act? Later that night, MJ and Peter embrace. Peter shivers and quakes in her arms, and she reminds him that she is so proud of him. She always will be. And then May interrupts and tells them that Tony is doing another press conference and asks if Peter knew anything about this, and he says, nope.
We commend those who have come forth to cooperate with the government in regard to their private identities, but far too many have made it clear that their decision will not be cooperation. And it's to those people that I want to address my comments. Over the last 10 years, casually and through my own investigations, I have determined the identities of 137 other heroes. Those names are on the list I have in my hand tonight. In case you missed it, the deadline for registration has come and gone. Starting this time tomorrow, anyone who has not come forward to register or who gives aid and comfort to those who refuse will be hunted down, arrested, and imprisoned without exception.
What about Captain America? His identity is known, but word is he's planning or already in the process of helping heroes that won't register.
Without exception means without exception.
And how do you intend to apprehend these individuals?
We will use whatever means are necessary.
I should have been more clear. Do you intend to arrest them yourself, or do you have others signed on to help?
Yes, we're adding names every hour, as heroes do the right thing and sign up. But initially, yes, we do have a strike team led by Reed Richards, Hank Pym, Spider-Man, and myself.
What?
Peter, did you know about this?
Tony said he had to stay behind for a while. He didn't say why. He did take care of something, but... Oh my god, I had no idea there was a... I had no idea it was this. Oh god. Oh, okay, I need some fresh air. I need to think. MJ and Pete sneak out the Avengers Tower through a service entrance and head into an alley to speak, but they are immediately noticed by reporters and onlookers. Peter's spidey sense goes off, and a man runs up and brandishes a gun and claims that he is Captain America's #1 fan, and Peter Parker is a traitor to everything Steve Rogers has fought for. Also, it's False Face from Fantastic Four #10. And Peter throws his hand up in a split second and releases his organic webbing, and False Face fires his gun and it explodes in his hand. The crowd tackle him down as he screams out that he'll sue Peter Parker for blowing his hand up, and MJ and Peter quickly head back inside.
I heard what happened last night. Is MJ okay? Real dandy. Why didn't you tell me before you just threw my name out? There just wasn't time. I told you things are gonna get hot. You said you'd back my play no matter what. I bet both our reputations on that. What, are you changing your mind? I'm saying that if I have to go up against some of our guys, people I trust and respect, I'd like to at least be included in the process, so I'm not freaking blindsided by this. I call you boss because I know it bugs you. Don't start taking it seriously. You're right. I should have talked to you. I apologize. Alright, well, yeah, that's a good start. So, can we get to work now? Because as much as I know you don't want to go up against the very people we've fought alongside, I don't think we're gonna have much of a choice. So, it's best I introduce you to the others you'll be fighting with in this war.
While the events of Marvel's Civil War II and some of the Amazing Spider-Man stuff that we previously saw are taking place, with all of that fallout. Across the country, this is what Wolverine was up to. Logan rends his claws across Nitro's face, tearing into his chin and jaw. Nitro falls to the ground, and a naked Wolverine slams him around Big Sur, California, and really enjoys it. As Logan is pulverizing Nitro, he wonders why the hell Nitro's clothing isn't charged, how his hair isn't on fire, and how the cell phone that he used didn't become a melted block of plastic and electronics. And Wolverine surmises that Nitro's powers must be some kind of sort of eye of the hurricane effect, where there's a kind of safety zone around Nitro's immediate area, meaning as long as he stays right up and close, Logan's gonna have a hell of a time. Meanwhile, a trio of strangers, Paul's wife Pauline, and the giant named Giannis, watch out from the woodlands. Pauline reports back to their majesty that the third party has involved his hairy little self in their affairs with Nitro, and the man on the other end orders them to obtain their goal and kill Wolverine if they have to.
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna kill me? After what you've done, bub. Do you think you deserve any different? But you're one of the good guys. Ain't you been reading the papers lately? All the good guys work for the government now. Everybody else is just breaking the law. But to answer your question, no, I'm not gonna kill you. Oh, I'm gonna beat you for a few more hours. And then I'll move on to the cutting. If you're no longer breathing come sunset, well, that's not really
Wait. What if I give you somebody else? Another name.
The name of somebody else who killed over 600 people.
Yeah,
that's right. You ever stop to wonder how I did it? It's not like I've ever been able to use that kind of power before. Alright, you got 10 more seconds.
Here, look.
You know what this is? Mutant growth hormone. Makes a human more than human. But for us, it's like steroids for powers. You think I care about your dealer? I'm not a narco cop. He's not my dealer. I don't pay a dime. Oh, this is way bigger than me. And I'm the guy that killed a town.
And Wolverine thinks on it and tells Nitro he'd better start talking fast. He also notes that if this is true, he'll give Nitro asylum until he finds the real people behind this. But as Nitro prepares to speak, someone calls out to Wolverine, and he's tackled by Giannis. And the two fight until Giannis rips a fang from his belt and starts swinging the bladed weapon like a maniac. That is until Pauline screams out that this is enough and demands Wolverine stand down as Paul apprehends Nitro. She shouts out that they have no quarrel with Logan. They just want the long-haired one, and then they'll leave. But Logan snarls and tells the cute blonde that he's not gonna let that happen. He needs to find out who's behind Nitro. Who caused the Stamford explosion? Everyone just kind of stares at Logan's dick as some leaves fly past in a gust of wind, and Pauline notes how much of a pity it is that they're going to have to do this. And Giannis slams back into Logan. Nitro prepares to explode when Paul tases him at the base of the skull. Logan keeps fighting Giannis as Nitro wakes back up right away, the MGH, mutant growth hormone, in his body, still kicking, I guess, and thrusts himself up and sends Paul to the ground. Pauline goes after him as Wolverine fends himself from the behemoth, and the fight keeps going until everyone is just exhausted. Except maybe Giannis, he seems fine. Until Logan marches over and sends his claws right through his shoulder. Then he turns and makes for Pauline and commands them to piss off when Nitro rips up behind him and holds that freaky blade to Logan's head. Nitro shouts out that he's gonna move on to the cutting instead, and then Logan easily flips him overhead and tells the weirdos to stay back.
Right now, I want explanations. You're from Stamford, huh? How'd Big Boy over there get the strength to keep getting up? MGH radiation super soldier formula. Come on, I'll cut open
our
another
strength
shoulder.
is our birthright. It comes from our home, which is not your Stamford. It is not your country. It's not even your world. This Nitro murdered a member of the royal family.
You're from Atlantis?
Members of the Royal Guard, here for Princess Namorita's justice.
On whose freaking orders? Really, Wolverine? Do you have to ask?
Namor and Wolverine immediately start duking it out, and they eventually wind up fighting their way back towards the crashed SHIELD VTOL. Then they go for a little bit longer until Namor slams Logan away, and Logan just gets up, tells Namor to go dunk himself, steals some still intact SHIELD clothing from one of the plane's crew, and with the clothing now on, Wolverine and Namor start back at it. Logan shunks all 6 claws deep into Namor's chest. Giannis, Paul, Pauline, and Nitro alongside are brought along behind the fighting duo. Giannis roars and charges after Logan, but he's brought to the ground. Logan rips off his breathing mask and sends it rippling through the air directly into Paul's neck. He reverts back to his true form and falls to the ground. Pauline holds Nitro as Logan moves towards her. Then Namor pops up, shouts, "Imperious Rex!" and down goes Wolverine. The last thing Logan sees and hears before he blacks out is Namor telling him that if he wants to eviscerate someone, go for the major organs. Logan wakes up many hours later and finds the sun setting over the horizon. He chastises himself for not picking up on the distinct Atlantean smell sooner, and then uses it to track Namor and his buddies through California and down to the coast, and Logan makes a phone call to someone and waits.
So, Namor.
Had to figure it, right? I mean, it was his cousin Nitro killed.
And the sleeper agents?
I don't know what else to call them. They look human and know all about the things in the surface world.
Great. Another problem. Perfect. Do you think I can get some fish flakes and keep them busy for a while? You wanted justice for Stanford. Nitro's getting in spades now. Atlanteans punish criminals by taking their skin off in strips, you know.
I wish it were that simple, Tin Can. Nitro was all yoked up on MGH when he did Stanford, and someone supplied him with it. And he was about to tell me who before the goddamn fish came on by.
Logan, what do you need me for?
I can't breathe underwater.
It doesn't take long for the Iron Man suit to travel many, many nautical miles and eventually come across the Atlantean province called Pangaea, population 943,021. He lands at a plaza and demands that they take him to their leader. In the throne room, Namor sighs in disbelief that this is still something he has to deal with and tells Tony to just go home. Iron Man tells him no dice. Wolverine made a deal with Nitro to provide asylum and find the true people behind and responsible for Stanford and the death of Namorita. Namor laughs that Wolverine, of all people, made a bargain to spare a mass murderer's life, and once again instructs his old Illuminati mate to leave. And Namor recommends to keep Wolverine on a leash as short as his little body. Iron Man tries to argue again, but Namor stops him and asks for one good reason. Why he should release the murderer of his cousin to the tender mercies of the surface world. And Logan snicks his claws through the suit of armor and tells Namor he's got 6 good reasons right here. Giannis goes for him, but Logan again easily undoes him. He wants a rematch with the Fish King. But Pauline interrupts him from behind, and he grabs her by the head and uses her as a hostage to get to Nitro. Pauline, whose real name in Atlantean is Amir, demands Logan just do it. She'll gladly die to bring about justice for her princess. And Namor demands to know why the murderer is worth Logan's words. Logan tells him he's not, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still his word. Namor says his stupidity is only outdone by his arrogance, and then mocks Logan's weird code of honor. But Logan tells the king that Nitro has information that they both want. And Amir reveals that her husband Paul, real name Politus, is already interrogating him, and Logan demands that they take him there. So, they take him there, and find the immediate aftermath of Nitro having murdered Politus. Amir races to her husband, and he reveals to her what he learned with his dying breath. And he tells her a name of a human. Amir rampages towards Nitro, but Logan holds her back, and he cuts off Nitro's right hand. Logan stands over him and thinks of what his life has been for this past month, that he has been hunting Nitro down, and he could do it. Right here, his claws, mere inches from a mass murderer's jugular. But Logan retracts them and tells Nitro it isn't his place to kill him, it's the Atlanteans. And then Logan leaves. And some time passes. The registration continues. Iron Man's forces are in constant news streams dealing with Captain America's secret Avengers, and Logan sits in a bar and drinks.
Wolverine. You come here to give me Nitro's ashes? Oh no. For the foreseeable future, he will be a guest of New Pangea. Well, that's quite a show of restraint. It is much like yours, no? It wasn't restraint. Just realized you were right. I was being arrogant. You tell anybody I said that and I'll gut you like a fish. Before Nitro escaped, Politus extracted the information you were looking for. Yeah, too bad Politus took it to his grave, huh? Not entirely. His dying words to Amir revealed the identity of Nitro's benefactors, an individual named Walter Declan. I know this man from my days in corporate America. My sources tell me that these days, he's the CEO of Damage Control.
Steve Rogers sits in an old hangar, seemingly some kind of safe house or rarely used Avengers facility he knows about. It's also seemingly a place that he's been to before, because he has some things here, like a change of clothes, a drafting table, pencils, paper, because don't forget, Steve Rogers is an artist. And for some time, he was a comic artist, illustrating his own Captain America comic books for Timely, or Marvel, or whatever they called it in the story, as like his civilian alter ego. But you'll never see anything like that from Marvel or DC these days. They will never let their heroes have actual lives. Anyway, he needs to draw, because it makes him happy. It helps him escape the reality that he now has no one he can trust. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. is hunting him down, now that Tony and the others are pushing for significant government oversight and control. And then he hears them. A S.H.I.E.L.D. Superhuman Restraint Unit, aka Cape Killers, as they rush at him. Steve grabs his shield and tells everyone to stand down and just radio in that they failed to capture him, because at least then they'd be able to walk away. But the Cape Killers open fire with their specially made trank guns, and, well, Steve ruins them all. He goes head-to-head with one in particular who stands his ground against Captain America, but Steve gets the better of him and slams him to the floor, and the man readies himself back up as Steve lunges again with his shield and stops. And Dumb Duggan removes his helmet and tells Steve to just do it, because otherwise he's not going to stop. He was given his mission, and good soldiers always follow orders. Steve rips Duggan's radio out, does a pretty good impression, and radios to S.H.I.E.L.D. that they killed Captain America and now are in the process of sweeping the area, and the rest of the teams are not to move in until Duggan contacts them. Then Duggan falls unconscious, and then Steve weakly escapes into a pipeline. He kind of blacks out after this and doesn't remember much, because next he knows he wakes up several days later where he finds Sam Wilson the Falcon, who reveals that he was looking for Steve after S.H.I.E.L.D. went to Sam's house. So Sam went out searching the safe houses he was aware of and found Steve unconscious at an old warehouse of Furies, bleeding out. And as Steve wakes up, he demands that Sam removes his mask and tells him personal details only Sam would know. Sam does this, Steve apologizes, and then thanks his friend for the help. Then he asks if Sam signed the registration, and Sam is disgusted by the idea. And then he immediately asks Cap what the plan is. Steve tells him that the first thing they need to do is forge documentation, and then asks if Sam is really ready to go in on this with Steve. And Sam tells him he is always ready to follow Captain America. After they finish working in Fury's little workshop, they suit up and head into the New York City to form a team. They conduct recon and spot Spider-Man in his fancy new Iron Man-themed suit, swinging to Avengers Tower. Steve notes that Peter siding with Tony is just very disappointing to Steve. It seems like he really kind of takes it a little deep to heart. But then they hear screaming and some gunshots, and take off to go deal with that. And several hours later, Hank Pym works in his lab as a news report airs amateur footage of Captain America and Falcon stopping the Shocker and another villain who were trying to exploit the sharp decline in hero activity by robbing someplace. Then Captain America and Falcon arrive in the lab. Steve asks Hank for his help, and Hank asks what on earth he's talking about. Steve pleads with their old friend that they can't just sit idly by. They're Avengers, for God's sake. Hank is a founding Avenger. And Hank reveals that he signed well before any deadline was even given for the Registration Act, especially since his secret identity hasn't been a secret in years. And Hank is one of the believers in this kind of oversight and control that the law will bring, and argues that it'll help the people that the heroes work to save, and that there won't even need to be an Avengers anymore, because they'll just be protectors. Hank instead pleads with Steve to play ball before things go bad, which just angers Steve. He demands to know who they'll be playing ball for exactly. S.H.I.E.L.D., the US government, some unseen figurehead in the government. And Steve tells Hank that they were part of the world's greatest super team. And Steve tells Hank that they were part of the world's greatest super team. And they worked for no one, except for the people that needed them. And if Hank has just thrown all of that away, now that he's signed the registration, that means that the heroes won't be able to truly help. They'll be controlled, they'll be leashed, they'll be told who they can help, when they can help them. Then he and Sam begin marching to the window to fly out, when Hank grows to Giant Man and blocks them. He once again asks Steve and Sam to please stand down and side with the Act. Steve shouts for him to stand down, and Hank assures him that he refuses to fight. He's a pacifist now. He's just gonna keep them talking long enough for the S.H.I.E.L.D. Cape Killers to erupt into the lab. Cap launches his shield square into Hank's face, and it rebounds back as he races after Sam, who explodes through the window. Steve dives out, just nearly escaping Hank's grip, and he's caught by the Falcon. They maneuver through the city, and Hank watches his old friend disappear between the skyscrapers. And a few minutes later, Sam and Steve hide out on a rooftop, and Sam asks if he has anyone else in mind. In the Lower East Side, on the day that everything changed, high school sophomore Jordan Harrison wakes up at 5:45 a.m. He's been dreaming about Madeline Daniels, his lab partner, and just how in love with her he is. And just like every other day, he immediately gets to studying. We then learn that Jordan is a decent student, B's and C's in just about everything except for his science classes, physics, chemistry, and now biology. And those 45 minutes every day of his biology class are moments that he feels he's actually in his element. He doesn't feel like he's alone in the world. He doesn't feel weak or awkward, and he really connects with his teacher, Mr. Parker. He's usually a chemistry teacher, but due to some recent cutbacks at Midtown High, he's teaching a section on biology as well. Eventually, Jordan's mother wakes up and gets him ready to get going to school before she heads off to work as a paralegal at Nelson and Murdoch. Later, Jordan brushes his teeth after eating, gets dressed as the morning slowly rolls on as it does every other day. His mother prepares to tell her son goodbye when the news anchor switches to a Stark press conference in Washington, and they watch as Peter Parker reveals to the world that he is Spider-Man. Their house phone rings immediately. It's the call Jordan has waited for his whole life. Madeline Daniels on the line. She asks if he saw the news, because she is completely disturbed. This is insane. Their teacher is Spider-Man? But Jordan and Maddie aren't the only ones who saw the broadcast go out. There was a certain Octopod-themed villain pumping iron in a warehouse who also witnessed the revelation. And as he watches the news and speaks over the phone to Maddie, he realizes this is the most she's ever talked to him outside of an assigned project for class. But as much as he would love to focus on that, he can't. His mind goes elsewhere, and he remembers a moment he and Mr. Parker had after class one day not too long ago. Hey, Jordan, what can I do for you?
The thing is, Mr. Parker, don't take this the wrong way, but, I know you, said biology wasn't, really your, favorite area of expertise, but, well, I know it's chemistry or whatever, but, I'm really counting on you.
On me?
This class, I mean, because I'm working towards, I want to be, like a biologist.
You are?
Yeah, a marine biologist. I love octopi and squid and stuff, and I've been talking to the University of Miami, and they have like a great program, and they said I have to get serious now if I want to go there.
Okay, I see. And you think I'm not a biologist at heart, and maybe because I have a reputation for not always being around, I'm not going to push you the way that you need to be pushed, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, well, take my word for it. I know what it's like to be your age and feel a passion for science, and although my dissertation was in radioactivity, I'm more proficient in biology. Whenever you need me, if you want to get ahead or, do extra credit, anything like that, I'll be there, okay? Hey, and FYI, nobody knows octopi the way I know octopi. Back in the present, Jordan arrives at school and wonders, what happens now? And selfishly, as teenagers are off to think, he wonders how it specifically affects him. Is Jordan just going to discover that some days Mr. Parker has to cancel the extra assignments and after-school tutorials and assistance he promised Jordan if Venom decides to show up or something? What happens when Jordan applies to college and he has on one of his recommendations Spider-Man? The next day arrives and Otto Octavius rushes across New York City, headed for Midtown High. Meanwhile, Jordan heads to school once again and does his route of taking, I don't know, the F train out to Queens. He prepares to enter the station when a mailbox flies past his head and a crowd of people runs screaming past, because just down the block, Dr. Octopus faces off against Spider-Man.
Have you been laughing at me all this time? All these years? You and your aunt laughing. Peter Parker. Otto, please calm down. I'll thank you. Do not tell me to calm down. Peter, I've been Spider-Man since I was 15. Parker! No, it's a shock, Otto, I know. But let's talk about it away from these people.
Jordan and Maddie, who I guess also commutes to Midtown High in Queens, and also lives close enough to Jordan to also be here at this train station. Watch on as Doc Ock tries to kill Mr. Parker. Spidey tries to get back to his feet as Otto lunges at him, demanding to see his face. So Spidey retracts his mechanical mask and asks if Otto's happy now. The two face off as Ock recounts all of those years he has faced Spider-Man, and one specific moment many years ago when Otto had unmasked him and found the weak little brat photographer Peter Parker, and he couldn't believe it was something other than a ruse by the real Spider-Man. And he grins grimaces as he thinks of how stupid that mistake was, how much hardship and ruin Spider-Man has brought upon Otto Octavius's life, and he could have done away with it with the snap of his neck. Jordan screams that he would have killed a kid, not Spider-Man. Maddie tells him to shut up and keep hiding and stay down, but Jordan keeps going. He says that if Otto Octavius kills Spider-Man, he'll just be killing a guy, someone with a name and a face and a family who has people who love him and depend on him. And Otto takes a moment and asks if this young man is one of those people who depends on Parker. Jordan tells him he's one of Mr. Parker's students, and then Maddie runs up and tells him that she is too. And Otto shouts out and asks if they truly believe that Parker cares for them. Jordan tells him that Mr. Parker cares more for him and their education and the education of all of his peers, far more than any teacher he's ever had. And Maddie agrees. Otto asks why on earth any of this should matter. And Spidey tells him that Jordan was probably just distracting him to buy Spider-Man some time. And Spider-Man thwacks Doc Ock across the street. Maddie and Jordan watch on, and we learn by the narrator that this is what makes her rethink her stance on science nerds, and they will begin dating by the end of the week. Spider-Man lowers to the ground and then checks on Otto as Jordan asks if he's dead. Peter notes he's just unconscious, but he'll make sure he doesn't do anything drastic when he wakes up. Peter thanks Jordan and Maddie for the help and commends Jordan on his bravery for even stepping up in the first place. And Jordan jokes that Mr. Parker is a far better teacher to them alive. And so we then learn that Jordan will be awarded a scholarship that allows him to attend the University of Miami once he graduates high school. And because of what he did here today, because of the news reports and interviews, after he gets his PhD for his work with the Humboldt squid, Jordan will be known as a nickname, Dr. Octopus. And it'll be the first nickname that anyone has ever given him that he'll actually be happy to live with. Sometime after Johnny Storm was mobbed and beaten, and although his condition was assuaged by doctors, he has been in a coma. The doctor notes that if he does wake up, he will need to be eased into it, so no sudden actions, violent or negative emotions, things that could severely upset him. And Ben Grimm the Thing asks why the doctor looked at him during that last bit, and the doctor then continues and notes that the presence of familiar voices might have a beneficial effect to rouse Johnny back. He also suggests playing music that he enjoyed, so Sue plans on bringing his iPod when she comes back. Ben offers to take the first watch of the match head and asks Reed when he plans on stopping by again, but he can't get through because Reed and Sue are arguing over Reed's war and all of the work and concentrated effort that he has been putting towards the Registration Act and his involvement with the Registration Coalition, and the fact that Reed promised that the conflict and events wouldn't last this long. Yet they're still going, and Sue does not see an end in sight. And if there is, it's not a pretty one. She bites at him that he's too busy helping Tony round up the people that they used to call their friends. And Reed's only argument for this is that he won't betray his principles. Sue asks if that's another way of saying he's just following orders. And Reed tells her that that is such an immature argument to make. And then they both stand there silently, and as Reed prepares to leave, he asks Ben when he'll be joining Reed and the others involved with the coalition. And Ben tells Stretch that he is not a part of this whole thing that they're doing, and suggests that Reed and Sue go and cool off for a bit before someone says something that can't be unsaid, because Ben plans on staying right here in the hospital with Johnny for the time being. Reed and Sue give each other a look, and then they head their separate ways. And Ben pulls up a chair and sits beside Johnny Storm, the Human Torch.
Okay, kid. So, what do you want me to talk about? No, I couldn't. No. Well, yeah. I am the most interesting thing in the room, pun intended. But, okay. If you insist, you talked me into it.
Ben goes on and on, recounting his life story for what feels like endless hours. Things he's never told anyone before. Embarrassing stories from his childhood and adolescence. Some of his more violent outbursts from when he was a teenager and was getting bullied. What it was like to grow up Jewish. And how long it's been since he's actually gone to the temple. He sings some songs and plays some music, and eventually runs out of things to talk about, until he remembers the update Reed got about Thor's hammer Mjolnir, and the location where it crashed at in Oklahoma. You see, once word spread that Thor's magical mallet was just sitting out in the open, everyone and their grandmother went to see if they were the one who could pick it up. Eventually, the government just gave up trying to stop them, and instead posted up a queue with medics on standby in case someone really hurt themselves. But so far, absolutely no one has been able to even make it budge. Ben philosophizes that when the hammer fell, it tilted the whole country, and anything that's not nailed down is rolling away. Sue shows up not long after with Johnny's iPod, and Ben looks up at her in surprise and asks how long it's been. Did he seriously sit here the whole day and night? And Sue softly smiles and tells him no, but she does appreciate him staying the whole hour that she was gone. And she tells Ben that she would rather be the one to stay here, and thanks him again and urges him to head out and spend his own time how he'd like it. But before he goes, she wants to speak to him about the topic that she and Reed were discussing earlier.
Reed's right when he says the country is tearing itself apart over the registration. But he's wrong in deciding to go after anyone who doesn't sign. That's not what we should be doing.
Then what do you think we should be doing, Susie? You want to take up arms against S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government or something?
Disagreement isn't disloyalty, Ben. Sometimes the most patriotic thing you can do in a democracy is disagree. I've been doing some serious thinking. Just everything's been moving so fast. And I don't know what to do.
But you don't gotta do it tonight. You got more important things. You gotta take care of yourself, Susie. Hey, you need something, you just call.
Ben heads out onto the hospital floor and then overhears a TV broadcasting news of registered heroes facing off against unregistereds. The newscaster notes that these costume characters have already decimated several city blocks, and most of the combatants have been hospitalized and subsequently arrested by S.H.I.E.L.D. Then the guy starts getting pelted by cans and rocks and random junk as people off camera shout out anti-registration cries. The reporter runs away and continues about the fight that is still ongoing and the protesters that are showing up, and Ben realizes where they are: Yancey Street. Sometime later, the fighting still rages on as anti-registration combatants dwindle in numbers. Miss Marvel fights against Silverclaw as Ben Grimm rocks up. She glares over to him as she slams Silverclaw to the street and asks why he's just standing there instead of helping her. But Ben doesn't respond, and instead marches past towards NYPD riot squads and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents waiting in the wings. The captain of the riot squad tells Ben that every time they try to move down Yancey Street to drag away the incapacitated, non-registered people, they're hit with bricks, cans, pipes, pretty much anything and everything that isn't nailed to the ground. And one guy even got hit in the face with a Bible. The captain complains that the situation is bad enough without these goddamn protesters, but these people just don't respect their government. And Ben marches off down Yancey Street.
Every time I get out, they just drag me right back in. What in Sam Hill is wrong with you people?
Keep it down, you baby, you big scared baby.
Get down here right now.
Go back home to your ivory power. Yancey Street don't want ya.
Hey, yo, Ben.
Hey, what's up, C? What are you guys doing?
Thought you'd be happy we're shutting down the fascists.
Fascists? Where'd you pick that one up?
Yeah, we read books.
Jerk!
Yeah, pop-up books got a lot more serious since I was a
Look,
kid.
What's your problem?
These are the heroes we respect. They shouldn't have to give up their names for nobody. And now, because everybody knows who you already are, I know you got nothing to risk.
Yeah, I'm getting that a lot lately.
But even you gotta see this is wrong, right?
I don't know that they're wrong.
You saying they're right?
I'm not saying that either.
So what are you saying?
Look, I'm saying... I'm thinking about it.
You're thinking about it?
I'm thinking about it.
You think they got that kind of time, Chief?
Look, as a concept, do I think it's wrong? Yeah. But it's the law. There's a lot of laws I don't like. Can't smoke inside anymore. But that's life. I'm not big on the idea of fighting my own government. But, because I do think the law's wrong, even though I won't fight it, doesn't mean I support it. Doesn't mean I'ma help round people up.
Look, Grim, just because you as big as Switzerland doesn't mean you are Switzerland. You can't stick around and be neutral. You gotta take a stand, same as us. Yancey Street is making our stand.
You get in the middle of this and you're gonna get arrested. Or worse, see? You guys are gonna get hurt.
Yeah, we know. We don't have powers. We're not gonna take down Galactus or something, but we gotta stand up for what's right. They want our heroes, they want our guys. They gotta come over us first.
So, me asking you to lay off, go home, it's gonna do squat, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Unless you want to help us. Unless you want to take a side. Instead of being all Switzerlandy and wearing your wooden shoes.
That's Holland. I'll think about it.
Hey, everybody hear that? He's gonna think about it. Forget him. We gotta do what we gotta do.
Meanwhile, across the city, Mad Thinker meets with the Puppet Master regarding information they're leaking to anti-registration groups, such as Yancey Street, about S.H.I.E.L.D. convoys moving captured heroes. And Thinker orders Puppet Master to continue their preparations for their grand plan, and make sure everything is ready and waiting, so that they can extinguish a swath of their competition in one fell swoop. And sometime later in Oklahoma, a bus pulls up and drops off a blonde man in a trench coat. He marches past the queue and cuts ahead. Some guys shout at him and go to release some pent-up anger on the guy when he easily takes them down. Then he kneels before Mjolnir and grips it in his hand. And a beam of light erupts up and into the sky. It ripples into the stars, and a vast rupture in space swallows the night. Glowing gold bathes down upon them as the man disappears. Okay, so this is one that needs a little explanation, because I'm sure plenty of people aren't aware. X Factor at this time is not the weird 80s, 90s mutant team. It is actually X Factor Investigations, which is a private detective agency founded by Jamie Madrox, the Multiple Man. It's based out of District X in Manhattan, which was a place where predominantly mutants were located. You know, it's like Little Italy, except it's Little Genosha. It's a neat idea, and there were a few series based on this location from the 2000s, and I really should give a round of covering them. It's an idea that came from Grant Morrison's New X-Men. However, this is a post-House of M, post-decimation world we're now living in, where mass amounts of mutants were wiped out by the Scarlet Witch. Make sure to check out my video on House of M if you haven't already. They weren't killed, their X gene is just gone. They're powerless now. And the majority of mutants now in America, if they aren't spread out through the country, are either now living in the Xavier estate as refugees, pretty much, under the constant watch of giant sentinels, or they live here in District X. In District X, aka Mutant Town, a suspiciously white-haired man walks down the street towards the offices of X Factor as Lila Miller sits outside and reads. Atlas shrugged. Huh. She tosses a chip of asphalt clear away, and it strikes a dude's head. When he turns around, Lila tells him that the white-haired guy threw it, and then they chase him off. Not long after, Jamie Madrox and Guido, aka Strong Guy, head out discussing current events, and Guido asks Lila what she's up to. But he's not a fan of the Rand, so the duo head off. Upstairs, Richter does a crossword puzzle with the reluctant help of Monet St. Croix, as Siren reads the Daily Bugle and complains about Jameson's editorials, specifically about the Superhuman Registration Act, and how JJJ is championing himself because he's been saying that something like this should have been done years ago. Monet asks what the big deal is, and Siren asks what exactly she thinks the next logical step will be after a superhuman registration. She then tells the two that it's called the erosion of freedom for a reason. It happens slowly and over time. Richter asks what the X-Men's take on the whole situation is, but Siren doesn't know. and she notes how weird Cyclops has been these past few months. When he came by the offices the other day, she's pretty sure he recognized Lila, but acted like he didn't. Richter doesn't trust Lila and is put off by her, going so far as to worry that she's a spy. And Lila shows up, and Richter starts questioning her when the phone rings. Siren notes Lila usually tells them before the phone rings and jokes that the girl must be losing her touch. Lila tells her she shouldn't take the call. Siren does so anyway, and hears Jamie Madrox on the horn. But she hears two voices on the other end. Both Jamie, one of them panicking about the heroes lying to them, all while the other sternly says he's wondering if they've been investigating the wrong angles in regard to the decimation, aka the reason that millions of mutants lost their powers, aka M-Day. Siren relays the message to the others, and they wonder if the X-Men really do know something that X-Factor aren't privy to. Richter asks if there's anything Lila would like to tell them that she might be holding back, and Lila asks if Richter would even believe her, no matter what she said. He says probably not, so she walks away and asks why they're making this all so difficult. She heads back outside right before Jamie Madrox in a nice suit was about to ring the door. She welcomes him in and lets him inside and directs Agent Madrox to the X-Factor office. Madrox notes that Lila isn't in his files about X-Factor as he heads inside, and then Siren flies off and out of the building. Agent Madrox finds Richter and Monet hanging out, and they ask why Jamie is suddenly in a nice suit, before realizing he's a dupe. Madrox corrects them, however, and prefers the term co-original. He was one of the original duplications of Jamie, sent out to work in espionage, and eventually worked his way into S.H.I.E.L.D. Madrox even flaunts his badge to prove it, and notes that he's come here to sign up X-Factor to the Superhuman Registration Act. And outside, something very weird happens. One of the guys that chased off Quicksilver returns, flying down the street, crying out in joy that his powers are back, and he is a mutant again. Lila is in shock because her precognition told her he and his friend were gonna chase Quicksilver, and Quicksilver was gonna get hit by a truck. The guy tells her he doesn't know what she's talking about, and nothing like that was even close to happening. Then he realizes he can't land and starts rising into the sky as he flails wildly. And Lila ponders what on earth could be happening. Meanwhile, Guido and Jamie arrive to a freaky underground lab where an associate of theirs has been running some tests on DNA samples of a now-dead X-Factor villain called Trip, who had planned on modifying the legacy virus to target former mutants. It's a whole thing from the X-Factor series, don't worry about it, just accept it. The lab guy tells them what he's found, specifically the folder marked weird. He reveals he found new DNA markers, meaning that the Trip guys, Junior and Senior, were weird time-traveling clones or something. Like it was the same dude from different periods of his life, when he's older and when he's younger. But that's not it. He also discovers that this mystery villain wasn't a mutant to begin with. Instead, he was something else, some other subspecies entirely. Like a mutant, but not. And Jamie and Guido are just flabbergasted. They have no idea what to make of this. Sometime later that afternoon, a robber erupts from a convenience store and Spider-Man lands before him. The gunman grabs a little girl and puts the gun to her skull. He shouts out that he can't wait for more heroes to come clean with their identities, because they'd better be living in Fort Knox. And once he gets away from this, ooh, he's gonna be knocking on Spider-Man's door. Then his arm is blasted by Siren's sonic shriek, and Spider-Man leaps to action and clocks the guy in the jaw and saves the little girl. Then he webs him up to a light pole and swings up to a roof where he meets Siren, and they watch as police arrive onto the scene. Yeah, hey, thanks for the help smashing his gun apart with, whatever it was you did. What do you call it?
Sonic Lance. Man, not so good aim. I was trying for his head.
Oh. Cool. Well, either way, job well done.
I heard what he was screaming about the Registration Act. It's just another reason why it's a bad idea.
I don't know about that. Hundreds of people died because of the new Warriors. Whatever happened to taking responsibility?
Yeah, they really got to you.
Nobody got me.
Oh, no? Guy climbed over a circus fence and reached into a cage to pet the tiger. Animal ripped his arm off. He sued the circus, saying they should have had taller fences. He won.
Look, I'm not saying that...
A burglar was climbing around a roof trying to reach the skylight. Roof collapsed, he sued the owner. Won. The new Warriors weren't responsible for all those deaths. The bad guys they took down were. But since the bad guys can't beat us in the field, they're trying to beat us through the courts, and now through Congress, in a world that can't distinguish who's on whose side of angels or who's playing for Satan. This is what happens. And what, you're okay with that?
Obviously not. But are you okay with the public just not being able to distinguish? Because I'm not. They have to know we're on their side, Siren. And maybe the only way we can let them know is by being honest.
You believe in honesty that much?
Yeah, I do.
Then, why not be a sweetheart and tell me everything you know about the decimation, please?
Sure, you bet. Yeah, Siren not only has a sonic voice, but also this sort of trance that she can put people in. Her accent alone would be enough to get me to spill the beans. Anyway, later, Rain Sinclair, aka Wolfsbane, shows up and asks Lila what she's doing outside all alone. Lila tells her she's waiting for something, that she'll only know when it gets here. Then Rain, very confusedly, heads inside. Inside, she finds Agent Madrox coercing Monet and Richter into signing the registration. Rain is brought up to speed on Agent Madrox, and he suggests that she follow her associates' lead in their civic duty by complying with registration. Rain asks what the hell they're doing. Monet points out that she has nothing to hide, and Richter doesn't even have powers anymore. So it's really not that big of an issue. Madrox eventually leaves and finds Lila still outside, and he says she looks like she has the weight of the world on her shoulders. And then he chuckles and asks how she deals with it. Lila tells him she shrugs. Elsewhere, Siren and Jamie speak over the phone. Jamie pleads with her to just land and stop screaming to fly! But she tells him that they have far more important things. She got everything from Spider-Man. He knew, Cyclops knew, the Avengers, some of them knew, Emma Frost knew, hell, most of the X-Men know what caused the decimation, what was M-Day, what the House of M was? Jamie asks why on earth Cyclops would keep them in the dark like this, and then he wonders about Pietro. Siren tells him it's a huge cover-up, and they need to march their asses to the mansion and kick the doors down and demand answers. Jamie tells her that they are not gonna do that, and orders her to meet him at the office. And later, Pietro returns, and he asks if he knows Lila from somewhere. There's just something about her face that's really clicking in his mind, but he can't place it. And without looking up from her book, she tells him that she is his nemesis, and Quicksilver is hers. Pietro tells her she is quite full of herself, and notes that Lila reminds him of his own daughter. Quicksilver tells her that he did terrible things for his daughter out of love, and asks Lila to just imagine what he could do to those who are his nemesis. Lila keeps reading, and he says he prefers to act by helping instead of hurting people now. And Lila notes that helping is good, hurting is evil, and sometimes it's hard to tell them apart. Pietro tells her that evil is relative. She got in his way earlier and really screwed him over, and to him that makes her evil. Lila assures him she's not evil. She's just trying to do the right thing. Whatever that is. Pietro assures her he's doing the same. But Lila shuts him down and calls him evil. But evil has no power but that which others let it have. Then she tells him that X-Factor are waiting for him upstairs, and Pietro tells her it would be wise to stay out of his way in the future. Lila agrees, and as Pietro heads inside, Siren, Jamie, and Guido all arrive. At the Commission on Superhuman Activities headquarters, Dallas Reardon and Henry Gyrick watch footage from the previous incredibly successful Thunderbolts missions to apprehend various supervillains. Field Team A, made of Mach 4 and 3 Beetles, successfully located and apprehended the Eel and the Porcupine in San Francisco. Field Team B, Fixer, Blizzard, Joystick, and Quicksand easily defeated and arrested the UFOs in Portland, while Field Team C, Songbird, Atlas, Smuggler, are currently in pursuit of the Mongoose. Dallas asks about the collateral and property damages that have been occurred since they unofficially enlisted the Thunderbolts in their help with the Superhuman Registration Act coalition, of course led by Tony Stark. Gyrick tells her that if every group of superheroes were as careful as these former villains, the world might not even need a registration act to begin with. Although Gyrick isn't into the whole reformed superfelons working for the government element, he cannot ignore that their actions speak for themselves. They are incredibly effective. More so than the superheroes that are leading the official S.H.I.E.L.D. Cape Killer squads. And then the two watch as the drone footage of Songbird and the team capture Mongoose. Then it's revealed that they're actually before an audience in the operations theater of the CSA building. The room is filled with various Joint Chiefs and members of the intelligence community, and Gyrick continues the presentation on Operation Justice Like Lightning. Man, that's just a rough title. It sounds a lot like a real-life Operation title, though. He and Dallas continue their presentation to the crowd, noting the drastic uptick in draftees to the Thunderbolts, and the fact that they use subdermal phase shift locators, so if any member breaks the parameters of the assignments, they are immediately teleported right back to a Thunderbolts-branded holding facility created by member the Fixer. An audience member asks Dallas what becomes of this supervillain army when the current situation regarding registration has been resolved. Dallas tells them that the hope and goal for the Thunderbolts is to continue serving as agents of the US government. But if that doesn't work out, they have contingency plans, such as a facility which is closing in on its final development by Reed Richards and his team. Gyrick then takes over and explains that the biggest concern is Helmut Zemo, the son of a Nazi, and also a Nazi and Hydra-affiliated person. But Zemo is just such an odd character. Really weird, just looking back on his history. Because the writers and editors at Marvel still have not figured out if he's a Nazi. Still. Like, in the 90s and 2000s, Zemo had a characterization that we see here as someone moving on and forging, like, a new path in life, blah, 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 blah. But eventually he just kind of goes back to, like, being a Nazi again, and they do play with the whole, well, he wasn't a Nazi, his dad was a Nazi, but Zemo was very Hydra-based, as more of a, I don't know, like a supremacist. Gyrick describes him as a supremacist, but he doesn't explicitly say of what. And I think it's suffice to say, if anything, Baron Zemo is just like a human supremacist. I think the best way to describe who Zemo has become, at least at this point in time, would be a Machiavellian, despotic autocrat. Like, he believes he is firmly above everyone else, and he deserves to rule, and then he doesn't really have it either way, what race you are, I guess. Meanwhile, at a massive complex under construction, Zemo arrives via a spatial portal. Zemo asks how things are going, and Hank Pym notes that the static spatial field technology that the Thunderbolts provided has become a key element of the construction of the facility. Zemo's glad to hear it and reiterates that he is always happy to provide whatever resources he can. He notes that, all things considered, this will be a far more humane method to dealing with these superhuman problems rather than, say, blackmailing the Thunderbolts into ambushing the Avengers. When would that ever happen? Hank Pym argues that he hated having to do that, but it was necessary. He needed some way to force both teams together. Then Hank's temper starts to rise, and Reed has to calm him down. Zemo can't help but notice that they altered the spatial frequencies. Reed explains it was to better stabilize the portal, and Zemo comments on it and activates his own portal and heads away. Radioactive Man, member of the Thunderbolts, watches as Hank and Reed discuss Zemo. Hank's still worried about the fact that he's suddenly on their side, and Reed notes that the potential reward for Zemo's rehabilitation is enormous, not only to the world itself, but their cause. And back in the Folding Castle, interspatial home of the Thunderbolts, Zemo arrives back to find Atlas, Smuggler, and Songbird waiting for him with the captured Mongoose. Zemo is told by Songbird that the other teams are currently working on securing their operations and the people they were sent to capture, but they'll be back shortly, although she does note that Team B might need some extra assistance with the UFOs, and Zemo tells her that he trusts her judgment entirely, and to do what she must.
Now then, Mongoose, I'm sure that in lieu of your usual Miranda rights, Songbird discussed Operation Justice Like Lightning and the 50 States Initiative.
Yes?
So, you know your choice then.
Not much of a choice, is it?
Welcome to the Thunderbolts then. Atlas, please assign him quarters and bring him to Swordsman for basic training.
Atlas heads off with Mongoose and Smuggler, and once they're gone, Zemo removes his mask and speaks to Melissa about the Registration Act and the schism amongst the country's superheroes, and how it's all working in their favor. Then Mach 4's team arrives back, and Abner tells Zemo that the three Beetles are getting better with each outing, and the final team finally returns with their targets. Meanwhile, in the New Mexican desert, in a scene very similar to the Squadron Supreme, Andreas Strucker the Swordsman runs training exercises for new recruits. Not long after, Zemo and the others arrive, and he gives a rousing speech to all of the Thunderbolts.
Oh, for all your babble and bluster, Zemo, you have yet to answer two very important questions. What do we get out of this, and why should this situation remain an option for any of us once the issues of the registration are settled?
Dr. Octopus, first you get to earn redemption. What is it worth to you is an individual decision. And with freedom comes perpetual opportunity to humiliate the superheroes who have always humiliated you.
The former is apocryphal, the latter is
acceptable. Yet both seem to be very short-term propositions.
In fact, right now I leave to ensure that both will be very, very long options indeed. I come with an offer you cannot refuse.
What could you ever have to offer us, Zemo?
Ironically enough, the two things you chose to never offer me: redemption and freedom.
Coming from you, both are laughable.
Captain, your government plans to incarcerate all of you as an example of your evil, law-breaking ways. Then the time comes, you will want two things that I offer: redemption in the eyes of the American public, and freedom. Because I will hold the key allowing the renegade Avengers to escape.
You are but vermin to be crushed. Pig's scion!
This is not necessary. I have not come here to fight. Had I wanted to, your allies could have been bisected and disposed throughout time. And yet, such slaughter is a taste I have no appetite for.
But you wanted to mention it, just so we'd know.
Man, not so tough without those stolen moonstones. Red Wing, what did you do, Zemo?
Actually, I'm quite proud to admit that I am Mr. Wilson. I no longer need to be physically linked to control them. Since you share preternatural association with your bird, perhaps you can both discuss what it's like to travel through one of my gravimetric phase shifts.
Tell me you didn't just kill them.
Oh no. A far worse fate. Bayonne, New Jersey. Now then, I will have my say. Times certainly have changed when I am the rational one. And you are the besieged radical. Your government hunts you down and enlists me for assistance. What does that tell you about your position, Captain?
That there are forces within my government that have lost their way.
And the fact that I have come to offer you help. What does that tell you?
That you're playing a game I haven't the interest or time to figure out.
You have wished every day for the last 60 years, I would imagine, that the Zemo lineage either did not exist or could change its way in one maddening, glorious instant. I virtually handed you both options. There is only one reason why someone would subject themselves willingly again to this.
Elsewhere in Manhattan, Melissa Gold, aka Songbird, uses a portal to send herself to a bar called Strange Bedfellows. Of course, she mainly used it as a chance to go and have some drinks. The real reason is that she's here to meet a contact. She orders a shot, downs it, orders another. But before she can imbibe, an envelope slides across the bar, and Dallas Reardon, former Thunderbolts member, known as Lady Citizen V, and current co-chair of the Commission on Superhuman Activities. The Songbird listens as Dallas tells her about a new list of candidates, and that Songbird will likely be based out of Denver when the initiative happens. She then notes that Songbird will be able to take a few of her team members, if any survive what Zemo claims is coming. Songbird takes her shot and asks, in a hiss, what happens if Zemo survives? Dallas tells her it means that she probably didn't, and Tony Stark's 50 States initiative plan for Colorado will have to change. Elsewhere, in Bellington, Washington, Mach 4 and Fixer watch and wait outside of Rogue's Gallery of Costumes. Fixer tries to make a bet with Abner for $5 that Joystick comes crashing through the front window. Abner bets on the roof. And seconds later, Joystick erupts through the roof. The duo then jump into action. Mach 4 catches her and rebounds her right back at the target, Iron Maiden. Back in Manhattan, Reed Richards, Hank Pym, and Radioactive Man work away at their project. Radioactive Man notes that they still haven't found a way to seal the portal completely. Reed begins phasing the facility between distinct spatial planes as Hank screens out various ambient energies, and he wonders if these energies could endanger their guests. Radioactive Man can't help but laugh at how ironic it is that the brightest minds in America and their elected leaders are creating a social climate so similar to the ones that they've so long railed against. Radioactive Man, being a Chinese national, is acutely aware of where things such as what they're working on right now can and will lead to. Hank scoffs that that's a bit of an exaggeration, and Dr. Chen asks that Hank and Reed say their major plan out loud. They intend to apprehend and incarcerate Captain America. Chen scoffs at how ridiculous it is, and how little of the true implication of the registration and the coalition's plans any of them seem to really consider, and then he heads off for a break. Back at that warehouse, Zemo shows Steve a slideshow of their history together, specifically when Zemo recently risked his life, his body, his beauty, to save Steve's own. Zemo asks if seeing these events through a hole in time as it happened from an outside perspective changes anything. If it proves that Zemo had no ulterior motive, that there is no complex plan set in motion. And Zemo asks if the element that truly upsets Steve Rogers is that Zemo didn't have an ulterior motive when he saved Captain America's life, other than it just being the right thing to do. He sighs and prepares to return to the sliding castle and tells Steve that he has spent a lifetime hating him because he was raised to believe himself superior to all mankind. Yeah, but time and time again, he's been proven otherwise. He's had to accept and understand the things his family have done. All the wrongs committed, all the deaths of those he loved, the wrongs he committed. Churlish, childish acts of nothing more than anger and resentment. Steve asks if the reason Zemo saved him was to show that he's the better man. And Zemo takes a moment and tells Steve that it was to show himself that he could be a better man. He continues that Captain's comrades will be captured. They will be incarcerated in a holding facility, currently being designed and nearly finished by the leading superhero minds in America. And they will require the means to escape it, which Zemo can provide them with. Cap asks what the catch is. Helmet smiles and tells him that there will come a time when the Earth's mightiest must put aside their differences and allow Zemo to save the world. Then he explains to him that the Grandmaster's plot, which, as we all know, 20 years after this released, went nowhere and had no lasting repercussions. There's barely a segment about it on the goddamn character's wiki page. Cap gets angry that Zemo 1 challenged a cosmic entity, and 2 is trying to win some complicated scheme where he comes out on top again. Then Zemo uses the Moonstones to rupture space and time, and suddenly, Captain America's old footlocker appears before them. Steve asks, how? Because he thought it was destroyed after Zemo stole it from the Avengers mansion. And he opens it up and finds his original shield, photos of his mother, an autographed baseball, his original 4F notice. Zemo explains that with the Moonstone gems, he can manipulate time just enough. And he made a gravimetric bubble for 1 nanosecond around the footlocker to keep it safe from the river of time. Then he announces that with just one of the stones, he can rule the world. But he chooses not to. He's not Steve's enemy.
What is it? It is an electronic spatial interface. It will enable you to escape the cage that awaits you.
Thank you.
Whatever for? Saving your life. Giving you this key. So much to choose from.
Thank you for giving me hope that the struggle is worth the cost.
You made the right decision this day.
And if I didn't, I'll be there to stop you.
You would disapprove of the day's deeds, wouldn't you, Father? And yet, you taught me to be superior. So now, finally, in thought and deed, I am.
Now, you may be wondering, in case you haven't read the comics of The Runaways or watched the pretty good 3-season TV show from a couple years ago, I think it's like 10 years ago now, oh my god. Who are the Runaways, you might be asking? The Runaways are a group of children whose families were all supervillains and part of a group called the Pride. Currently, they are comprised of Nico Minoru, Chase Stein, Molly Hayes, Victor Mancha, Carolina Dean, Old Lace, the Velociraptor, and newcomer, Zaven. For the young Avengers, however, you're probably more likely to recognize some of these guys. You may also remember them from a handful of episodes ago where Captain America and the Falcon broke them out of S.H.I.E.L.D. custody. They are made up of Patriot, Wiccan, Hulkling, Hawkeye, Stature, Speed, and the Vision. And while the Young Avengers are staunchly anti-registration, we will soon learn that the Runaways have far more indifference and total ambivalence towards the whole situation currently breaking out across the country for the past couple weeks. At the Santa Monica Farmers Market in Los Angeles, armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are now being positioned at public gatherings and events. The Runaways head on in, Carolina notes the security, but Nico doesn't make a big deal about it and tells everyone to just not draw attention. Everyone splits up as they start looking around. Chase and Molly head off as Victor and Zaven argue at some food stand, and Nico and Carolina head off, where Nico brings up Carolina's relationship with the Skrull, Zaven, who is simultaneously Carolina's girlfriend and boyfriend, because Zaven is a female Skrull masquerading as a male human. Back at the entrance, a man tries to enter, and the shield guards ask to inspect his bag first. And when the man refuses, they turn him away. And he screams that he rejects American sovereignty, and he hoists a massive mace out of his bag and suits up as the Flag Smasher. He shouts out that he will destroy their nationalistic cult and smash their flag of oppression as he attacks the shield guards. Flag Smasher prepares to kill them when he's blasted by Carolina. She and Zaven start fighting as a crowd forms or runs away. They kind of just do both. Nico explains that Flag Smasher has some kind of exoskeleton beneath his costume, and Victor Mancha heads over to find out, and he uses his weird robot powers to send an electrical current through Flag Smasher's aluminum titanium alloy exoskeleton. Then Molly races over and kicks him in a punt directly up and back down. Nico and Carolina run over to find one of the shield guards trying to keep his friend Doug awake after he was attacked. And she says they have to get him to the hospital as the alarm starts from within their suits. And the other shield agent looks up and tells the kids to get out of here. Nico shouts that they're the good guys and that they're trying to help. And the agent assures her he knows that, but they need to go fast. And a shield response VTOL arrives overhead. The agent tells them to run, and the group listens. The pilots get readings on the 5 miners registering abnormal power levels, and they release their electro nets. Victor stops and rends them apart as the runaways make it back to the Leapfrog. It's like an AI-powered craft created by Chase's parents, and if I remember correctly, it's written to his DNA, so only he can operate it. The shield agents then launch a Teflon payload as the Leapfrog begins taking off into the sky. Victor leaps to the roof in an attempt to keep away as many missiles as he can until the craft cloaks itself, but he's riddled to pieces. The next day, the new recruits to Cap's secret Avengers, the Young Avengers, watch various news broadcasts about recent happenings, one of which is about the Runaways escaping in an illegal flight craft after an aerial pursuit over Los Angeles. Kate laments that Captain America won't let them head out, instead relegating the group to monitor duty, which is especially pointless because Vision can already monitor every broadcast in the world at once. Wiccan says that he would much rather be in here than out there. Then Vision goes haywire after some kind of weird feedback shoots through his system and he screams out in mechanical pain. And he picks himself back up and says he's doing better now and brings up classified shield footage of the Runaways chase. Patriot, however, shuts down any initiative to go help the Runaways, especially because the Underground has no support structure out west. Tommy suggests maybe it's time to make one, and Kate agrees. So Patriot heads off and says that he needs to talk to Captain America about it before they even try anything. And it goes exactly as you'd expect. Steve tells the Young Avengers that they are to stay put where they can be protected, and to not leave the base. So Patriot returns to the others and barges past them in anger that, I don't know, I guess he was expecting Cap to be like, yeah, you got it, son. I trust you, Patriot. You're a good kid and you can lead those forces. I guess that's what he thought might happen. Obviously it didn't, and that night, the Young Avengers steal a Quinjet as Wiccan casts a spell to find the Runaways. Stature asks if Vision is doing okay after his weird cyber attack, and Vision says he's fine. Then Cassie wonders how much trouble they're gonna get into when they get back to the secret Avengers base. Meanwhile, at a underground temple place, the Runaways try to figure out what the hell to do about Victor as Nico and Molly watch the news about the Registration Coalition. Then Zaven gets pretty robophobic and notes that this really isn't a big deal because Victor's just a robot that can be repaired or even replaced. Chase, however, is panicking because he's the tech guy of the group. He becomes so strung out right before Molly asks if he's going to be able to fix Vic that he screams he just needs everyone to shut up and let him think. And Molly begins crying and runs away. And sometime later, Molly walks alone outside when she comes across the Young Avengers. Patriot greets her and says that they're here to help. Molly panics when she hears the name Avengers, so Stature steps up and gets to Molly's level and tries to calm her down as Molly slowly moves and hides around the Jeep. Then she lifts it overhead and sends it careening for them. She goes for Wiccan, who panics and casts a shield. He says that they're the Young Avengers, and Molly says he doesn't look very young. He's probably like 36 or something, and trying to arrest her. Tommy races past and grabs her, but she breaks free and starts kicking their asses. But not much later, downstairs in their base, Carolina turns around and finds the Young Avengers with a subdued Molly. The Runaways panic and rush towards the Young Avengers as Vision phases through the wall and begins imbuing Victor. The Young Avengers try to explain what happened when Victor whips to life, screaming, and Vision phases out towards them. The teams all panic and start fighting each other. Geez, who could see that coming? So they fight for a while until Nico summons her staff and starts doing crazy magic stuff. Stature grows in size and rips Vision away from Victor as Victor stumbles towards her, rippling with energy. And Kate fights Nico until Patriot puts a stop to that by stealing her staff, and he explains what they're here for, who they're with, and then hands it back to Nico, and she sends out a wave of magic to make everyone stop. Sometime later, the group heads to the surface to get some much-needed fresh air as the team leaders, Patriot, Kate, and Nico, discuss the situation. Vision apologizes for what happened and notes that he and Victor appear to share many of the same programming codes and electromagnetic signatures, which is why he responded the way he did to the shield footage of Victor getting absolutely riddled. You see, Victor's synaptic responses were transmitted through the video signal and somehow reached Vision himself. Kate asks how the hell that's possible, and Vision explains that his programming is still his old school software developed by Ultron, and Chase reveals that Victor is Ultron's son, kind of, insofar as he was created by a version of Ultron to act as like an infiltration unit to kill every superhero on Earth and take over the world. Hence, Victor being his name. He's a real clever one, that Ultron. Not clever enough to make another killer robot that won't turn against him a second time. But, you know, still kind of clever. Wiccan brings up how weird it is that both teams have had a future murderous despot on their side, referencing Iron Lad, who was a version of Kang the Conqueror. And Vision suggests that he and Victor have created a strange feedback between one another. Molly finally then wakes up and tells Tommy that she really likes his hair. And then she asks if it's that white because he's over 100 years old and tries to get him to show her his powers. Meanwhile, Vision continues and suggests that they return to the secret Avengers HQ, where they have better machinery and equipment to work on Victor. But Nico and Chase aren't buying it. They don't trust Captain America, and they're worried that Vision being here is making Victor worse. And then things get heated when Patriot tells them that the Young Avengers and the Secret Avengers are on their side, the side of unregistered heroes. Nico complains that that's a bunch of adult bullshit, and if they pick a side, then they're no better than anyone else who's currently tearing the country apart. Tommy plays around with Molly as the Runaways convene amongst themselves. Chase does not trust the Young Avengers as the other members speak, and Wiccan introduces Zaven to Teddy, the half-Skrull, half-Kree Hulkling, with Zaven recognizing Hulkling as the Doric the Seventh, the great unifier who will bring union to the Skrull member worlds. And Zaven immediately bows. Teddy says he kind of passed on that whole destiny thing, and Zaven shouts out how it's unacceptable to be chosen for such a great duty, yet not embrace it. And as Zaven continues ranting, they're grabbed in a split second and their neck is snapped. And Marvel Boy appears at the crest of a hill holding Zaven's corpse and asks who would like to be next. Flashback time. Who is Marvel Boy, besides one of my favorite Grant Morrison-created Marvel characters? His real name is Novar, who first appeared in the 2000 Marvel Knights series Marvel Boy by Grant Morrison and J.B. Jones, which I will definitely get around to covering one day. He's a multi-dimensional traveler and ensign aboard a Kree ship called the Marvel, and when it was shot down by the villain of the series, Dr. Midas of Earth 616, Novar was the only survivor. He then faced a sentient corporation after he was captured and destroys Hexus Corp, before finding himself hunted down by Dr. Midas and falling in love with Midas's daughter, Oubliette. Eventually, however, he was imprisoned within the Cube. Reasonably, he became very pissed and declared war on the entirety of Earth and the human race. Then the Illuminati got wind of him, fucked with his mind, showed him the original Captain Marvel, and invited him to choose to pick his destiny of good or evil or whatever. Oh, and also he's genetically modified to have cockroach DNA. Not too long ago, at the Cube, director Maria Hill conducted a rare visit to the facility, and the grotesque warden escorted her around, showing her everything he's done as they discussed the West Coast. Specifically, the very concentrated problem of superhumans in Los Angeles, San Diego, the surrounding area, the Runaways being the primary example as they continue their operations unregistered, and Hill worries that other superhumans will no doubt follow suit. The warden laughs and tells Hill she needs a maggot. You see, if a society is a living, breathing organism, and superhumans are an infection, a maggot within a living organism will seek out that infected, dying tissue and ruthlessly consume it. And he activates a special holding cell where they find Novar floating in a chamber. Novar is brainwashed after forcibly removing him from the Kree supercomputer connected to his mind, and the warden took it upon himself to replace it, to mimic its voice. And now, Novar takes orders directly from him. Sometime later, Novar and the Warden are flown over the country. The Warden inserts a scent canister from a captive Skrull housed in the cube into Novar and loads him into a chute, and he's rocketed out of the shield craft and down into Los Angeles. Novar comes to after plummeting through the city. The Kree superintelligence voice in his mind instructs him to get up, remove his restraints, and get moving after that goddamn Skrull. But Novar spots some people desperately trying to open a car where a woman's child was trapped during his crash landing. The voice in his head tells him not to forget about the little people, and Marvel Boy rips off the door, hands the child over very lopsidedly to the mother, and then he smells the Skrull scent and gets moving. In the present, Marvel Boy begins his attack, moving at superhuman speeds. And we see things from his perspective as he enters the white space, where he releases all feeling and stimulation and consciousness that is unrelated to pure battle, and his bodily intelligence takes control, and he expertly eviscerates any chance of defense that the group he was sent to capture has. When he comes out of the white space, Hulkling slams into the ground as the rest are already there, except for the Vision. Vision tells Novar that whoever is speaking to him through those telepathic implants did a sloppy job of installing them. And Vision begins sinking his fist into Marvel Boy's chest and hoists him into the air as he solidifies his hand. They fly higher and higher as Marvel Boy tries to free himself, and he pulls against the Vision and rips the synthesoid's arm right off. Marvel Boy lands as Victor wakes up, and just before he can crush the robot's head, Stature kicks him clean through the night sky. She asks Victor if he knows who that guy was or what he even is. Meanwhile, in their shield craft, the Warden watches on and tells his second that they'll have to take matters of the Young Avengers into their own hands because their shield liaison is unreachable, and he orders extraction for the 4 extraterrestrial targets because they have no legal status in America. And more importantly, the Warden wants them. Not long after, some of the Young Avengers and Runaways reconvene and try to figure out what the hell is happening. When Marvel Boy rockets back and clotheslines Patriot and Stature, he sends them off and into the forest as Kate releases a trank arrow, but Marvel Boy's reflexes are too fast. He dodges and redirects it into Cassie Lang's neck, and she goes down. Kate notes that maybe trick arrows are a bad idea right now, and so she just starts letting them loose as Marvel Boy races towards them. But unbeknownst to them, the Warden and his team have captured and fettered Wiccan, Hulkling, Carolina Dean, and the body of Zaven. The shield plane continues its circling pattern over the area as the Warden orders the retrieval of his cockroach. So a massive claw gun thing is lowered out as, down below, Marvel Boy strangles Kate, then Nico, and as he is about to snap her neck, the claw ripples down from the night sky, latches onto him like a stuffed teddy bear, and pulls him away, and the plane disappears into the night. One of the pilots notes that they have a priority call from Director Hill, and the Warden simply says to tell her that they ran into a little more resistance than expected and were narrowly able to retrieve her agent, much less even think of capturing the non-registered combatant. sense. And then one of his agents points out the arm lodged in Novar's chest. Back on the ground, Nico uses her magical spell to awaken everyone. She and Chase try to explain whatever just happened, and Vision weakly stumbles towards them, explains who and what Novar is, and the Black Ops SHIELD team that captured Wiccan, Hulkling, and the two others. Patriot steps forth and tells them that they need to start working on a plan of attack to get their friends back immediately. Nico asks if he wants to just run home to Captain America and cry for help or something. Patriot grimaces and tells her no. They will not be doing that. Instead, the Vision will track the signal used by the SHIELD Black Ops teams, and when they find them, they're gonna hurt them bad. Nico consults Chase and says that after what happened to Gert, he never wants to see any of his friends die again. And that they tried to run away from this civil war. And SHIELD just went straight on the attack for them. These kids weren't doing anything. They had no horse in this race. Yet SHIELD still came for them. Which means, whether the runaways like it or not, they are now part of this. And oh boy does he want to do some avenging. Several hours later, at the Cube, the Warden enters a room and speaks aloud of his disgust for aliens. However, there is one element to the extraterrestrial that he enjoys, and it's their non-legal status, which lets him do whatever he wants. More hours pass, and the Warden finishes cutting up Hulkling for the upteenth time to inspect Teddy's internal organs, and he laughs as Wiccan continually tries to perform spells against him and explains that they installed power dampeners in their bodies before they woke up. Not long after, two aides enter and tell the Warden that they have a situation with Novar. They ask if they should remove the corpse of Zaven, and Carolina cries as she's forced to stare down the body. And the Warden notices it, chuckles to himself, and tells him that the body's just fine where it's at. Not long after, the Warden finds Marvel Boy sedated with the Vision's arm still phase-shifted into his chest, and is informed that the nanites in his blood are reacting negatively to the technology. So the doctors want authorization to perform surgery with a phase cutter.
What was it you said when you first came to me? That in 5 months, the Cube would be the capital city of your new Kree Empire. Look at yourself now, a broken little plaything, barely able to stand. Leave the arm. Let's see what happens. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Far outside of the Cube, the Youngaways watch the perimeter of the facility. Chase says it doesn't look that bad, but Vision remarks that they shouldn't be fooled by the outside because most of the Cube is largely underground and classified as a, quote, infinite security facility. Patriot asks if there's something that the Vision isn't telling them about all this, and Vision notes that the Cube may not be entirely impenetrable, for his predecessor once took control of the US government's entire computer system, so if Vision could get into the mainframe, he could also control it. Meanwhile, Kate watches as Nico bites at her nails and fingers and tells her to just relax. They can do this. But Nico tells her she's not scared. She just needed some blood to get Vision into the prison, and her staff erupts from her body. She then asks Vision if he has a thesaurus because she really needs to expand her vocabulary because, you see, the catch with Nico's magic is that she can only say one spell once. And if she wants to do it again, she's got to come up with a new way to say it. And inside the Cube, the Warden returns to his operating room and plans on fully vivisecting Hulkling.
Up the panicule quotient in cell 246 to 55%.
Prisoner 312 is ready for his scheduled paranoia injection.
What was that? What was that?
What does that mean again?
Excavating monster. It's Latin.
Look alive, people.
Battle not with monsters, lest ye become a monster yourself. I am disabling failsafes 3253A, 3245D, 0988R.
Mainframe was breached. I repeat, mainframe is breached. Activate Mobile Defense Unit 564.
Amazing. Even unconscious, it seems the changeling's body can anticipate every incision I make. I wonder if it's a function of his scroll physiology. That is neither here nor there. It just means I can cut and cut and cut. Oh, come now. Surely you have something to say to me.
I want you to die!
And our youth become killers. Perhaps we do have a war on our hands.
Help the others, Carolina. You wish to know of war, old man? I saw the blood flow as two worlds snuffed each other out. I saw the black hatred of generations extinguish themselves. My father killed a family of screaming Majestians in front of me when I was 5. I cried, so I was left with the corpses for 3 days. I have no innocence. I have no ideals. You wish to see war? I will show you the face of war.
Chase, who is that? No, you're hurting her. Stop!
I need the operating room back on the grid. Do you hear me?
Too late for that, and too late for you. No! I can't let you do that. Unhand me. The Young Avengers don't kill you. The prophesized savior of the Skrull Empire shies away from a simple act of vengeance. I can't let you do it. Then the prophecy is a lie. You are not the great unifier. You are not a savior. I acquiesce.
Save in!
Hello?
Oh
Teddy,
my god!
Billy! I have taken control of the cube's mainframe, but we do not have much time. Follow my voice. 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 Molly, are you alright? Stay away from her.
Better to die than grow old in the cube.
I'm afraid we see more options than you do. Sweet! Something is rerouting my repulsor ray commands.
You are part of me, and I am part of you.
Get back!
Please, let this be the end.
What are you doing?
Novar was correct. My circuitry has merged with the nanites in his blood. Already they work to revive him.
Vision, we got what we came for. Get your arm and let's go.
I agree. Negative. We could not outrun him. His internal operating system has been mangled with a foreign code, as if by a child with a hammer. He must be in constant pain, unable to discern who or what he even is.
What are you suggesting?
I suggest we fix him.
Unacceptable, Novar! Have you let them escape, you little maggot? What's wrong with you? That will be enough of that. There is nothing wrong with me. In fact, I'm feeling much, much better.
Some time later, in the middle of the desert and far away from the cube, the Young Avengers and the Runaways thank each other for the help. Patriot asks Nico if they've given this a second thought about joining Cap's secret Avengers, but Nico says that all they wanted were their friends back. Patriot asks if they're just going to turn their backs on the injustice happening in their country. And Nico tells him that if you play grown-up long enough, you start losing your perspective of what's right and what's wrong. And she asks why not put that off as long as possible. And with that, the teams disembark. The Runaways head back to LA, the Young Avengers, New York. And sometime much later, at the Cube, Director Hill finally reaches its communications, noting that it has since disappeared from their grid and she really wants a status report. But her communication is cut off, as Novar sits upon his throne of the new capital of the new Kree Empire. We are jumping back in time to the night that the Registration Act was officially passed into law at midnight. Hey, I told you this wasn't your daddy's Civil War timeline. Really, this should have probably been done earlier, like after episode 15, maybe somewhere around episode 20. But sometimes the story has to say, wait, we gotta go back. We gotta see what happens, because this is a whole flashback episode trope. Because moving forward from this point, Luke Cage is basically Captain America's second in command for the anti-registration forces. He's one of the driving forces and major faces of the Resistance. Released in 2006, written by Brian Michael Bendis with art by Lionel Yu. This is New Avengers. In Harlem, the day that the Registration Act is officially passed and set to become law at midnight, Luke Cage and Jessica Jones watch their sleeping daughter, Danielle. Tony Stark asks if Luke is listening. Luke says he heard him and asks what exactly it is that Tony wants. Tony reminds him of the deadline, and Tony goes on to remind him of the deadline. And Tony and Carol want to know whether or not Luke is going to sign on with the rest of the Avengers and become a fully sanctioned legal team with pay and benefits. However, Luke sits in silence, and Tony asks again for an answer before he and Jessica are effectively criminals. Tony even says that Luke's past legal issues won't have any effect on Luke taking on his new government position as an Avenger, if that's what he's worried about. Jessica asks how it works for her, because she has powers too, but she doesn't use them, and has absolutely zero plans on ever using them as either a vigilante or a government stooge. Tony says she'll still have to sign the registration, and they'll deal with any issues if they arise. However, he understands that she has a newborn baby, so he's not going to ask her to go fight Dr. Doom or something. Carol tries to persuade her, but Jessica tells her to can it, and says that Carol's military and she likes being told what to do. Jessica, on the other hand, hates it.
The world ain't a nice place. If it was, we wouldn't be who we are. You're trying to make the world something it ain't, Tony. And worse, you're selling yourselves to do it. And who are you selling to, huh? What you're trying to do, it can't be undone. It's not human nature.
Luke, I need to know. Will you sign on?
Guess we'll just have to find out at midnight.
Luke, they will come to your home and they will take you out of here. And if that doesn't work, they'll call us next. Do you want that? Is that your goal?
Oh. Is it Mississippi in the 1950s now?
Oh, come on.
The difference
Would you
is...
stop it? Will you?
Getting pulled out of your home in the middle of the night for being different is the same now as it was then.
Does have a timeless quality to it.
Yeah, don't it?
No. This is about breaking the law.
Slavery used to be the law.
You are twisting this and I won't hear it.
You should hear it. You should turn those robot ears on real loud because it is what it is, baby. You're perverting all of it. You're distorting ideas you said we stand for, to the point that when you're done with all this, those ideas won't mean anything. You'll stand for nothing except whatever they tell you.
If you join, you can make sure that that exact thing doesn't happen. So you're not gonna sign, are you?
I'm gonna raise my kid right.
What does that mean?
It's too bad you don't know.
Fine.
Jessica, I'm your best friend. Can't you just trust me?
Oh, funny. I was just about to say the same thing.
Jessica and Luke sit in silence, and then make plans on getting Jessica and Danielle out of New York and somewhere safe. She asks that he come with them. They have more than enough money to just up and leave, and hey, Canada's always looking for superheroes. But Luke refuses to, because this is his home. He tells Jessica that he worked far too hard to clean up Harlem and his neighborhood, to make it a safe place, And he doesn't plan on his daughter growing up to learn that her father buckled and bowed to the man. Luke then releases some pent-up anger and tells Jessica that he hates that this is even happening, and he hates that he has to make this stand, but he has to because he wants the people to see that you should stand up for what's right. And then he assures her that, hey, he has unbreakable skin and he's been to jail before. They ain't throwing anything at him that he hasn't already dealt with. And so a few hours later, as the sun sets, Luke holds Danielle in his hands as Jessica finishes loading her stuff in the car. Luke looks at Danielle in her eyes and softly tells her not to take any shit from anybody. Jessica asks who he thinks will be giving shit to a 3-year-old, and Luke reluctantly hands her over. Jessica tells him that she'll call when she can, and that she plans on reaching Toronto in hopefully about 8 hours. Luke asks her to promise that she never turn on the TV, doesn't listen to the radio, doesn't pay attention to the news for the next week or so. Jessica sighs at his melodrama and then pulls him over and kisses her husband. And with that, Jessica Jones drives her all-too-full car out of Harlem. Luke watches in silence as she goes, and finally rounds a corner and disappears from his life. He then starts walking back to the apartment when a young boy from across the street calls out to him and runs up. The kid asks if Luke is going to sign that thing that's in the news. Luke tells him nope, and the boy asks if it's because it's crap. And Luke smiles and tells him,
damn straight. Now I'm gonna go inside and sit in my home and not bother no one. We're supposed to be allowed to do that, right?
Mr. Cage.
Incredible.
Mr. Cage. Mr. Cage, this is S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Gabriel Jones. Can I have a word with you, please?
Hey, I'm kind of in the middle of something. Can you come back another time?
Sorry, Mr. Cage. I can't do that.
Okay, hold on.
Correct hit. This is Team Go. Cage is down. We got
Carrier, we're experiencing resistance.
I told you they were coming.
Year after year, it's the same old story. Cops commit crimes and get all the glory.
Mr. Cage, if you get up one more time, we will be forced to fire on you again. This is a genetic paralyzer. It's meant to do just what it's doing. Hit him again!
Leave him alone!
HQ, we got a neighborhood situation.
Get back in your homes. This is a matter of national security. We have it under control.
Daredevil and Falcon make easy work of the jackboots as Cap heads straight for Luke Cage. S.H.I.E.L.D. radios in that they have a major situation and need immediate backup. Falcon gets annoyed that the agents left him out of the report, instead focusing entirely on Captain America. Luke gets to his feet, catches his breath, and starts clocking troopers. The four absolutely demolish S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and Falcon shouts that they better take this beating as an opportunity for some real introspection. Daredevil has an idea that'll really piss him off, so they hijack the massive S.H.I.E.L.D. transport tank. They contact Maria Hill at S.H.I.E.L.D. Command in a helicarrier above the city, and she asks what the hell they think they're doing. Luke smiles and tells her they just wanted her to know the revolution is coming, and then he smashes the hologram. About 7 hours later in Niagara Falls, Jessica Jones tries to buy some soy milk when the little TV on the counter plays a news report about the first full-scale fight between S.H.I.E.L.D. and government coalition forces and a super-powered individual, Power Man, aka Luke Cage. Jessica reluctantly watches, her throat siphoning air as it swells shut, her stomach caving inward, and then the footage sold to the news channel by those two boys reveals that Captain America, Falcon, and Daredevil arrived at the scene, broke Luke Cage from S.H.I.E.L.D. custody, and escaped in a stolen government vehicle that was found abandoned a mile away. Current whereabouts of all four men unknown. And Jessica smiles as tears percolate against her eyes and says that's exactly what she wants to hear. In Wakanda, 2 BET reporters bring a live report directly from Wakanda, where they're covering the wedding of the century. Ororo Munroe, a Kenyan princess turned leader of the X-Men, and King T'Challa of Wakanda, aka the Black Panther. Touré and Anata lead the viewer around a grand palace and palatial estate as they give the viewers at home a history lesson on Wakanda, as well as the heroes in attendance themselves and who they associate with. Then, of course, Touré brings up the US government's registration of superhumans and the rift that it's causing in America. He asks the question, who is going to show up today? And will they behave for a ceasefire? Not far off, Luke Cage stoically stands with Spider-Man, and he tells him that he never thought Peter, of all people, would throw in with Stark. But here he is. Peter tries to make small talk and redirect the conversation to some other arriving guests. Reed and Sue continue to get on each other's nerves, mildly arguing and antagonizing each other about the situation at home, and T'Challa's outright refusal to even engage with anything that Reed, Tony, Hank, or any of the coalition is doing. Ben sighs and asks if they can just please take a time out for once. It's been like a month since the registration went into effect, and he's getting tired of it. Elsewhere, Wolverine happily takes a glass of champagne as the X-Men chat about the wedding. And not far away, Sam Wilson wheels Isaiah Bradley through the venue. He and Sam talk as black heroes head over and pay their respects to the First. And elsewhere, the Dora Milaje stand guard as T'Challa performs some daily training. You'd think with Storm being the queen, I don't know, I feel like maybe she would update their outfits a bit better. Maybe to make them look like this. Something respectable. Anyway, Storm's a bit worried about the whole Panther God, Panther cult thing, and asks if that'll have any effect on her. T'Challa tells her that, hey, worst case scenario, the Panther God consumes her immortal soul. But that's unlikely. However, the ritual that they're set to perform today is a central tenet of the Black Panther cult, of which T'Challa is the leader after coming face to snout with the Panther God himself upon becoming the Black Panther and King of Wakanda. And if they don't do it, he will be forced to step down as king. Then a knock comes, and the Dora Milaje announce a guest has come to see them. T'Challa smiles, and Storm is left in stunned silence as Charles Xavier walks into the room. Storm races over and tears up at his appearance and is shocked that he's walking. Charles tells her it's a long story, and he'd much rather talk about her and her big day. Because really, he's the closest thing Storm has ever had to a father. And he looks her in the eye and tells her he is as proud as any father would be on his daughter's wedding.
You have always been a princess, a goddess, and an X-Man. But the position you are about to assume trumps everything you've done. Your marriage to T'Challa represents the highest profile union in the history of our coexistence on this planet. As of today, Ororo, my dear, you are the most important mutant in the world. As the Queen of Wakanda, you will be a living symbol of human-mutant relations. It is a role that you were born to play.
Oh, great. What the hell is this?
Together we have defeated interstellar foes. Don't let a piece of paper be our downfall.
It's not a piece of paper we're disputing, T'Challa. It's principle. Principles our nation was founded upon. Principles I've fought 60 years to defend.
This is about law, Steve. Plain and simple. A law that's our best chance at avoiding another Stanford. A law that you're breaking.
Registration presumes criminal behavior. It's called profiling, Tony. And it's a slippery slope, and I won't have any part of it.
No, Steve, it's called regulation. Like gun control. Superhero registration serves the greater
We're talking about people's lives, Tony. Being gifted doesn't make you a threat.
Well, tell that to the parents at Stanford.
T'Challa, I'm sorry, but please give my apologies to Ororo and tell her I wanted to be
Steve,
here.
wait. I wish that you two had even tried.
T'Challa, I know your intentions were pure, but this was a mistake. I respect Wakanda's neutrality, and it's for that reason that I'm abiding the presence of known fugitives. But what's taking place here today? You're going to be navigating a political minefield for years to come. Your enemies will seize on the opportunities that you've provided.
And you, Tony, are you my friend?
T'Challa, you're a good man, and we have history, but hear me now. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you.
Tony, I've listened to you. Now you listen to me. This cancer that is eating away at the soul of your country, it has no home here in Wakanda. Am I clear?
Crystal. Give my regards to Aurora.
That went well.
Sometime later, famous attendants and world leaders arrive. President Bush, Fidel Castro, Nelson Mandela, Oprah's there somewhere, and Storm's grandparents. They are shown to the seating with the rest of Aurora's family and friends. And finally, the ceremony is set to begin. Meanwhile, Kitty and Lockheed the Dragon visit Aurora one last time, as Doctor Strange, Blade, and Brother Voodoo stand around before they take their seats, and Voodoo asks if Stephen feels the presence as well. Stephen prepares to use magic to figure out where the source is, when the Watcher makes his presence known. And T'Challa and his uncle stand inside, with T'Challa wondering why the Watcher is here. Because he doesn't think that this qualifies as a reasonable appearance by the Watcher. His uncle smiles and asks why not. Two of the most powerful people on Earth, one of whom is a mutant, the other is a king of a whole country, are about to form the perfect union. And T'Challa takes a deep breath and pulls down his mask.
Hello.
Worried?
Never.
Remember, I love you. Your families love you. Your friends love you. And more importantly, you love each other. That love must be strong enough for each other. For your family, for your country. You are forming the foundation of a nation. A nation that will be at the forefront of all in times to come. Are you ready?
Yes.
You stand in judgment of the Panther God. We will see what he has to say.
T'Challa, who is this you bring before me?
My bride.
Bride. This mortal who claims divinity. The bride of a panther.
Don't hold her accountable for what the others claim her to be. I love her, and I need her to fulfill my destiny.
Step aside. I will judge what she really is. I have made my judgments. Welcome, Aurora Monroe.
Huh, back already.
What do you mean?
You were only gone 5 seconds. I presume it went well?
It was actually wonderful.
The Panther God has blessed this couple. Pity anyone who would stand in the path of their happiness. Now, let us celebrate their love.
Much later into the night, a tremendous party continues to thrive around the palace. Ben Grimm checks on T'Challa's cousin, Tashawn, after he partied a bit too hard, seemingly, and Luke Cage and Jessica Jones walk past as Luke proposes the idea of expatriating to Wakanda and raising Danielle here. Spider-Man introduces himself to Man-Ape, who reveals that he came here to wreak havoc and exact revenge, and demand respect for not being invited. But then when he got here, he learned that he was on the list. M'Baku is, however, very drunk, and starts some shit with Spidey, and winds up getting his ass lobbed across the ballroom. And the party continues on late into the night. And the next morning, as the sun crests, in a very cute scene, T'Challa and Aurora have woken up and work on opening their wedding gifts.
Huh. Okay. You can open this one.
Oh, the seal of Latveria. There is no need for concern. Everything has been carefully screened.
Greetings, King T'Challa. Queen Aurora. While I did not get an invitation to today's event, I take no offense. Considering I have been trapped in hell for some time, it was fair to assume that I was unavailable. This is not a threat, or a trap, or anything you might expect from me. Quite the opposite, in fact. I am here to give you my hearty congratulations, and some humble advice. Today, everything changes for you, and for Wakanda. Your blessed union represents an unprecedented step whose currents will be felt around the world. Traditional geopolitical alliances are shifting radically. Old friendships are crumbling. The world is rapidly becoming a much more unpredictable place to live. I am here to salute your union and urge that you consider one simple question as you look to the future. If friends aren't who they used to be, perhaps enemies aren't either. If you would at least consider a conversation, it might be worth a lot to both of us. My door is always open.
So, Latveria for the honeymoon?
Not funny.
No, none of it is. But those are troubles for another day.
Flashback! Sometime before the wedding of Storm and Black Panther, Reed Richards met T'Challa outside of the Wakandan capital city as rain drizzled down over them. T'Challa asked why they made Spider-Man do that on live TV, and Reed assures T'Challa that Peter Parker unmasked voluntarily, because Iron Man properly explained to him the gravity of the situation, and Peter has true confidence in the registration and a new beginning for superhumans. T'Challa asks if this new beginning of theirs involves a super police force covering the entire country, and the Black Panther assisting Stark's Avengers hunting down dissenters. He tells Reed if that's the case, he wants no part of it. And the Wakandans don't like it when America tries to interfere in their affairs. And he's sure that the feeling is mutual. Reed reveals that the president requested Black Panther's assistance personally, and T'Challa says he's gonna be awfully disappointed when Reed comes back empty-handed. Instead, T'Challa asks Reed how Johnny's recovering. Reed reveals he hasn't been by to see him for a couple days. But if anything was wrong, he's sure that Sue or someone else would have let him know. Reed takes a deep breath of the fresh Wakandan air and asks if they've somehow artificially manipulated the ecosystem. And T'Challa sternly tells Reed to call Susan. And then he leaves. Time passes, we catch up to the present, and Captain America's secret Avengers, as the news has taken to calling them, begins acting a bit more publicly. Yellow Jacket and the Wasp visit the Sanctum Sanctorum to speak with Stephen Strange about the registration. Wong keeps them in the foyer and explains that Stephen refuses to even consider supporting the registration. In fact, he's actually gone into seclusion in the Arctic in hopes that this is all resolved by the time he returns. Tony Stark pays a visit to the X-Men in Westchester and speaks with Emma Frost regarding the registration and the mutant situation. They have some lemonade out on the campus as Sentinels loom just beyond the perimeter. I've brought this up before. This is Sentinel Squad 1, led by James Rhodes, who, if I remember correctly, is like a cyborg at this point in time or something. I can't remember if that was now or later. The Sentinels are meant to be a sort of observation and guardianship of the mutants. You know, like those bodyguards for endangered animals. But, you know, it's really more about keeping those muties in check. Especially after the events of M-Day, aka the decimation, when about 90%, if not more, of the globe's mutant population lost their powers and abilities, and those still remaining, at least in America, mostly flocked to either the X-Mansion in Westchester, where they now live in a refugee camp, or the Mutant Town district in Manhattan. Emma tells Tony that the X-Men held a meeting just last night regarding the entire purpose of Tony's visit, and they believe that hunting down the anti-registration heroes is a violation of everything that the X-Men believe in. Tony asks if that's the best decision to make when the registration has 90% approval from the public and Cyclops is oh so very keen on currying favor with the White House again. Emma tells him that maybe it's because they know what it's like to be persecuted. Tony tells Emma to ask the families of Stamford if they think Captain America's fighting the good fight. And she tells him to piss off with emotional blackmail of genocide and forces him to see the devastation of Genosha. She asks where the Avengers were. Where were the heroes when it was the mutants, families, and children being burnt alive and mass murdered? Tony gets up and notes that he thought she was supposed to be looking out for the best interests of her students, and asks if it's wise to bring them into a collision course with the US government. She chuckles at his futile attempts to play her and says that the mutants of the Xavier School are perfectly happy to stay right here on their little reservation that the government made for them. All they ask is to stay out of this. If they can remain neutral, he has their word. They will not join forces with Tony's star-spangled friend. So Tony heads out of the campus and finds Happy Hogan at the front gate waiting for him. He speaks with one of his oldest and bestest friends about the failure to recruit the X-Men, and that he'll instead have to go ahead with the other plan for the 50 States Initiative. Then a voice calls out to Tony. The voice of Bishop. If you had read this in 2006, you would have to wait 20 years until the issue released called Civil War Unmasked that just came out May 2026. That's right, it took 20 years for this panel to be answered. Hopefully it's good. You know, I'm looking forward to reading them all once they're out, and then I'll retroactively, I guess, go back and add them into this, because I kind of need to figure out where they go before I start covering them, right? But so there you go, you just gotta wait. Sometime later, Brett Hendrick, security supervisor at a Queens shopping mall, meets his friends Victor Tiegler, IT consultant, Cooper Payton, engineer, and Rockwell Dodsworth, a community outreach worker. Rockwell, aka Bill Foster, aka Goliath, aka Black Goliath, which I personally have always thought sounds way cooler, but I get why they changed it. But it just sounds better, right? It just sounds cool. Anyway, Bill Foster asks why he got such a boring job, and why they pigeonholed the only black guy to be a community outreach manager. He asks if he can get something better and cooler, and Steve Rogers tells him that they have to work with what they got from Fury's contact. Daredevil tells them that he's actually into the new identity thing, and he's been coming up with new favorite foods, movies, bands. He's having a great time method acting. Then they discuss the current situation involving Iron Man and Spider-Man, and Hercules notices that Cap has been zoning out. Herc asks if he's okay, and Steve reveals that he just realized that he had an appointment today with a child from Make-A-Wish, and they planned on playing basketball at his house for a few hours. But now, Steve knows without a shadow of a doubt that that neighborhood is crawling with S.H.I.E.L.D. cape killers. Then Bill's phone goes off from the secret Avengers HQ about a petrochemical plant on fire down by the Hudson River with 300 to 400 people still trapped inside. He's informed that Cloak and Dagger are already on their way to teleport them, and they all head out, Steve giving the waitress a hefty tip, and then they escape into the streets and suit up. Meanwhile, across New York, at the Presbyterian Hospital, Johnny Storm has finally awoken from a 1.5-month-long coma, and he finds the nearest nurse and asks where his sister went. Not long after, at the Geffenmeyer chemical plant, the secret Avengers coordinate and work on saving all the people still trapped inside. And that's when Cable's radio starts going in and out. And he tries to figure out what's happening to his technology when he finds the sign for the chemical plant beneath his feet. The company is a division of Stark Industries. Cable shouts out that it's a trap, and Cloak and Wiccan are struck by paralyzer tranq darts, and the Registration Coalition reveal themselves. Of course it's a trap. How else were we gonna get you all in one place?
What the hell did you do to them?
Hey, just relax. It's only a tranquilizer to make sure nobody gets teleported away. Skybird 1, you got these guys?
Ready when you are, Spider-Man.
Maria Hill to all airborne agents. You are only there in a support capacity. Hold and await further orders.
We didn't come here to arrest you, Cap. I talked S.H.I.E.L.D. into offering you one final chance at amnesty.
You mean surrender? Thanks, but I'd rather take my chances.
Oh, come on. The only people who win when we're fighting each other are the bad guys. This goes against every principle you've ever believed in, Cap.
Don't talk to me about principles, Spider-Man. I saw your little stunt on TV and the immediate consequences. So, is Mary Jane happy about the Sandman having her zip code now?
Cap, please. I know you're angry. I know it's an enormous change from the way we've always worked. But we aren't living in 1945 anymore. The public doesn't want masks and secret identities. They want to feel safe when we're around. And there's no other way that we can win back their respect. You know I wouldn't do this unless I believed in it with all my heart. We don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight you. Just give me the chance to tell you our plans for my 21st century overhaul.
All right, Tony. You've got 5 minutes.
5 minutes is all I need. All right, hey. Didn't I say this was all gonna work out just fine?
What the hell?
It's a S.H.I.E.L.D. electron scrambler developed by Fury specifically for you. In case you ever went over to the other side.
Head for the water, go!
Hank, wait!
I really thought that you would be smart about this, Bill.
Control the airborne. Do not get involved unless perimeter is breached. Lightning is on its way. Hold your fire until Iron Man gives the go-ahead.
Hey, I don't want to fight you guys, so why can't you just do what you're told?
Oh, careful with that, Cap. You can take a guy's eye out.
Where'd he go?
It's Stark Tech, bulletproof glide function stealth mode. Not to mention the butt-kicking button. Armor. Reroute primary power systems. Reboot, please.
Rerouting. System integrity at 14%. Initiating hard reset. Brace for haptic feedback.
You're wasting time, Steve! This armor has recorded every punch you've ever thrown! It knows your next move before you do!
Get out of my way, you filthy traitors. Hold on, Captain, I'm coming.
Oh my god.
Thor, what are you doing here? It's me, Falcon.
Everyone thought you were dead!
No, Dagger. That would be you. You wretches are going nowhere!
Steve, please, don't get up. I don't want to hit you again. Just surrender, and I'll get you medical attention from S.H.I.E.L.D.
You really think I'm going down?
Iron Man to all points.
Activate your audio blockers. This is gonna hurt. This frequency puts the human brain into shutdown. But look at you! You're still getting up! I'm sorry, Cap. Just close your eyes and you wake up.
Warning. Non-human attack registered.
Someone switched it off.
Come on. What are we waiting for?
Falcon, see to the captain.
Already on it, Hurt. Cable, I need you to interface with Cloak's mind and activate a teleport.
You're kidding, right? Everybody gather around and let's get moving. Get ready for the shortest comeback in history, Thor. I don't think so.
Oh my god! Thor! He just killed Goliath!
Fall back, regroup. We gotta get the hell out of here.
Get out of here now. Go.
But there's still people out there. We can't leave them behind.
You're welcome to stay, son. Everyone hold tight.
Thank you, Sue.
Shutdown code Richard Wagner, 1813 to 1883. Sue, please, you have to believe I had no idea that would happen.
Don't say a damn thing.
What the hell happened, Reed? I thought you said you gave him proper directives. You said he would be just like the real Thor. I thought you said you knew what you were doing, Tony. I thought we were doing this so no one else got hurt. Over the next day or two, the Avengers recuperate. Reed and his staff in the Baxter Building reformulate and begin reworking the inner mechanisms and programming of the cyborg clone codenamed Lightning. Hank is taking what happened to Bill Foster very hard, and he regrets that they thought they could truly clone a god. They were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they never stopped to think if they should. He reveals that Tony had been holding on to a single strand of Thor's hair since the first Avengers meeting, and he asks what kind of person does that? Janet notes it must be someone with a lot of foresight, and Peter asks them if they feel like they picked the right side. And at the Secret Avengers headquarters, Steve Rogers is brought back to somewhat working order by Night Nurse. Nighthawk has proposed that they appeal for amnesty after what happened, but Steve vehemently refuses. Nighthawk brings up that 42 complex that they've learned about, some kind of massive shield penitentiary that is being built by Reed and his team to lock away superhumans. And Nighthawk shouts that half of Steve's camp is getting locked away in there as they speak. Steve asks if he's willing to just sit by and let them get away with it then. Cable interrupts and says that they can do anything they want, with Thor on their side. Steve makes sure to announce loud enough for everyone in the room to hear that that thing was not Thor. Thor would have never done that. But Nighthawk rounds up his little camp of heroes that agrees with him and leaves. And Cable walks them out and they speak about the future, unaware that they're being watched by a man in a balaclava. Who is this guy? No one knows. Maybe it's another thing that'll be answered in the Civil War Unmasked 5-issue series that came out 20 years later. Maybe that's what the unmasking means. I found maybe 2 or 3 articles that bring up this character specifically. They only note 20 years ago that it was a guy wearing a ski mask. Who is this? 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 And within the next week, Bill Foster, unable to be returned to his normal size, is wrapped in a shroud and buried within a massive grave. Tony and Happy watch as Bill Foster is lowered into the ground, and we learn that Tony paid out of pocket for all of the expenses.
Hey, heads up, boss.
Miss Sharp.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not here to give you a hard time, Mr. Stark. I know you've lost support in the superhero community, and I just wanted to say my piece. Goliath knew what he was doing. He was breaking a law designed to save lives. If he'd gone legitimate, he'd still be alive. This is no more your fault than a cop could be blamed for shooting a punk who pulls a gun on him. And I wanted to give you this. It was my son, Danien's favorite toy since he was 3 years old. Just to remind you why you're doing this.
Is it just me, or is Peter Parker acting very suspiciously? So, how many of our guys are we losing? More than we can afford. A couple of Cap's people are talking about coming over, but the balance has definitely tipped in their favor.
Maybe we could just bring forward the 50 States Initiative thing? Wouldn't these new heroes be able to get things under control?
Yes, but they're still months away from being finished, unfortunately. Not to mention all of the training and exercising and costumes and whatever else goes into the marketing. You would know more about that, Miss Stein. But we need to move fast, and we need people with experience in superhuman combat immediately.
You mean the Thunderbolts?
After what went down, it's the only course of action that we have left, Jan. I should stress that their involvement is strictly temporary. This is just to capture Cap's team, and they'll all go back to detainment afterwards. Each and every one of them are chipped, tagged, and on a leash shorter than the one I use for Happy when there's a buffet.
Well, they don't exactly look thrilled.
Well, until we can get an army of Boy Scouts, kinda stuck with the psychos.
My darling Reed, I know Johnny's out of the hospital and the family's been back together. I know I should be happy. I'm not. Because I am so ashamed of you right now. And I'm ashamed of myself for supporting you. I hate what we're becoming. And that's why I'm leaving to find Steve and his secret Avengers. Please understand, this is not a cry for attention. This is not me trying to distract you from your all-important work. This is because our hands are soaked in Bill Foster's blood. And you were so blinded by your crafts and your social projections and projects that you can't even see it. Johnny and I will already be gone when you wake up. Obviously, the underground is no place for Franklin or Valeria, and that's why I'm leaving them in your care, and I beg you to give them the time that you so often denied them in the past. I also didn't want your last memory of me to be tainted with all the blazing fights and arguments that we've been having. Hence the dinner and the bottle of your favorite claret and making love one final time. I hope I don't look like a coward for doing this, for leaving this way. I hope you don't think I'm a bad wife, or worse still, a bad mother. But I'm doing this for the best of reasons, and I pray that your genius can resolve this all before one side ends up slaughtering the other. I love you, Reed. I love you more than anything in the world. Please fix this.
And this is really the first true follow-up to anything X-Men related, outside of that X-Factor issue. So let me lay down for you their situation and where the X-Men and the Mutant Society is like at this point in time. Scarlet Witch wiped out about 90% of the world's population of mutants. Check out my videos on Avengers Disassembled and House of M for a more detailed look at that. And since the decimation, aka M-Day, most remaining mutants of the 198 recorded as having kept their powers are now living as refugees on the Xavier Institute estate, which is now guarded by a team of 5 manned Sentinels called Sentinel Squad 1, led by James Rhodes. Otherwise, the majority of mutant population live in District X, aka M-Town in Manhattan. Professor X was also presumed dead for a while, missing after the events of M-Day, only to later show up and cause even more of a rift between himself and his star pupil Cyclops, which will eventually lead into Cyclops murdering Professor X. But hey, that's then. This is now. And right now, the X-Men are in no position to disobey or offend the government, let alone fend off government-sanctioned Sentinels lurking just beyond the borders of the mansion grounds, so they're keeping their heads down. In the mansion, late one night, Kitty Pryde pets Lockheed the Dragon as she watches TV of government official Valerie Cooper's interview regarding the surviving mutants of M-Day and why their movements have been restricted to the Xavier Estate or M-Town, and just how exactly mutants are affected by the registration. Cat Beast, because that's the era we're living in right now, interrupts her doom watching and implores her to find a more productive use of her time. Then he hears something. Through the rain battering down around them from somewhere outside of the manor, Beast walks quietly to the windows and Kitty gets up and silently follows. She asks softly what he hears. Beast tells her he hears shouting, anger, boots slamming into mud and dirt, weapons cocking, burning fires, and out in the estate, Caliban leads the 198 in a riot. And they are alerted of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s arrival, and Caliban orders everyone to get ready. And then someone activates a bomb. It erupts through the storm, and a reassembled X-Force lead the attack and break out of the containment walls that have been built around the Xavier property. Domino reminds Shatterstar to disarm or disable. No killing. Shatterstar is having a great time either way with the rubber bullets that S.H.I.E.L.D. are firing at him, and the two lead the 198 out of the property. And that's when the Sentinels show up, and the mutants continue their assault. Elsewhere, Colonel Reyes of Sentinel Squad 1 meets with Bishop about the current situation. Bishop informs him of Domino and Shatterstar and their background, and Reyes orders the Sentinels to lay down suppressing fire and keep those people from breaching the walls. Reyes and Bishop work to subdue the rioters, Bishop noting that the X-Men are now on their way. Meanwhile, Shatterstar shouts to Domino that they are running out of time fast. And then Domino takes this as her chance to try and consciously manipulate probability. She focuses on the storm clouds overhead, and her power of luck bring down massive bolts of lightning that directly strike 2 of the Sentinels. Elsewhere, Caliban watches the battle. It is a cesspool of boiling emotions from all sides. Anger, confusion, hatred, perverse joy, but above all else, fear. And Caliban loses himself feeding upon the psychic emanations, and he mentally accosts Bishop, driving him to the ground. Shatterstar is ticked off that he didn't get to properly defeat Bishop in a fight as the X-Force jet lands and Domino orders the 198 inside. Then the X-Men arrive. And Kitty... Poor Kitty. She is not having a great time with this. Cyclops demands that Domino and the others stand down, and she ridicules him for acting like a lapdog and letting his own people be kept prisoner. She tells Scott that the only way that the X-Force plans on stopping is if they're dead. Emma Frost helps Bishop out of his psychosis, and the X-Force jet then begins taking off. Reyes orders the Sentinel 3 to stick on them and give chase. Then he shouts that Bishop's buddies in spandex let X-Force leave. Bishop demands to know why. And Cyclops tells him things would have been far worse if they kept fighting. Bishop bites back that without the professor telling Scott what to do, he can barely make his own goddamn decisions. Cyclops asks who he's taking his orders from. You know, the Sentinel people. Bishop and Cyclops argue, and Cyclops ends it by asking if Bishop plans on letting his future come to fruition. A future in which mutants live a pathetic existence within the shadow of the Sentinels. Bishop marches away and tells Scott that he doesn't plan to, which is exactly why mutants need to police themselves. Or else, there's chaos, and what follows that chaos is a future where children are branded as mutants. That is a future of true oppression. The next day, at Avengers Tower, Tony Stark meets with Bishop, General Lazur. It's spelled laser, but with a Z. I'm gonna say Lazur, just because it sounds more like a real name than General Laser. And Valerie Cooper speak regarding the X-Force situation, because their aircraft was able to escape the pursuing Sentinel, and no satellite was able to track them due to whatever cloaking technology they have. So the Coalition has no idea where X-Force or these 198 mutants have up and gone to. And for all they know, they're currently hanging out with Captain America. Tony brings up a newly organized joint force of mutants and Sentinels working together to bring in the Renegades. Because the majority of mutants prefer to remain neutral, Bishop recruited Micromax and Sabra, the Israeli mutant hero, to hunt those people down. Tony then recommends that Bishop commands the field operations because it'll work well for the public to see a mutant acting within the law as a sort of sheriff, especially after his experience policing District X in the past. General Lazur and Tony argue back and forth until Lazur marches off, absolutely boiling in his weird caftan outfit, because he believes a mutant will always side with its own. Can you see the issues that might arise from this crazy man? Anyway, that night at the Xavier Mansion, the X-Men, the original X-Men, suit up in their new X-Men attire. Hell yeah. Because they are going outside of the law for this one. The team heads out in a souped-up SUV designed by Forge and head out into one of the many secret tunnels of the school. They park on an overlook as Emma and Scott say their final goodbyes to one another. The team all look down at the school, to the massive walls, to the refugee camp. Bobby says this all feels so different, so wrong, and Angel remarks that it really does feel like the end of an era. The boys then head off into the night, and not long after, a Sentinel blares its voice down at Emma Frost and announces that she is outside of her designated perimeter without authorization. The Sentinel, operated by an agent, picks up Emma in its massive anime claws and carries her back over to the mansion. Emma gets pissed off and Valerie Cooper tells her she knows the rules. No mutants leave the estate without the Sentinels being informed. So the Sentinel sets her down as Cooper demands to know where Cyclops and the others are going. Emma says she has no idea. Valerie asks if Emma thinks she's stupid. Bad idea on her part. You do not want to give Emma Frost that kind of ammunition. Emma tells Val some things, and then closes it by telling her she would never betray the man she loves, so Valerie can sick her big killer robots after him. The next morning, on a dirt road running past farmland in somewhere Illinois, Scott and Beast reach out to Captain America, who is still undergoing recovery after the Coalition's ambush on the chemical plant that cost Goliath his life. Scott tells Steve about what X-Force did 2 nights ago, and that he doesn't believe this is what America should be. That this is truly the only path towards safety and security, to a good future. He desperately asks Steve if he's had any contact with Domino or X-Force or any knowledge of the 198, because Bishop and the Sentinels are after them. And outside, Bobby and Angel hear the earth quaking, then birds flying in fear. And a new Sentinel that looks even more like a Decepticon than the other one erupts and opens fire, demanding they surrender. Cyclops erupts out of the van, and he and Iceman unleash their powers, trying to knock it off balance. The Sentinel agent named Slayton easily defends himself and radios in that he's found the X-Men and is currently apprehending them. Cyclops orders Beast to get the X-Rover started back up and for Iceman to lay down some suppressing Frost, so Bobby blasts Slayton's Sentinel head and he loses sight until his tracking systems pick up on the X-Rover and he gives chase. But suddenly he finds it has completely disappeared. And miles away, in the opposite direction, the team drives on as Beast compliments Forge's red herring jammer. Bobby asks how the hell they're supposed to protect the 198 if they can't even take down a single new Sentinel. And Scott reveals that Captain America provided a list of SHIELD bases that he got from Fury, one of which Domino has access codes to. It's a secret base in the Nevada desert from the Cold War that hasn't been manned in over a decade. Cut to a secret base in the Nevada desert from the Cold War that hasn't been manned in over a decade. X-Force continue work on getting the 198 situated in the sprawling complex. Although Shatterstar is a bit worried because the only way in or out is the main central door, which, while it can withstand a nuclear blast, means it's also a serious bottleneck. Domino tells him it works, and it's too late for second thoughts, because the survival of the mutant race is what is now at stake. So they are going to house and feed and protect these people. And after that, well, maybe things have a way for turning out for the best. Elsewhere, Caliban just kind of walks around and explores the base. And then he comes across a massive door, totally sealed and bathed in bright red light. Across the country, John D., aka the Maw, sits in a room of the Pentagon. Now, Maw, I gotta bring him up, because he is one of my favorite mutants. I love this freak. He claims, however, he is not a mutant. Instead, that the sentient creature embedded in his chest is the mutant. This sentient creature can form voodoo dolls of people if it has a DNA sample, and those dolls allow the wielder complete control over the person that it is a replica of. I don't know if he's ever come back after these 4 issues. Or, like, I don't know what the Maw is up to anymore, but this was a character that really just dug itself into my mind when I first read this whole event in this order. I don't know. I don't know why. Can you tell? Anyway, Johnny chastises the Maw because Lorelei saw the dolls it was making, and that means she can tell the others what they were up to. But that's when General Lazur enters with a large case, inside of which are little spherical shells that pop open like a gachapon, and inside of those are the little doll people. Lazur asks how they work, because if Johnny and Maw make him happy, he can make the mutant's life very comfortable. And if not, Johnny will never see the sun again. So Johnny and the Maw demonstrate that when he takes one of the replica dolls, he can see through the very subject's own eyes and make them do anything he wants. But he also feels what they feel. He gives the rundown of how the freak creature in his chest makes them, gestating the little ball eggs in what passes for its stomach until Johnny pulls them out. And the DNA can be something as small as a drop of sweat to a piece of dead skin. Really, all he has to do is touch somebody. And Lazur tells Johnny he is going to be a very useful addition to his organization. A few days later, the X-Men finally pass into the Nevada state lines and set out into the desert in search of the coordinates of the secret base. Meanwhile, at one Sentinel base in New Mexico, Bishop and Sabra overlook a Sentinel undergoing repair. Sabra asks some questions, and Bishop demands to know if she has any objections to what they're doing. She assures him that she doesn't, because she is a representative of Israel, and Mossad sent her here to demonstrate Israel's support for the principle of superhuman registration. And in return, they get the intel and surveillance to then enact their own version back home. Also, Micromax is there. Cooper finds the team and alerts them that the president is considering giving full pardons for all escaped mutants after high-profile civic rights groups began questioning the legality of the mutant detention at the Xavier Institute. Bishop says that it sure seems like Agent Cooper does not want them to find the 198. She says that if they stay off the radar until the president has a say, it will make things a whole lot simpler. Then Bishop gets a call from General Lazur, who has found the X-Men. Later, the X-Men have finally found the base. Scott speaks to Domino through a security feed, and she elects to trust them, especially if Captain America gave them the intel. Then Angel flies overhead and screams out that the Sentinels found him. Sentinel forces break into action as Bishop, Sabra, and Micromax land before them. But before anyone acts, Bishop tells Scott that the president is expected to announce a total amnesty for the 198, and everyone should just cool down. And at the Pentagon, Lazur watches from operational footage and demands that Bishop bring the mutants back. Bishop tells him to kick rocks as Johnny murmurs about how much power Cyclops has. So much that he's never even used a fraction of his full potential. It's because Scott's afraid to. But Johnny isn't. Lazur marches over and orders Johnny to use it all. Every last iota of power, and use it on Bishop. And Cyclops reaches for his glasses, rips them down, and unleashes his full blast on the Bishop. Bishop's body begins absorbing the energy. More and more fills his body as he screams out in burning pain. Beast tries to stop Scott, but he's blasted away. Bishop shouts out to everyone to take cover and get out of the way, and he unleashes righteous power directly up and out of him, destroying an entire arm of a Sentinel. Reyes orders the ground forces to move in and neutralize Cyclops and the X-Men. Sabra and Micromax take the lead, and Macromax blasts Exterminator by Primal Scream as he grows large and clocks Cyclops through the air. Sabra and Angel fight in the sky as Bobby and Beast face off against the ground forces. Micromax heads to Bishop, and Bishop remarks that Scott was really trying to kill him. And the hit against him brings Scott back to his senses and realizes someone was in his head. And back inside the base, Domino rallies whoever she can, trying to get them to go out there and help the X-Men. And one of the cameras zooms in on Scott, and Lorelei sees his face and recognizes the expression of fear, the same expression and fear that follows possession by Johnny D. She gives Domino a rundown of who and what it is they're dealing with when Outlaw suddenly puts her handgun to Domino's head. Domino immediately realizes that Johnny got her too, and she urges him to pull the trigger and see exactly who the lucky one is in this situation. So Outlaw pulls the trigger, the gun clicks, and Toad tackles her. Then Johnny just starts taking over anybody he can, briefly possessing Lorelei, but that's easily done away with. Domino and Shatterstar like to head out on their own because it's far too dangerous for anyone else, because Johnny could be controlling any one of them right now. Then Caliban shows up and reveals what he found while exploring a stockpile of WMDs. Across the country, one mobile HQ travels to Washington, D.C. as Reyes and Cooper discuss the current situation. She's hopeful that the amnesty and registration will finally be a way to legitimize mutants, and wonders how they can stop this ridiculous fighting that got set off. Reyes sighs and tells her that there has been an unfortunate escalation of hostilities after Domino and Shatterstar joined the fight. Meanwhile, General Lazur reaches out over video call and tells them that he's reporting this catastrophe to the president immediately, and he's preparing a press conference. She shouts that she needs to get in contact with Cyclops, and if Lazur does what he plans, it'll kill any hopes that the mutants have. And Lazur smiles fiendishly and hangs up, and Cooper gets a call and demands to know what the hell is going on. Because the man that she just got on the phone with is her eyes and ears in the Pentagon, specifically the Sentinel-1 offices. And he just told her that Lazur had Johnny D transferred into his custody, and he's been poking around the DNA samples from the Xavier Institute, specifically Cyclops. And then she asks Reyes how important his career is. Reyes asks what kind of horribly sad person he'd be if all he cared about was his career. Cooper and Reyes then get an express flight to DC and head to the Pentagon, where they're escorted by Martin, her eyes and ears and ex-boyfriend, to Lazur's private office. The guards refuse to let them in, so Reyes kicks the goddamn door in, and they catch Lazur and D red-handed. Reyes prepares to place Lazur under arrest when Johnny laughs and asks if Lazur plans on telling them about the WMDs. Back in Nevada, the battle still rages on. Angel is slammed into the dirt by Micromax, and Shatterstar fucking sends his sword directly through his chest. Then he rips it back out and flicks off the blood and tells Sabra, who just called him a murdering animal, that the concept of murder doesn't apply in war. Bishop weakly watches on, wondering what will happen to them if this is the way things will go. Then a soldier races at him with a phone. It's Cooper on the line at the Pentagon, and he listens up and then orders a ceasefire immediately. Everyone stands down as Bishop brings the combatants up to speed regarding Lazur and his secret agenda, and Cooper taking control of the Office of National Emergency. Iceman shouts up and asks what really changed aside from management. As Sabra works with medics to stabilize Micromax, Bishop speaks to Domino about the non-sanctioned experimental weapons located in the base. And it's revealed that the base was actually modified to act as a containment chamber for those weapons. You know, in case they were to fall into enemy hands or something, there is a failsafe protocol to lock the whole place down, which General Lazur just activated. Meaning the bunker is now sealed completely. Meaning no one gets in, meaning no one gets out. Bishop tells Domino that Cooper already contacted Stark Industries, and the best they can estimate is breaking through within 8 to 9 hours. However, the auto-destruct sequence was activated, and the weapons are set to detonate in less than 1 hour. Meaning, they are about to lose half of the global mutant population. Inside, the mutants scramble to break through the blast door. Toad and the others work in the control rooms to try and figure out a way out, but everything is down. Outside, the Sentinels and mutants focus their fire on certain points of the door, desperate to find a weak point, but nothing works. Bishop contacts Val and tells her that they need to persuade Lazur to shut down the destruction sequence. So, they take him to an interrogation room, and Lazur is manacled to a chair.
You know, you shouldn't be smiling, Lazur. Not with the position that you're in.
It's true. I'm not entirely happy about this. The end of a glittering career and all that. But the situation has its compensations.
And the idea of every mutant on Earth having a single throat and my hands wrapped around it, squeezing.
Let's just cut to the chase. You know what I need from you.
Don't you want to know why I did it? Don't you want to poke around my head to find out why I hate mutants so much?
Well, in my experience, bigots aren't worth getting to know. And I just don't have the time. All that I want from you is the shutdown code. Now, I'm not making threats. I'm not going to use truth drugs or psychological torture. I'm going to use this. I'm going to smash your kneecaps, one at a time, and then I'm going to kill you.
You're going to kill me? That sounds an awful lot like a threat.
Statement of fact. You don't give me the information, you die.
Oh, God! Oh, if you kill me, I can't give you the code!
Well, at least you won't be around the gloat.
Oh, Jesus. All right. It's on my laptop.
You get that, Colonel Reyes?
Laptop, got it. I've seen you around him, Bishop. I see the thrill you get, drooling over him, itching to breed with a mutant. I know you. Help me. Help me. Touch me. Who would have thought a couple of broken bones and a big tough soldier turns into a quivering surrender monkey? No one asked your opinion, Squid Boy. If I had my way, they'd cut you out of me before I could walk away. In Nevada, medics prepare to airlift Micro Max when Angel arrives to give out some of his healing blood, because don't forget, Angel has blood that can heal people. As the helicopter takes off, Bishop and Scott watch the futile attempts to break down the door. Bishop reveals that Lazur is dead, and they can't get access to his laptop in time to undo what he did. Scott asks if Bishop is ready to give up, or if he wants to try something insanely dangerous that requires one of them to totally trust the other, and may get both of them killed. And Bishop smirks. Not long after, Sentinel forces pull back along with the X-Men. The plan is for Scott to unleash his full powers willingly upon Bishop, and Bishop will be able to blast the door down just like he did to the Sentinel's arm earlier, only 1,000 times stronger. Alright, you three need to get going. It's way too risky, and that's why you're leaving. There's nothing you can do. You hear that?
Nothing
We're
for us here.
leaving.
Do you detect a note of irony, Scott?
What are they still doing here?
They're doing a Three Musketeers thing. Alright, you ready?
Well, let's do this.
Is it working?
It's not working.
Just give it time to... Oh no.
Don't worry, Hank, we're here to help. What is going on? I'm reading power levels almost 2 gigawatts coming off of Bishop.
Well, it appears you built this place a little more robust than your average nuclear bunker.
They need to stop. Both are going to sustain fatal neurological damage if they keep this up.
I think they know that, Tony.
Alright, well, let's ensure they don't kill themselves for nothing. Carol, direct your photon blasts to the upper left corner in 3-second pulses. Sentinels, move into position. I'm inputting attack patterns directly through one command's data stream. Alright, everybody, the U.S. government paid Stark Industries close to $1 billion to make that bunker impregnable. This is your chance to make me look like an idiot.
Get back, everyone! Away from the door! Get to the tunnels!
They did it! They did it! You did it, Scott!
Did we get through?
Oh, keep back! I can't.
Bobby, no, stop! Scott!
I can help.
Leech, no!
okay, Mr. Summers. Leech is going to turn it off. You feel better now, Mr. Summers?
Thank you, Leech.
Something happened out there in the desert. When those weapons blew, we all saw how close we came to genocide. But we survived. And when it really counted, we stood together.
Several days later, at her new office in the Pentagon, Valerie Cooper speaks with Bishop about how Scott and the X-Men are doing. Then she asks if he's open to a job offer with the Sentinel-1 program, because the consensus on Capitol Hill recently is that far too much power was given out at the expense of the civil rights for mutants. We also learn that the president has appointed a new oversight committee. The first recommendation is to use the Xavier Institute as a community for mutants, much like the government has done with the Native American reservations, in that residency is voluntary and their movements are not restricted, although the Sentinels will remain entirely for protection, no more control or surveillance. And Val tells Bishop that they would love to bring him on board for this. But Bishop says that he's gonna need to think it over.
My name is Wade Wilson. I'm Deadpool, the merc with the mouth and a can of whoop-ass to spare. Game plan is simple. Impress government suit and tie types so they'll hire my scintillating self as a bounty hunter. Today I'm spreading my menace all over a bunch of renegade troublemaking superhero wannabes called the Great Lakes Avengers.
We're the Great Lakes champions now.
Huh, weird. How can you hear my narration?
Because you're saying everything out loud, you freak.
Deadpool snaps out of his narration and focuses on taking down the Great Lakes champions. He salts through Flatman and rips his katana blade right through Mr. Immortal's neck. Big Bertha grabs hold and pulls him into her mass until Wade gets handsy, and she sends him across the room. And Wade reveals the pin of a concussion grenade that he just pulled.
Oh, mamacita. Ugh. Jesus. Ooh. Gonna feel that one for a while. Oh, who are you? Oh! Yow! God, that fucking hurt! Oh! God, what are you, climbing trees with those things? Stop, would you please? Oh!
Not until you've been apprehended and delivered to the authorities.
Yeah, as if Tail Girl's gonna do that.
What do we do? I'm not sure. They've never actually brought anyone in for processing before.
Hey, processing? Wait. No. Listen, officers, my name is Wade Wilson, publicly recognized mutant member of the X-Men known as Deadpool, and I am officially bringing in the Great Lakes champions to justice so that they will be forced to sign the Superhuman Registration Act.
They're already registered.
They did?
They were waiting in line the morning that the Registration Act was announced.
They were?
I tried to tell you.
But you didn't.
Well, you cut off my head.
Yeah. Okay.
And you're not an X-Man.
I am too.
You're not even a mutant.
Oh, what? Do you have a card set or something?
No.
Oh my God, you do have a card set.
Okay, would you two knock it off?
I would like Mr. Wilson remanded into my custody.
Oh, my knight in shining armor.
Agent Hafner, Commission on Superhuman Activities. I have jurisdiction over superhuman activity in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and the Dakotas.
Yeah, that must keep you busy.
Agent Hafner explains to the police, the heroes, and more importantly, Deadpool, that he's come to offer Wade Wilson the opportunity to become a licensed operative of the U.S. government, a sanctioned bounty hunter to track down superhumans who refuse to register and bring them to justice. 11 hours later, in Manhattan, Deadpool sings a little tune as he organizes, inspects, and readies his equipment. Then someone tells Wade that he's getting voted off the show with that kind of singing voice, and Cable appears before him. Cable incredulously asks why Wade would work with them. And then he realizes it's because they're paying good money to hunt down superheroes. Deadpool chuckles in agreement and asks if Cable wants to join him. They can even go after Mr. Fantastic, get a real big public KO. And Cable tells Wade he already registered. He's one of the pro-registration leaders. Deadpool shrugs and goes back to what he was doing, noting that he should probably get a list or something and figure out who's on whose side. Cable says that that is a good idea, and Wade asks why he's here. Cable curtly explains that he has a meeting with someone. Wade finds the crumpled up list that he was given as Cable asks how Wade even wound up in this mess. Deadpool recounts the opening of the comic, even offering to show Cable his brand new badge. Wade then goes over a list of unregistered individuals and teams, ignoring the ones that would really give him trouble or he'd rather not face, like Luke Cage or Captain America, and eventually settles for the Young Avengers.
So, they really are going through with their plan to use superhuman operatives to track down superhuman renegades.
Well, you know, it takes a thief to catch a thief.
And it takes a politician to make a law that works for no one.
Yeah, that goes without saying, sure. But if they're gonna be stupid enough to do all this, yeah, I'm gonna be just the man to benefit from it. You heading out?
Yeah, meeting someone.
Yeah. I was actually getting ready to leave on patrol with my badge.
Wade, you never asked me whose side I'm on.
Yeah? Oh, well, honestly, Nate, I figured you were pretty much above all this BS, right?
Right.
Later that night, Cable meets with Captain America somewhere in the city, with confirmation of Tony and the Coalition's plans to officially begin hunting down superhumans after Tony starts press conference, and the attack on Luke Cage, the minute after midnight. Cable once again asks Cap and his people to flee America and come to the Eastern European country that Cable is now in charge of. But Steve refuses, because leaving now would send the worst message possible. Cable loses it and shouts that Steve is still thinking like Captain America, like an Avenger, like a superhero, and not someone that will soon be crumbling beneath oppression and absolute control. He reveals that he found all of their secret identities, and if he figured it out within seconds of the forgeries being electronically transferred, he wonders how long it'll take Stark and his people. Steve tells Cable that they don't have either the same level of technology, nor the electronic telepathy that Cable does. Cable tells him that it's still only a matter of time, because now the government has the two greatest reasons to pry open any sense of privacy or security: fear and righteous self-aggrandizement to prove that their solution is working. Steve asks if Cable knows they're gonna lose. Cable explains they've already lost, not because he knows the future, but because he's seen what Stark and his cronies have planned. This goes beyond secret identities and registration. This will grow into superhumans as an organized military police force throughout the country. Steve exclaims that that's ridiculous. Tony Stark would never agree to something like that. And Cable sighs at Steve's indignation and disbelief, and tells him that he once again offers asylum, either in his South Pacific island base called Providence, the Eastern European country of Rumekistan, which Cable has recently become president of. And Cable tells him that those offers, those are big picture. Yet Steve can't look past what's immediately in front of him, and that will lead to his failure. Steve tells Cable that they each believe in the same cause, and they still have need for him here to help. But Cable refuses, and because he can see what will continue to happen, he elects to keep his involvement as low profile as he can. But he will still be around to help for now. Then he disappears and Cap heads off, unaware that Deadpool was watching the whole time. And he got some intel on the forged identities that the heroes are using, namely his target, Daredevil, aka Cooper Payton from Long Island. And quite some time later, after Deadpool has finally tracked down where Cooper Payton lives in Long Island, a taxicab sits parked outside of the home of one Cooper Payton, alleged engineer, and incognito Deadpool watches as Daredevil gets in his car and drives away. Wade stealthily follows Daredevil through the city, hoping to find a secret meeting of renegade heroes, or possibly their headquarters. Eventually Daredevil stops, and Payton heads into a warehouse, and Deadpool readies himself and heads in to find a long-abandoned warehouse. He takes a look around, disappointed, and is then struck by a billy club. Daredevil leaps into action and they fight, and Daredevil asks why he's doing this, since Cable is on their side? Deadpool's upset that Daredevil thinks he follows Cable around like some baby, and he starts really going for him.
So you think the registration is acceptable? I got no secret ID. I was covert ops. It ain't about who you are, it's about what you do. Well, why can't you just do what you do with everyone knowing that you're Cooper Payton? Most of you are walking atom bombs. Well, not you, Hong Kong flick fancy pajama boy. But the real threats, the Iron Mans, the Thors, the Squirrel Girls. Why shouldn't Joe and Josephine Q Public feel safe knowing who they are? You're not even Daredevil for real. Oh, that one got me.
And the secret Avengers arrive. Deadpool starts blasting and leaping and mouthing off, and then gets kicked by Goliath, manhandled by Hercules, manages to leap and tuck himself away. Then Wade gets a quick 1-2 from Daredevil and Captain America. Captain America stands between Deadpool and Hercules and calms each of them down. Steve noting that Deadpool is only doing what's expected of him, and they all knew a day like this would be coming sooner or later. And Deadpool pops his gun around Steve and blasts Hercules with a bunch of tranq darts, which does nothing. Then Cable shows up and tells him to let Hercules just hit Wade a few more times, really blow off some steam, because Wade will recover, eventually. And Wade and Nate come face to face, realizing they truly are on opposite sides of all of this. Cable offers to double whatever the Commission on Superhuman Activities is paying Deadpool, and he'll give him a bigger badge. But Deadpool refuses. His principles cannot be bought. Not twice in a row. And he opens fire on Cable, and his force field reflects the darts right back into Wade's body, and he falls to the ground. And the last thing he hears is Cable telling the others to get Wade secure somewhere and keep him there before his healing factor wakes him up. Some time later, the team have duct-taped Deadpool to a chair, and they prepare to head out, splitting up with Cap and the others going out into the city under their fake identities, and Cable returning to base to finish some things. And Deadpool sits trapped for many, many, many hours, until finally he decides to just break his arm and rips the tape off of his mouth. And then he hangs out there, stuck, still, for several more hours, until Cable finally returns, and he reveals that Goliath was killed by Thor. Deadpool is in shock at both of these reveals, one, because he was made to sit through a 6-hour-long lecture and lesson course about not killing unregistered superheroes, and two, he thought Thor was dead. Cable tells Wade that he's had enough of this crap and cuts him loose and then pulls him into a body slide to the White House. Cable and Wade stand in the Oval Office as Cable instructs President Bush not to have his men shoot him lest his shield repel every bullet in the room. They're not here to hurt anyone, he just wants to talk. The president tells Cable to go ahead with what he has to say, and Deadpool asks where the bathroom is, and he's escorted by one of the Secret Servicemen. And so, Cable provides a speech to President George W. Bush.
Initiating the Superhuman Registration Act is understandable. I have no problem with the government asking to know the identities of people capable of blowing up schoolyards and city blocks.
I did not know that I needed your approval, but I will take it. Do you care to make your position public?
I watched a good man die.
Yes, that was very regrettable.
It's the first of many more to come. It's as the old joke goes, Mr. President. What do you call 100 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean?
A good start.
I don't have a problem with the Registration Act, but the 50 States Initiative will pave the road towards a totalitarian state and a real civil war, one whose effect on superhumans will engulf all American civilians, and ultimately the world.
How do you know about the FSI? It's because you're from the future, right?
I would hope, eventually, some of you would learn from your past as well as I have from mine. The fact that my past is your future is all the more reason why you shouldn't make light of what I have to say, sir. If you put superhuman police in every state, it's only a matter of time before you have a police state. Every time human social and civil rights have been abrogated in the name of protecting those very rights, it has inevitably led to a crushing of the human spirit and an uprising against the ruling party.
Is that a threat, Mr. Cable?
It's a statement of fact.
Well, you're talking about something that's 50 years away. Those aren't votes that we gotta worry about this November.
Mr. President, I didn't come here to win anything or fight. I wanted to tell you, from the perspective of someone who has seen countless histories pass by like the pages of a book, that in the short run, this might create some sense of security from the superhumans or terrorist threats. But in the long run, the path being taken will prove to be a mistake.
You don't think I don't agonize over that? Everyone in this administration does. But the people need to be protected from anything that threatens them and the country. We don't have the advantage or the luxury of being from the future and acting like we know we're always right.
Ooh, man, those bathrooms must have some really good insulation.
Hey, Mr. Poole?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
You're the legally deputized agent of the Commission on Superhuman Activities, right?
I got a badge. You want to see it?
No, that's okay. What I really want you to do is apprehend this superhuman fugitive, dead or alive. Okay? Yeah, I can do this.
Wade, don't!
And don't you even think about hardwiring NSYNC into my brain this time, Cable. Now come here. This is...
It's been a while since we played, Wade. Forgot how fast you are. So, you're saying something about NSYNC?
You evil man.
Our conversation got off on the wrong foot.
The Marines are scrambled. The White House is surrounded. There's no way this ends well for you.
Registration is only keeping an eye on me. But once someone tells me where to go, what to do, that's putting a gun to my head. Then rebellion becomes self-defense. Think about that, please. And I'll think more about what you said. Body slide by 2.
Not long after, outside of a church in France, Cable and Deadpool arrive, and Deadpool immediately starts blasting Cable. He lands a kick to his perfect square jaw and hammers his face. They topple down a hillside and land in a river where Wade just goes full hog and kicks Nate in his groin, and then Deadpool realizes where they are. The One World Church of the Unification, aka the place where the Cable and Deadpool comic series began in its first arc. And Wade is distracted just long enough for Cable to slam a huge metal fist into his skull. Wade falls lifeless into the river as Cable spits out his own blood and catches his breath. Then Deadpool jumps back to life and unloads on Nate with his tranq gun. And the force field reflects the darts right back into Wade's body. Sometime later, Deadpool wakes up, duct-taped to an ornate chair in the church. Wade asks why the hell they have an audience, and Cable explains that after they took down the High Priest and foiled his world-conquering plans, Cable bought the church because he felt that the people of it shouldn't be blamed for the excessiveness of their leader, and they wished to continue their tenets in a much more peaceful way than the High Priest had originally intended.
Okay. You're clearly the most benevolent, loving, altruistic world saver ever. Why are you... Oh, I get it. I get all this. The trip to the White House coming here, you're trying to teach me a lesson, aren't you? You saw me with my badge. Maybe you got a little jealous and you thought I was making the wrong choice, selling out my high and mighty principles. But guess what? Finally being a legit government-approved ass-kicker is whipped cream on the sundae. But I really believe that what the white boys in the White House are doing. You got psychos like me running around, much less your Dr. Dooms and Squirrel Girls. Why shouldn't they want to keep tabs on us? And if they have to, lock us up and throw away the key. Seriously, they can't worry about, thousands of years of history.
like you can. The rest of us live day by day, and their job is to make sure the sun comes up tomorrow.
The sun will always come up tomorrow, Wade. The decisions that you're talking about really mean, will there be any life left on Earth to bask in its rays?
Maybe they're trying to make sure there will be.
Maybe they're ensuring there won't be.
Yeah, Nate, I get it, okay? I get all of it. We're not all totally stupid, you know. We do what we think is best. But good old Nate is boy savior from the future. He always knows what's best. But you know, playing the part of the idiot is fun for most of the time, Nate. But you know, when it stops being such a yuck fest. When you start believing it's true. Not much for that one for all for one crap when someone offers a psi necktie, huh?
Wade, stand down! What do you want?
You, in a jail cell. Just like I've been personally ordered to do by the government of these here United States.
We're in France! You don't have jurisdiction here.
I'm an American agent, and I got a badge that gives me the right to kick the crap out of anyone, anywhere, anytime. You got that?
Oh yeah, I got that. Everyone got that. We've been jacked into the infonet since we got here.
I assure the American people and the world that Cable's blatant attempts to make us look bad have failed. The actions of the independent operative Deadpool does not reflect the views of this administration.
Oh, I'm gonna get fired for this, aren't I?
I put a lot on the line to make certain you would. Body slide by 2.
You brought us back here knowing that the body slide would leave you vulnerable.
Yes.
You ruined everything!
Or I saved you from making the biggest mistake of your life.
What mistake? For the first time in years, I got the chance to be legit, to make a difference in something that actually matters. And you took it away.
You only get one chance, Wade, because I guarantee that this time, I won't let you beat me around to make my show look more convincing.
You had no right to make a total mess of everything on my account. That's what I'm supposed to do!
You can do so much more by my side. You have to trust me.
You mean obey you, right? How about this time I say, screw you?
My gravimetric sheath will come back online in 10 seconds, Wade. 5.
You win this battle, Nate. You're gonna lose the war.
I guess one thing was decided for certain this day.
Yeah, that you're a putz?
At least we know which side we're both on.
Jamie Madrox, the Multiple Man, sits in his office as the other members of X Factor Investigations argue endlessly about the registration, and the fact that 2 members, Monet and Richter, have already signed, coerced and convinced by a duplicate of Jamie Madrox who now works for S.H.I.E.L.D. a handful of weeks back, when he stopped on by specifically to get the whole team to sign up. However, there's a new challenger to the fray who's been showing up for the past week or so, Quicksilver. Also, Siren has learned the truth about the M-Day decimation, where millions of mutants lost their powers across the globe. And now Richter begins shouting at Pietro, blaming him for all of it. Pietro sternly tells him he's sorry for the pain caused, but he's not apologetic. His sister's life means far more to him than theirs, and Iron Man, and everyone else's. His sister's life means far more to him than theirs. Also, Iron Man and the others, you know, the same people who are now working with the government to help create oppressive laws, were planning on killing Wanda. Guido, the strong guy, says maybe that wasn't such a bad idea, and he hoists Pietro up and suggests they do the same to him. Pietro, in all his aloofness, tells them they should know something. Thanks to the Terrigen Mist of the Inhumans, he is now able to restore mutants' powers with his touch. So I guess that means he's on good terms with Crystal, his ex-wife, who cucked him with a real estate agent. Real story. Pietro goes on to say that he doesn't know what would happen if he touches someone who still has powers, but he'd hate to find out if it was lethal. Strong Guy nervously sets him back down, and Quicksilver reminds everyone that they must stay united against their common enemy. Monet points out that the common enemy of Mutant Town is Quicksilver, and Pietro tells her she reminds him of himself. But eventually, he grew up and realized you had to make hard choices in life. He doesn't dispute the pain that he caused, but he looks to make things better. Meanwhile, the government has just reworked the mutant registration into superhuman registration. Siren and the others ask what Jamie thinks about all of this. He can't handle it, so he barges out of the room and down the stairs, heads outside, and finds Lila Miller. Now, she is a teenager who's not exactly a mutant, but she does have very powerful precog abilities, which, in actuality, are you sitting down? Because you might want to be. Are really the memories and experiences an older version of herself implanted into her own past younger mind. So technically she knows the future only insofar as it like aligns with that kind of alternate reality version of herself from like a very similar Earth 616 history. Also, she's the only person who was immune to the Scarlet Witch's reality warping events of House of M. Jamie rhetorically asks if she knew the truth about the decimation all along. She confirms it with an uh-huh, and he demands to know why she never told him. She says he never asked. Jamie shouts that he is not in the mood, and he trusted her. And Lila just looks up to him and says it's not her fault he did that. She never asked to be trusted, and she still told him things she probably shouldn't have. She also notes that soon the cab will drive by. He can hail it and ship her back off to the orphanage that she was living in after her parents died. Jamie crosses his arms and huffs, and the taxi cab passes and continues down the street. Lila tells him he's not good at making decisions, and that's what he needs her for, to point him in the right direction. So Jamie asks what direction he should go in now. Lila tells him go north, near the intersection of Buchanan and Broadway, because it'll help him make up his mind about this whole registration thing. Also, she suggests he buy a hat, specifically a beanie, and a scarf with gloves. Jamie listens, but before he leaves, he makes sure to let her know that their argument is not over. And Lila agrees, and tells him that they're going to be arguing for a long time after this. And Jamie can't let it go and stupidly opens his mouth and asks why. She tells him it's because they will eventually get married. And he is very upset about this. Because remember, Lila has her own future self's memories, so she knows what will happen over the course of her own mind, which just raises so many questions. Because they do end up getting married. Not as like a child bride situation, more so like, I don't even remember, but they're like roughly the same age. But do the things that Lila suggests or knows will happen because they will, or because she says they will? Is it a mixture of both? Or is it actually just purely she has like a photographic memory of an alternate like past or future, I guess, that she has yet to experience? It's like proto like future deja vu or something, because she didn't send that cab down the street, but she does send Jamie where he needs to go. Anyway, Jamie does as she says and reaches the intersection of Buchanan and Broadway when Aegis of the New Warriors races past him, chased by a SHIELD drone, alerting Aegis that he's under arrest and must halt and wait for SHIELD forces.
Hey, stop following me. Now is not a good time.
Hey, what did you do?
I tried to help people, but it seems being the people's champion means a lot on Olympus and Jack down here. Did you get out of here before they arrest you too?
Hey, for what, running?
For being different. The Reg Act got our names on the paper, and next you know they're shipping us off to war, rounding us up. Oh God, here they come. Get out of here.
Actually, you're the one who gets out of here.
What are you doing?
I'm helping. You know, like heroes are supposed to do.
Wait, you're a super guy too?
Hey, bad guys are supposed to be afraid of us, right? We're not supposed to be afraid of the people we're trying to help.
Aegis, come out slowly and make no sudden moves. We have weapons that can punch through and paralyze your force field, son. You won't be injured if you surrender immediately. Comply with the law, or we will be forced to... Give me a report. What's the scanner getting?
Hear that? It's like rumbling.
It's much more crowded than we thought, sir.
Holy crap. Fall back! Fall back!
Go! He's in scout! He's not in the same direction, you idiots! You are me!
Okay, fella. You better start talking or you're gonna have the worst day of your life.
Life! Don't talk to me about life! Oh, God, I'm so depressed.
You are out of your mind.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. Hey, I think we're in the clear, though. If you want, I can bring you back to X Factor headquarters. We're down in Mutant Town.
That is an amazingly lousy idea. You don't want to get any deeper into this than you are. There's plenty of access tunnels to the subways, and with any luck, I'll find Captain America. Hey, thanks, man. I owe you a lot.
Hey, you don't owe me anything, man.
Okay, good, because I didn't really know how I'd repay you. See ya later.
Okay, time to call all of you back. Did you know I have an entire closet of the same outfit just so I don't have to make clothing choices? Oh, it's oh, I've never absorbed this many dupes in one shot! Oh my god. Get off of me. You get out from under me. That was fun. Can we do that again? No! Sometime later, Pietro Maximoff finally has his meeting with a real estate agent to purchase a business property within M-Town, which is also when the X-Men show up outside. Cyclops orders that he surrender immediately. Pietro shouts through the door that he will consider it, and then announces he's sending out the innocent real estate agent first. She is very scared, more so than when she was inside with Pietro before the X-Men showed up, and Beast wonders if she's aware that they are the good guys. Then Lila just walks up and tells Cyclops that X-Factor know that he and the others lied to him about the decimation. Wolverine barges over and tells Lila to get the hell out of here and go home to her parents. And then Lila spills the beans and reveals that she lied in the other world to Wolverine about her real life. You see, if you've read or even watched my video on House of M, you'll realize that Lila Miller wakes up in a home not too dissimilar from the one she kind of expects to find, although her parents are there. She did have parents, so she didn't lie entirely to Wolverine when they're in the House of M universe. However, her parents died a couple years prior, and she had been living in that aforementioned orphanage ever since. And that's really what gave it away to her that reality had been tampered with, was the fact that she woke up one day with both of her parents still alive. But unlike that pussy Spider-Man, she was ready to fix things. Wolverine asks why she lied, and she says that she had to. But now everybody's lies are just falling apart. And then the rest of X-Factor show up, Siren and Cyclops argue back and forth, and Scott notes that they received a tip about Quicksilver being in District X, which was called in by Richter because he figured it was the only way to actually get the X-Men to show up. Wolverine asks if they plan on protecting the silver-headed slimeball, and Siren notes that he may be a slimeball and a total evil monster, much to Pietro's chagrin, as he can easily hear them from the building. But Pietro didn't pretend to be their friend and lie to them these past couple months. Colossus says this is all ridiculous and demands that X-Factor stands aside and marches at them when Siren releases her sonic voice. Cyclops tells them that turning against one another is exactly what Quicksilver wants. But if X-Factor can't realize that, I guess he's just gonna have to drive the point home. And he releases his eye beams upon Siren, but Jamie leaps in the way of his concussive blast. And then all of his dupes appear, because anytime Jamie, pretty much takes damage, I suppose, if you smack him hard enough, another him will pop out the other side. That's what happened earlier, if you were wondering. Oh, come on, Scotty, bring it! Make enough of me to kick your astonishing X asses around the block all by myself. Come on, come on! You want pieces, kid? That can be arranged. Back off, Logan. I trusted you, man. And you lied to us. You lied straight to my face. Everybody lies. Get over it. Jamie, we couldn't let people know the truth. It would have caused a worldwide panic. If everyone knew a single mutant could recreate the world in her own image, obliterate powers with 3 words, humans would have wanted to destroy any remaining mutants. Emma already discussed it with Stark. We're neutral, and we've been granted amnesty by the government. We have enough issues of our own to deal with. Besides, what sparked it was untrained heroes and loose cannons. When they came for me, there was no one left to speak out. The words of Martin Niemöller explaining why doing nothing encourages monsters and their atrocities. Where is the vigilance one would expect from the X-Men? I don't need to be lectured by you, Pietro. The US government and its representatives aren't Hitler and his power-grabbing Nazis.
As I recall, Hitler didn't grab power. He was elected.
I'm calling a press conference, Scott, and I'm announcing that X-Factor is opposed to the Superhuman Registration Act. Because you've been lying. You've been lying to us, ever since the decimation. Are you going to have our backs for this? We can't. We've already agreed. Then get the hell out of Mutant Town. Or else we'll have our own little civil war right here. Fine. Let's go. But we'll be monitoring Quicksilver, Madrox. And if he sets foot outside of Mutant Town, we're all over him. Otherwise, he's your problem now. 24/7. So enjoy your little kingdom here. And God help you when it all comes crashing down. Because we won't. So, some insight as to what Jessica Drew, the Spider-Woman, is up to. She's currently a triple agent, working for Hydra, and also acting as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., while also being part of the new Avengers, at least until, you know, that all fell apart, following the introduction of the Superhuman Registration Act. One late night, after far too much has happened in the world, Jessica Drew wakes up after drinking herself to sleep, and decides to turn on the TV. And it's just more news reports on Spider-Man unmasking, Luke Cage and Captain America leading a secret Avengers cabal, as well as the superhuman terrorist Cable attacking the White House a few nights ago, and various editorial pieces about how the Avengers are truly ripping themselves apart. Then someone knocks on her door. Jessica crawls her way over, slinks down from the ceiling, and looks through the peephole to find Nick Fury. She lets him in and asks how the hell he found her. He gives a traditional Fury hand-wavy answer, and she asks what this is all about, because as far as she can recall, he went underground and has been missing for like a year or two. Fury tells Jessica it's time to take a side in this war. She asks about their plan. He says the plan's changed and asks if she had any contact with Captain America. Then she releases her electrical blasts into his back, and he doesn't react, and Jessica asks what exactly director Maria Hill wanted from this interaction by using a life model decoy of Nick. Hill speaks through Fury and says she didn't do this to have a quick chat with Jess. She did it in hopes of finding some quick intel that Jess is a traitor. Then Fury detonates as S.H.I.E.L.D. cape killers erupt into the apartment, and hours later, Jessica wakes up in a pitch-black interrogation room. Maria Hill heads in as Jessica tells her there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Maria tells her to shut the hell up, and asks if Jess is proud of being the first traitor in the first superhero war. Then Iron Man appears, and Hill announces that he revealed Jessica's little secret espionage work for Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. and Fury. Even though Fury's not in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. Yet Jessica is still following his orders, which is by definition an act of treason. Not to mention all the Hydra stuff.
How could you, Tony? How could you?
We're at war now. There's no place for you and your games anymore, Jessica. I only put up with it because Captain America believed in you. But clearly, things are different now. And I can't afford to have you out there as a wild card. You've made your choices, Jess. You made your bed.
I made my bed? I sacrificed everything for you people. Everything. What's going on?
Move, move! Come on, go, go, go!
Agent Drew, we're here to rescue you. We don't have much time.
Get the hell off of my ship!
Take him down, take her down!
Move, get into the transport.
No, stop! Wait!
Mr. Stark, I'm told your armor will probably save you from the colossal impact this carrier is about to make on the state of Rhode Island. When you finally stand up and see the horror that's around you, I hope you realize that you and your war profiteering are responsible. Hail, Hydra.
On the city below, pieces of the struck helicarrier plummet over Providence, Rhode Island. S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft come loose from restraints as Hydra disembark. Maria Hill calls to the bridge to get the anti-grav booster stabilized as the entire helicarrier free falls. An agent at the command deck is narrowly able to hold on long enough to get the systems back online. Wreckage tears into Providence as the helicarrier is stabilized. And Tony's suit comes back online. Maria pulls the bullets off of her Kevlar bodysuit and orders a casualty report, figure out where all that S.H.I.E.L.D. equipment crashed at, and find where the fuck those Nazis took Jessica Drew. Cut to Hydra Island. Jessica Drew wakes up to find Hydra agent and S.H.I.E.L.D. infiltrator Agent Connolly waiting for her. He offers her some tea, hails Hydra, and laments that S.H.I.E.L.D. saved the helicarrier from crashing. Because, it's such a disappointment, because imagine what a spectacle that would have been. Jessica asks why the hell they brought her here, and Connolly explains that this superhero civil war thing that's starting up has changed everything, meaning it's now time to improvise a little bit. So he decided no more games or double crosses from either of them. No more fury, either. It's time that Jessica realizes that her place in the fallout will be with Hydra. He hopes she now sees clearly who her friends in the hero community really are, and how Fury and the others have all turned their back on her. Jessica demands to know what the hell he wants from her, because one second he tries to kill her and the next he rescues her. Connolly smiles and tells Jessica that her next move, their next move, is for Jessica to take the head of the table, for Jessica Drew to become Madam Hydra. The higher-ups are growing sick of Viper and her general instability as both a person and a leader, but Jessica, she was born to be Hydra. Jessica thinks on it, of her family's past with Hydra, and notes that there's really only one thing that's holding her back. The privilege of being on a Hydra base just like this, and blowing it and everyone on it straight to hell. She slams her glass into his head and chokes him with his own tie as Hydra troopers make their way for her. Jessica eviscerates one and forces the other to take her to the island's power generator and fuel reserves. And 20 minutes later, she speeds away on a boat as the whole island erupts. And quite some time later, at the headquarters of the secret Avengers, Jessica Drew arrives and finds some of the team waiting around. She reveals that she's actually been going one by one in a list of safe houses that she knows that Fury had access to, but she is more than happy to find Steve and Luke. And Jessica finally breaks down and tells Steve she has nowhere else to go. At a warehouse somewhere in New York or New Jersey, Mysterio equips himself for a grand day tomorrow, because tomorrow he will defeat Spider-Man. Also, I should note, before we get far too far into things, that this is not the classic Mysterio that we all know and love. This is actually the third Mysterio, who was created by Kevin Smith in his terrible Black Cat Spider-Man comic, The Evil That Men Do. And I truly don't know a better way to describe this character to you, so I'm just going to read verbatim from his Wikipedia description on Francis Klum. Francis Klum, a mutant with the ability to teleport, was sexually abused by his older brother, Garrison, aka Mr. Brownstone, and forced to use his powers to assist Garrison's illegal activity as a heroin dealer. When Garrison dosed the Black Cat with heroin and attempted to rape her, Francis decided to stop his brother's cruelty for good, teleporting within and blowing up Garrison's body. So yeah. That's who we're dealing with currently, because at this time, Quentin Beck was dead after committing suicide. So, Francis rambles on in a monologue to himself about how the new Mysterio will do what the first two never could. Because, aside from teleportation, Klum also has telepathy and telekinesis. Also, he's totally unaware that a secret camera has been set up in his warehouse base, and he's being watched. And the figure notes that Klum sure loves the sound of his own voice. The next day, Peter Parker heads through a mass of both protesters and news reporters outside of Midtown High. The same ordeal as it has been for this past, month and a half since he officially revealed himself as Spider-Man. He gets mobbed, leaps up and away and against the wall, and then climbs up to the roof. Peter laments that anytime he steps foot outside of Avengers Tower, he is met by endless press and protesters. And he truly does not believe Tony when he says that it'll start dying down any day now. If anything, it's gotten worse. It's been weeks since he unmasked himself on live TV, and they're still there. If anything, there's more of them. Peter makes it to the halls of Midtown and finds one of his students, Jeremy, now with a massive black eye and boy howdy does Jeremy look a lot like Peter when he went to Midtown. Peter flashes back to a moment in his youth when Flash got him really good with a dodgeball in gym class. He asks Jeremy what happened, and Jeremy says it happened yesterday in gym class when they were playing dodgeball. Not long after, Pete makes his way to the gym to speak with Coach Flash Thompson. Flash plays with his ball and tells Peter that he's not dumb enough to fall for all of this Peter Parker Spider-Man hoopla. He knows something's really going on here. He does, however, give Peter props for helping out Spidey and getting the government off his back, but Flash figures as soon as this all blows over, Spidey will be back and Peter will still be teaching. Peter sighs and tells him the reason he's here, straight and to the point. He wants Flash to ratchet down the violence level in his classes. That's all he's asking. Flash laughs and reminds him that it's just a harmless game. No one except a wimp ever got hurt playing dodgeball. Peter groans and tells him that he's lucky Peter remembers that they're friends and has the kindness to still treat Flash with respect after Flash, had this weird coma situation where he just kind of forgot things and reverted to an old version of himself, kind of. But Flash tosses the ball at him and asks to see what he's got. He wants to see little Petey Parker stand up and show him something. Pete haphazardly throws, and Flash laughs and gets ready to do it just like in the good old days. And he rockets the dodgeball across the room, and Peter leaps in the air and kicks it directly back into Flash's face. Not long after, Flash wakes up on the floor to find the school nurse and the principal. And the nurse helps him to his feet and leads him away to deal with his 2 black eyes. Back in Manhattan at Avengers Tower, MJ speaks to Peter over the phone about getting in trouble with the principal and what happened with Flash this morning. May asks what happened, MJ gives her the rundown, and then she heads off and says Flash probably had it coming. Peter speaks to MJ about his job and that he thinks he's gonna have to give it up. Then he gets called into Principal Roger Harrington's office. He tells Peter that he doesn't give a shit about the Flash thing, and from what he's heard, Flash provoked him and he got what was coming to him. The real situation is the Spider-Man thing. Roger is getting a lot of pressure from both the parents and the district to get rid of Peter. And he notes that he is and always has been a huge fan of Peter's alter ego, and that he is very disinclined to act against him because he knows that Spider-Man, that Peter Parker, truly is a hero, and Roger will support him and have his back. However, Peter announces to him that he's going to resign. And Roger thanks God, because he did not want to be the guy who had to fire Spider-Man. Peter laughs and asks if he can at least finish out the rest of the day in the after-school ecology club, and also some after-school activities that he had with a few of his students like Jordan. And Roger agrees, and tells him that if he ever changes his mind or is able to come back, then come right back, and Roger will make sure Peter gets taken care of. A few hours later, in his science class, Peter tries to begin another lesson, but the students of the period, just like the past periods, are not paying attention. They are all actually disheartened after learning that Mr. Parker is leaving. Peter tries to talk them into the lesson when his spider sense goes off, and the windows grow dark. In the nurse's office, Nurse Arrow tends to Flash, and they flirt a little bit back and forth, when they too notice the black abyss beyond the windows, and outside, the school is encapsulated in a massive green-black fog.
Attention, boys and girls. We have a special announcement. Your school is now, what's the best way to put it? Haunted. You're now in a big old haunted house where ghosts and goblins hold sway, and anything can happen. Spooky stuff, kids. And before any clever person thinks he can escape from the window, be aware, they're all wired to a fairly large bomb. The front door is your only way out. Good luck.
The kids panic and ask Mr. Parker what they're gonna do, and Spider-Man tells them that they're getting out of here, and orders the class to follow him. And then the lights go out, so Spider-Man crawls overhead and carefully leads the students through the hall, and he glances ahead and then back again, and the kids are gone. The kids, however, call out to Spider-Man, who has suddenly disappeared. Then Mysterio appears, and hisses, "Boo!" And the class panics and runs away, only to run into Coach Thompson and Nurse Arrow.
No, this is beautiful. It's going
Exactly as I planned. I've rigged the entire school with hauntings and death traps. Everyone's roaming around in the darkness. And the best thing of it all is that none of them realize my true plan.
Do you have any idea how sick I am of listening to you declaim to yourself?
No.
It's embarrassing.
What?
I don't
What?
know what's
No.
gotten into you people these
No, it
days.
can't be. It can't be you. You're dead.
To be memorable, you need more than egotistic ranting. You need style, panache, and most of all, timing! That is, if you have any hope of presenting yourself as my successor.
Not long after, outside of Midtown High, police push back the onlookers and continue to set up their barricades when a third Mysterio makes his appearance. This is actually Danny Burkhart, the second Mysterio. He was a stuntman who previously worked with Beck and was Beck's cellmate. He was hired by J. Jonah Jameson to torment Spider-Man while claiming to be Mysterio's ghost after Mysterio's, first apparent death way back when. Different death. It was a fake death, not a real death like the one he conjured a fake Kraven the Hunter to shoot him in the head. So then, eventually Danny went on to actually become one of the Jack-o'-lanterns. And then after that, he just kind of retired? Anyway, Mysterio 2 announces that when he saw the news footage, he recognized the smoke that was used because it was one of his more simpler tricks. So he figured he'd do some good and head on by to lend a hand and stop the vile third Mysterio. Mysterio. The police captain and his officers watch as Mysterio marches past, noting that he's really the only one that can penetrate the cloud, and he asks that they wish him luck. Meanwhile, in Midtown, Spider-Man calls out to the kids when a horrid green gas erupts from beneath the floor. Fortunately, his Iron Spider suit has an onboard oxygen supply filtration system, but Mysterio doesn't know that. So what does he do? He plays possum and acts like it's actually having an effect on him. He writhes around in fake fear and anguish, crying out all of the horrors he's experiencing. And then Principal Harrington walks up and asks what the hell he's doing. Peter explains that he was trying to lure out Mysterio, and then his spider sense goes off. And millions of bats scream as they rocket through the hall. Peter tackles and covers Harrington as Mary Jane screams out for him. She's carried away by a legion of bats into the green mist. Peter panics and runs away after her, and Roger chases him, calling out that doesn't make any fucking sense. Meanwhile, in the auditorium, Mysterio speaks to Mysterio about what it means to be Mysterio. Then Mysterio uses his mutant teleportation to teleport into Mysterio, and he ignites with hellfire. Mysterio stops and drops and rolls and shouts out that Quentin Beck is dead. He demands to know if this Hellstereo is actually Burkhart. Hellstereo tells him no, but Burkstereo is now here as well. Hellstereo then goes on to tell Francis that he has been offered a unique opportunity to conquer not only another pretender of the mantle of Mysterio, but Spider-Man himself. And then he notes that his new associates are very interested in that outcome. Elsewhere, Flash and Arrow work their way through the now seemingly endless pitch-black school looking for a desperate escape. Flash stops them before they continue down a hall and decides to find out for himself if it's booby-trapped or not. So he gets down to a sprinting position and takes off. He races down the hall for the double doors and slams through to find he's right back at the other end of the hallway. Flash decides they must be good to go, and then the floor opens up to reveal a massive, horrible eyeball creature. Meanwhile, Spider-Man comes across Dracula, preparing to make Mary Jane his bride. MJ calls out to him, reaching for her hand, and Roger asks, what the fuck is happening? And Peter realizes something and tells Dracula to go ahead and drain her blood. MJ screams out, begging her husband to save her, and Peter tells her it's all good. And then he walks away, noting to Roger that the Mysterio-made hollow image, or whatever it is, doesn't have a ring on her finger. And then he makes the obvious realization that he can just call home. So he rings up the Avengers Tower number in the Iron Spider suit, and MJ picks up, worried about the attack, which is being reported on the news, and Peter tells her Mysterio's up to some bullshit again. He chats a little bit, saves Roger from a falling anvil, and then tells MJ that he'll be home in time for dinner tonight, and MJ tells him Aunt May is making her special mac and cheese. Meanwhile, Flash screams for Arrow to save herself and the students when Jeremy races past her to Coach Thompson. He retrieves his Swiss Army knife and stabs it into the tendrils of the monster. It screams and recoils, and Flash is freed. They regroup right before Nurse Arrow is ripped into a locker. Flash pulls it open to find a regular locker. Elsewhere, Peter marches down the hall with Roger. He shouts out to Mysterio and realizes the fishbowl dork would no doubt have set up shop in the auditorium, because where else is he gonna go? So they head there and find Mysterio. And another Mysterio. Oh, I'm seeing double. 4 Mysterios. Not long after, Flash and the kids make it to the front doors. He shoves the doors open and sends the kids out to freedom. Kinda. Because they all fall unconscious, with everyone else who managed to escape into the green-black magic cloud. So he instead heads off to find Nurse Arrow and save her. Meanwhile, the Mysterios argue amongst themselves, and Spidey shoves Roger into an adjoining AV room and tells him to stay there until this is all over. Burkhart calls Clum a little rat scurrying around and desperate to steal the other's scraps. And Mysterio plans on ending him as proof that he is the true Mysterio. Clum teleports from his snake attack and electrocutes Burkhart. He counters with lightning back at Clum. They both wail on each other until both are lying on the ground in pain. And Spider-Man just kind of watches and waits for it to be over. The Mysterios eventually work their way back up to their feet and, well, things get more severe. Eventually, Burkhart gains the upper hand and prepares to kill Clum when Spidey webs his hands. But he dissolves the webbing entirely and then focuses his attention on the Iron Spider. Spider-Man fights Mysterio in a plume of thick blue smoke as Burkhart unleashes his magic upon him. Spider-Man tells him that things have changed since he last faced old Danny Boy, and he slams his Iron Spider fist right through Burkhart's glass dome and sends him to the floor. Unfortunately, Clum has recuperated and comes back with a knife. That's not very magical. He then tosses it at Spidey's feet and telepathically instigates Spider-Man to pick it up, open up his new ridiculous costume, and cut his own throat. But a hand steals the blade from Spidey and sends it ripping back across the room and into Mysterio's shoulder, and Flash Thompson tells him he's lucky he didn't have a dodgeball on him. Mysterio shouts out that he's just activated the bomb he installed in the basement, and it's gonna go off in about 3 minutes, taking the entire block with it. Of course, he'll just teleport away. But again, maybe he's bluffing about the bomb. But Spidey doesn't take a chance, and he races for the basement, followed by Flash. And Mysterio watches as the two run off, and he rips the blade out of his body. Flash asks if he can call him Pete, or if it should just be Spidey. And Peter thanks Flash for saving him and fighting Mysterio, and tells Flash that he can call him whatever he wants after this. They make it to the basement stairs and race down, where they find a giant bomb. And Flash is snared by a trap. It's just a noose. It's a literal noose. He tells Peter to forget about him, but Spidey webs a nearby barrel and pulls it beneath Flash to stand on, and then he very easily deactivates the bomb and frees Flash. And elsewhere, in the library, Mysterio finds Nurse Arrow, and she demands that he stay away from her. But he grabs her to use as a hostage. Then she plants a hand on his chest and sends a spike that rips from her wrist straight through it. Francis Clum gags and spits out blood into his helmet and asks how she did that and what she is. And he stumbles away as Arrow releases another spike out of her. And before she can kill him, Clum screams and teleports away. And Spider-Man and Flash bust into the library and find panicked Nurse Arrow. She screams that Mysterio was just here and he was trying to kill her, but then he collapsed and held on to a wound in his shoulder and just disappeared. And outside, the cloud dissipates and the students and faculty who escaped and all of the protesters and reporters start waking back up. Nurse Arrow thanks Flash for what he did today and tells him he was very brave and gives him a kiss. In a flashback to the previous Frontline video, we find detectives Donna Altieri and Keith Dixon at Joe's Marine Mania. They stand around late in the evening as the site is still getting contained, and Altieri tells Dixon that the store owner's records are all missing. And not just business records. his dental, social security. They don't have anything on whoever Joe was, the owner and operator of Marine Mania. Dixon wonders if he could have been an illegal immigrant, and Altieri asks when was the last time he saw an immigrant finance an entire business on his own without taking up the local mob. As the EMS wheel out the remains of Joe's wife, Altieri and Dixon head inside. Dixon wonders if maybe he was a mutant. Altieri notes there are no mutants, not anymore, and suggests that if Joe was behind this, maybe it was something going on with their marriage. Dixon looks around and notes that everyone he spoke to that lived nearby didn't seem to think that was the case. So they head upstairs to Joe's apartment home, and Dixon ponders, what if this guy was a Russian sleeper agent? What if he was some forgotten leftover from the Cold War? Altieri asks what exactly Joe's purpose would have been, and then ushers Dixon over to the bathroom, where they find the still smoldering ruins and a strange mist emanating from around the room. And Dixon explains to her what he thinks could have happened, and his theory of a sleeper agent seeming more and more likely. But as the narration of Dixon goes on, we do learn the truth, and he's not too far off. What really occurred was not the machinations of the Soviets. Instead, it was the Atlanteans. Years ago, they enacted long plans for a sort of secret invasion. And to reestablish contact, they sent out a trigger, which was the recent, sudden, strange appearance of whales singing weird songs and beaching themselves. Altieri and Dixon cannot find a single piece of evidence that really leads them anywhere other than a Russian sleeper agent or a domestic bombing for insurance. So the two head off, passing by one of the firefighters, who ushers the crowd away now that the excitement has died down. And the disguised Atlantean, formerly known as Joe, watches the detectives as they leave. Sometime later, at the Supermax prison that Robbie Baldwin, aka Speedball, has been incarcerated in, Robbie faces off against Toomey, an inmate who has promised to make Speedball, the baby killer's life, a living hell. They circle each other around the gym's boxing ring, and Toomey lays a heavy swing right into Robbie's gut. We also learn that pretty much everyone has bet on Toomey winning, except for Hickey, Robbie's weird-eyed cellmate. I don't know if he's supposed to be blind. I think so. Anyway, Toomey pounds Robbie's face, and he nearly drops before ripping himself back up. Toomey swings and misses. Robbie cuts up and lands a punch square against Toomey's face. He stumbles back, shaking himself from his stupor. Toomey swings and misses, and Robbie slams him with an uppercut. Two prisoners watch on, both worry, and anger that Speedball has somehow gained the upper hand. So one of them pulls out a shank, and as Robbie is gloating over the downed Toomey, they slash open his calf. Robbie falls to the ground screaming as blood spills out over the mat, and Toomey gets up and drives his foot down onto Robbie's leg. He screams out as guards push their way through the crowd. Robbie's vision starts going dark, everything slows, and he feels a swath of energy rippling through him. He forces himself up to his feet as bright matter burns off of him, and he erupts. A few days later, Robbie's mother visits. Robbie weakly tells her that he walked into a door. That's why his leg is bad. He tripped and fell or whatever. She shouts in anger that they're letting her son die in this fucking place, and then reveals that his father, a district attorney from Connecticut, is never coming to visit him. He has completely disowned his son and removed him from any aspect of their lives. She also tells Robbie that CNN is calling him the most hated man in America, and she keeps getting contacted by reporters who want to interview her. They get into an argument about Robbie not expressing remorse properly, and Robbie asserting that he did not kill anyone, and he's not the reason that this happened. She pleads with him, telling her son that the people of Stamford lost their loved ones because Robbie made a mistake. The least he could do is unmake it. But Robbie just turns away. His mother stands up and tells her son that he's always been stubborn. She understands he has principles and assures him that she loves him no matter what, but she just can't keep doing this, not if he's unwilling to change. And he jokes that next time she visits, she should try to bring Dad, so he can hear both of them yelling at him at the same time, like the good old days. And Mrs. Baldwin sighs heavily and tells her son that she is never coming back. And Robbie falls into himself. Now we catch up to the present, where in New York on a stormy, windy day, reporters Ben Urich and Sally Floyd are inside of Angelo's Cafe. Sally says that the Registration Coalition sure are getting what they wanted. Bodies to make people look the other way. An explosion here and there to promote more control. A death of any major named superhero. The perfect things to remind everybody of Stamford, but also to make people scared enough to make sure that the Coalition and S.H.I.E.L.D. can start taking away some freedoms. Then she brings up when she watched Bantam, a registered hero, get killed by Thunderclap, who was unregistered. And she remarks how staged it felt, almost like someone parked the gas tanker of all things right there on purpose and had one hero drive the other towards it. Ben tells her that you're not a reporter when you start imagining the news. Sally tells him that Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. are making a mockery of the Constitution, and it's their duty, the reporters, the news, the journalists, to make sure that people are aware of this, no matter which organization they work for. He recounts to her how he first witnessed the Silver Surfer's arrival and the fiery sky that engulfed the Earth for days prior, and the day that the Earth truly discovered intelligence far beyond their own comprehension. And he reveals that he actually fell into severe alcoholism. Sally tries to interrupt, but Ben continues his parable anyway, and tells her that she can't take the situation personally. She has to make a judgment on what she sees and not what she expects to see. Sally bites back that he's turning a blind eye, and Ben retorts that he's just not seeing things that aren't really there. But Sally tells him that they both know there's more to this, and asks a question. Who stands to gain from something like this? Because if they follow that trail, they're very likely to find the real reasons behind the Registration Act. And then she tells Ben she's got a hot date with a costumed hero, pays for coffee, and heads off. Ben tells her to please be careful and to not do anything stupid. And without looking back, Sally tells him she already became a journalist and heads out into the drizzle. So Ben hangs around for a little bit longer, finishes his drink, and waits for a break in the weather, and finally heads out. He walks down the street to a parking lot and retrieves his car and notices a piece of paper tucked beneath his wiper. And it reads, "Closer than you think. Listen to her." And a sickening shiver races up his spine and pools at the base of his skull. And he looks around and tucks the paper into his coat and gets in his car. Later that evening, after the weather has cleared, and Sally takes notes at an anti-registration underground meeting. A young woman called Network takes the floor and says that they need to stop sitting around. They need to become a truly organized group and make contact with or join up Captain America's secret Avengers. Typeface assures Network that everyone here agrees with the sentiment, but their primary goal is to remain free. Network and Typeface start to argue, and she asks if he wants to just sit around and hide some more. Typeface says it's far better to run and fight for another day. Meanwhile, Solo's just kinda hanging out by himself when he sees something against the shimmering sunset. Red Rose comes up and asks him if his comm unit went dead, because hers just did, and he realizes what's coming. Tear gas slams through the skylights, followed by S.H.I.E.L.D. cape killers. Battlestar takes Sally into cover, and Typeface orders them to move her out to the East Passage immediately. Solo screams that she sold him out, as Sally cries that she did not. Battlestar then politely asks that she just shut up and go, and he passes her off to Gladiatrix, who pulls Sally right away as a wall explodes inward. More cape killers stampede in as Sally weakly gets herself up and finds Gladiatrix crushed beneath rubble. She's pulled away by Canasta, and as she stumbles behind him in chase, looks back and watches as heroes are shot down and arrested. And only 6 minutes later, Sally tries to call for Ben, but S.H.I.E.L.D. have set up signal jammers. So she's forced to sit and wait with the remaining supers who are currently hiding in an abandoned building somewhere along the Hudson.
Ben, maybe Solo was right. Maybe someone knew I was coming. They could have tailed me from the diners. Ben, I don't know, but they're tagging reporters. Whatever you do.
Oh, God. Be safe, Sally. Be safe, Ben. Hello?
Is this some kind of joke?
You're probably not gonna wanna turn around. You miss me, pumpkin?
You're not Osborn. Osborn's in jail.
Gonna stick you like the little pig you are, Benny boy. Show you what a real legacy of evil looks
What do you want with me?
You wrote lies about me, Eric. We're gonna set the record straight. I know you, Eric. I'll watch what you do. I see your wife, your friends, all the people you love and cherish. And I'm crossing you off first. Wait! You can't! It's not time! Get out of me! Get out of me! Not fair!
The hell?
Eric! I see you, Benny boy! I've got news for you, do you hear me? For that little rag of yours. Do you hear me?
And sometime late into the night, after escaping S.H.I.E.L.D. and its forces somewhere along the Hudson, Sally crosses through Chinatown. She walks into a marketplace, lost in thought about what the hell happened and where all of those superheroes that got arrested are gonna go now. Then she feels a hard, blunt object against her back, very similar to the barrel of a gun. And a large man with a gruff voice tells her it's exactly what she thinks it is, and orders her to keep walking and act normal, and she'll be okay. She starts freaking out and asks what the hell he wants, and the man tells her to shut up and listen. He knows what she's been getting up to. He knows that she narrowly escaped those S.H.I.E.L.D. forces a couple hours ago, and he knows that she is writing the wrong story. 'Cause some fabled group of underground heroes, all coming together in a common cause, led by Captain America of all people. It's an urban legend. She just misheard what those people in the underground meeting were saying. It's not like they can corroborate it, not after they got arrested. Sally takes a breath and bluntly tells the man she knows what she's heard. She knows that Captain America is still leading a group of resistance. The man tells her that Captain America doesn't exist anymore. None of them do. They're all in new lives and identities, and she will never find them. But there are people who think she will find them. She was allowed to escape, and that's why she's still being followed. Sally asks why, if the heroes allegedly don't exist anymore, why is this guy trying so hard to protect them?
You're looking for the conspiracy where there ain't one. So, why don't you just stick to finding out what's wrong with the Registration Act and leave all that secretive stuff to the experts? 'Cause the whole thing's like a mental cheese, stinky and full of holes. Ask any lawyer. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government, they're afraid of people finding that out. So stop looking for heroes. Do it yourself.
Okay, well, if I'm gonna do that, then you can at least tell me, what about you? What are you so afraid of, mister? walking around here putting a gun to my back. What the hell?
The next morning at the Daily Bugle offices, Ben recounts his fateful encounter with the Green Goblin. A story which Jonah does not believe, because Norman Osborn has been in jail for years. But Ben is adamant that it was Norman Osborn. He could see it in his eyes that it was him. Robbie tells Ben that they can't just go around claiming Norman Osborn sightings. Jonah tells Ben he's not made of money and refuses to fund this as an investigative report. Ben slams his fist down and tells them he knows what he saw. He knows who that was, and wonders if it was somehow tied to the Registration Act. Jonah simmers down and asks if Ben is certain. But before Ben can answer, an employee comes in and tells them that he just heard back from Iron Man's people. Osborn's still imprisoned, and independent witnesses have verified that.
Get out of my office, Ben. If I wanted alien sightings, I would have bought the Weekly World. Here's a novel concept. Leave now and go do the thing I'd pay you for.
Would you listen to yourself, Jonah? The goblin threatened all of us, you included. And you're too scared to look into it. What's next? We refuse to publish an editorial cartoon in case we offend a terrorist?
Are you finished, Yurik?
No, maybe. I guess so.
Good. Clean out your desk. You're fired.
That afternoon, Sally walks through the bullpen of The Alternative. Editor revels in her write-up of last night's events, and he hands it off to be published on the front page. Then our old friend, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Eric Marshall and a squad of Cape Killers barge into the office. And Marshall demands to know if the man that Sally met in Chinatown was him, and what he said, and where he is. Sally jokes around and blows him off when Marshall explains who he is and why her conversation with her little mystery man is a matter of national security. And then he brings up the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. have positively ID'd her, leaving a gathering of unregistered combatants last night. Sally's editor, Neil, steps between them and tells Marshall his lawyers would love to hear all about this. Sally then adds on that she's not at liberty to reveal her confidential sources. Marshall says neither of them seem to understand the gravity of this situation. Then he sighs and places them both under arrest for conspiracy to commit terrorist acts and harboring identities of unregistered combatants. And he begins reading off their Miranda rights as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents cuff them.
Oh, God. Hey, I ain't afraid of you. Wonder Man, the rat ain't afraid of no one.
And English must be your third language. You know, I gotta hand it to you, Rat. You don't give in easily. But the gun is a bad idea. Huh. Now, I don't play so nice. Huh?
NYPD, get your hands in the air. And please keep your hands visible at all times and produce your registration ID card.
No problem, officer. I'm apprehending a costumed criminal known as the Rat. I have reason to believe he's responsible for a recent string of armed robberies. Perpetrator was seen exiting the First United Bank after incapacitating a security guard. I'm going to reach slowly into my side pocket. My registration card is laminated, type A3. And just so you are forewarned, I'll probably be operating in this section of Manhattan for the next week or so.
Thank you, Wonder Man. Everything appears to be in order. You'll be contacted within 10 business days to schedule a court appearance, and all contacts will be made anonymously via encrypted email.
Glad to be of service, fellas.
And cut! Sometime after his shoot, Simon Williams' Wonder Man flies through the sky as he speaks over the phone about the rewrites to the script. He's very annoyed at how cheesy it's coming off, no pun intended, because of the rat. and notes that even though it's an info spot, that doesn't mean it has to be realistic and stupid. He also doesn't like that he's facing off against such a low-level guy like a rat, and tells the person on the other end that it would be nice if they got someone to write a script who's actually been around a superhero before. Wonder Man eventually lands and finds his assistant, Jill. She tells him that the mayor's office wants a conference call with him tomorrow, and also that he has 2 surprise visitors. So Simon heads in to find 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents waiting for him in a conference room. He takes a seat and they get right to it. One agent hands over an envelope as the other gives Wonder Man the rundown. It is about a recent development over on the East Coast. Something or someone disturbed a subject that S.H.I.E.L.D. had under surveillance for a number of years, and Simon takes a look at the photos of Joe and his wife, sole proprietors of an aquarium in Manhattan called Joe's Marine Mania. That is, until several days ago. Then they explain that Joe is an undercover operative working for a foreign power and is an extremely elevated threat. Simon asks what the hell this has to do with him, and the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agent tells him he's being called in to serve. You know, as per the Registration Act. He asks why they didn't go with literally anyone else, someone more qualified, and they tell him that everybody else was occupied. Then the blonde agent notes a few tax discrepancies in Simon Williams's Second Chances Foundation, and he picks up what she's putting down. Because what she's putting down could lead to 10 to 15 years on embezzlement charges per each count. But S.H.I.E.L.D. can make it all disappear. And they ask him to read over the dossier and keep a special bracelet attached to his wrist for the duration of the mission, because that's how they'll get in contact with him. Then the women head out and tell him they'll be back tomorrow after his pita banquet to discuss the details. And Simon stands alone, flipping through the pages, and sighs heavily over what he got himself into. And now, all 3 stories finally catch up to the present. How fun! Everything is just tying itself together, because we cut to the Supermax prison, where Robbie Baldwin, aka Speedball, has been incarcerated since the Stamford incident.
All prison staff be advised. Prisoner exiting the main
We don't need to get him out of here. Get him out of here. How tight was Name
Come back real soon, baby killer, because this has been fun.
Pleasure was all mine, Chuckles. I'm counting the hours. Kisses! Fucking assholes.
Robbie, you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just tired. Is this for a court date or something?
I'm afraid not. But hey, we're working on it, okay? Look, this may not go the way that you're hoping. The appeals process can take time, especially for someone who rejected a deal the courts deem more than reasonable. So they are transferring you to a new holding facility under joint jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. military. But there's something I don't like about the arrangement. It's some kind of collaboration with the power players. They're telling me the Sentry might be involved, and word is they're bringing everyone currently held under registration violation this way.
Where the hell?
There he is! There he is!
But what? Is this what it's been like?
Robbie, I tried to tell you. You are the poster child for superhuman excess.
That can't have been for me. I'm Speedball. Everybody loves Speedball.
It was for you. Get used to it. Yeah, and maybe don't say that.
Oh, God, how can this get any worse?
I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you, Robbie. I really did, but I was trying to find the right time.
So this is the right time?
I don't know. When would have worked for you?
What do you mean? What is that thing?
It's a gateway to another dimension called the negative zone.
Oh, great!
Robbie, listen to me. I'm doing all I can, but you've got to give me something to work with. They're still willing to deal if you register.
What, the same people who lost 28 million veterans' personal information off of a laptop? I'll take my chances.
That happened months ago.
We've all seen what happens when you take chances, Robbie. Please. I'll be in touch.
Please step forward into the transfer receptacle. Thank you. Thomas Gordon, formerly known as Typeface. Please step forward into the transfer receptacle. Thank you. Saban Aaron, formerly known as Cold Blood. Please step forward into the transfer receptacle. Thank you. Baldwin Robert, formerly known as Speedball. Please step forward into the transfer receptacle. Thank you. Unspecified non-human combat. Please step forward into the transfer receptacle.
Hey, so, who knows any good jokes? Dude, you look like you know a few rib ticklers. Hey, where is the negative zone anyway? I hope it's not near Cleveland. Man, holy... It's going to be a very different episode today, a much longer one than the rest of the series, because really only the final issue of this whole story arc fits into the Civil War event itself. But even then, it's a big reveal, and it feels like a disservice not to cover the whole lead-up, especially for people who've never experienced this story before. Highly recommend it. Brubaker and Brian Michael Bendis' era on Daredevil. Mwah. Perfect. I love it. And that's the main reason why I am also doing this, because it's Daredevil. And I just want to talk about a lot of Daredevil. And also keep in mind that the majority of this video happens far before the events of Civil War. So it's another whole episode flashback!
Criminal Case 2001-445A. United States of America versus Matthew Murdoch. Will the counsel please note their appearance for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Paul Delacourt, Ken Goldberg, and Delilah Novak for the United States.
Your Honor, Franklin Nelson for the defendant, Mr. Matthew Murdoch.
All right. And we'll note that the defendant is present. Before we get started, I have a handful of requests from those who would address the court today. I will not be honoring these requests. This is an assignment hearing and...
Your Honor, if it pleases the court, my name is Dr. Reed Richards. I'm one of the people who filed a request.
I know who you are, Doctor, and we're glad to have you sit and observe the proceedings. I will not be honoring your request at this time, and will be forced to have you removed from court if you interrupt again.
Yes, sir. They're making it so much worse, even by being here. Why did they come when I specifically told them not to? All of them!
All right. Mr. Nelson, does the defendant wish to have a formal or informal arraignment?
Your Honor, we will waive formal reading for the indictment. We will ask for a trial by jury.
Mr. Murdoch, are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol at this time, or have been during the last 24 hours?
No, sir.
Do you understand what's going on here today?
Yes, sir.
Has Mr. Murdoch been given a copy of the information in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Murdoch, you understand what you're being charged with and the possible penalties?
I do.
And how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor. He pleads not guilty.
I would like to hear it from Mr. Murdoch. For the court records. Mr. Murdoch?
I'm sorry. Don't. Sorry. He's mad! You're making things worse for yourself! You know that! Mad!
Matthew, you never stop surprising me.
We don't have much time, Natasha.
We don't have any time.
Oh, ow!
I'm sorry.
Is she alright?
She's waiting for you. Come on.
Hello, Mr. Murdoch. I asked you a question. For the court records, what do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'd like to request bond be set.
Your Honor, Mr. Murdoch is a huge flight risk, not to mention a physical threat to the
Your
population.
Honor!
In this very audience, we have any number of
Your
mutants
Honor!
or people with the
Your Honor,
motivation
Mr.
and
Murdoch
wherewithal
is
to
a
help
fine
Mr.
member of the
Murdoch
community
out
who
of the
will-
country or
Order.
even the planet.
Your Honor,
Has
please
traveled
let
to
me be
Japan.
heard.
Court, I have read your proposal, and I assume that the director of the FBI, who I see is in court, has made or is prepared to make the special arrangement you've described.
Yes, Your Honor. We've arranged a special section of Rikers Island for Mr. Murdoch. Out of the city and out of harm's way.
Okay then. Mr. Murdoch, until such time as counsel can agree on dates and other pre-trial business involving your case, I am going to deny bail of any kind. Order! Order!
There's a lot of press out there, Mr. Fisk.
Good. I have a lot to say.
This is your first day of freedom, and how long?
Long enough.
Mr. Fisk?
I will take a few questions, but first, if you will indulge me, I have a few words to say to you, who have waited so patiently for my release from federal custody. I cannot divulge any of the deal with the federal government, but it is suffice to say that both parties are happy with the result. I am a free man. My record is clean, and as for my future plans, I will be traveling abroad.
Mr. Fisk, you are under arrest for the murder of
What?
Jonathan Roche.
We had a deal!
The deal was for past associations, not murder. While you were playing games with us, a witness stepped forward with proof, physical evidence, that you, with your bare hands, murdered a subordinate under your employ.
We had a deal!
We'll be releasing that information
We
to the
had a
public
deal, you
immediately,
son of a
following your
bitch!
conviction. You actually thought I'd play your game?
I'll kill you.
Huh. Threatening a federal officer. I'll add that to your list of charges.
Kill you. Who did this? Who did this to me?
Don't worry, we have somewhere special to keep you.
One month and a day has passed as the long arm of the law grips Matthew Murdoch in a chokehold. But in Harlem, Daredevil makes a return. And those two kids who will, in time, go on to record Luke Cage's fight against S.H.I.E.L.D. Cape Killers also get a recording of Daredevil fighting a group of miscreants in the rain and bounding off into the night. Matt sits awake late into the night once again, seated in his cell of the protected wing at Rikers, unable to sleep due to his heightened senses, the stench, the noise, it's just all too much. The fellow inmates of the protected wing are really no different than those in Gen Pop, and the guards are just as bad, either drunk with power, or alcohol, or both, and very corrupt. One of the guards walks up to Matt with a newspaper and chuckles as he asks if Daredevil here snuck out last night. Matt reiterates that he is not Daredevil, and then CO Gruber drops the bugle paper before the cell, and Matt reminds him again, he's blind. And Gruber's like, sure you are. Then they argue back and forth until Gruber reveals that, from what he's heard, Matt is not making it to trial. Then he leaves, and once he's gone, Matt pulls the newspaper in and runs his hands over the ink and reads the front page headline. Across town, at Nelson and Murdoch, Avocados at Law, Ben Urich and Foggy Nelson sit in his office and read the bugle paper. Foggy assures Ben he has no idea who this Daredevil is. Ben notes how convenient it is that suddenly this just happens, and new Daredevil immediately gets caught by some neighborhood kids with a camera. Foggy again reiterates that he has no idea who this was or how it happened, and it is not a plot to poison the jury pool for the trial. The two argue back and forth a little bit about the situation and eventually wind up back at this one point. If Foggy isn't behind New Devil, then who is? And who benefits from it? Foggy sits back down and remarks that the bugle is certainly benefiting, and Foggy bites that Ben sure is a good friend of theirs when it's convenient. Ben doesn't reply and instead just heads off into the stormy night, unaware that he's being watched. Not long after, Foggy works alone in his office, going through papers and documents, rain pattering against the glass of his window, and he stops, sensing something. And he looks out of the window, and across the street, he sees Daredevil on the roof. So he immediately grabs his coat and races up to the rooftop of Nelson and Murdoch, and he calls out, and a voice responds. Foggy shouts at Daredevil that he already told him to lay off this, because the last thing he needs right now is someone catching them speaking. Daredevil tries to explain that he was just helping, but Foggy cuts him off and covers his ears and shouts that he doesn't care who he is or whatever he's doing. Foggy wants no part of it. He is not advocating for this. He is not affiliated with this. He doesn't even want to hear the guy's voice in case he recognizes it. And when he turns back around, Daredevil is gone. The next morning, on a sleek airstrip, FBI Director Davis and the warden of Rikers Prison, Cole, walk to Davis's private plane. Cole complains that this is too much to ask and too ridiculous of demands that Davis is giving him. Davis reiterates that Cole's instructions are clear. Put Wilson Fisk into Gen Pop like any other prisoner with Matthew Murdoch and the others. Cole asks if Davis realizes that he doesn't operate without oversight, because all of those inmates have lawyers, all of whom have filed many complaints about the current housing situation and proximity to one another. And then Davis hands over a document packet regarding temporary transfer for cell retrofitting on the raft. Cole asks why all of these people already being in the same prison, the same yard where they can just kill each other, or try to, isn't enough. Cole ignores the question and instead asks why Murdoch was put in protected custody. And Cole shouts out it's because he's a blind man! But Davis marches away and growls that they'll see about that. Then he instructs Cole to go back to work and not piss him off, and follow his goddamn orders. Later that morning, Secretary Becky Blake arrives at Nelson and Murdoch and finds Foggy asleep on a sofa in the office, surrounded by documents. Foggy jerks awake and works to get himself presentable, noting that the government is trying to drown them in paperwork and it won't work on him. He is gonna kick their asses. Becky goes to make some coffee, and not long after, Dakota North, who is a private investigator and bodyguard for the firm after Jessica Jones, who previously held the position, gave it up because, you know, she had a kid. Dakota arrives and finds Foggy in the process of shaving in the bathroom, and she tells him that she got a call not long ago from a guy she knows in the FBI. They're planning on challenging Matt's need to be in protective custody. And the theory is that if he's Daredevil, he should be able to get along just fine in Gen Pop. Foggy yells out that they haven't even proven that he is Daredevil. As far as they should be concerned, he is just a blind man. She notes that they have made a strong enough case to keep him locked up, and Foggy finishes shaving, wipes off his face, and says that they need to get to work and get in to see Matt as soon as possible, which is going to take a while due to all of the red tape being wrapped around the case. A few days later, Matt Murdock finishes a checkup in the infirmary and runs into Carlos Muerto, the Black Tarantula. Carlos asks how Murdock knew it was him before he even said anything, and Matt smirks and says it's Tuesday, and every Tuesday Carlos has to be administered a shot to prevent his superpowers. Carlos asks if Matt heard about what Fisk did to those guys the other day. 4 of Carlos's men tried to ambush Wilson Fisk in the showers, and all 4 were killed, and the walls and the plumbing were totaled. Matt says that 1 in 4 is not nearly enough to take on the Kingpin, and asks if there's, something that Carlos wants. Carlos tells him that the word is going around that Murdock is set up here for a while, and someone with Daredevil's skill, well, that's far too important to waste. And Carlos smiles and tells Matt that sooner or later, some shit's gonna pop off. And he wants to know whose side Matt's gonna be on. Matt grimaces and tells Carlos he's mistaken. Just like the papers, just like the feds, Matthew Murdock is just a blind lawyer. So unless he wants some legal advice, Matt suggests they stop wasting each other's time. Carlos laughs and remarks that if Matt was just a blind lawyer, he wouldn't be mouthing off like that. Then he's escorted out and tells Matt that even though he's white, he doesn't have many options there because he's not with the Owl or Hammerhead, and he definitely won't get with Boss Morgan and the Black Gangs, which leaves him with very few options for protection. Matt sighs as the guard escorts him from the infirmary. However, on their way back to the protected wing, the guard ushers him to a detour, a far-off hallway system, away from any witnesses or proper camera coverage, and Matt listens to the CO's heartbeat race.
Hello, Mr. Murdock. I told you I'd see you soon.
And I told you that you'd make a mistake.
Actually, you told me to shove it, but there weren't any guards around there, so you couldn't be yourself, right?
I'm not Daredevil.
Oh, of course not. He's not Daredevil. I seen in the Bugle that Daredevil's still running around, but my sources tell me not to believe everything I read.
And your point is?
Hey, my point is, it's time you learned where you are, Murdock.
This is a mistake. You're making a mistake.
Here. No reason to keep pretending you're some innocent blind guy.
You are making a mistake.
No, this is a lesson. Goon Squad will be here in about 2 minutes. Either you'll be a corpse or you'll have a lot of explaining to do. Welcome to prison, Daredevil.
On the floor now!
Matt Murdock plays dumb and hides in the corner and pretends that's where he was when he and the guard walked right into a gang fight. He winds up in solitary with the others, and it also doesn't help that all of the gang members that were found in the room are part of the same gang. But for the next week and a half, Matt Murdock is held in restrictive housing, so he uses it to meditate in relative quiet, and he thinks, and he plans, and he wonders how long his life will be like this. Eventually, a new set of footsteps echoes down the hall, and Matt recognizes the heartbeat as C.O. Gruber. He unlocks Matt's cell and tells him it's time to go because his lawyer is here to see him. Not long after, Foggy asks what the hell happened to keeping a low profile, especially after he has spent the last week raising hell just to get this visit. Matt quietly tells him he didn't exactly have a choice and asks about the Bugle article and if Foggy had something to do with it. Foggy assures him he did not. So Matt asks who he's with, and Foggy introduces Dakota and explains the situation. Then he reveals what Dakota learned about the feds trying to get Matt into Gen Pop. Matt says it figures that they want him dead before they're forced to go to trial. And he asks when the hearing on Foggy's motion to move up the trial is. Foggy tells him it should be next week unless the feds put in for another extension, and Matt assures him that they definitely will because they know they can't win this. They know if a blind man appears on the stand being accused of being Daredevil, it's all over. How do you prove that? You know what it looks like if I don't testify.
And I know what it is if you do.
Foggy, I'm in prison.
I know, but
I have to get out of here. How far do we take it? What line do we not cross to get your life back?
I don't know.
Look, I spoke to Mila yesterday. She says you won't let her visit. Says you don't even call. I'm just not that good on the phone lately. And her voice on the other line, it just makes the walls close in even tighter. Matt, how do we keep you in protected custody? Eye doctors. Tell them to find one that can prove I'm not blind. They can't put a blind man in Gen Pop. Oh, that's what I thought, but the incident that got you into solitary isn't looking too good. We just deny it. There's no witnesses that'll say a word. Okay. Look, Matt, I swear to you right now, I will do whatever I have to. I will not let them do this to you, man. I know. Back in solitary. Something's different. A note. Foggy.
How do you think he's holding up?
He's sinking. I've seen him lose it a few times. Oh god, he's had a rough life, and now this. Okay, we gotta try to get another appeal of bail. He's blind. You'd think an ankle monitor would be... hey, excuse me, don't we go that way?
The, pipe they're trying to repair just burst this morning. Whole hall's flooded. Gotta go around. Just through here.
Yeah, okay. No, hey!
Foggy!
Leave her alone! Help! Somebody help! Hey! Guard! Please!
What the hell do you want, Murdoch?
Listen to me! There's an attack! They're attacking my lawyer!
And you know this how?
Please, listen to me! You've gotta help, please!
Only thing I gotta worry about is getting back to my crossword puzzle.
No! Damn it! Listen to me!
You were mute instead of blind.
Foggy!
No! Foggy! His heart's still beating. His heart is still beating. His heart is still beating. His heart is still beating. Please, Foggy, please. Another week and a half passes. Ben Urich stands at the funeral of Franklin Nelson. Among the attendees include Foggy's mother, Rosalind Sharp, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Danny Rand, and Matthew Murdoch, escorted by 2 New York sheriffs. On a dreary morning, Foggy Nelson is laid to rest. Matt is allowed to drop a handful of dirt over the casket, and then he is escorted away. Jessica heads after them to give her condolences, but a sheriff pushes her away, which really pisses off Luke, and Danny gets between the argument as everyone is distracted. Rosalind Sharp then walks up to Matt and screams that he killed her son. Which, if I had a nickel for every time a grieving mother whose last name was Sharp screamed at a superhero for getting her son killed, I'd have 2 nickels. And it's weird that it happens so close to each other, right? The sheriffs continue escorting Matt back to their squad car as Ben meets up with Jessica. Then Luke and Danny join them, and they all watch as Matt is taken away. Later that day, Warden Cole argues over the phone about this whole Nelson mess with Director Davis when his secretary comes in and informs him that Murdoch has been returned to his cell. Cole hangs up and sardonically jokes that he was hoping Murdoch would make a run for it and make his life a whole lot easier. Downstairs, Matt stands in his solitary confinement, reliving the sensations he felt the day Foggy died, thinking of how scared his best friend was. And Matt begins punching the wall, realizing that he won't be able to keep himself in check anymore. And then his father walks over as Matt hits the body bag and tells him that he's making a mistake. Matty cannot throw his life away for revenge. It's not how he was raised. Matt bites back that his father pushed him to study hard, which led to endless bullying, while Jack broke fingers for the mob and boxed for cash. Jack solemnly tells his son that he was trying to raise Matty to be a better man than him. Matt tells him he's not. Everything his father felt and more is in him. Matt just knows how to keep it locked up. Jack tells him that he would just be giving the people after him exactly what they want. And Matt stops, realizing how bloodied his knuckles are. and tells his father that everyone he has is gone. Then he hears 3 pairs of footsteps coming down the hall, and the door opens to reveal Boss Morgan. He's an old 1970s Captain America and Falcon villain who used to be the crime lord in Harlem until he was locked up. Morgan sarcastically asks if Murdoch has lost his mind talking to himself, because he definitely has not been in solitary long enough for that to happen. And then he puts his hand forward to shake, but Matt doesn't move. Morgan asks if he offended some kind of decorum, and Matt says he has nothing to say to him. So Morgan tells him to just listen, because it cost him to get this visit. Morgan offers to find out who killed Foggy and where the guard who helped ran off to. In exchange, Matt works for Morgan. Matt tells him he'll pass and asks to be left alone. Morgan tells Matt he doesn't appreciate disrespect towards offers of favors. Matt tells him he doesn't want anyone's help. Then he says his best friend was buried today. He'll gladly show them why it's a bad idea to send his men into the cell. Morgan laughs, and then he and his guys leave. Another week passes. Jonah orders Ben Urich to cover tomorrow's court hearing for Murdoch's case, and Ben and JJ argue, and Jonah tells him to find his objectivity and go do his fucking job when his boss tells him to. So the following day, Becky Blake takes over the case, and as Matt Murdoch is brought out, she asks to briefly confer with her client. Then she explains to Matt that she's only gone to night school for law, and how exactly she should be playing this whole situation. Matt tells her to just let them have their way. She argues that he'll be thrown into Gen Pop if that happens, and Matt tells her it doesn't matter. And the judge calls to proceed. Prosecutors put forward that there's no reason Matthew Murdoch should be given special treatment because in the time that he's been in Rikers, there have been 3 unexplained violent incidents with Matt Murdoch at the center of them. And they cannot be sure he's actually blind, regardless of what medical science tells them. Because, you know, they live in the Marvel Universe. Becky retorts that Mr. Murdoch has only been accused of being Daredevil, and until there's an actual conviction, that accusation cannot be used against him. Then she remarks that maybe the people putting a blind man in a wing full of murderers will save them the trouble of a real trial. The prosecutor objects, and the proceeding continues, and goes on, and on, and on. And eventually, the judge remarks that the evidence of Matthew Murdoch being able to take care of himself is made perfectly clear by the filled infirmary on Rikers, and he sees no reason for extra resources to be expended on the defendant, and grants the motion to remove Matt Murdoch from protected custody and into the general population. And Ben watches as Matt immediately stands up and smiles, just a little bit.
Oh, look at this. Look who's finally bunking with the righteous cons. Get tired of the Chesters and PC, or are you ready to man up
You
in this?
just walked into my cell, Leland, and there are no cameras or guards around. That was a very bad idea.
Like I give a
What were you thinking, Leland? Why do you think I'm here? To get pushed around by nobodies like you? Bad news, speed freaks. Your connection isn't gonna show. You're going to tell me who killed Foggy Nelson, and you're going to tell me who ordered the hit.
Swear.
You're lying!
No, I'm not. I just heard something was going down. That's all. So I wanted to send you a message.
You know the problem, Leland. I still think you're lying, but your heart is beating so fast, I can't tell if I'm wrong or not. 5 kilos of crystal meth. Looks like my source is right on target. Oh, man. A few nights later, at a bar somewhere in New York, Dakota North is met by Ben Urich. He reveals to her 2 things. The guard who set she and Foggy up was found dead from a gangland-style execution. The police were led to the body by Daredevil. The second is that Leland Owlsley was found this morning in the common area of Riker's Gen Pop with both his arms and legs broken, and several missing teeth. She laments not having been able to save Foggy, and for freezing up in the situation, because she was supposed to be his bodyguard. But Ben moves past it, and tells her that Matthew Murdock is his friend, and he is not going to let Kingpin or the feds or whoever is behind this get away with what they're doing. She asks why the hell he came to her, and Ben explains that he has a plan. She is going to help him track down the new Daredevil, and they're going to save Matt Murdock. Months pass, and Matt Murdock wakes up one morning to notice something very different in the air. It's a strange silence throughout the prison. Guards keep quiet, inmates keep to their cliques, and eventually, as the day goes on, a helicopter lands, and the transfer gate is opened, and a new inmate is moved through the cell blocks, level by level, and everyone watches in silence as Bullseye arrives at Rikers. So then we learn a little bit more about the continued passage of time, specifically for Matt. It's a lot of blood, a lot of madness, a lot of broken bones. Even the guards have become scared of him, although he always behaves as the perfect picture of an innocent blind man whenever they're around, or he's in the cameras. One morning, C.O. Salazar rocks up to Matt as he reads, and lets Matt know that C.O. McHenry, who was the guy that led Matt into the Hammerhead ambush all those months ago, is finally returning. Matt asks why he would want to know that, and Salazar says that he figured Matt might want to know that. That's all. And then he heads off. The next day, Ben looks at a new edition of the Daily Bugle and asks if it's really what Jonah wants to go with, because they have no proof that Matt Murdock has anything to do with the wave of violence that continues to come out of Rikers. Jonah notes that's why they added the question mark. Ben says it's weird and feels slanted. Wow, who could have seen that coming from a newspaper publication made by J. Jonah Jameson? JJ asks when exactly Ben was assigned as headline consultant, and Ben asks if they have to slam the poor blind guy every chance they get. And Jonah offers to send Ben to one of Robbie's journalism night courses at ESU because they're in the business of selling papers, not in the business of being nice to friends who get arrested. Ben heads out to his desk right as his phone rings, and it's a call from Dakota, who finally has a lead. She doesn't know how good it'll be, much like the previous ones, but at the very least, she has some damn good photographs of Daredevil. And later that night at Rikers, C.O. McHenry walks alone through a corridor that leads to the machine shop, and Matt busts all the lights with some makeshift billy clubs and charges him. Matt demands to know why he walked him into a trap and what McHenry had to do with Foggy's attack. Who the hell paid off the guards? McHenry cries out he didn't know what was going to happen. He was told they just wanted to talk. He didn't know they were going to try to kill both of them. He whimpers that he just tries to survive for his wife and kids, and he got his skull fractured. He was in the hospital for almost a year. Matt demands to know who got to him. McHenry says it was one of Hammerhead's guys, and Matt orders him to explain exactly how he can get from cell block D to cell block A and find Hammerhead without being seen on video. McHenry stumbles through thoughts until he finally says that they renovated A block last year with all kinds of hidden cameras, and Daredevil would know how to do it far better than he would. And Matt marches off into the dark and tells McHenry to find a new job, because he won't survive this one much longer. Eventually, after days of preparation, Matt gets up in the middle of the night and forms a makeshift mask, and works his way out of his cell, through D block, expertly maneuvering his way through the prison, until he finds Hammerhead's suite. Then he rips open the curtains and finds Hammerhead. Matt clocks him in the jaw, and Hammerhead tells him after he beats Matt Murdock's ass, he's gonna auction off the honor of shanking him to death. Hammerhead charges, and Matt leaps over, lands, and kicks him into the flat screen TV. Hammerhead lunges once again, and Matt goes straight for his nerve cluster, striking exactly where his whole body will feel like it's on fire. Hammerhead falls to his knees and calls Matt a son of a bitch, and Matt demands to know if he was the one who put a hit on his lawyer. Hammerhead asks what the fuck he's talking about. It wasn't even one of his guys who stabbed him. And Matt barks out for a name. Who paid Hammerhead to attack Matthew Murdock? And Hammerhead tells him it was an old bagman named Murphy. And a few nights later, rain hammers down upon the city as Ben and Dakota get ready to meet a man named Ivan Murphy. They get out of the car and meet the old man as he drinks. Dakota orders Ivan to tell him what he told her about Daredevil. Ivan explains that he knows a lawyer uptown who has a bunch of Daredevil pictures. He knows Daredevil too. Ben offers $100 for the name of the lawyer, and wouldn't you know it, Ivan has his card on him. The name on the card reads Alton Lennox. Ben pays the man and they say goodbye to the old drunk, and when Ivan is far enough away, Ben tells Dakota they're being set up. He realizes why he recognized Ivan's name. Ivan Murphy used to work for the Kingpin. More time passes, and Matt Murdock is brought back once again to meet with Warden Cole. Matt's senses tell him that the Warden is not doing well. Nervous tension in his muscles, acid reflux, high blood pressure. The works. Cole tells Matt that he's about to push the whole goddamn prison over the edge. Things were bad enough before with the gangs and the corruptions and the drugs, but it was manageable. But ever since Matt got moved into Gen Pop, there has been a goddamn wait list for the infirmary. Matt plays the blind card, and Cole tells him what happened to Mr. Nelson was a tragedy. One Cole takes responsibility for, and he begs Matt to stop. Especially now that Wilson Fisk is being removed from solitary. And who should be waiting at his cell? Turk Barrett, baby. Kingpin thanks Turk for all of the reports he provided to Fisk during his long time away, and Fisk asks if Turk knows how to get to cell block D and which guards he'll need to speak with. Turk tells him he does, and Fisk orders a message to be delivered to Murdock. And the day after Fisk returns, an inmate who matched the description of the man who killed Foggy is found hanging in his cell. And everywhere Matt goes, there are whispers that Kingpin killed Foggy Nelson, and then he had the inmate killed to cover his tracks. Several nights later in Washington, D.C., FBI Director Davis speaks to New York Senator David Engel about the whole Murdoch situation that's still getting drawn out. Davis assures it's all under control. He's the one who got Fisk, and he took down Daredevil, some vigilante prick that's been making the US government look like schmucks for years. And Engels notes that the voters of New York, to them, Daredevil's a hero, not someone they want to see murdered in a prison cell. Davis tells him to just take a breath, calm down, realize it's all copacetic, baby. It's under control.
Do you need any change from this?
Keep it.
Thanks.
Just 20. I can get it to you by tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow? You think I'm a fucking bank, bitch?
Oh, jeez.
You be holding that shit back. You want rock? I'll rock you so hard.
Rover G? Rover, get up!
Get out of this life, or you'll die too.
Hey, freeze! Don't you fucking move!
I surrender.
Oh.
Take me away.
All right, officer requesting backup immediately. I request backup now!
More time drags on. But to Matt, it feels as though the only people in Rikers are himself and Wilson Fisk. He heads to his cell one day and finds Carlos, who says Matt might be in the market for something Carlos can get for him. Something to stick in that fat fuck's belly. Something that'll work. Matt says he's not in the market, and Carlos laughs that he wasn't even gonna charge. He just wants a front row seat. Matt asks if that's really who Carlos thinks he is. That he's the kind of person who hears gossip and will just head off to kill a man. Carlos doesn't think even Matt knows who he is anymore, and he smirks and says Matt's been lying to himself if he says there is not murder in his heart for Wilson Fisk. Matt says he shouldn't make assumptions, but Carlos notes that if Matt doesn't make a move, the reputation he worked so hard for won't mean jack or shit anymore. Then they're interrupted as multiple guards announce a prisoner transfer, and Frank Castle is ushered through the cell block. Later, Matt does some meditative thinking in his cell when Turk Barrett shows up with a message from Wilson Fisk. He wants to meet in 2 days' time, in the afternoon, in the yard. Matt smiles and tells him that sounds great. The next morning at the Daily Bugle, Ben and Jonah argue once again. This time it's about Ben's article on Daredevil in action and interviews with people he's saved that was bumped to page 4. Jonah tells him he got Punisher's mugshot on page 1. Ben's lucky his article even got run at all, because it sure doesn't seem like Ben found that objectivity Jonah asked for. The two ride up the elevator, still arguing. Jonah accuses Ben of using his paper to clear his friend's name, and Ben says he has done no such thing. And when Jonah claims that Ben's viewpoint of the world is slanted, Ben quickly points out all the times Jonah slams Spider-Man and any other hero who associates with him, in particular the Rampage. Jonah went on against the new Avengers when Spider-Man was announced to be joining the team. And Jonah glares at him, and the elevator opens, and he walks away and tells Ben it's on page 4. And it's gonna stay on page 4 because it helps sell the papers.
Hello, Murdoch. Enjoying your stay?
What do you think, Frank?
Honestly, I'm not too sure anymore. About you, I mean. I saw in the paper that maybe you've gone off your nut in here, creating this wave of violence, they say.
So, what? You thought you'd come to join in?
That was part of it, sure. Seemed a shame to miss out. But more than that, I wanted to see it for myself.
See what?
What it looks like when you turn into me.
I am not
like me. You've been spouting that line as long as I've known you, Red. And what has it gotten you? Just about everyone you ever cared about is dead.
You think I need to be reminded?
I think you need to be reminded of something. I'm just not sure what.
Sometime later, Dakota tries once again to meet with Mr. Lennox. She tries to get a forwarding address, but learns that it's kept secret. She tries a couple workarounds, but is stonewalled by the secretary, and tells Ben that every possible lead she gets on Alton Lennox comes up empty. And back down the street, the secretary points out Dakota to two large and burly men, and they start following her as Daredevil watches. And another day passes. Matt Murdock wakes up and discovers a gift in his cell. And that afternoon, he really plays up the blind act as he walks down to the courtyard and heads for Fisk.
Hello, Matthew. Walk with me.
Just tell me why. You got me. You won. Why would you go after Foggy?
Is that why you agreed to this meeting? Because you think I had Franklin Nelson killed? Don't tell me this place has broken you that easily.
You were laughing while he bled out.
Yes, I was laughing at your pain. But that doesn't mean that I caused it. But please, if you don't believe me, then use that shank you're holding and spend the rest of your life behind bars.
Oh, damn you! Damn you to hell! Who did it? Tell me!
Use your head, Matthew. You used to be good at that. How many people are there in here and out there in the real world who would love to see us kill each other inside of these walls? Haven't you been manipulated enough times to remember what it feels like? Or have you just gone native?
Damn it!
If I were you, I would find out who the last person who spoke to the assassin was. The last person with access to money, that is.
It's still your fault, Fisk. If I wasn't in here...
Chicken and the egg. You and I are enemies. We always will be. But right now, we need to rise above that.
The hell we do.
Yes, the hell we do. In case you haven't noticed, there's a war brewing in Rikers. And when it blows, it's going to blow right at you and me. I, for one, do not intend to die behind bars. Do you? When the answers you seek are likely back in the real world.
Not long after, Punisher watches as Matt makes a phone call to the Nelson Murdoch offices and asks Becky to get the Rikers visitor logs for the day that Foggy was killed. And elsewhere, Hammerhead and some others make preparations for an upcoming riot. Some more time later, Matt is ushered down the cell block to the visitors center. He notes a strange feeling in the air. The plan was to meet Becky. However, he instead finds Mila Donovan. Now, I should explain to you who that is. Mila Donovan was Matt Murdock's love interest from the Brian Michael Bendis era of the character, which is what directly preceded Ed Brubaker's time on the series. They fell so head over heels for one another. I really do like them as a couple. I think it's one of the better relationships Matthew Murdock has in the comics, and Bendis just did a great job with them. But they wound up getting married. That falls apart, however. Due to Matt having a full-blown mental breakdown, and shortly thereafter he is arrested, which, we saw at the beginning of the video. That's pretty much it, you're caught up. Also, she's blind. Matt immediately tells her she should not have come here. She asks that he not blame Becky for this. He knows how pushy Mila can be, and she needed to see him. Figuratively, of course. Matt pleads with her to leave. Right now, for the love of God, leave! Because this was the last place he saw Foggy. He was sitting in the chair that she was sitting in, and he begs her to leave. Mila sternly tells him that she's not leaving. Nothing is gonna happen to her. Matt shouts out that she can't say that, and he cannot guarantee it. Then he tells her to please put Becky on. She asks if this is what happens when someone completely loses their mind. If this is what Foggy would have wanted to happen to Matt. For Matthew Murdock, his best friend, to completely lose himself. And Matt screams that they stabbed him to death. She asks how many people he's made suffer for it. And Matt growls, not enough. And Mila asks if this is really who he wants to be. Someone no different from the rest of the men in Rikers. And if that is the man that Foggy Nelson died for. Then she stands up, tells him that she still loves him, and leaves the room. Becky rolls over and takes the phone and apologizes for taking so long to get here, noting the very heightened security for visitors now, and Matt says it's okay, and instructs her to tell him what she found out, and then get herself and Mila off of Rikers as quickly as possible. So Becky explains the weird connection that they found, and it's the reason that Dakota isn't here with them. She reveals that the guy they think killed Foggy met with his lawyer earlier that day. His lawyer is Alton Lennox. Matt has never heard of that name before, and she gives him the rundown on the situation with Dakota and Ben and the new Daredevil, and Matt asks for Becky to give the phone over to CO Salazar. So, the CO walks over, takes the phone, and Matt quietly, calmly, sternly commands him to get Becky and Mila out of Rikers and into safety, and he goes into great detail on what will happen if Salazar does not do that.
The inmates are keeping an unusual distance this morning, wouldn't you say, Turk?
I guess.
Well then, we'd better get ready. Instruct the men. Be ready at the first sign.
Yes, Mr. Fisk.
Oh, Turk.
Yes, Mr. Fisk.
Be sure to give him these.
Warden, get down!
Murdoch? What the hell?
You've got a riot on your hands. These men were ordered to kill you. They want me and Fisk, and they're using the whole prison to get us. Take any cards you trust and get to your security station and call in the riot squad now.
Where are you going?
To keep a promise.
Oh, this is a bad idea.
Oh, don't be such a bitch, Turk. He's on our side.
Yeah, you hope, and so do I. All right, you two. Get him the hell out of that junk.
hate to say it, but I told you so, Murdoch.
Then don't.
Look at them, the lunatics might actually survive.
Where they at then, Morgan?
It's a prison riot. You expect a timetable.
Hey, thanks for the shotgun. I was almost out of cards.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Long time, flathead.
Not fucking long enough.
Gotta say, I wasn't expecting that.
We can't win. Not with just 2 of us.
I know. Lucky for us, we're not alone.
What have you done?
Oh, it is all part of the plan.
Looks like someone forgot to invite me.
Oh my god.
Is it okay
Run.
if I crash?
What did they say?
Riot squad, ETA is 5 minutes, sir. I'm guessing 3 hours to restore order? But it looks like it's already breaking up.
Probably because Bullseye's on a fucking killing spree. What's the Punisher doing?
He's sitting in his cell reading. He killed 4 cons on his porch, but considering what he could be doing.
Hey, check it out, Murdoch. I shot.
Damn you, Fisk.
What?
The deal was we protect each other and we get out of here so I can find answers.
Can you think of a better way to get us onto the riot squad's helicopter?
He is not coming with us.
It's irony, Matthew. That FBI director had him put here, hoping he'd kill you. Instead, he's going to be our ticket out.
Oh, damn it.
That's enough, Lester.
All right.
We need to start moving.
Damn it.
Oh, hey!
You don't get out of here.
Murdoch!
Only person we don't need here is you.
Oh, nice shot.
Murdoch, you bastard! You let him shoot me point blank?
I did. But I'm sure you'll live.
You and I are not done.
Yeah, we are.
Whoa, hey, I wasn't
Don't worry,
doing
Turk,
anything.
it'll all be over soon. You better go help your boss so he doesn't bleed out. Frank, guess you had a busy day too.
Not so much. You planning on using that thing?
It's for you, assuming you want to help me get out of this hellhole.
Thought you'd never ask.
Sir, look! Punisher's using Murdoch as a human shield. Oh, Christ. There goes the riot squad chopper.
Roberts, did we get any footage of Murdoch during this?
Nothing I saw, sir.
And you've got no problem with that?
I grew up in Hell's Kitchen, sir.
Right. We gotta get out of the sky. They just called us in. You care where I put her down?
Just as long as it's Manhattan. I never thought I'd say these words, but thanks, Frank.
You're hurting a lot right now, Murdoch, with good reason. But you don't want to be me. You needed to remember that.
And you'll be okay?
I can slip away without hurting any cops, if that's what you mean.
That is what I meant.
God, you're still predictable. So not everything's changed.
No. Not everything. Just enough. Hours later, as night encroaches upon the city, Daredevil runs his Daredevil report log. He hasn't slept since early yesterday morning, and he is still keeping an eye on Detective Dakota North, who is still being followed. However, something did go down with him, and Daredevil blew it, because just as one of her stalkers was about to fucking gun her down in the street like a CEO, Dakota took him to the ground and ran away. Then a gunfight broke out in broad daylight between Dakota and the men, until Daredevil crashed down in the midst of it. The older of the two shouted that they're on the same side. Daredevil didn't know what that meant, and landed a kick against his neck and took them both down. Then he made a mistake and spoke out loud to Dakota, who recognized his voice. And so I forgot we'd met, and she's working with Urich from the Bugle. So that's great. This might be my last report, at least for a while. Huh?
Danny!
Matt? Aren't you supposed to be at Rikers? So, into the night, Danny and Matt hang out at Danny's apartment. As he puts on his Iron Fist garb, Matt asks what exactly Danny Rand, the immortal Iron Fist, knows about Alton Lennox. Danny tells him not much. He just has been told to drop off his report at the end of the week to Alton's office. And sometimes Alton calls Danny with tip-offs. Danny's pretty sure he saw him in a meeting one time with some feds, which he kind of assumed was in some way connected to Matt's case. And Matt tells him it absolutely was not. Which is why you don't assume, Danny. For, like, what, a year? However long Matt's been in just rotting away in Rikers, Danny Rand has been assuming that he's working for people in Matt Murdock's circle. Because when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Danny says Lennon didn't seem like the kind of guy to order a murder, but Matt reveals he was the last person to speak to the murderer. And he also hired Danny to masquerade as Daredevil for some reason. So he's pretty goddamn good at pulling the strings. And he better have a great explanation for why he did it. And the two head off into the night. Elsewhere in the eve of New York City, Ben and Dakota break into Alton Lennox's office. As Dakota works on the lock, Ben gets a call from Robbie that they just got wind that a massive riot broke out at Rikers earlier today. And then they open the door and find Daredevil. He asks that they please shut the door and explains that he's never met Lennox, and, from the looks of things, Alton Lennox has not been here for several days. Then Iron Fist pops in and tells Daredevil that the rooms are empty. And Dakota realizes who the new Daredevil was. Matt tells her it's best that they stop asking questions, and Ben immediately asks a question. Why the hell is Daredevil here, and what is he doing? Because to Ben, it sure looks like someone's throwing their life away. Especially now that Ben just learned about a massive riot at Rikers that has been trying to be kept under wraps. Daredevil tells him this is about more than just Matt Murdock's life. It's about justice. Iron Fist notes that the only thing in the office is furniture. There's no documents, there's no books, there's no folders, all the computers have been wiped. They have nothing to lead them to Foggy's killer. And Dakota laughs in their faces and asks how exactly an investigative reporter and two superheroes can be so bad at being detectives. And she hits the reprint button on Lennox's fax machine, and an e-ticket prints for a first-class flight to Monaco. Hours later, in Newark, New Jersey, the very first glimpses of the sun rise as Matt Murdock cleans himself up in a motel room with Ben Urich. Ben hands over his purchases from the drugstore down the road and says none of what Matt is doing will help his case. Matt bluntly tells Ben there never was a case. They put him in Rikers to kill him, the same as Wilson Fisk. And Ben reveals that the last time he saw Foggy, they fought and argued, and he blamed Ben for all of this. Matt assures his friend that none of this is his fault. But Matt has to do this. He has to go after Lennox. And Ben has to keep covering for him, just like Danny is. Ben sighs heavily and asks that Matt please not get killed, because that is a story he never wants to have to write. Later that day, news channels broadcast recently leaked footage showing Frank Castle using Matt Murdock as a hostage before commandeering a helicopter to escape Rikers prison, leading many to speculate the validity of the criminal charges against Murdock as the vigilante Daredevil, topped off by all of the sightings of the masked figure ever since Murdock's incarceration. FBI Director Davis watches CNN as they bring up a press conference done officially by Warden Cole regarding the riot now that it's known to the general public. Cole spoke to reporters and stated that in his personal interactions with Murdock, someone he believed should have never been placed in federal penitentiary, he never saw one thing that ever led him to believe Matthew Murdock is anything other than an innocent man who was wrongly accused. Then he looks directly at the camera and says that he places the blame on the riot squarely on the FBI, who forced Murdock and several repeat offenders into the same facility, knowing full well that it was a time bomb. Then Davis's secretary comes in and tells him that Senator Engel is on the phone, demanding to have a chat. And later, Matt Murdock inserts some contact lenses and heads out of the bathroom of an airport. He hands over his passport for Michael Murdock and books his flight for Monaco. several days later, in an uninteresting cul-de-sac somewhere in an unimportant town of America, the newspaper is delivered by a boy on a bicycle, and a man uses his walker to head out the door and picks it up and finds that Matthew Murdock is still missing. And Foggy Nelson wonders what the hell his best friend is doing. Then a man asks that he please step back inside, because they don't want people to see him until he's off the cane and fully ready to assume his new life. That fateful day many weeks ago at a Stark Industries petrochemical plant along the Hudson River, when Tony Stark's Avengers and coalition of pro-registration forces set an ambush for Captain America's secret Avengers, who had arrived at the scene planning on rescuing anyone who was in harm's way from the massive fire. And it was on that day that Bill Foster, Goliath, was murdered. The day after that, Iron Man held a meeting at Avengers Tower explaining that the violence that had occurred was unfortunately necessary, and everyone performed admirably, and they should all be proud of what was accomplished. But their mission is not over. And after that, the meeting was adjourned, and only Tony and Peter remained in the room. Tony asks if Peter needs to talk about anything. Peter tells him, obviously, but what would be the point? They're just gonna have to do what they have to do. It's like Tony said, it is what it is. They have their orders and they have to follow them. But it doesn't mean Peter has to like what happens to get to the goal. Then he pulls on his mask and they head out. And in the present, a massive convoy transporting detained superhumans is ushered through New York City for Rikers Island Negative Zone Gateway. Civilians watch as the massive transports rumble over the asphalt. Streets have been blocked, protesters scream out, and Peter uses his suit's internal scanners to listen in on the voices in the crowd. And he's still not used to people calling him by name when he's in the costume. Iron Man announces over the comms that they're coming up to the first turn. Spidey asks a question. Why is he riding shotgun on the transport instead of just swinging around? And Iron Man explains he wants Spidey close to him because he is the only one who knows trouble is coming before it hits. Peter nearly speaks up but stops himself, and he wonders how exactly Tony knows how Peter's spider sense works. Because he has never really explained it to anyone, Tony especially, what it is or how it works. Maybe he's brought it up here and there occasionally, but you know, the last time I can think that he did that was in House of M, and that was right before the universe was rewritten, so who knows who even heard it in the midst of all that. But he notes to himself to inspect the Iron Spider suit and find out just how much data is coming in and what's going out. They round the corner without incident and continue down another straightaway, and that's when his Spidey sense goes off. A few hundred yards ahead, in the sewers, there is something. Iron Man announces they're switching to a backup route, heading east, and the convoy suddenly makes a turn, but the route is blocked by protesters, and Iron Man quickly orders the convoy to keep moving and divert to Route C. And Spider-Man doesn't feel a sense. He feels a horrible chill collapse down his spine as he sees the Yancey Street sign pass by. And not long after, Spidey radios into Iron Man that his sense is going off from all around them, and then various objects rain down upon the convoy. People scream out as the vehicles roll past. Iron Man orders a restrained defensive mode until they're clear of the protesters, and Spidey hesitates and then realizes that there are missiles incoming. A barrage of rockets rain down upon the convoy. Iron Man, Wasp, Captain Marvel handle the majority, but two slip past. A Spider-Man catches them in his webbing and sends them back off into the sky, redirected around into one another, and they explode out of harm's way. And then he kind of just free falls for a little bit and lands a couple blocks away. Oh, he could have had a better landing.
They're jamming. Feed.
Oh, hey, where are you going? The fun's just starting. That's where you're wrong, Peter. There's no fun here. Only innocent people getting hurt, arrested, and killed. And you're on the wrong side of that equation. Funny, I was just about to say the same thing about you, followed shortly afterward by, I don't suppose you'd be interested in surrendering peacefully. I'm going to make this short and to the point. I respect you, son, and I know you. I know your heart. I know you hate what you're doing. but you think you don't have any other choice. You're wrong. You can still do the right thing. We could use you on our side, but I won't ask again.
No!
Get it, quick!
Leave it alone and walk out of here right now!
Suit. Enhanced scanners northwest, please. Well, the sound of fighting stopped. Toady must have gotten things under control. I'll bet good money Cap wasn't one of those things. At least I put it in a place nobody can reach. Well, correction, almost nobody. Because I want him to know I left it for him. But this isn't a matter of right or wrong, moral or immoral. It's legal versus illegal. At least that's what I try and tell myself in the middle of the night when I wonder what the hell I'm doing. I'm legal, I'm registered, I'm authorized. And as I feel this whole situation starting to unravel around me, I just hope to God that I'm right. Captain America, Daredevil, Luke Cage, Cloak, and Dagger all stand in a subterranean labyrinth beneath New York City going over the final preparations for their attack on the S.H.I.E.L.D. detainee convoy. The only issue is that they don't have any intel on the exact route. Steve, being a logistical genius, has been able to make some educated guesses, but there's nothing certain. And then a voice says he can save Cap some time. And C and some of his Yancey Street boys rock up. C introduces himself, and Cap tells him he's heard plenty about Yancey Street from Ben Grimm. And then C hands over a charted map, a very detailed charted map, and Cap asks how the hell they got their hands on it, and how they found them. But C simply says he has his ways, and that they want to help. Steve steps back and speaks to Luke, and they discuss that it could be a trap, but Steve thinks it looks way too legit, and it ties into everything that they've learned about the upcoming convoy. Steve thanks C and the others, noting that if this does work, he will owe them. And the guys all giggle like schoolboys, and C tells Captain America he doesn't owe them anything. In fact, C and the others are the ones who owe him. And then the trio head off. Cut to, where the hell could this possibly be? What am I looking at? It looks like nowhere from Courage the Cowardly Dog. Anyway, it's an abandoned factory of some kind where Puppet Master and the Thinker, who is actually the informant leaking S.H.I.E.L.D. intel to anti-registration groups such as C and Yancey Street, and probably, typefaces people before they got caught, have set up shop as Puppet Master works away tirelessly. What's their plan? Pretty much to lure as many superheroes into one location as possible, and then using Puppet Master's mind control psychic abilities, they will be able to control every non-powered human in the area. Police, military, civilians, everyone! And the outcome is obvious. Superheroes aren't going to want to fight normal people. At least not to the extent that they're going to need to, if the normal people are trying to kill them. And that's pretty much the gist of their plan. If it works. Because Puppet Master's cerebral enhancement system hasn't had enough time for appropriate test runs, and Puppet Master is worrying that it won't hold. Thinker tells him it'll be fine as long as there are no unexpected additions to the equation that he has run countless times. And the next day, the toys all take their place, and Ben Grimm orders a lean corned beef sandwich. at a deli just off of Yancey Street. The owner asks why Ben Grimm has been hanging around the neighborhood so much instead of off with the Fantastic Four or Iron Man or whatever, and Ben says that he's making sure the Yancey Street gang aren't causing too much trouble, because with everything going on recently, they are in over their heads. And the old man notes that anytime someone gets in trouble, they're in over their heads. But it is nice to see the youth getting into politics and standing up for a cause they believe in. He actually heard they're setting up some kind of protest later this morning. Ben asks when that was supposed to happen, and the man tells him right about now. And Ben barges out of the deli. Elsewhere, a SHIELD convoy transporting detainees is guarded by Iron Man, Spider-Man, and the other Avengers. Spidey radios to Iron Man that his spider sense is picking up some trouble straight ahead from the underground tunnels. Iron Man orders the convoy's redirection, but they're blocked by protesters. They're forced to take a swift detour down Yancey Street, and from nearly every window and apartment, objects begin raining down on the convoy, and people scream out obscenities and anti-registration rhetoric. The Avengers are deployed to provide some restrained defense. And that is when Puppet Master takes control of a SHIELD pilot and forces him to open fire on the convoy. Missiles rain out. Iron Man, Ms. Marvel, and Wasp handle the majority of them as Spider-Man catches two and redirects them up and away into the sky. And he whips away right as Ben Grimm arrives. And chaos breaks out. Iron Man spots him and calls out for help to apprehend the escapees. Then Luke Cage also calls out to Ben for help. And nearby, one of C's friends named Mouse is controlled to pick up an orb from a trash bin. And he races to the convoy. C tackles him and Mouse lobs the bomb. Daredevil calls out the bomb, but the fighting continues. Ben Grimm then hoists an empty transport over his head and slams it down atop the bomb, capturing the majority of the blast beneath its heft.
You've won nothing, Grimm, except a postponement of the inevitable.
Puppet Master, that you son of a bitch. No! Oh no! See? Look at what your freaking war's done! He was just a kid!
We got him, Grimm. We got him.
He had parents, he had a life, he had a future. And you took all that away from him. Don't you see what you're doing? Don't you see that you're tearing apart everything that makes this place worth fighting for? Look around! Take a freaking look around! To hell with you! All of you! I've been thinking about it for a long time, since all this started. But this made up my mind for me. Registration's wrong, and I ain't supporting what I don't believe in, but I'm not gonna fight my own government, or let the government say I'm a criminal. So the way I see it, it leaves me only one choice. I'm checking out of the country, so don't bother leaving the light on!
In a flashback a few months ago, not long after Spider-Man revealed his identity, at a JV baseball game of the Awesome Androids versus the Black Bolts, Mark Raxton, a villain formerly known as Molten Man, now known as a retired man with gold skin, sits watching with a strange figure in a trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat. The Chameleon. Chameleon asks him how retired life is treating him. Mark tells him it's fine, and asks to go back to watching his nephew, Normie Osborn, because Mark Raxton is step-siblings with Normie Osborn's mother, Liz Allen. Chameleon prods at him some more, and Mark threatens to come out of retirement if he doesn't stop. Chameleon assures him he just wants to talk, and Mark gets pissed and stands up and starts shouting at him, causing others in the stands to turn and look at them, and Chameleon tells him to sit down unless he wants to see a bolt of lightning strike down number 11. Mark says that if Chameleon tries anything against his nephew, he will snap the Russian's neck. And Chameleon hisses for Mark to take a better look across the field. Far off, at the edge of the public park, Electro stands in the shade of a tree. And if Mark does anything to Chameleon, Max Dillon's gonna start cooking kids. Mark sighs and sits back down and asks why Chameleon is doing this, especially because they've gone after Spider-Man before, and it never works. Chameleon assures him that they aren't going after Spider-Man. They're going after Peter Parker. And then he instructs Mark to just wave and smile to his little nephew. Mark does so and calls Chameleon a sick bastard and swats his hand away as Chameleon welcomes him to the Exterminators. Sometime later, at the Whitney Museum of Art in NYC, Max Dillon is laying low, waiting for a call from the Chameleon. And you see something that I don't know if it's ever been revealed before this issue, but before he became Electro, Max Dillon got a job as a telephone wire repairman. And before that, he always wanted to be an artist. Has that ever come up before in Electro's history? That he wanted to make art, but had to get a blue-collar job? Anyway, he's unaware that he's being followed. And Peter asks when Max got so cultured to visit an art museum, and Electro erupts. Spider-Man leaps into action and, thanks to his new suit, makes quick work of Electro by grounding him and blasting him with feedback. Electro falls to the ground as Spider-Man readies him for an arrest. In Riverdale, New York, Liz Allen sits alone in her home, a collection of newspapers about Spider-Man cluttered over her kitchen table. And then she sits in her bedroom looking through old scrapbooks and remembers her youth at Midtown High with her now deceased husband Harry and Peter Parker. And she thinks of all the death that Peter has brought into their lives. Then she starts to smell fire and looks up to find Mark Raxton, the Molten Man, and he cries out for her forgiveness. And later that night, Spider-Man tumbles off of a skyscraper at the hands of Scarecrow. Yes, he also has a Scarecrow-themed villain. They're falling fast, but Spidey casts a web and swings them out at the last second, and they crash into an office building. Spider-Man groans, and he and Scarecrow slowly get up, getting ready to fight each other once again, and he orders the masked villain to think twice before he tries anything. And Scarecrow removes his mask to reveal the Green Goblin. Spidey is taken aback by that, but then his suit tells him the analysis of his combatant and that it doesn't match any shield files on Norman. Spidey tells Scarecrow it was a good idea, but it's not gonna work. But there is still something about Scarecrow as Norman Osborn the Green Goblin calling out Peter by name that does make him hesitate and throws him off. But it definitely doesn't stop the uppercut. Scarecrow tries to crawl away as Spidey explains that his new suit has a purifier which identified the fear pheromones Scarecrow released and neutralized them immediately. Then Will-O-Wisp attacks! Spider-Man says he has no idea who Will-O-Wisp is, and they have a brief back and forth where Will-O-Wisp is both confused and very disheartened that he forgot him. Scarecrow tries for Spider-Man once again before the webhead whips away for Will-O-Wisp, who goes intangible. Spidey is blinded and flies right through him and back out of the building. He can barely make out the approaching sidewalk when he opens his arms and his suit releases his web wings and he glides back up around for the duo, only to find them gone. He looks around a little more until he takes a phone from a desk and calls up Mary Jane, who is still at her Macbeth rehearsals for the theater company that she's working with. They talk and ask each other how they're doing. Peter laments the long fight he just had with Will-O-Wisp and Scarecrow, noting to her that he was really hoping that his idea to trick Will-O-Wisp into thinking Spider-Man doesn't recognize him would, psychologically affect him enough to sway the fight. And she tells him that she has been at rehearsals nearly all day and is currently dealing with a bee that got inside of her dressing room. Peter asks that she please just go home right away, noting that, hey, maybe the attack by Will-O-Wisp and Scarecrow, and the sudden reappearance of Electro this morning was just happenstance and coincidence. But it really didn't feel like it. MJ's called out by the production staff, and she says that she has to go, noting that she will be fine, especially with all of these S.H.I.E.L.D. bodyguards stationed outside of the theater, hovering overhead in stark design suits. And she walks out as that pesky bee flies up and away. So MJ goes out, and the rest of the cast ask if she was just fighting with Spider-Man over the phone? And she's like, yeah, my husband and I still have disagreements. And one guy steps forward and asks if she shouldn't be a bit more understanding. Then they start asking her all kinds of questions about Spider-Man as the cast take their place for rehearsals, unaware that above them in the rafters is a Nazi made of bees. Meet Swarm! A Nazi made of bees! And also a member of Chameleon's Exterminators. Across town, Felicia Hardy hurls a remote into the TV in the apartment she shares with fellow cat enthusiast Tom Fireheart, aka Puma. She was channel surfing when yet another replay of Spider-Man's unmasking came on the screen. She shouts out in anger and asks why the hell they're still playing that. Don't they have anything else to talk about? Tom asks if this is why she's been in such a bad mood recently, and she falls to the bed and covers herself in her hair and mumbles, maybe. He asks why it's such a big deal, and she says it used to be that only a handful of people knew who Spider-Man was. It was something special, something intimate, something sexy. Must feel real great to be Tom right now, right? He tells her he's trying very hard not to take that personally, but bluntly tells Felicia it seems like she's still in love with Spider-Man. And elsewhere, Madam fucking Web shows up and speaks to Spider-Man. Well, it's more that Spider-Man speaks to her because he wanted some advice and hoped that her clairvoyance could help him with whatever's going on right now. Because currently, he specifically likes some help in figuring out if Will-O-Wisp, Electro, Scarecrow, if all that's part of something bigger. And, she helps him out, I guess, does some, vision stuff, and sees absolute madness and fear itself. He asks if what she is seeing is related to what's going on with the registration, but she tells him it's unclear. However, war begets war. Back in Soho, MJ performs, but she is interrupted when that same damn bee stings her arm. Then the swarm descends from the rafters. One of the crew swings a 75-pound sandbag right at the Nazi bee zombie, and it pounds into his form as everyone runs. Swarm ignores the rest of the cast and crew and breaks out for Mary Jane. She races backstage, grabs a big curtain, and billows it out and over him. Swarm begins reconstituting himself as MJ goes for the fire alarm and rips the lever and the overhead sprinklers erupt as a swarm starts falling apart and the fucking Nazi skeleton screams out at her, but his skull is smashed by a mace. And Brian, a crew member from earlier and former stuntman, stands over the body as the bees slowly recollect, and he helps MJ out of the theater. She sighs and wonders if this is how it's always going to be now. A target for every freak that Peter has ticked off in the past decade and a half. And sometime later into the night, Spider-Man and Black Cat swing through the city together. She explains that she's pretty upset that Peter didn't even tell her what he was planning, and that she had to find out like the rest of the world. He notes that he didn't really have much pre-planning in the situation, and they're also not together anymore, and that was months ago that he unmasked. Black Cat says that she thinks they owe each other a little more respect than you would of a typical ex-partner. All she wanted was a phone call, or an email, or a text, or something. You're right, I'm sorry. These last few months since Stamford, since I unmasked, since this whole Civil War started, it's just been... Oh my god. Do you ever get the feeling that you're not living your life, that you're just watching it on fast forward?
I hate to tell you this, but that does kind of come with the territory.
Yeah, I forget that sometimes.
Alright, enough guilt tripping. What do you need, lover boy?
Look, someone's playing with me, Felicia. In one day, I've fought Electro, Scarecrow, Will-O-Wisp, and now MJ gets attacked by a bee Nazi.
After the misses, what happened?
She's okay, I just came from seeing her at the hospital. Just a couple of bee stings.
And what about May?
Oh, she's under some serious protection whenever she leaves Avengers Tower.
So who do you think's doing it? Osborn?
Norman's a genius, but he's in prison. And this feels way more haphazard.
I feel a favor coming on.
Well, yeah. Since my profile has been kind of raised permanently.
I can imagine. I mean, look.
It's pretty much impossible for me to make a move as Peter Parker or Spider-Man. I need someone who can operate a little more off-grid. Someone who can...
function on the down low?
Yeah. Hold on. Peter answers the suit call and finds Liz Allen on the other end. She tells him that Mark came back as Molten Man and took her son, and demanded that Peter meet him, but he would only tell them where when Peter came to Liz's house. So Spidey suits back up and Web swings away, followed by Felicia. And in Riverdale, Liz hangs up and tells the exterminators to please not make Peter suffer when they kill him. And across town at Avengers Tower, May comes back from her walk to the store to find Peter waiting for her. She asks what he's doing home. He explains all he's been doing is working with superheroes, fighting criminals, blah, 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 blah. He needed a break. He sends off the Iron Guardians and waits for May to use her keycard to let them inside and follows her up. She remarks how much of a change this has all been for the past year or so, especially after they didn't even bother locking the doors back in Forest Hills. Peter chuckles as May recounts someone like Ben used to say, "If a man can't trust his own neighbors, there's no hope left for any of us." Eventually they make their way to their apartment and May heads into the kitchen and asks Peter to check the answering machine for him. So he rips the cord out of the wall. She asks if she got any messages from her friend Emily Pollock, specifically about the yarn that she buys for May. Peter tells her that there was nothing yet, and then she asks if he feels like some oatmeal raisin cookies, because she's in the mood for baking. And Peter smiles and tells her sure, why not? 20 minutes later in Riverdale, New York, Peter rings the doorbell of the Allen Osborne home. Liz opens the door, and it's the first time that they've seen each other in years. She welcomes him inside and leads him to the living room. They talk, and eventually Liz breaks down about the years of lies that he gave her, their friends. And Peter solemnly tells Liz that he was never pretending or deceiving them, but she shouts that he could have trusted her, especially after graduation when she told Peter how she felt about him. Peter asks why on earth they're arguing over this right now during a hostage situation. Then he shouts that he's sorry if she feels cheated or deceived or whatever else. He was trying his best to protect as many people as possible, to keep innocent lives safe and preserved from this. And then Normie walks out and tells his mom he pulled the ropes off because they were hurting his wrist. And Liz screams at Peter that they made her do it, that she's sorry. And Molten Man explodes through a doorway. Spidey suits up as Liz and Normie run away. Liz cries out that Mark isn't alone as Will-O-Wisp and Scarecrow make themselves known.
Mark, you don't have to do this, man.
Shut up! Now let's see how well this new suit of yours holds up.
Please! You said you'd let us go once I got him here.
Actually, Molten Man made that promise.
We've got other intentions.
Oh, and what might those be?
Don't blame me! I have to do this! It's Chameleon, all right! I was out, and he threatened Liz and Normie to get us, to destroy you and your family!
Really fascinating.
Why aren't you
giving up? Yeah, that's not really my style.
I'll declaw a kitty, Wisp. You go check on Raxton.
Hey, Molten Man, how are things going? Oh.
You were right, Spider. Those nose filters sure work.
One chance, Mark. One chance to make this right. If this really isn't about you, if there's a shred of goodness left in you, please tell me where the chameleon is.
Your aunt going after your aunt. Crush it right throat.
Spider? Peter!
Peter, I didn't have any choice. You understand that, don't you?
I wouldn't be here when the police show up, Liz.
All right. Here we go. Piping hot right out of the oven. Be careful.
Oh, thanks, May. You're the best.
Cops are on their way. Red's still in the hospital. No one's answering the tower. Well, what's the plan? Peter? Peter, what's the plan?
Well, how are they? Yummy as ever?
Are you kidding? Oh my god, they're delicious! I like how you put in some... What is that, almond? Is that what I'm tasting? Look at me, I've eaten 5 already!
Oh, that's good to hear. You only needed to eat 1 or 2 at most.
Pardon?
You would be interested to know that Peter's Uncle Ben couldn't sleep without making sure every door and window was locked and double-locked. That Peter's favorite cookies are ginger snaps, and that my friend Emily Pollock hasn't ordered yarn for me in years. In fact, she retired to Florida about 4 years ago.
We're testing me.
Oh, heavens, no. I was confirming. What kind of mother wouldn't be able to tell her son from an imposter? So which one are you? Chameleon Another Mysterio or someone new?
I'm Chameleon. And you're... You're... What did you do to me?
Oh, that almond you tasted. That's just what arsenic tastes like. So in other words...
You bitch. I'll kill you. Spider-Man crashes through the reinforced bulletproof window of their apartment in the Avengers Tower and finds May seated beside the very unconscious Chameleon. May explains what happened, how she baked some cookies for Chameleon, added some almond extract, and crushed up a shit ton of MJ's Ambien. And Peter unmasks and tells May that he is so sorry. He hates what he did and is sorry for what's happened to her and MJ. He took away what little semblance of a normal life they had, and now they're stuck with this. But May interrupts him. She holds Peter like she always did when he was growing up and upset, and tells him that they will get through this like they always do. Late one night in New York, as S.H.I.E.L.D. helicopters led by Miss Marvel soar over the New York Public Library in Manhattan, S.H.I.E.L.D. comms confirm that the target has been located, and the helicarrier authorizes use of force as agents are deployed onto surrounding rooftops. Miss Marvel soars down and finds the Prowler. She places him under arrest for violation of the Superhuman Registration Act and demands that he stand down. He tells her he's actually trying to help people, unlike she and Iron Man, and then he blasts at her with his gauntlets, but Carol dodges and returns fire, sending Hobby Brown into the pavement. And he radios in, and she radios in that the target's down, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Cape Killers repel and begin extraction. The next day, Carol wakes up from a nightmare and hears someone pounding on her apartment door. She heads out to find Simon Williams, Wonder Man, and he reminds Carol that they were supposed to be at Avengers Tower for a meeting 15 minutes ago. So the pair show up late to the morning briefing and find Julia Carpenter, aka Arachne, hanging out, literally, and she tells them that Iron Man is also running late as she drops into Simon's arms and he asks how she's been. Then she hugs Carol and everyone reconnects. See, the Superhuman Registration Act does bring people together. Not long after, Iron Man arrives and apologizes for being late. Then he starts the meeting pretty much just going over this group of heroes' current targets that they've been assigned to track down and apprehend. With Carol finally catching the Prowler, they're down to just 2 more in this current grouping. The Shroud, who Julia is assigned to, and a new target called Aranya. S.H.I.E.L.D. have confirmed reports of her area of operations, but beyond that, they have no other intel. She might be a teenager, so when they get her, she gets the same chance to register as anyone else. But Tony doesn't want to lock anyone away who will play ball. And with that, the meeting is adjourned, but Tony calls Carol to have a chat with her real quick. Captain America. Never tried to contact you. Carol, you got a minute?
No, Steve, and I don't know what to say. I have to register. We all do. It's our duty as Americans not to break the law.
Even if the law is unjust.
That's not the way this country works.
I used to believe that.
Cap, please, the whole registration thing, it's for the best. People will feel safer. Cap? Steve. I don't know where he is, if that's what you're asking.
All right, I understand. Well, hey, go find our new mystery spider girl.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, this Aranya gal has been seen in Brooklyn more often than not, so that seems like the best place to start looking. Hey, are you all right?
No, I'm fine. Let's roll.
Later that day, as the sun sets over good old Rikers Island, Hobby Brown sits in an interrogation room when a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent heads in and talks to him about being the Prowler. Hobby explains that he has no idea what they're talking about and demands his lawyer. The agent asks if that's the case, where was he last night? Because he sure wasn't at his apartment. He was, but then he took off. Almost like someone warned him S.H.I.E.L.D. were coming for him. Then the agent rips a photo from his file and grabs Hobby by the head and forces him to look at it and answer his questions, telling Hobby Brown if this was who tipped him off, if she is the leak. But Hobby doesn't know. And if Hobby doesn't know, maybe his wife does. And Hobby finally relents and tells them it was Arachne who tipped him off. Elsewhere at the penthouse of Max Coleridge, aka the Shroud, Julia meets up with him and warns that S.H.I.E.L.D. are on their way, and then they embrace and kiss, possibly for the last time. Julia tells him that she lied to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents about his location to keep them away for a few minutes longer, and then Shroud asks if Stark specifically assigned her to take him in, and if he knows. She assures him it's just a coincidence, and asks what the plan is. His plan. And he tells her his plan is to stop running and take a stand. As S.H.I.E.L.D. choppers arrive with Cape Killer units, she tries desperately to get Max to run, but he tells her that'll blow her cover, and she needs to think more about her and her daughter's safety than his own. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents crash into the apartment and order him to stand down, and they instruct Miss Carpenter to get away. But she blasts them with her psionic blasts and forces Shroud out of the window with her. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents immediately open fire on the two. Meanwhile, in Brooklyn, where they have been for hours, Simon and Carol still have not found any sign of a spider-themed teenage superhuman. So eventually they decide to head to Chicken Cow for dinner, and they change into their civvies and head inside, where a bored teenage girl takes their order. Simon asks if they have a vegetarian menu, and Carol laughs at him and asks when he became a vegetarian. He jokes that his cholesterol raised and he's doing this whole thing with PETA recently, and then Carol orders herself a double chili chicken cow, a large order of potato hunks, and an extra large chocolate frozen moo juice, as Simon continues telling her that he has a new gig coming up that's going to require a lot of physical activity that needs to keep him trim. When a gang of masked and armed men race into the establishment and work their way around to take everyone's wallets and valuables. The gang leader puts his gun against Carol's head, and Simon jokingly asks if she's bulletproof. Meanwhile, Anya Corazon hides behind the counter, wondering what she should do, and she activates her carapace exoskeleton. But right when she leaps out to save the day, she finds that Miss Marvel and Wonder Man have made easy work of the robbers, and they high five. However, she does manage to escape and totally elude the two superheroes tracking her down. The next night, Anya Corazon sits on the rooftop of her apartment and wonders if it's finally time that she comes clean to her dad. And that's when her father appears with a cake with 16 candles on top. She jumps up in excitement, but then stops and asks why he brought this out because her birthday isn't until Saturday. And then she realizes he's not gonna be here on Saturday. He apologizes because he has a job interview in Chicago, and she assures him it's okay. Then they're interrupted by Miss Marvel and Wonder Man. Carol remarks that Anya ran off last night before they had a chance to really talk. And an hour later in Avengers Tower, Anya's father shouts to an empty room and demands they let himself and his daughter free. Carol heads into the room and tells him his daughter isn't detained and neither is he. This is just a weird waiting room, and he didn't know where the door was. Then Carol leads him through the door and down to one of the training centers of the building, where Anya and Simon run some training and acrobatics exercises. And her father is in shock that his daughter is a superhero. She unmasks and tells him all about it. Elsewhere in Hoboken, New Jersey, Julia Carpenter steals some clothes from a laundromat, and she sneaks around back to... Wait, did she just steal a jacket? I guess it's better than walking around only in the costume, but you'd think you'd at least get some pants. Anyway, she heads around to the stolen SUV driven by Shroud, and they head off as she hands over his new wardrobe, a Dazzler World Tour shirt. Then they speed off as the owner of both the clothes and the SUV realizes what's happening. Later, at Avengers Tower, Carol speaks with the Corazons regarding the situation. She explains that the registration does not actually have a lower age limit, so if someone with powers and abilities is going to legally use those powers and abilities, they do need to be registered and trained, no matter their age. Then she uses Spider-Man as the perfect example, because he gained his powers when he was about the same age as Anya. But Mr. Corazon tells her that Anya will just not do the things Spider-Man did. But Anya rips herself away as he tries to leave and tells him she wants to do this. She wants to be a superhero. She tells him about the robbers at Chicken Cow and how she was lucky that Miss Marvel and Wonder Man were there because she doesn't know what the hell to do, and innocent people could have gotten hurt because of her. Man, kids are hard to draw, huh? She gives her father a truly emotional and enraptured speech about why this is important and why she wants to make this decision. And he tells her maybe she is old enough to do this. And Anya leaps into his arms, laughing with joy, and Mr. Corazon looks at Carol and tells her he's the one they're gonna have to deal with if anything happens to his daughter. So Carol sits them down and explains that because of her age, Anya will remain with her family rather than be required to reside at Stark Tower, or a government facility if that 50 states initiative thing ever catches on. Carol does note that currently Anya would only be a trainee, but she'll be required to come here after school and on the weekends until she graduates. Then they're interrupted by a holotable message by Iron Man, calling in Carol to report down in a briefing room for a Code 9. Anya asks what that's all about, and Carol tells her it's a hero not being very heroic. Carol tells them that she'll get them a ride home and stop by tomorrow, but Anya refuses. If she was trained, she'd get called up too, right? And Carol nervously says, yeah. And Carol nervously agrees. Mistake number 1, Carol. Carol heads down with Anya, and Tony's like, what are you doing? But Carol reports that Anya is in training, and that she's taking her on a sort of superhero ride-along. Iron Man notes that Anya will be Carol's responsibility, and then gives her the rundown of what happened involving Arachne and Shroud. Cut to a dark road in Pennsylvania. Julia drives and Shroud brings up that they need to get out of the country. But Julia refuses because she needs to get her daughter Rachel, who is in Colorado. Shroud points out that they cannot reach her before S.H.I.E.L.D. does. Then he says she should have just let S.H.I.E.L.D. arrest him to keep herself and Rachel safe. She laments that she doesn't know what to do, and neither does he. And he takes her hand and tells her he knows exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna go get her daughter, and they're gonna get out of here together. And sometime later, the two are found by S.H.I.E.L.D. units. Wonder Man, Miss Marvel, and Anya ride in a chopper, and Carol orders Anya to stay in the chopper because she is an observer. Then Miss Marvel gives the order that the operation is beginning, and the duo soar down and tag along either side of the car. Julia slams it into Carol, and she reels off into traffic as Julia loses control. Wonder Man tries to grab the car out of the way of a semi, but Shroud uses his Dark Force powers on him, but Wonder Man manages to rip the Shroud out of the car, now speeding the wrong way down the freeway, and he flies out and over the asphalt and slams down as Cape Killers rappel in and tranquilize him. Carol manages to get to her feet and blasts off after Julia, and she is pissed. She quickly catches up and rips the driver's side wheel out. She flips up and around as Julia's car loses control and begins tumbling wildly over the freeway in this just fantastic page layout, and Carol and Wonder Man catch the car before it can slam into an oncoming semi. But they were too distracted to notice when Julia leapt out through the night sky and onto the semi. So Carol and Simon bring the car down and realize that Julia's gone, but Carol assures him that she cannot run forever, and Julia Carpenter settles herself down onto the back of a chemical plant truck as it speeds off into the night. Who are the Heroes for Hire? Originally, the Heroes for Hire were formed by Luke Cage and Iron Fist, and, they took on people's problems in the neighborhood in New York and whatnot, kind of like the A-Team meets the Nice Guys if they were both superheroes. Eventually, Danny Rand would go on to reform the team now as a full company during the Onslaught era, where the majority of the heroes and super teams of the world were sucked into a weird pocket universe where everything was drawn like an Image comic. And from there, it just kind of grew as a company that's kind of where we come to this third iteration of the book, where they are now government agents officially working for the Registration Coalition. The current roster is comprised of leaders Misty Knight and Colleen Wing, as well as employees Humbug, Shang-Chi, Tarantula, and Black Cat. She no doubt went pro-registration after Spider-Man officially unmasked, and she finally got to speak to him about the whole situation several months later, and promised Peter that she would do her damnedest to be his eyes and ears on the streets. Heroes for Hire arrive at a scene involving FBI forces attempting to take down a group calling themselves the Mandarin's Avatars. However, the team make swift work of them as we're introduced to everybody. Colleen Wing, born and raised in the mountains of northern Honshu, Japan, where she was raised by her samurai grandfather. Humbug, whose suit allows him to communicate and control insects and emit amplified insect sounds for various effects. Shang-Chi, you know who this is, the Tarantula, master of mixed martial arts and various other fighting styles, also skilled with blades. And finally, Misty Knight, ex-detective and private investigator who lost her arm in a bombing and has been a member of the super community ever since. albeit more of an outlier. Flashback time! Some months ago at Avengers Tower, Misty and Colleen had been called in to assist in the continued manhunt for Captain America and his newly founded secret Avengers resistance forces. Misty tells them that they usually just go for the equivalent of bail jumpers, and there's no way they can take on Cap and his people. Reed notes that Steve has put them all in this unfortunate position, but it is a position that is needed to be made for the betterment of mankind. Iron Man interrupts and tells Misty and Colleen they know the two have connections on both sides of this, and they are some of the best investigators in the superhero community, and Iron Man wants their focus shifted to anti-registration superhumans. Misty says they're all for the registration, hence why they're here, and the HOH is still active. It's just that this all is making her nervous. The idea of hunting down heroes and villains. Iron Man tells her that they are heroes, and they'll still be heroes. They're still tackling supercrime and saving lives. The only thing that's changed is that they're weeding out the amateurs and the sociopaths and all the rest that are a hindrance rather than a help to society. Colleen, much like Radioactive Man several months prior, also makes a comparison to this level of government control over its people to that of China. And Misty says everything that's happened has been one big government knee-jerk reaction to a tragedy. She then notes that they see this very differently from her perspective. A black woman living in 2006 America. Iron Man notes that this isn't a race issue, it's not a women's rights issue. And Colleen interrupts and says he's right, but making clear divisions in the civil rights of one group over another is dangerous, and all too familiar of an idea that nearly always ends in violent conflict. Conflict far worse than anything that's happened so far since the registration passed. Misty asks that Iron Man does everything in his power to keep that from happening. He reminds her that she was a cop. She understands the need for civil order and law. In the present, at their headquarters in Chinatown, the Heroes for Hire have a celebratory dinner. They all chat over the mission and what their next is going to be when Black Cat shows up. Misty asks how the recon mission went, and she informs the team that an old nemesis of Misty and Shang-Chi named Vienna has been running fake ID and documents for supers going underground or leaving the country, and she suggests they start keeping eyes on the shipyards. And sometime later, a meeting is held in an old warehouse office space. And Vienna, who looks a bit like Domino from Deadpool 2, right, explains that this is a cash-only kind of thing for new IDs, passports, driver's license, plane tickets to the country of the buyer's choice, and as a special incentive, she'll make sure they get a complimentary cocktail and in-flight movie. And that is when an explosion rebounds, as Humbug uses thousands of termites to deconstruct the wall. Misty Knight orders everyone to stand down and come peacefully unless they want some real fun tonight. And Vienna activates 4 massive androids that attack the Heroes for Hire. Then the villains join the fray. Misty goes for Vienna, but she releases a paralyzing spray from her suit. Colleen tries to help, but she's grabbed by one of the robots. Black Cat is struck down as Tarantula and Humbug are cornered. And Vienna tells Humbug her operation could really use someone like him and his little bug spies. She even offers to pay him twice as much as the Heroes for Hire and without any of the tax. But he refuses, saying he's not doing this for the money, and he'd rather die than ever go back to prison. And as they're about to execute him and Tarantula, Paladin, Shang-Chi, and Orca show up. And they quickly work their way through the villains as Misty wakes up to Colleen.
Nice work, Vienna.
I don't know, maybe the robots were a bit excessive?
What's going on? I thought she was the bad guy.
This was a sting operation. Vienna lured the Wilde bunch here with promises of new identities in exchange. We're paying her a large sum of federal cash.
Why the hell didn't you tell us about it?
They didn't trust us.
Buck, you're an ex-con and you're not exactly forthcoming with personal information, so we didn't trust you either.
Given recent events, it was a necessary step.
They did the same thing to me, so don't feel too bad.
Look, people, we're literally in the middle of a civil war between some of the world's most powerful superheroes. We're outclassed, outgunned, and that pretty much makes us the dirty dozen of the spandex set. The capes can underestimate us all they want, because the bottom line is, for all their power, none of the masks know whom they can trust and whom they can't. Trust ain't gonna be an issue with the Heroes for Hire.
The clock strikes 10 a.m. on a Monday at the Flatiron Building. Wolverine enters the lobby for damage control, and he tells the receptionist that he's here to see Walter Declan, the CEO, and he ain't got an appointment. The receptionist tells him to go home, call the secretary, and make one, because Mr. Declan is a very busy man, and she's not impressed nor intimidated by him. She once told the Punisher to take a number and wait. If you're working for somebody that the Punisher's coming after, you're a pretty shitty person. Anyway, Wolverine asks if he looks like the Punisher, and not long after, Wolverine waits in a conference room and a woman enters and introduces herself as Anne-Marie Haig, president of Damage Control. She asks what exactly this is about and why Wolverine is here, and gives him 5 minutes to explain his intrusion. And he hands over a pill bottle that he got from Nitro, containing MGH, mutant growth hormone, which, if you're a mutant, gives you enhanced powers. And someone had been dealing it to Nitro. That someone is Walter Declan. However, the interesting thing about MGH is that if you're a human, it also gives you powers. Anne-Marie inspects it and asks what this has to do with her or her company. Wolverine reveals the Walter Declan connection and how Nitro had access to it before the Stanford explosion, and how Damage Control is the company that got the cleanup contract. Anne-Marie sighs and explains the Declan situation. Pretty much, she had to take the company public, and when she did that to raise capital, Declan and his team of insidious investors bought controlling shares of the stock, muscling himself up and onto the board and eventually becoming CEO. But she never expected something like this, something so conspiratorially evil to come out of this. Wolverine tells her to buckle up because it's true, and this is the world that she's living in. And that is when Walter Declan barges into the room and demands that Anne-Marie stop talking and for Wolverine to get out of his company because he's already called for S.H.I.E.L.D. about a trespassing mutant vigilante. And Wolverine thinks it over and says okay, he'll leave, noting that he's gonna have a lot of fun ruining this whole thing for him. So later that night, Wolverine sneaks through the air ducts and thinks over how exactly he's gonna take down Declan when this whole thing is bigger than just him. He has people backing him up, and it won't really matter much if Declan is cut from the picture because someone else will just take his place. And then Logan retrieves the device that he planted earlier and heads out. On Tuesday, he heads to Forge's workshop in Dallas. Forge explains the data miner similar to what the NSA uses for domestic wiretapping and how it scans computers looking for key phrases and data, emails, etc. Forge connects it to his supercomputer and runs an AI program that he wrote over breakfast this morning to call through and interpret the data it has collected. And what he finds is not pretty, because what Forge found in Damage Control's own records is the company doing everything they can to increase the number of superhuman conflicts, more fights, more villains, more mess to be cleaned up, more money to Damage Control, and, by extension, Walter Declan. Also, the Registration Act comes up a lot. And that is like the mother lode in this conspiracy. Because in addition to all the cleanup jobs that Damage Control has been getting, from large scale like Stanford to small scale, like when Thunderclap killed that guy. They're also getting government contracts for not only superhuman registration, but also evaluations, training, construction of various buildings and centers to house and work them in. And before Forge continues, he asks if Emma and Scott are aware of Logan's antics. Logan hoists an eyebrow and asks if Forge is serious, then assures him that they're not going to find out. And then he asks Forge who and what he has to hit to make some impact. Forge reminds Logan he's going up against a corporation, which is an artificial person for all intents and purposes. Logan remarks he's gone up against Sentinels, Doombots, LMDs. You can kill an artificial person the same way you kill a real one. You just cut it up until there's nothing left. Logan just needs Forge to figure out where to cut and how deep the blade has got to go. Later that day, Logan flies back to NYC, and in the evening, he heads to Pier 46, the main location of Damage Control's warehouses, where they hold their heavy equipment and special utilities and machinery. And you can see where this is going. On Wednesday, Wolverine books another flight, and he arrives in the Cayman Islands. Performing a bank heist against a man even shorter than he is, Logan forces the manager to open the vault and show him exactly where Damage Control and Walter Declan keep their money. And on Thursday, Emma and Scott find out about Logan's antics. Emma threatens to turn him into a child, since he already has the height. And Logan kicks his feet up and reminds her he has level 9 psi shields installed in his brain by Charles Xavier himself.
Well, seeing as how I'm a level 10 psychic, that should not pose much of a problem. Though the removal of those shields might reduce you to the mental equivalent of a 3-year-old.
Emma, we're not accomplishing anything by threatening each other. Logan, I seem to specifically remember telling you not to get involved in human affairs. Not now. Not when we're working so hard to remain neutral in all of this. Not after the president himself gave mutants amnesty after New Mexico. But instead, you not only ignored me, you violated 14 different state laws, 6 federal laws, and the sovereignty of Grand Cayman. I'm still the headmaster of this school. I'm still the leader of the X-Men. And so long as you're affiliated with both, you are going to answer to me. Now, what do you have to say for yourself? Emma, does Scott know you used to team up with Iron Man, so to speak? Oh, don't look so stunned. Remember when Rogue swiped your powers that one time? Yeah, she takes memories too. Speaking of memories, I remember you two telling me to back off. Just like I remember giving precise anatomical directions for where you could stick those orders. And if I had listened, not only would Nitro still be at large, nobody ever would have known about Damage Control's war profiteering. And all on account of you two being so scared. Scared of offending humans. Scared of getting in the middle, getting involved. Which is funny, since I thought playing dress-up was all about us getting involved. And later that evening, Walter Declan is informed that West Haven Mutual Fund has just liquidated over 36% of their Damage Control stocks. I wonder what made him make that decision. Declan demands to get in contact with the Acquisitions and Public Relations departments. And a week and a half later, Damage Control has completed a $3.5 million purchase of Roxxon's old Long Island offices as their new corporate headquarters. This comes on the heels of already shaken confidence in the company from Wall Street following accidents involving their machinery and negative restating of profits. And several nights after Damage Control takes control of the premises, Logan investigates, trying to figure out why Declan made this last-minute purchase of property. And that's when he comes across mandroids. They're called mandroids, but really they're just repainted guardsmen. I don't know. Maybe they're slightly updated in some way. Obviously, Logan tears them apart, their shield weapons and Stark tech not really doing them any real favors until they're able to gang up on him. One grabs Logan in a chokehold and wrenches his wrist up to reveal a mounted saw blade. The technology adapted directly from villain Whirlwind, and the blade is made of pure adamantium. And they start cutting. They get halfway through his neck and Logan's head hangs lopsided and narrowly on the spinal column before the blade blows out its motor. The man guards congratulate themselves on some high fives for taking out the Wolverine. And as they check on their brutalized cohort, Giannis the Atlantean attacks. And Pauline helps Logan up to his weakened feet as his neck begins healing. He reforms and asks her how long they've been following him again. Pauline reveals since he left Westchester, and he thanks her for the backup, because Logan is now the ally of the Kingdom of Atlantis. So Logan and Giannis butcher the man guards. Until... shit. Logan, stand down. Look, Bob, I know you ain't known me that long, Plus, you got that whole crazy thing going on. But you should know I'm the kind of guy
You're in
who
violation of
stands
6
up.
USC
not
558,
down.
aka.
Sorry, couldn't hear you. Mind repeating that?
Tony's made his entire file on you available to me, James. Your healing factor may prevent me from killing you. But you still feel pain.
You're right, Bob. But me and pain are old friends. Let me introduce the two of you.
I really don't want to do this.
Like I'm having the time of my life.
I didn't want to get involved. Believe me. I didn't see any kind of choice.
Plenty convincing.
I have to stop this. Logan, I don't want to have to push your claws all the way out of your hands. I can hear the tendons tearing. Just stop. Well, on the bright side, the pain is just about over.
I'm up now. Do I get my phone call? Oh, you guys been keeping busy. No shortage of supers, huh? Yeah, don't talk much, do ya?
Access granted. Goldman, Herrick. Agent.
Yeah.
Here's the muty runt you requested, Director Hill.
Thank you, Agent. You're relieved. Wolverine.
Maria.
Director Hill.
So where are you keeping my two Atlantean friends, huh?
Nowhere. They have diplomatic immunity, so we let them go.
Oh, you must have been so disappointed. Not being able to stick them in that gulag Stark and Richards whipped up.
I can't say I'm surprised to see you come down against registration, Logan.
Yeah, try to imagine my disappointment. Not for nothing, but the only thing I was coming down against is a scumbag war profiteer.
This would be Walter Declan, CEO of Damage Control, board member of the New York Stock Exchange, and friend of the sitting president? Yeah, he's pressing federal charges. I'm not sure the Registration Act is your biggest concern.
You were paying attention to the war profiteer part, right?
Declan's protected. Nothing you can do about it here. Nothing I can do about him. And that's even if I'm so inclined. Which I'm not. I've got enough on my plate as is.
Yeah, fascism's time-consuming from what I heard.
It's almost funny how quickly some people label sensible legislation as fascism.
So trading liberty for safety is what's being passed as sensible these days? Because I seem to think the motto of America, and I'm Canadian, so I might be getting confused, used to be, give me liberty or give me death.
All Canadians this judgmental?
When it comes to America, pretty much.
You have two choices. Either play ball and get immunity, or spend the rest of your natural, interminable life in shackles.
Or I could slice through these shackles, grab your sidearm, and shoot my way out of here.
Well, I hate to break this to you, Houdini, but the collar that you're wearing is not a fashion statement. It's a level 10 power nullifier.
Yeah, that's a mistake most people make. You think just because my claws are a genetic mutation, that's their power, right? Can I borrow this? If I were you, I'd hold on to something. Come on.
This will never work.
Tell you what, we'll let the board vote on it and see.
This company, the company that under your stewardship was flirting with bankruptcy, has shown profit in the last 3 quarters. Why the hell would the board ever vote to remove me as CEO?
Well, even if you weren't the lowest form of human life I've ever met, that lack of evolution is starting to impact the company's bottom line. Or haven't you noticed we've been hemorrhaging so much money over these last few weeks that we're flirting with bankruptcy?
As the result of a short-term problem that has since been ameliorated. The only way you'll remove me as CEO is over my cold, dead body.
Oh, please, can I?
Yeah, so much for loyalty, huh?
So? What? Is your plan to murder me in cold blood? If so, I suggest you do it quick. You fucking freak.
It wouldn't be murder. It'd be retribution. And it wouldn't be in cold blood, and that's for damn sure. And the very last thing I'd dream of doing is doing it quick.
Well, in that case, you won't mind if I self-medicate, do you? I'm trying a little bit of microdose, and I hear it works wonders.
Oh, hey, careful. I know the only drugs you're familiar with are the little blue ones Pfizer makes.
I'm gonna gnaw on your still beating heart, you fucking mutation!
He was a rabid dog.
No, don't let him off the hook like that. He was evil.
Maybe. But if he was, it's not evil the way we've come to think of it. We're used to seeing evil as conscious, as thoughtful. Here's the bad guy with his diabolical master plan that he thought through. Thought through enough so he knows all the reasons it was wrong, considered them, and at the end of the day, didn't care. But that is not what evil looks like. Evil doesn't think. It just acts. The bad guys don't weigh pros or cons or make excuses. They just want to do what they want to do. They act on instinct, like a rabid dog.
And do you regret it? What you've done since this?
Yeah, maybe I should. But no, Miriam. No, I don't. We find Ben Urich and Russ Holmes, a photographer coworker of his, taking part in some war journalism after what was meant to be a routine surveillance of a SHIELD sting operation turned into the fateful and cataclysmic battle of heroes at the Geffenmeyer chemical plant. That's right. It's another flashback. It's not my fault these are out of order. What do you want from me? Just wait until I make the super compilation where everything's in chronological order, then you'll be happy. Ben and Russ watch on as Yellow Jacket battles Goliath. Nighthawk soars through the skies and downs a shield chopper as Ben and Russ race for cover, left entirely on their own by the shield forces that were with them. They take cover beside a set of stairs as Russ rambles on about a recent baseball game, not really taking anything that's happening into effect. And then Nighthawk is electrocuted mid-flight, and he careens to the ground as the shield chopper crashes. Russ starts taking photos as Ben tries to stick low and pulls Russ around as Thor appears in the skies, and rain begins pattering down around them. And Russ starts shooting photos as Ben mumbles to himself about how none of this makes sense. The heroes are fighting each other, and Thor is suddenly back. And as he's trying to piece this all together, desperately wiping rain from his glasses, explosions and gunfire ringing out, lightning explodes into the body of Bill Foster Goliath, and Ben watches on in absolute horror. Look, I know you're going to have some tough questions about what just happened, but Mr. Urich, I am prepared to answer those questions. There's nothing you can ask that's any tougher than the questions I'm going to be asking myself for as long as I live.
I wouldn't bet on that, Mr. Stark. For starters, what the hell did your people just do? And more to the point, why? Why Thor, of all people?
I can't tell you more than that for reasons of national security. All that I can say right now is that Thor will be completely and utterly exonerated in due course. In the meantime, I take full responsibility for Goliath's death. We're all heartbroken, but these are tough decisions we've had to endure as we enforce the act.
And do those tough decisions include the use of former criminals, Mr. Stark?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
I think you do, sir. I think we understand each other perfectly well. And I'm going to put your answers on record for the American public to decide. I ran into a certain mutual friend of myself and Spider-Man on the streets last night.
I'd like to stay on topic if I can, Ben.
And that person's behavior led me to believe that he was not fully in control of his actions. So what I want to know is this, Mr. Stark. Was it the overwhelming arrogance or just overwhelming stupidity that led you to make a deal with the devil known as the Green Goblin?
I'm sorry, Mr. Urich. Duty calls. Perhaps another time?
Oh, I got you, Stark. I got you. Hook, line, and sinker.
And even now, much, much later, the memory of that night and his conversation with Iron Man lingers in his mind as Ben Urich finishes cleaning out his desk at the Daily Bugle after being fired by J. Jonah Jameson. Outside, Captain Rectitude is arrested by the NYPD, and one of the Bugle's cameramen, Jim, watches on. He remarks that maybe he should go and register and come up with some obscure superhero title, because who's really going to know the difference? Especially if he gets a government pension and a way better salary than he has now. And as he just kind of talks to hear his own voice, he finally realizes what Ben is doing, and asks, what the hell happened? Ben tells him not to worry about it as he walks away for the elevators. That's when Robbie Robertson races out of his office and follows Ben and asks where the hell he's going. Ben reminds him that Jonah fired him. Robbie asks how many times that's happened. Ben says it's about the 23rd time this year, and Robbie reminds him that he's never actually been fired, has he? Because Jonah actually respects Ben far too much as a reporter. Ben asks if that's why Jonah treats him like a leper with a hand grenade, and that he's done with all of this, and states that he's done dealing with this. The whole Angry Act really lost its appeal, and he doesn't want to stay at the Bugle anymore. And he calls the elevator. But Ben notes how Robbie turns a blind eye in Jonah's office instead of actually defending Ben. Because Ben knows what he saw, and it was Norman Osborn, fresh out of prison somehow, rocking his greens and purples on a goddamn goblin glider. Robbie retorts that that is not the story that they're focusing on now. This civil war of superheroes is, and they can't afford to be sidetracked. Ben says that someone is threatening not only himself, but his family and friends, and looking into that is not being sidetracked. Robbie holds the elevator door open and makes a deal. If Ben stays, he can tell the Goblin Osborn story exactly as he sees it, and Robbie will back him up 100%. And if the Osborn thing actually comes up again, and Ben reports it as witnessed, and if Jonah tries to kill it, Robbie himself will threaten to leave, and that'll really get to Jonah. And that actually wins Ben over. And we move forward, not all the way to the present, but far enough that Sally has been well acquainted with the undisclosed detainment center she is still incarcerated in. A voice from a speaker asks again if she's comfortable, and she, in a tired haze, tells the voice that this is what she lives for. The voice asks again when she arranged the meeting with him. Sally again says she has no idea who the voice is referring to. The voice again asks what he told her, and if it was how to find the underground cells of superheroes. Sally again says she doesn't know, and they must have her confused with someone who's actually afraid. The voice asks if she realizes just how much in violation of the Registration Act she is. And she quickly asks if that is admission that her arrest was politically motivated.
Of course it's politically motivated, you smug cow!
You talk to your mom with that potty mouth, Mr. Bad Cop?
Frequently. I can call her any time I choose.
Yeah, it's a free country. Oops, wait. Silly me.
Go ahead and test me, Miss Floyd. I want you to.
Okay. Here's some things I know. I know there are plenty of security cameras inside the alternative offices, and right about now your face is all over Meet the Press. I also happen to know your name is Eric Marshall and that you work with the NSA through S.H.I.E.L.D. and you're married with, 3 kids? I know this because you tried to hit on me at the press corps Christmas party last year when you were supposed to be on security detail.
You have a tremendous capacity for pissing people off, Miss Floyd.
Thanks, I work hard at it. Now, I would like to either be charged or allowed to go home.
Agent Marshall, this is Richards. I would like to offer Miss Floyd a deal.
We're prepared to offer you a deal.
And now we finally catch up to the present. Somewhere in the ocean, Joe, former proprietor of Joe's Marine Mania fish store, and also an Atlantean sleeper agent, just kind of floats in the water, meditating or something. Then he starts speaking to some jellyfish before rocketing up through the waves and onto a pier somewhere in Manhattan as the sun sets. And he begins walking away, unaware that Wonder Man is trailing him. Simon quietly radios in to his shield handlers, who tell him that Atlanteans don't hear very well above sea level due to the pressure drop, so he should be good. He gives the agents the rundown of what's kind of happening and that he has a clear shot to attack, but they come back with a negative on that and order him to maintain surveillance. So Wonder Man just kind of slowly floats overhead through the city and follows Joe Atlantis. And eventually, night arrives as Joe keeps walking. And he finally arrives at Jeremiah's fishing offices. He knocks a few times and the door unlocks, and Simon radios in that he just slipped into a warehouse off of Pier 83, and then he goes in for a landing and makes his way to the skylight, where he finds an entirely renovated building full of Atlantean equipment, tech, and soldiers.
I count maybe 20 tops. There could be a couple more out of sight through the building, but they're definitely Atlantean. I could probably handle 5 to 10 myself, but any more would be a stretch. Do you have a fix on the signal yet?
Affirmative. Back up 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Any chance you guys could maybe place a sense of urgency here?
Just hold position, Wonder Man. We're assessing your tactical options. Maintain radio silence.
Me maintain radio silence? You maintain radio silence!
ETA 9 minutes.
Okay, you guys really need to learn to synchronize. So it looks like the cavalry's already on its way.
Negative, Wonder Man. We're still 9 minutes away.
Well, I see our guy. Who is it that you sent? Is it anyone I know?
Several hours later, well into the night, after fire crews have extinguished the building and police have been called in, our old detective friend Dixon arrives with a new partner of his named Mason at the scene as cleanup crews work through the building and collect various Atlantean evidence. Mason asks if they're not mutants, then what the hell are they looking at? And Dixon tells her they're goddamn Atlanteans. And one of the EMTs calls them over and they find Wonder Man partially buried in the rubble. Mason takes his registration card and they work to wake him up and ask what happened, how he got here, and what he saw. And as he is loaded onto the stretcher, he weakly tells the detectives it was the Green Goblin. Dixon jumps to action and asks what the hell Wonder Man is talking about, but an EMT tells him that Wonder Man is in no condition to answer questions. So Dixon steps back and asks Mason if she still knows the guy in the costume division. The two watch as an ambulance drives away with Simon Williams, and Dixon wonders how any of this could happen, because Osborn has been in jail for years. Mason suggests that it could be an imposter. It's not like that hasn't happened before. But Dixon is taking this kind of hard, and he slumps to a cinder block, and he recounts the events of the past few months. Not only is there currently a superhero civil war tearing apart the entire country, they have also been investigating a terrorist cell, which they now learn are apparently Atlanteans, not to mention the bombings, like at Joe's Marine Mania, which is apparently Atlantean-based, from all things considered, and then Wonder Man suddenly enters the picture and begins raving about the Green Goblin, and he's just like, what the fuck is happening? The only thing he can say is that after 20 years of being on the force, any answer that they come up with will be a lot simpler than whatever the truth is.
Inmate transfer on the move.
Dear Mom, wish you were here. Having fun at Fantasy Island prison camp in the negative zone. Lots of fun activities like brushing our teeth without toothpaste, walking in the courtyard for 20 minutes a day. Can't imagine why some folks are homesick. I'm still in Holden. It's taken longer than they said it would. My buddy in the next cell over was called Jonathan. Back in the real world, he used to be called Digitech. He told me he was a hero. He had the power to reform parts of his body into, like, machinery or weapons or something. Now, yesterday, John formed an M110 particle shotgun out of his right arm. The four guards tried to stop him as he yelled something about his wife. And then he blew his own head off. And there's this other guy in the Holden area. They call him Battlestar. Apparently he took a piece of shrapnel to the spine when he and his friends were attacked by SHIELD agents at an underground meeting. Somebody threw a bomb in the middle of 50 heroes, and now he can't sleep on his back because of the pain. If we're lucky, we get to wait for our wheel cells out in the cooler. Anyway, make sure you give Dad my regards. I know he's probably still a bit angry at me right now. What with him being the DA and me being the most hated man in America. That'll probably cost him a few votes. Not that it matters. I doubt you're ever gonna get this letter anyway.
Okay, give us a few minutes alone, please. So, how's the food, Robbie?
It blows! What is this, 20 questions?
Sure, fire away.
Alright, I have one, Mr. Fantastic. How does it feel to be responsible for all the misery, you self-important blowhard?
I'm going to be up here until you calm down.
Oh, like I asked you to come visit, Richards. Why don't you just go home to your wife and kids and your difficult math problems? Not like I matter much anyway.
You do matter, Robbie. Everyone in here matters to me, especially those whose only crime is refusing to register. I have a lot of good friends in this place, and I want desperately to change their situation.
Then leave. Way I heard it, you and your fellow idiot savants calculated with a 99% probability that betrayal of your friends and colleagues was the best thing to do. But a 1% margin of error is still a margin of error. You lumped me in with the guy who killed old ladies for a living.
Our processing out of holding has taken some time, but I assure you that you'll soon find very nice accommodations, and I'm here to offer you an olive branch. I'm trying to find a way out for you and the others.
Go to hell.
They're telling me your old powers...
I'm incarcerated in a space prison that literally saps your will to live. Any idea why I'm upset, Reed?
They're telling me your old powers flared up during an encounter at your previous facility? You've changed, Robbie Baldwin. But it doesn't change the reality of the situation. I'm not a stupid man, Robbie. I want more desperately than anyone to reconcile with you and the others. You have something important to say, and I want to hear it.
What?
What if I could get you in front of Congress to hear your side of the story? America came into being when a few rebels got together to air their points of view. If we talk, maybe we'll find a solution. But you've got to work with them, Robbie. They're reasonable people who will listen to a reasonable argument. You just have to be willing to make concessions. Please, come to the Capitol building. I promise you'll be safe to testify. Cross my heart.
Sure.
You are not going like that.
It's a free country, Jen.
And you're deliberately trying to irritate all of the free-thinking people in it, Robbie.
Hey, I welcome a chance to call them out on their liberal prison system and their penchant for detaining innocent people. Besides, I'm going to propose a concession and exactly how they can shove it up their ass.
You're not exactly in the position where you should be making people angry.
I've done a pretty good job so far, according to them. I murdered 60 innocent kids. See?
Hey, where the hell is the security cordon? I count 70 people who have no right to be here.
I didn't kill anyone.
Robbie,
and why haven't I been formally charged?
Robert Baldwin, what do you have to say to the accusations that you and the new Warriors were directly responsible for the Stanford massacre?
I don't know what I'm being charged with. I requested time with their attorneys to explain my position, but they never provided one. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill anyone.
In New York, at the Daily Bugle offices, the early morning continues in frantic pace. Robbie Robertson speaks over the phone as he also speaks to the several people in his office, and his assistant reminds him of how many more people he still has on hold, including Ben Urich, who is on line 1 in Washington, who Robbie sent to cover Speedball's statement. Robbie orders Ben to get his ass back to New York because his Osborne story just went through the ceiling after the Bugle printed on the front page, "Costumed Killer Amnesty?" Robbie speaks to Ben as he waits in the crowd and reveals that he ran Ben's claims past Stark's people this morning, and they clammed up. And then the news channel switches its broadcast to DC as Robbie Baldwin's bus arrives. Robbie spots Ben on the camera and calls him out for dressing all schlubby, and Ben tries to push his way through the crowd. Robbie tells Ben he never thought this registration thing would be this big and this history-changing, but here we are. And as Ben watches the kid get escorted through the crowd by guards, he notes that he thinks there's something involving Osborn that they must have overlooked. Robbie tells him to just finish up there and get back as soon as he can, and that's when the shooter barges past Ben Urich and screams out Speedball's name and pulls the trigger. Robbie shouts over the phone after hearing the gunshot, asking Ben what's happening as the broadcast catches up into real time. The crowd panics as police barge their way through to the attacker. Ben stands frozen as they take down the shooter, and Jennifer Walters races to the bleeding out Robbie Baldwin. Voices screaming, manic, terrified voices drown out his wailing pain. And not long after, EMTs arrive and begin tending to Robbie, as Jennifer can do nothing but watch. And Robbie screams in guttural pain as they take him away on the stretcher. And as his mind wanders out of time, the present overlaps with the past. And his dog, Rupert, who he had loved so much as a boy, starts licking at his hand as he sits alone on the stairs of his childhood home, waiting for Dad to come home. Robbie is loaded into an ambulance as Jen pushes away the gawkers and the vultures of the press, and she climbs in after him and tells Robbie he's gonna be okay. And he tells his mom that he doesn't want to die here in front of everyone, and she says she's right here for him and she won't let him die. And a massive police convoy quickly rolls out with the ambulance speeding behind them. Robbie remembers the day the New Warriors formed, how they fought Terrax of all people, and how he revealed his secret identity to his mom, and how annoyed his dad was when he found out. But Robbie didn't care. He was a new warrior. They were young and wild and free. And then one day, when they grew up, someone thought it was a great idea to do a reality show about him, and they all went along with it, Robbie in particular, because he loves the attention. He wanted the attention he never had from his mother or father. And Jennifer watches as Robbie writhes in his stretcher, and that's when systems begin sparking and short-circuiting while his power ripples through his body. Jen calls out to the driver, but they keep going. Robbie groans in more pain. The lights of the ambulance erupt. He screams out. Jen tries to calm him down, and he screams and screams as the entire ambulance is filled with blinding light. The engine is killed, and the circuitry of the vehicle blasts out, and it careens through an intersection. Sally Floyd sits, yet again, in the interrogation room of the detainment center in which she has been held at for some time. She refused that deal that was provided to her by Reed and Marshall an indeterminable amount of time ago. And who should enter the room but Senator Eugene Sykes? I said, Senator Eugene Sykes. You don't know who that is? He is a character who appeared, first of all, in the 2005 series Generation M, which is also where Sally Floyd was first introduced. He's a staunch anti-mutant politician who has, for years, been pushing for mutant registration. Even after the decimation of the mutant population and M-Day, he is still an advocate for it. He and Sally have had some very choice words about one another in the past couple years because they're just so polar opposite. Anyway, he comes in and she sarcastically asks why he's here instead of out on an endless party for getting the Registration Act passed. Sykes tells her that he would like to propose a deal of his own to her, and he hands over a sealed envelope and asks that she only open it when he says, and then tells her that she should really rethink her position. They begin to talk, and Sykes says that this isn't happening the way she probably expected it to, and as much as she claims to despise him, he believes she truly knows nothing about him. He tells her he's a patriot, and he cares about getting things right. The Registration Act, for example, is a fair and just solution, and he wants to work for the best and brightest solution to a problem no one could have ever foreseen. And then he tells Sally he's getting her out of here because she has been held in violation of the Constitution. And as much as they disagree wildly on political issues, that is the one thing they do agree on. So he's arranged for her to be released immediately, and she's actually already free to go, but he asks that they sit and talk just a little bit longer. He explains how he served overseas in the Cyan Kong War many years ago, and he had his kneecap shattered and was taken as a POW for 2 years, in which they were forbidden from speaking out loud. And he promised himself that when he got home, he was going to speak his mind, right or wrong, no matter what, and he was going to protect that freedom to speak for everyone. He concludes that the problem she has isn't with the registration, it's with the implementation of it. But she doesn't realize how hard Sykes works every day to make sure that it is implemented correctly, because then she'd have no one to complain about. Sally thinks on it, then leads forward and, from a very dry throat, tells him that she realizes he's trying to trick her. Sykes palms his face and tells her she can go ahead and open the envelope. She does, and on it is a little handwritten note from Sykes that reads, "You will accuse me of trying to trick you." Then he gets up from his seat and asks, who exactly is the predictable one? That night, as the moon lingers over New Jersey, at the Osborne Industries building, a secret meeting is held.
I've never been so grateful to someone I hated as much as you. I don't need your gratitude, Norman. Just your cooperation. Give me one good reason why I should trust you. I don't need to convince you of my sincerity. Didn't I see to it that you were moved from your jail cell? Or that you were presented certain employment opportunities? I didn't ask for your help. Especially you, of all people. You need me for something. That's what this is, right? All in good time. War makes strange bedfellows. Indeed. Just don't soil my mattress. I'm not convinced. Not yet. You have no reason to betray the very people you've spent a lifetime protecting. And why is that any of your business? When I walk into a room, I make it my business to find out who's potentially gonna nail me to a wall. Me, for instance. I do what I do because I'm nuts. And nasty things amuse me to no end. I've never been shy about that. So, what about you? What's your poison?
What you'd expect. Mostly anger, ambition, lack of patience, revenge, control. There. Satisfied?
Oh, I'm never satisfied.
If further proof was required, I have it here in this vial. Did you suffer any ill effects from the last serum I gave you?
It made me feel better, if that's what you're asking.
Good. It had the effect of suppressing the nanotech floating around your bloodstream and sending a false reading back to the monitoring equipment. They think they know your whereabouts and emotional intent at all times, but they may as well be watching reruns of I Love Lucy. I had the chance to refine the antidote. This version will make the nanites into their own worst little enemies. You drink it up, and for all intents and purposes, you'll be invisible whenever I choose.
What'll it get me into the girls' locker room? Tastes like Red Bull. Can't wait to see those wings.
Hey, just remember our deal. Under no circumstances are you to act until I give the word.
And if I back out, I can't be trusted, you know. I'm a criminal. I'm the Green Goblin.
You won't back out. I know how much you stand to gain if you comply.
Oh, you seem very sure of yourself. How do you know this is all gonna work?
I'm a futurist, Norman. And I know that they will never see this coming. Never in a million years. In a not-too-distant flashback, Misty and the team meet at Avengers Tower. She holds a Daily Bugle paper written by Ben Urich reporting the death of Bill Foster, aka Goliath, after a Registration Coalition ambush on Cap's resistance. She tells Tony that this was exactly what her fears were and exactly why she wanted nothing to do with Stark or his registration. Colleen tries to calm everyone down, but Tarantula and Paladin agree with Tony. Goliath was an enemy combatant. And Misty gets so pissed that she punches Tarantula and goes for Paladin before Colleen stops her. Shang-Chi, the trusting little soul that he is, assures Misty that as saddened by Goliath's death as he is, Iron Man wasn't the person who killed him. And entering combat is never done without the possibility of death. And Iron Man says that something went wrong with their design. not elaborating at all as to what he possibly means by that. And Shang-Chi continues that a peaceful resolution has to be reached before anyone else is harmed or even killed. And Iron Man assures them that a peaceful resolution cannot happen now. Not after Bill Foster's death. Black Cat notes that death sounds like he had a heart attack or fell down the stairs, not like he was gunned down by a Norse god. Iron Man works on winning over the crowd. Then Humbug speaks up and says that those people that died in Stamford were innocents. They were just living their lives one minute and totally gone the next. But he and them and the whole superhero community are doing this voluntarily. And just like Goliath died for what he believed in and how he was voluntarily there. Humbug says that they're all willing to make a sacrifice to make sure that something like Stamford never happens again. Iron Man says the creepy little guy is right, and Misty heads off with him. She calmly explains that she's not blaming him, but she expects more, because these kinds of mistakes are something she expects from, well, the people that the Heroes for Hire are going after, not Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic. Tony asks if she thinks he's happy about all this. She says she knows he isn't. But Bill Foster's death is only gonna escalate things. And now there are news reports of rumors of supervillain bloodhounds or even cybernetic implants in registered superhumans. Tony says that she hired Humbug, Paladin, Orca, and Black Cat, not to mention Tarantula, who's just a plain old psychopath, and he bites at her that at least his operatives are on a short leash, and he doesn't appreciate her undermining him in front of her team. Misty tells him his Thor clone thing was the one that killed Goliath, and that has shaken their resolve to act. They just need to believe that she is their hard-as-nails boss who speaks frankly to anyone, even Iron Man. Although she does note that Black Cat and Paladin are really only in this for the money. Tony says no one is happy with what's going on, but Captain America is just not willing to budge. And she reluctantly notes that she thinks they should go with Tony's original idea for hiring on the Heroes for Hire. Finding Steve Rogers. Oh, it's all playing into Tony's hands. He doesn't even have to do anything. He just had to watch a giant black guy get killed and suddenly everybody is just crumbling into the position on the chessboard that he wants him to be. Tony plays coy at first, but then notes that if she can bring him in quietly, he will outright fund the Heroes for Hire and buy her anything she wants. Because Tony wants nothing more than to end all of this peacefully and for everything to calm down and things to get back to normal. In the present, Humbug's insect intel still hasn't picked up any leads on Captain America or his secret Avengers. It's been a couple months. Colleen notes that even if Captain America is actually operating out of an old S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house like they're led to believe, all modern forms of technology are going to be unable to find him, which also means that the filtration systems is enough to keep out radiation, gas, little insects, and that's exactly why Shang-Chi has summoned Mr. Kui, who will allow them to commune with his Pixiu, a protector of the souls of the dead. And Kui being only one of 10 men who have, in history, managed to survive stealing a Pixiu egg. So Kui summons the creature, and it appears in its just horrific visage, and threatens the pitiful humans before it. Colleen and Misty step forward, Colleen holding a box of gold bars, Misty showing the monster a photo of Captain America, and explains that this is nothing more than a business transaction. The Pixiu locates Steve Rogers, and it gets to eat the gold. Pixiu threatens them some more from the magical seal that it has been trapped inside of, and explains that the human is in the city. But here's the kicker. He has some kind of magic obscuring his location. However, the human magic is weak, infantile really, and the creature is easily able to maneuver past it and provide Steve Rogers' current location. Shang-Chi then feeds the Pixiu the gold bars, and the team prepares to gear up and head out. Then Misty gets a phone call from an old detective friend of hers and Colleen's, and she announces that the team is going to be making a pit stop. Sometime later, at a cordoned-off and long derelict apartment, Detective Benny Simmons leads the team and explains that he called Misty because what they found here is really freaking him out. They thought it was just a meth lab or something, and by the time they got a warrant, the whole thing was cleared out, and then he leads them to a black market lab of something Because it ain't human organs. Misty asks for a sample and that they're making one more pit stop to see Mr. Science himself. And an hour later at the Baxter building, definitely Skrull DNA fused with some unknown synthetic organic material. Where did you find this?
Up around 110th Street.
Hypothesis, Professor?
Illegal organ transplants are nothing new. Whoever is getting these organs probably expects to absorb Skrull genetic traits.
Or there's a bunch of sick Skrulls in Manhattan.
That seems unlikely.
Okay, so let's say the new fun thing is Skrull implants, wherever they're getting those from. People have enough trouble taking transplanted organs from other humans. I have to think this is more dangerous on a number of levels.
Not necessarily. Skrulls are an extremely adaptable species. It's possible their organs would function better when moved into an alien bioorganic environment by simply mimicking their surroundings.
Unless Skrull cells are capable of sentient thought. Given the nature of their shape-shifting abilities, the likelihood of memory being transferred on a cellular level is very high. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Richards?
King's Crossing.
What?
Many years ago, when the Skrulls first appeared to us on Earth, I hypnotized them into believing they were cows. Once that succeeded, I relocated them to a small town called King's Crossing. The Skrull cows produced milk, which then caused the townspeople to mutate. They maintained a very insular community, but well, Skrull milk led to Skrull burgers.
Which led to the Skrull kill crew.
We could be looking at a new variation of that very idea. I should be able to construct a bioscan that specifically targets the synthetic organ compound, but I'll need more time to analyze it. Reed explains that he doesn't have a lot of time currently to construct such a device, and Tarantula actually offers to build it herself if Reed provides the schematics. Then Paladin, Shang-Chi, and Humbug arrive, and Paladin demands that they get back to the mission they were hired to do. 40 minutes later, at a hidden S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house, Captain America and Luke Cage overlook a massive system console. They've been led here at the behest of Nick Fury after they received a message from him to come here, but, not through normal channels. Luke is still uneasy about all of this. However, Cap goes ahead and activates the only running piece of machinery in the whole room. And the supercomputer displays an intricate layout before them. Dozens and dozens of super criminals. Some newly registered, others having been registered months ago, and all outfitted with some kind of electrical implants to keep them under control, and with detailed write-ups of their training operations before deployment. Luke and Steve look over this, trying to figure out what the hell Tony has been up to since Stamford, and they realize that the rumors they heard about supervillains working for the registration aren't rumors. Then the security system alerts the duo that there are 7 unknown intruders attempting to gain access to a restricted area. Elsewhere, the heroes for hire make their way through a hall, and Misty decides to call out to Cap, telling him they would just like to talk. Steve wonders how the hell they found him, but Luke says it doesn't really matter, although he does vouch for Misty insofar that she likely currently does want to just talk. Steve notes that they're bounty hunters, but does agree with Luke and opens the blast door to the main room. The heroes head in, Humbug very excited to meet Captain America, as Colleen and Misty run and hug Luke. Colleen asks how Jessica and the baby are doing, and Luke tells them they're good. Humbug salutes Captain America as Steve marches past and stands before Misty and tells her to start talking. Misty politely asks that Cap please come in out of the cold. And Cap says that he's disappointed in all of them. He'd hoped that they'd come to actually help. Colleen explains that if he wants to fight the registration and get people to empathize with his cause, he shouldn't do it in a way that makes himself and his team seem like criminals. I don't know. I feel like the majority of support for Cap's side of things comes from normal people, at least every time we've seen it, right? Like, there's always protesters. There was all Yancey Street's probably still doing a whole thing. I don't know what they're up to anymore. Steve tells them that he's not surrendering to a law that contradicts everything the country stands for, and that a peaceful resolution is unacceptable, not after what happened to Bill, and especially not after what he and Luke have just had confirmed to them. Black Cat points out that crime is down, and it's the lowest that it's been in years, not only in New York, but the whole country. Luke tells her that's always a great way to sell taking away civil liberties. Steve says this conversation is going to get them nowhere, and then Paladin activates a device on his gauntlet, and immediately the S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house emits an alert that there was just an unauthorized transmission beacon released, and the signal was sent right to the helicarrier hovering over the bay. Steve and Luke break into action as Misty tries to calm everyone down, but Paladin goes in for the attack and releases gas pellets, although he does make sure to note that Luke's little girlfriends didn't sell him out. This is just what happens when you hire a mercenary who really wants to get paid. Cap goes for Paladin, but his electromagnetic field in his armor redirects the shield and launches it into poor Black Cat. He uses his super taser on Luke and whips Humbug as Shang-Chi finds Steve. Shang asks if Cap trusts him. Misty and Colleen fight against Paladin as he ridicules them. He rids himself of the girls and makes for his star-spangled target. Paladin puts up a very strong fight against Cap and finally lands a kick directly to his face, and Steve falls to the ground. Paladin tells him the war is over and he lost. And he radios into S.H.I.E.L.D. that he has officially secured Captain America. About 10 minutes later, S.H.I.E.L.D. cape killers swarm the whole building and arrest the beaten and gas-bombed Captain America. Misty's had time to pick herself back up and recuperate, and she marches to Paladin, calling him a stupid son of a bitch, and grabs him by the throat with her 3,000 pounds of pressure metal arm and launches him across the safe house into a wall. And then she just beats the shit out of him. Upstairs, the agents send out an APB for the area for Luke Cage as they deliver Cap aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. shuttle, and the Cape Killers reboard, and the ship quickly takes off with their very valuable target in hand. The agent in charge orders an immediate comlink with Iron Man. Back in the building, Humbug interrupts the beatdown and asks where Shang and Luke Cage are, and they look around as the two suddenly emerge from where they had been hidden, and over the skies of New York en route to the helicarrier, Iron Man realizes that the agents captured Paladin dressed as Captain America. And in the safe house, Steve Rogers removes his mask, and Misty asks how the hell they did that. And Humbug is utterly infatuated and thinks that this is the coolest thing he has ever seen. Shang and Steve quickly explain what happened. After Paladin radioed into S.H.I.E.L.D. following the hero's defeat, Shang-Chi, who had been trained to hold his breath via centuries of techniques in his training, was able to strike Paladin in key points of his body, remove his mask, and complete a full counterattack. Then he stole the rebreather, equipped it over Steve, allowing him to activate the ventilation system of the safe house and remove the gas. Steve thanks Shang once again and notes that they need to leave before S.H.I.E.L.D. realizes what happened and comes back with a vengeance. Colleen makes a quip about running from the cops, and Luke sternly tells her he does not like the idea of the heroes for hire being government bounty hunters. Humbug asks for a turn to speak, and Black Cat sighs in contempt, but Humbug tells the group that he's probably the person of all of them who has made the most wrong turns in his life. But he's always looked up to Captain America. Steve Rogers is the best a person can be, yet he's running and hiding, and it's not right because people think he's a criminal.
Humbug, heroism is not a product of your situation, your opportunities, or having superpowers. The inconvenient truth is that heroes always fulfill their promises. All of you need to ask yourselves what you're committed to as a group and individually.
And on that note, Cap, we gotta go.
Hey, don't let him catch you riding dirty, Cap.
Excuse me?
Luke can explain it to you. Just do us a favor and bring this thing to a peaceful resolution.
Several days later, at the Baxter Building, Reed has called the Heroes for Hire and Iron Man following his inspection of the Skrull organs. Tarantula explains to Iron Man the situation and what happens when a human or superhuman organ is replaced with these. And Iron Man realizes just how much of a problem this clever idea would be. Misty also reveals that Tarantula built specialized goggles to perform genetic scans, which will let them sort this kind of thing out. Then Misty takes Tony aside and requests that he pop one of those fancy electrical chips in Paladin's head and hand him back over to her. Tony says he can't do that and has more important things to deal with, and leaves. And at their Chinatown headquarters, Otis, the Secretary Supreme, greets a shady-looking dude who has a package delivery for Misty Knight. Otis tries to take it, but the man keeps asking if there are any heroes for hire present to take the delivery. Otis tells him no one else is here, and the dude can come back later if he needs to. So the man decides to drop off the package, and as he leaves down the block, he detonates the bomb, and the entire building is destroyed. Deep within the S.H.I.E.L.D. Administrative Affairs building in New York City, Agent Sharon Carter arrives for her meeting with one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. therapists for a psych eval, and her doctor asks her to recollect. Sharon tells him that it's all just been building and building for months on end, ever since Director Maria Hill called her to the command deck regarding the escape of Captain America, as seen all the way back in Episode 7. Flashback time, that sure didn't last long. Sharon remarks that she told Maria how Steve would react to both the registration and Maria Hill's plans, but ol' Hill just decided to go with it anyway. Because what does Sharon know? She's only S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personal liaison to Captain America. Hill says she didn't expect him to attack his own like he did, and Sharon asks if she's referring to the agents that were about to open fire or the ones who had already opened fire. Hill tells her subordinate that the reason she did it was to figure out if Captain America was going to fall to the other side of the issue or not, and to stop him before he became a rallying symbol. Sharon chides that she did a real great job of that, and Fury would probably be real proud. Hill tells her he would be, because Sharon is gonna help get Steve back, especially after all the times Maria has had to turn a blind eye to their little relationship. And now, Agent 13 is going to use that relationship unless she wants to be bumped way down past Agent 666. Back in the present, the psychiatrist listens to Maria's story and asks if all of this made her angry. Just how she felt when Hill used her personal life against her, even though Sharon knew it was against S.H.I.E.L.D. regulations for a liaison and an operative to do such as they did. She says that he should tell that to the 15 women who have liaised with Tony Stark since the program started. She then says that she's always worked without incident with Steve. They've never had an issue separating their romantic life from their work stuff. And she didn't really expect all of this to even begin with. The doctor points out that she did have a history with him, and Sharon thinks out loud and says that she didn't think it was going to become anything, not like it did, and that she knows, in hindsight, she should have requested a transfer. The doctor asks why she didn't, and she comes to the conclusion that she didn't want to. Then she tells him that she saw Hill's request coming, she knew that Steve would refuse the registration, and she knew that her relationship with him would be used against them both. Sharon then goes on to tell a psychiatrist that she has supported the registration because outside of Cap and Falcon, she's never really had a use for superheroes, yet she still's just watched on as Steve did what he's done, and she wonders why she didn't agree to help S.H.I.E.L.D. track him down right away. The doctor suggests maybe she just couldn't do that to the man she loves. Sharon tells him it's not that. She lives in military protocol. She lives by orders, and good soldiers follow orders before friendship, which is exactly what she thought after Dum Dum Duggan's team failed to apprehend Cap. Check out episode 20 for more information about that. Several days after his run-in with Cap, his arms slung, his body sore, he and Sharon examined the Superhuman Restraint Unit armor, which took the brunt of the damage, and discussed the nickname of this new S.H.I.E.L.D. unit, the Cape Killers. Duggan jokes about retirement looking better by the day, and Sharon chides that they both know he'll never do that. Then he brings up the look on Steve's face when he saw it was Duggan in the armor, and how he put 4 of his men in critical care. He takes a heavy breath and tells Sharon that this isn't what he signed up for, and he doesn't think it would have happened if Nick was still here, and he hopes it doesn't go on much longer, and that all of this just ends. And several months later, in the present, she tells this to her shrink that Duggan was right about the whole situation, that it has to end, and she has a responsibility to work to end it. The psychiatrist asks if she's still conflicted. Sharon tells him, obviously, She's conflicted. She betrayed Steve, betrayed Captain America, and even though it's the right thing to do, it still felt wrong. But she took advantage of their dead drop message system to set up a meeting, and after months of only seeing him in news broadcasts or S.H.I.E.L.D. reports, she finally came face to face with Steve Rogers once again. Sharon tells her doctor that she led the S.H.I.E.L.D. unit to the totally wrong safe house. She says she doesn't know why. She just did it without thinking. She scrambled her tracer because she truly wanted a chance to convince Steve on her own and make him see the other side. She was planning on sending a signal to the Cape Killers if she failed, but when she leaned against the window and prepared to activate it, and Steve came to her again, she could not do it. And she admits that she loves Steve Rogers. And she's never chosen love or connection like that over her duty. Her doctor points out that her heart somehow trumped her head and wonders why she thinks that is. She stands up, paces a little bit, and comes to no conclusion. She doesn't understand these feelings and emotions she's been releasing after having pent up and locked away for years. And then she reveals what she told Steve, that she loves him, and her doctor tells her that is a healthy way to express herself, not keeping things bottled up, not hiding. And she asks if he thinks she's no longer fit for duty. The psychiatrist tells her he can't tell that just by one session, and schedules to meet again in 2 days for another. And likely many more, because that's how this works. Sharon sighs because she was really hoping to get this over with in a one and done kind of thing, but agrees, and then he cordially walks her to the door of his office and tells her goodbye.
Did it have to be a cemetery?
Would you like me to expose you to your colleagues instead? To tell them you are not a dead man?
That would not suit me.
Not as much as his disguise does.
I despise this illusion, but it was enough to get me into the administrative building. I doubt it would work on a helicarrier.
Does all go as planned?
Yes, she's working out perfectly. She has no idea the reason she's fallen just so deeply and outwardly in love with Rogers is because I commanded it. Hell, maybe she will have a breakthrough.
Foolish woman. I wish I could be there to see it. Though it's almost enough to watch these American idiots killing each other.
The circumstances could not be more fortuitous. And when the time comes, Agent 13 will be right where we want her.
She better be, Faustus.
A few weeks later, at a building with the title and credits written all over it, James Buchanan Barnes, the Winter Soldier, scales himself up the side and disables the high-tech security system and works his way in through the ventilation shaft. Eventually, he finds his way into a S.H.I.E.L.D. safehouse corridor. He sneaks his way through, past several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Agent 13, and finally enters into a data center via a weird floor tile elevator, where S.H.I.E.L.D. just keeps a secret little Nick Fury LMD? Bucky and the life model decoy of Fury fight in silence until Bucky lands his hand against the robot and sends an electrical current through its processor, and it drops. Then Bucky releases the little ball that rolls onto the floor and emits a hologram of Nick Fury.
So Sharon's intel was on the money. I haven't been to that particular monitoring station in years. Wasn't even sure it was still operational.
Yeah, I got in without incident. And this other you, it was just where she said it would be.
All right, kid. Get a move on. This won't work if they can see you.
Well, that's not going to be a problem, Fury. But how do I... that's even creepier.
Just inject the nano-trojan.
Yeah, I know, it's just weird. The thing even moved like you.
Yeah, it's a new model of LMD. Probably thinks it is me. From what my sources say, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't mind that big one. They're using these things to cover their asses.
Alright, what do I do now?
Over here. Hook it into the input. They want to play like they've still got Nick Fury on the payroll? Well, good for them and us. Anytime this stand-in logs on, I'll be able to access them. and I'll be my own eyes and ears on the helicarrier. Keep myself on hand when I need it.
Bucky asks what the hell the Fury bot was doing down here, and why all the footage on the screens is from the Geffenmeyer plant fight. Fury explains to his young-ish ward that the LMDs are walking supercomputers with artificial intelligence systems. The Fury LMD was likely watching and analyzing every screen and recorded viewpoint. Why it was doing that? Fucking who knows. If you have any ideas, let me know in the comments. As Fury works on downloading everything in the S.H.I.E.L.D. systems, Bucky watches the footage and sees Steve and the so-called heroes fighting each other. And he wonders what the hell is wrong with all of them, and how Steve can let any of this happen. Because don't forget, the event of Civil War, these issues happen not long after the events of the Winter Soldier story arc. The Winter Soldier storyline was issues 18 to 14 of this current run. And right now we're looking at issues 22 and 23. Anyway, Fury tells Buck that Cap is the only one trying to stop all of that, but Bucky reminds Fury that he and Steve used to work for the government, and this just feels wrong. This feels totally different. Fury cuts him off, though, and explains that the system has finished downloading and they need to get going. But still, if you can do it, fighting the good fight for your country, what's wrong with that?
Ain't nothing, Bucky. If it's what you choose. But having your government force you to work for them, having them make you join up, give up your secrets to them, just 'cause they want to make the world a better place. You above the rest should realize that ain't the America we fought for. And I'm guessing Cap feels the same way.
It's different for me, Nick. The speech that Senator gave when they signed the registration. On some level, I'm part of the reason that this happened. This mess that Steve's in.
It wasn't you, kid.
I remember it all. Down to the last detail.
You weren't in control. Now you are, and you're fighting back. It makes you feel any better. The first LMDs were developed in the 60s because you whacked some UN official in 59, and suddenly everyone important in Washington was trying to get a mechanical double. Should have seen the pork they passed through to fund the research.
Yeah, that doesn't actually make me feel better. Bucky returns to the terminal and does his own research for his own agenda, specifically regarding a man named Alexander Lukin, a former KGB agent and the handler for the Winter Soldier. He finds that S.H.I.E.L.D. have been monitoring him with their satellites, and just last week, they picked him up visiting the Latvian embassy. The dynamic duo of a hologram and a sleeper agent with a robot arm argue about this, and the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D., which is now basically run by Tony Stark, has become so infatuated with hunting superheroes that they haven't noticed a mass murderer going to the embassy of a dictator. But Fury tells Bucky to leave the Lucan situation to him. He'll figure out what's happening and get back to Bucky about it. Right now, they need to get moving. So Bucky recalls the hologram ball and stealths his way out of the facility for the second part of their plan. And 15 minutes later, Bucky arrives at the position in Midtown Manhattan where Fury has deployed a decoy of D-Man? Fury reveals that he sent in a tip to S.H.I.E.L.D. Superhuman Enforcement about D-Man's presence and that a team is currently on the way. Bucky watches as they soar past him, and the team land, but quickly discover the ruse. Bucky double-checks that Fury has diverted all the S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites watching the area, and Fury gives him the go-ahead, and Winter Soldier leaps into action. He deploys 2 smoke bombs and quickly does away with the 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Fury notifies him that he has about 3 minutes until a response team arrives, and Bucky steals one of their helmets as Fury tells him to get back to the drop-off point immediately. And that's when Bucky realizes just how close he is to the Latvian embassy. Fury tells him not to even think about it. Cut to Latveria. The Red Skull meets with Victor Von Doom. Herr Skull inquires if Doom is finding exactly what Schmidt said would be at an archaeological dig in Germany. And Doom tells him they've found everything and more. And for it, Doom shall keep his end of the deal. Red Skull smiles as he looks around and asks if Doom finally believes it. That he lived in Eisendorf 500 years ago as the Baron of Iron. And Doom retrieves a device and tells Skull that he believes someday in his future, he will be that Baron. And if there's one thing that Doom loves more than hating Reed Richards, It's getting his ego stroked. They leave the room, which houses the 500-year-old machinery, and Doom tells Red Skull that the device he has requested will be delivered to Cronus Labs in several days. But it is only good for one use only. And Red Skull snarls a lipless grin and tells Doom that is all he needs to ensure that this superhero civil war is only the beginning of his enemy's suffering. So Simon has been resting up and recuperating at Avengers Tower, helping their newest and also first official recruit in this new registration world of superhero training programs, Anya Corazon, aka Aranya. And one day they bring Anya before Shroud, a former hero who became a target for the Registration Coalition following his refusal to register. He was last seen getting launched out of a speeding car on a freeway and apprehended by S.H.I.E.L.D. And, well, he is also recuperating at Avengers Tower in a totally different way. Anya quietly asks Simon if this is normal. He says it's the new normal. Carol Danvers, Miss Marvel, steps before Shroud and begins another round of interrogation. She once again asks for the location of Julia Carpenter, aka Arachne, and he once again refuses to tell her anything. But then Carol brings up the fact that up until a few months ago, Julia Carpenter was bound to a wheelchair, and according to S.H.I.E.L.D. files, totally powerless. He sighs and tells her that his company synthesized the formula that originally gave Julia her powers. And for many, many months, it didn't seem like the injections were having any effect, until one day it just worked. And it took many more months for Julia to complete her physical training, but it paid off. And she and Mark were finally able to take walks together. She was able to play with her daughter. He asks how Carol can do this to someone she considered a friend, a former Avenger, and now she's hunting Julia like a goddamn animal. Carol tells him it's no different to her than Captain America. In fact, he was more to her. In fact, Steve Rogers meant more to her because he took her in as like a father figure. But she stares directly at Shroud and tells him that when you cross a line, this is what happens. Shroud scoffs and asks if Carol is really that far gone. If all the government has to do is tell her how high to jump, just doing whatever her keepers tell her to do. And Anya nervously bites at her fingernails as she listens to this and reworks it in her mind, reminding herself that Carol Danvers is Miss Marvel, aka Warbird. She is a superhero. She is Anya's mentor. She's the one who brought her into all this. And more importantly, she's a superhero. And that guy, she doesn't know that guy. He's a bad guy. He's the bad guy that Wonder Man and Carol Danvers took down and was trying to hurt people, seemingly, since he's a bad guy. Anya and Simon watch through the window, and Shroud asks if Carol really believes she's doing the right thing. She glares and tells him she's doing what's best, and Shroud shouts out that there is a difference between what's best and what's right. And the whole country has gone insane after Stanford, and Carol fell right in line with them. Carol bites back that there are over 24 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in intensive care because his little spider girlfriend put them there. She screams that Julia Carpenter has broken the law and disgraced the name of the Avengers and has put innocent lives at risk and continues to do so every day that she has been on the run. And it's Miss Marvel's obligation as a hero to take her down. Several days later, in Denver, Colorado, an old man checks his mail, and thousands of feet above him, Miss Marvel, Wonder Man, and Aranya prepare to drop. This, of course, being Aranya's first ever mission. Carol orders her to listen only to her and follow her lead and do exactly what she says. Then we learn that the old man is Julia's father. Julia's daughter, Rachel, has been living with her grandparents for some time. So, the team needs to get the grandparents and Rachel out of the area before anything happens. Aranya asks if they're expecting any trouble, and Wonder Man tells her you should always expect trouble, that way it doesn't surprise you. And the choppers veer down out of the cloudless sky as the superheroes converge. Julia's father races as best he can for the home, but he's cut off by Wonder Man and Carol. S.H.I.E.L.D. cape killers then begin descending to the roof and secure the perimeter of the house as Carol and Simon explain who they are and what's happening. Mr. Carpenter shouts that his daughter isn't here. Last he heard, she was in New York, and he hasn't seen or heard from her in months. They tell him she has fled New York as a criminal and a national security risk, and they need to get him and his wife and his granddaughter to safety. Meanwhile, Mrs. Carpenter races upstairs and tells Julia that there are 2 superheroes here, and they're leading a goddamn army. Julia tells her mother and daughter that she loves them. This is something she has to do. And downstairs, Miss Marvel and Wonder Man and Aranya continue speaking to Mr. Carpenter. Then Julia walks out with Rachel, kind of using her daughter as a human shield. She tells Carol that this is ending right here, right now. She and Rachel are leaving the country and will never come back. They make their way to the truck as Carol and Simon follow, and Julia pleads with Carol to just let her walk away from this. However, Miss Marvel steps forward and orders her to stand away from the vehicle and turn herself in. Rachel begins crying and asks what they're doing. Julia gives her a kiss and tells her to just wait inside the truck and shuts the door. Miss Marvel asks Julia why the hell she is bringing her daughter into this. And Julia Carpenter tells her that her daughter will grow up understanding the difference between right and wrong and what it means to fight for your freedom. And then she decks Miss Marvel to the ground and leaps up and away into the air as the SHIELD agents open fire. Carol orders Aranya to go get the girl, so this fucking horrifying spider robot goes for her, and Rachel screams and runs away. Julia kicks Wonder Man's ass, and he plummets down into the neighbor's yard as she unleashes her energy bursts upon the Cape Killers, and Miss Marvel soars into the sky and drives her straight down into the home. Julia forces herself up and tackles Carol through the living room, then she grabs her by the hair and wails down on her. But Miss Marvel overpowers her and throws Julia clean through the wall and back into the front yard. Rachel screams and cries for her mommy as she lays limp. Miss Marvel marches out as a SHIELD agent pulls Rachel away from an all-too-weak Julia Carpenter. And Anya watches as a mother and daughter are forced apart. Rachel wailing, Julia weakly calling out to her. And Anya wonders if this is what good guys do. Take children from their parents? Because if it is, she wants no part of it. Later that night, once they return to NYC, we see that Carol and Anya have grown close since their last appearance. Makes sense. You know, some time has passed. Anya's become better at what she does, kinda. And also, Carol Danvers, I would imagine, is just a huge inspiration to young women in the regular Marvel universe, like I assume she kind of is in our universe. So they sit together at a patio on the edge of Avengers Tower, and Anya tells Carol that she'll move to another country or get Doctor Strange to cast a spell on her to get rid of her powers or something, because she can't stop thinking about what happened today. And she doesn't want to be the bad guy. She wants to help people. And she's having second thoughts about being part of this whole thing. Carol, however, tells her it wasn't wrong. It was hard, but it was not wrong. But Anya can't hold herself together and starts crying and tells her that she can't take moms away from their little girls. She can't do things like that. She just can't. Anya reveals that she lost her mom when she was very young, and Carol pulls Anya against her and just holds her as she cries. And later into the night, Carol and Simon sit in one of the many common rooms, and she holds her head in her hands, and Simon tells her that they did what they had to do. She sighs and says that it's easy to just stand there and say that they're doing these things for the best interests. And Simon sits down and asks if she doesn't think that's the case. Because it's not like Julia just ran away. She hurt people. She deceived people. She was leaking government documents and stuff. And they wouldn't have let anyone just walk away from the damage that she caused. Carol tells him she knows, but she just can't get the sight out of her head. Between Anya and just reliving the memories of Denver, she keeps hearing Rachel Carpenter screaming and crying, and the look in her eyes when Carol took away her mom. Simon asks how Anya's taken it all. Carol tells him that she's shaken, but she talked her through it and she'll be alright. And he slides his hand up through her hair and massages her neck and tells her that sounds just like the rest of them. And then he holds her, and she nuzzles against him. 1 week later, Carol Danvers returns to her apartment. She enters and hears movement from the kitchen. She calls out softly to her cat, Chewy, but the sounds are definitely not that of a cat. And before she knows it, Rogue saunters out of the doorway and tells Carol they have a problem. And they're gonna have to solve it. Also, pay no mind to the fact that Rogue's costume has now changed. So pretty much what happened is that Rogue came here to figure out why the hell Carol attacked her in downtown Manhattan today. Carol tells her she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's been working with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers Registration Coalition, and has no reason to, 1, interact with the mutants because of the whole amnesty thing, and 2, attack Rogue. Then she asks how the hell Rogue even got in here, and Rogue reveals she stole her keys during their bout, and Carol reveals she still has her keys. Rogue starts thinking and marches off down the hallway where she opens the door to Carol's bedroom and finds Carol sleeping. Carol asks Rogue what the hell is going on, and Rogue tells her they know the same amount of information because Rogue thought that was Carol, and after Rogue beat her ass, she brought her here and put her to sleep, hoping whatever weird mind effects had taken over her would undo themselves. And that's when the other Carol wakes up. Both Carols suit up as energy ripples off of them. Warbird demands to know what's going on and who this fake Carol is. Then she attacks Rogue and blasts her out of the building. Miss Marvel gives chase and Warbird and Rogue fight through several blocks of the city until Carol slams a fucking car into her and she falls unconscious. Rogue and Miss Marvel reconvene, and Rogue asks what they do now. Carol thinks it over and says that they should go to Hank McCoy at the X-Mansion because there's not really an Avengers to take this issue to anymore. And Reed Richards and Tony Stark are going to be far too busy to figure out what the hell is happening. So Rogue hoists Warbird in her arms and the duo fly off. Sometime later, as the massive Sentinels patrol the Xavier estate, Beast concludes his diagnostics of Warbird. He reveals she is not a clone, instead, she is Carol Danvers. But her quantum vibrational frequency is completely different, meaning she is from another universe. Carol asks if Hank is sure, and he tells her she's breaking his heart with that kind of question. He then goes on to explain exactly how he knows this Carol is from another Earth, but then some glitch happens in his system, and shortly after, Warbird wakes up and she powers on and prepares to attack when Beast rushes between everyone and pleads for Miss Danvers to calm down. Alt Carol proclaims her name is Warbird, and Carol returns to her civvies and tells Warbird that something happened to her and she's on a different world. Beast explains that they must have some kind of shared history, but there's clearly a divergence somewhere in the timeline. Warbird demands to know why, if they have a shared history, is her alternate self sticking with that southern bitch that tried to kill him? Carol explains that happened a long time ago. They moved on, Carol got over it, and she asks Warbird to please calm down and tell them what she remembers. Warbird explains that she was returning to her home in San Francisco one night when Rogue attacked her. They fought through the city until Rogue siphoned her entire energy, memory, all of it. And just like on Earth 616, Jessica Drew then saved Carol from drowning and took her to Charles Xavier's for help. And then he telepathically reassembled her mind. But unlike 616 Carol, Warbird has never been able to move on. And one night, an alien species crash-landed in Spalding, Georgia. The Avengers were called in, and Warbird was busy. The Avengers called for backup, but she was still too busy. And then something happened, and that's all she knows. Beast postulates that her means of traveling from one universe to another was some kind of combination of the shockwave blast, and her vibrational form was so rattled that she bounced through several universes before winding up here. It's a reference to something that happened in, like, the very early issues of this Miss Marvel series, so that's all you really need to know.
Well, how do we get her back home?
Oh, well, we don't... It's not there anymore. Judging by the readings taken when Carol stopped such an event in this reality, I doubt even the smallest microbe of her Earth still exists.
You stopped it? Yeah, single-handedly. How? I got off my ass and did my job instead of sitting in a bar. Don't get me wrong, I drank away a lot of sorrows, but then I grew the hell up. Excuse me? You heard me. God damn it. Do you know I've been beating myself up lately? Writing myself about not doing enough? I felt like I was a failure, and I'm wasting my talents. But you...
Carol,
Not now, Rogue. Little Miss Warbird and I have some things to discuss. You'd best think about what you're gonna say next. You sicken me. You're everything I've ever tried not to be. You forgave a woman who tried to kill you. Oh, don't worry, I won't make that mistake twice. Where did they go?
I haven't the slightest. Oh my stars and garters! Beast performs chest compressions on Carol as she lies in the lawn of the Xavier School, and finally she gasps to life, but Warbird marches to her and tells Miss Marvel she needs to do better than that. Rogue whips Carol away as Warbird slashes down with her energy blades. Carol demands Rogue stay back, and Carol apologizes to Warbird for losing her temper and taking out some self-hatred on her. Doesn't help, Warbird loses it and tries to laser vision her, so Carol decks the bitch. They fight across the lawn, and Carol wonders if Warbird being knocked unconscious 3 different times in one night is having an effect on her mental state. Then she thocks her, and Carol suggests maybe slamming protons into each other isn't the best solution. Warbird just rubs her jaw and marches at Carol and asks if she thinks she needs photons to take her down. Carol tells her she's perfectly capable, and Warbird knocks her ass to the grass. The Carols keep fighting, and finally Rogue has had enough and flames she roars at Warbird as Carol is lobbed away and unleashes her power, only for Warbird to absorb it. Beast tries to help, tries being the operative word there, and Warbird grabs Rogue by her throat and slowly begins squeezing. But Carol tackles her, they grapple, and Warbird launches her into Rogue.
In case you didn't notice, Rogue, this whole thing is your fault. She came to kill you. She came here because she isn't as stupid as I am. She never pretended to forgive you like I did. Carol, I've been to dozens of alternate Earths in just these last few weeks. Each one different from the last. But on all of those worlds, one thing stayed the same. Rogue. Young, stupid, evil Rogue tried to kill us. So, world after world, I balanced the ledger. You killed her? I took my revenge. Our revenge. And now it's time for you to take your revenge. Do it. Kill her. You and I working together, we can set things right. We can take revenge for everything she's done to us. You know, that's a good idea. Newsflash, whenever a Carol dies, an hour later I find myself on an all-new world with new Carols and new Rogues. I'm starting to think it's the Lord's will that I'm never allowed to just live. Let me tell you something, Warbird. If your only way off this world is by killing me, then you're not getting off this world.
"30 minutes later, as the sun rises once again over Westchester, S.H.I.E.L.D. superhuman restraint units collect Warbird into a containment chamber after the medics have stabilized her. Carol asks if she's gonna be alright, but the lead agent tells her they're just a soldier, and as she flies up and away, Warbird weakly watches, barely whispering a call to her other self to come back and kill her. Sometime later, and about 80 feet underground, Carol Danvers sits in Rogue's recovery room in the X-Mansion infirmary. She runs the scenario over and over in her head. What she did to Rogue to trick Warbird. A trick that almost didn't even work. Imagine if it didn't work and Carol just started beating the shit out of Rogue for no reason. She hopes that Rogue knows that Carol didn't mean anything she did or said. She realizes that Rogue's not in the hospital because of Warbird. She's here because of Miss Marvel. She's here because of Carol Danvers. And what is wrong with Carol that she keeps hurting these people like this. Beast enters the room and softly tells her that Rogue is gonna be fine. She just needs a couple more days of recovery, but he doesn't think Carol should be here. And in an increasingly overcast early morning, Carol soars into the clouds, thinking of her past here with the X-Men, the people that took her in, the people who were her friends, her family. She thinks of the dark places that she's fallen to in life and keeps flying and tries to convince herself that she'll make it through this and everything else, like she always does. She soars into low orbit and stares out into the cosmos and wonders if she is a good person. She's able to see universal energies that no human ever has. She takes in the beauty, the silence, the peaceful serenity as her tear flows out into zero gravity and turns to ice once it leaves her force field. And Carol Danvers screams silently into the cosmos and wipes at her eyes and looks back to Earth and refuses to let herself run away. And as she re-enters the atmosphere, she makes a promise to herself to never run away from anything ever again. You are the Sentry, a man with the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. For all the good it does you. Coward. Hero versus hero in a civil war that decides the fate of the entire country, maybe the world. You're called to act. And what do? You run away. You ask yourself over and over, how are you supposed to fight your friends? You could rip off Spider-Man's arms. You could kill Captain America. You could kill them all. And then what? Even if that was the right thing to do, then what? It's too big. It's too much. The Void would return. No matter what you do, one day the Void will come back and do something to counter it. Stop it! Just stop it! That's your old excuse. You defeated the Void. You throw it into the sun. It's over. There is no Void. Except we're the Sentry, and the Void is everywhere. Stop! Stop talking about the Void. It's a you problem, Bob. Stop wallowing. Everyone has problems. You just run away from yours. So what kind of hero are you, Bob, huh? Go back down there and use your power to mold the world into what it should be. You have the power to stop this, to remove it from the history books. What would you do then, Bob? Huh? Then what? What would be your idea? The Inhumans? We know them, right?
Why, of course you do, Bob. Way back in Startling Stories featuring the Sentry, issue 92.
With the Inhumans to back me up, the menace of the Red Ronin doesn't stand a chance.
In the rigors of space, there are no sounds. How can you tell them we just want to be left alone? That you forgot that they make the moon their home? That you thought, why? Why are they doing this? They're trying to kill you. What is this? This is anger! Vicious anger for your downfall. Why? Why don't we just fly away, Bob? Just leave them in Black Bolt's headdress. Adelan, hidden on the far side of the moon within a pocket of air, an atmosphere called the Blue Area.
Mr. Reynolds, why have you come to the great city of Atalan?
First they attack us, then they invite you to their home? Then they ask what you're doing here? You feel that, right, Bob? Everyone's eyes are on you. They hate us. Why? What did we do? Is it the Void? How do they know you're civilian, man? Oh, yes, that's right. It's all coming back.
Mr. Reynolds, a question was asked of you. Can you speak?
I came here to be left alone, Medusa. I meant no slight. I just wanted to be left alone to think. And then you attacked me.
Yes, because we're at war with you.
War? Who's at war?
The human race as a whole has done nothing but betray and attack us. We will have no more of it. We will not stand idly by and let our world be desecrated by your impurities.
I certainly wasn't aware of any hostility you had. I was just sitting there. I forgot you were here.
I'm being told by our seers that your thoughts are telling a very colorful story where you and the Inhumans banded together to fight a foe. None of us seem to recall this battle. Do you care to explain?
Not easily, no.
I'm told now a sadistic mutant forced your mind to erase the world's memories of your early exploits as a hero. But now you're back. You have your life in order and are working with the Avengers.
Yes.
What is this civil war that I'm hearing of?
Please stop poking around in my head. It's not something that I'm comfortable with.
Very well. You will be our guest, and you will tell us of this civil war.
The food here sure is
disgusting. You don't even know what it is.
One would imagine there are those who stepped out of the Terrigen Mists with the power to create delicacies. Oh yeah, and you tell them of how the building paranoia from Nick Fury's Civil War led to the unspeakable damage to the mutant population because of Maximov's tantrum and the decimation and the American government's attempt to pacify the populace by passing the Superhuman Registration Act. And now half the heroes rebelled, now it's a civil war. Clearly they knew bits and pieces. Except Black Bolt. He knows things he doesn't tell his people. His body language is odd. Look, you sit here and you smell. What is that? Do you remember that smell?
You may stay here tonight, Mr. Reynolds.
I appreciate your hospitality. Thank you.
I brought you some food. You didn't eat much during the feast. My name's Crystal.
I know. You should go. It isn't helping our state of mind.
So we used to know each other?
Yes. For a brief time, we were friends.
I felt something towards you. It was the oddest thing. I felt like we had some sort of connection. I went to Feedy the seer and they said we were lovers?
Yes.
Wow. I have absolutely no memory of this.
I'm sorry, you were on the rebound.
I don't know what that means.
Johnny Storm from the Fantastic Four?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that, okay.
You and he had a fight, and I was there.
Could I ask you a question?
Lindy. Bob, stop. I'm sorry. I'm married. Come on, Bob. Time to go home. I didn't think you'd find me, Iron Man. You still don't get how I work, Bobby. We need you. I know this is rough stuff and there's no getting around it, but we need you. I just don't think I have it in me.
Well, I think you do.
No, I think you think you'll win with me.
I do. And we will.
We're fighting friends.
I don't like it either.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to hurt people like I did Wolverine. Are you prepared to kill Captain America? Because I think that's where this is headed. I think that's the only thing that'll stop this. I think you'll have to kill him.
I'm not going to kill him, Bob. Let's just get that off the table right now. I'm going to stop him. Big difference. An important one. And then when he calms down, even if it takes years, I will help him open his eyes and see the world around him has changed. And from there, we'll start the healing process. You know, long talks, uncomfortable truths, a team of therapists.
Unless you can't. Unless he won't stop.
I promise we will stop this.
I just don't see how you can promise
Bob,
that.
This is it. There is a reason you have been given the power you have. There's a reason you've survived everything you have survived in your life. I don't think the reason is for you to be doing whatever it is that you're doing here. You need to save the heroes of our world from hurting each other any more than they already have. You think this is easy for me? For any of us? You think I wouldn't love to just sit alone in a room with a bottle of Johnny Walker Black and forget all of this? You think those demons don't poke at me every single second of every single day? You think I don't feel the void calling to me? Or Carol, or Spider-Man, or Cap, or any of us? Don't think about the fight. Think about what comes after. About a better, more peaceful, more honest world. Do you think for a second I would put you or any of us through any of this if I didn't know for a fact that that is what we're fighting for? Bob, there's a very good chance that I may not make it through this. The world will need heroes like you. Like the hero you almost were. Like the hero you told me you wanted so badly to be. They're going to need you to see it through.
Mr. Stark, you are under arrest for trespassing.
Alright, well, trespassing feels aggressive. I'm just passing through, Your Highness.
You broke the sanctity of our kingdom, and now
Sit down, Gorgon. I'm not fighting with you. I'm leaving. And I'm sorry I barged in. I just came looking for my friend. I'm ready. Black Bolt, Your Highness. We're going, and I promise you, this war of ours stays off your doorstep.
If it does, there will be no way for you to end what you have started.
Unit 2, this is Unit 1, perimeter clear. Subject in northeast corner. Situation 5 by 5. Recommend go for breach.
Copy that. Unit 3 is standing by.
Unit 2 is go for breach.
Sure, I'm sure. It's happening. Trust me. Tonight, okay? I got it on good authority. So I need to know. Are we closed yet? Well, that's good. That's good. What about the back end? How many points? What about residuals? Oh, that's fantastic. Foreign and domestic? Now for the TV show, I want Belanti and book rights to Meltzer. And for the movie, Zalian of Cope. No. Guggenheim. On the other Guggenheim, the one that wrote the hockey movie. Joel, I gotta call you back.
McDonald Gargan, you are under arrest.
Hey, can I help you guys with something? You guys seem a bit confused. Why don't you just charge me with the phone book and save some time? Obey yet? Shoot your buddy.
It's not me! Calling backup! Requesting immediate backup, please!
It's not mind control. It's my control. Oh, here we go. Songbird and radioactive.
We're taking
man.
you in, Gargan. As a prisoner or a future Thunderbolt, you decide.
And well, my agent says the rights to my life would be a little more if I goosed up the body count before I went legit. But I already got one bird with this big black stone. Alright. I got a question, though.
Where do we sign?
Flashback time. Hey, do you remember that SHIELD convoy of prisoners that was ambushed by Captain America and the Secret Avengers? The one involving the Thing showing up, you know, when Spider-Man fought Steve in an alleyway. Well, it had an unrealized spectator named Eric O'Grady, former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and current Ant-Man after he stole a prototype S.H.I.E.L.D. Ant-Man suit and has since been on the run. He sits atop a roof and eats a single piece of popcorn. Look how small, he only needs one piece of popcorn. And watches as a battle down the street rages on. Then a true challenge is faced by Eric. A goddamn pigeon trying to steal his piece of popcorn. Eric battles the behemoth bird until he sees just how much danger the civilians caught in the wake of the attack are. So he gives up the popcorn and gets to work Ant-Manning because he's actually trying to be a hero. You know, great power, responsibility, all that crap.
Hey, you okay? Still in one piece?
Huh?
Down here. I'm here to help. Just do what I say and you'll get out of here without, you know, dying.
What do we do?
You're doing great, kid. All right, hold on. Coast looks clear. All right, let's get going. Go. Down to the. Oh my God, get down. Oh, watch out. Oh, keep going. Don't stop. Oh, go. Are you doing great? Go, just faster. Whoa, it is not looking good out here. Your best bet would be to hide under here. Here. Wait until the fighting's over, and then just head home.
Are you sure I'll be okay here?
Yeah, totally. Trust me. I'm Ant-Man, and I hide under cars all the time. It's totally safe. Hey, good luck, kid.
So the way I see it, it leaves me only one choice. I'm checking out of the country, so don't bother leaving the light on.
Hey, it's all right. Come on out now. Everything's okay. The bad guys are gone. Are you injured? Are you okay?
No. Ant-Man helped me.
Hank, you have something to share? Hey, don't look at me. I designed a new Ant-Man suit for S.H.I.E.L.D., but it was stolen.
And you're sure it's him? She identified. All right, I'm en route. We should be able to trace the Pym particle residue before it dissipates. Who knows what evil plans that bastard has for the suit. We need to stop it before he does any real damage.
Ladies, here I come. I love being...
Sometime later, as night holds heavy over the city, Danny Rand, Daredevil, lands before a group of thugs trying to rob and rape a woman, and the woman radios in that he took the bait. She draws her handgun on him and places him under arrest by S.H.I.E.L.D. as lasers shine down on Daredevil, but he's able to acrobatically escape every tranquilizer and maneuvers out into the city. And much later, as the moon begins to fall and the sun rises, Danny returns to his penthouse home. He enters via high-level security and listens to all of his missed calls from his company, but he ignores it all and activates a statue of the Buddha, which opens up to a secret chamber that leads to his training dojo. The lights activate, and they shine down upon the Iron Fist suit, and the empty mannequin, which normally holds his Daredevil attire. Danny removes his mask and holds it in hand, and remembers that night when he last saw Matt Murdock after he broke out of prison. You're sure? It's not a burden? It could be a lot longer than a few weeks. Matt, it's an honor. In fact, as terrible as it might sound, I've enjoyed it. Getting out into the world again, kicking some guys in the face. Sometimes we get so wrapped up in our own drama we forget we're not alone on this stage. And now that guys like us are being hunted, guys that need secret identities, I mean. Luke's always been Luke. You and I, we have these other lives, and... Matt? I'm sorry, I was miles away. You said the Ramjet will be waiting at the runway? It'll be there. But what I said was, I can carry your weight, and I will keep wearing the suit until you don't need me to anymore. And back in the present, Danny thinks of his past, of his upbringing as a living weapon, of the moments immediately after he defeated Xiao Lao the Undying in Kunlun, and when his flesh was marked by the dragon. He remembers the seconds that felt like eons as he walked into the chamber in which a brazier held the dragon's molten heart, and how he plunged his arms into it, and he became the immortal Iron Fist. But he will not go back on his promise to Matt Murdock, and he will continue to wear the mask of the devil to fight this war in his place. But in time, he will return to carry his own burdens once again. Flashback time! As the Registration Act started to really swing through the country, at Avengers Tower, Captain John Walker, aka U.S. Agent, was called to meet with Tony Stark. And he does so by infiltrating the tower, only to get caught by Tony. Walker tells him he was just pointing out some holes in the security, and Tony tells him he's good, but not that good.
Yeah, good enough to get past S.H.I.E.L.D.
But not me. Still, your service as the U.S. agent has been stellar, and your work with the registration has resulted in the capture of dozens of criminals.
I'm hearing a but coming.
But You're about to serve your country in a different way.
What are you talking about, Stark? You trying to get rid of me?
John, had I wanted you gone, you would be gone. The fact is, you're the best at what you do. The best. I don't like you, but I respect you. So, I'm reassigning you. There's only a handful of men that I trust with this. And you are top of the list.
Well, all right.
You're going to Canada and joining the new Joint Country Alpha Flight program as the American liaison.
Screw you, Stark. Canada!
The Canadian government no longer has the assets to deal with the influx of superhumans flooding their borders. Canada supplies the U.S. with 20% of its oil. A good deal of our energy and infrastructure is directly tied to Canada. Their security is a top priority for S.H.I.E.L.D. And you need to go and protect those interests.
Oh, this is just... If you want my red, white, and blue ass going to serve under Dudley Do-Right, you're insane.
You'll do as ordered, Walker.
Well, not this time. I have more important issues on the home front.
If you don't, John, I'll have you court-martialed.
Fine.
Sometime after, John Walker races over the rooftops in Philadelphia as he's held under fire by a S.H.I.E.L.D. hovercraft, which interrupted him in his search for the Purple Man. Because he called Tony's bluff and he's just continued to keep working, hunting down and apprehending supervillains. So as he's running over the rooftops, leaping large gaps, a news chopper flies too close and the S.H.I.E.L.D. hovercraft slams it out of the way as they go after the U.S. agent. John bounds off the roof, lands on the helicopter, rips off the door, attaches a cable to the chopper itself, and rescues the cameraman and pilot. He lands on a nearby roof as he takes the cable and works to control the helicopter's crash. He waits a few seconds, takes a running start, and soars into the air and slams into the S.H.I.E.L.D. craft.
God damn it, I knew it.
You realize you're under my control now. You must be wondering what happens next. Well, I'm going up north. All this Superheroes United stuff is becoming rather annoying. But in the Great White North, you and your boys cannot touch me. And as for you, Mr. Walker, you're lucky I don't have time to do more with you. But I've got a plane to catch. Give me your shield. Thank you. Fall.
A few days later, John Walker wakes up in a S.H.I.E.L.D. medical unit and eventually meets back up with Tony Stark. Tony notes that the last time they crossed paths was pretty unfortunate, but he hopes the painkillers keep John nice and level-headed this time. John asks where the Purple Man is, and Tony tells him he escaped to Canada, and that they found the stolen hovercraft near Niagara Falls. John sighs and asks if Stark always gets his way, and if his order for Alpha Flight still stands. Tony smiles and says, hey, John wasn't interested last time they talked. John tells him to get him to Canada ASAP. And Tony tells him that, give or take, they're about 5 miles from the border, but also 30,000 feet in the sky. Tony offers to send him in on a hovercraft, but John tells him he has had enough of those fucking things. Then he offers him a parachute, and Walker jettisons himself overboard and free falls into Canadian airspace. But the US and Canada are not the only places dealing with the Superhuman Registration. There's also Cleveland! Flashback time! A taxicab rolls slowly through the streets. Its driver tells the passenger that nothing good is gonna come from this registration crap, and the passenger, a woman named Bev, tells the driver, an anthropomorphic cartoon duck named Howard, that the registration is now law, and they don't need to get in any more trouble than they already have, and they could also make better money if Howard was a government employee. Bev assures him it'll be no different than getting a driver's license, and reads the articles about the registration, noting that registrants who qualify will get a substantial salary and special S.H.I.E.L.D. training, and she wonders if his quack foo means he doesn't have to do that part. Howard parks right in front of the no parking sign, and tells Bev he wants to get in, get out and go back to his life of epic obscurity. She doubts that there's going to be that many people in Ohio, of all states, actually registering, and they head inside to find an absolute smorgasbord of freaks, weirdos, and actual superhumans. Howard and Bev find the back of one of the lines where a dim-witted and not all there man calling himself the Mighty Bull waits in line. Howard speaks with him and learns his whole shtick is that he is an enemy of the color red. He hates yet fears red, and it angers him. And then Howard asks Bev to hold his nice tie before he becomes a statistic.
You want to know why we have to go into the government in a single file, Bev? Because if we all came at them at once, we could take them. Oh, does anyone have the superhuman ability to make the line move faster?
Next.
All right, you got me. I'm here choosing my side. Only because I'm too cowardly and broke to have principles.
Driver's license, please.
What
this
for?
This is the Department of Motor Vehicles, sir.
This isn't the super thing? The registration line. The guy ahead of me had horns and a tail.
If you don't have any business with the DMV, please keep the line moving. You're a duck.
Fine, since I'm here. I've been driving without a license for the past 5 years.
So after Howard gets his new license, he and Bev consult a map of the business park to figure out where the hell they're supposed to go for the registration. Turns out it's on the complete opposite side of the complex. They finally find the right place and spot SHIELD agents waiting at 4 different doors. Howard laments how they're making people categorize themselves. Bev calms him down and asks if Duck World is like another planet or another dimension, and whether he would be an alien or not. Howard says he'll just go through the other door because he's been an other his whole life. Later, Howard takes a number, 42, and is given some forms to fill out as they wait in line. And he makes sure that he fills out all the boxes on 21J forms twice and the 25B forms in triplicate. Howard calls over a SHIELD agent and asks questions about the forms that he's filling out, such as if when he checks to donate his organs after death, does that guarantee that a restaurant won't get them? And if, quote, fill the boxes in completely means that he has to color it in, not just make an X. And what the hell is the deal with the part that says right below the line, but also not right below the line? And as he's complaining and just asking stupid questions, a man comes up and tries to flirt with Bev, revealing that his superpower lets him grow out his beard hair on command. He asks if Bev has any powers. Bev plays dumb to his sexiest flirtations and tells him she's just a sidekick. And that's when Howard puts his hands out and tells the guy that she's lying. She has the power to turn men into ducks. He used to be Shaquille O'Neal. And the man backs off in a hurry. Then Howard's number is called. The two are led into a cubicle as he explains the situation to the agent. He's Howard T. Duck. She's Bev, the sidekick. They are a team and refuse to be split up, and he's also an expert at quack fu. The agent calls her supervisor over because everyone has heard about the Duck Man. And not long after, a man marches up to them carrying a massive binder, which is SHIELD's official file on the extraterrestrial Howard the Duck. Bev nervously says it looks like they've been compiling that for a couple years, and the agent tells her it's everything from the past month.
Since I became SHIELD Regional Director for Supernormal Affairs in Ohio 4 years ago, each and every month, we get over 300 witnesses reporting about the Duck Man of Cleveland. Duck Man driving cab, Duck Man cursing at hot dog vendors, Duck Man chasing exotic dancers, and scrolling graffiti all over bus stops. Dozens and dozens of reports on my desk every day. And each time it happens, we tell them that they're drunk or unbalanced, or they didn't see what they saw. It became official policy a year ago that you don't exist, Howard, because it saves paperwork and time.
Well, here's a mouthful of reality. I'm here. I'm feathered. Get used to it.
I don't have to do any such thing. I've known you actually exist. You nearly ran me over with your cab. And you were such an asshole about it that I decided that you didn't deserve the place in the universe that God gave you. That is official government policy.
You can't wish away reality when it doesn't fit policy. I exist. You can't make me into a non-person with the wave of your finger.
Of course you're a non-person. You're a duck.
So the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Ohio has Howard escorted out by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They head back to the cab, and Howard is exuberant. Bev asks, why? After all this, they're not even going to get paid. He's not going to get registered. And Howard tells her this is the greatest outcome because he doesn't officially exist. No more parking tickets, no more taxes, no more jury duty. He couldn't even vote if he wanted to. Ignore when he tried to run for president. And best of all, he doesn't have to bother registering. And as they prepare to drive off, Howard spots the mighty bull wandering towards the registration building. And he calls out and tells him to make sure he heads through door number 4. So when we last saw King T'Challa, the Black Panther, he was getting married to Aurora Monroe, aka Storm, in Wakanda, at a wedding attended by both sides of the American superhero Civil War. And there's a special little allusion made at the very end to Dr. Doom. He sends him a cool hologram message. It's a really neat ending that makes you think, wow. Dr. Doom is offering out a hand to T'Challa as the superheroes that Black Panther is affiliated with tear themselves apart. I'm sure that Doom has something cool and unique and exciting up his armored sleeve, and I can't wait to see where this intriguing concept of a story goes. It's a fight. It's a big, stupid fight. What a waste. That's why I skipped it. Then, after their honeymoon, T'Challa and Storm elect to go on this worldwide diplomatic tour around the central, visiting global powers and other countries and all that. They actually went to the moon not long ago for a visit with the Inhumans regarding the current situation in America. And to ensure that, should the superhero Civil War spill over the borders, the Inhumans will not be deemed a threat. But now that we have finally reached the present with everyone's favorite Wakandan character, Black Panther, we find the State Department in Washington, where a government official asks if between Dr. Doom, the Inhumans, and now Namor, is there any foreign enemy that Black Panther isn't going to go visit? And Agent Everett Ross explains to his superior that King T'Challa has requested an audience with the US president. The request from the embassy just came in this morning. His boss tells them there's no way in hell that's happening. They cannot trust the Black Panther, and neither he nor his wife are allowed to step foot on American soil unless they register. Ross asks if they don't do that, why don't they just make contact and ask T'Challa what he's up to? And elsewhere, 30,000 leagues beneath the sea, a Wakandan submarine soars through the abyssal ocean currents, piloted by T'Challa and Storm. Storm remarks that the descent is almost as bad as space travel. T'Challa points out the strange and beautiful sea creatures they're passing by, and Storm jokes that you can see even more strange and beautiful creatures depending on which galaxy you visit. Here's a fun little retcon you could make, maybe, I guess. What if Storm was one of those driving factors behind the Wakandan intergalactic empire, huh? What do you think about that? Or, you know, just like a driving force for their early space exploration because of her experience in the stars with the X-Men. Anyway, the couple eventually arrive at Atlantis, and they remark upon its beauty, the only true rival to that of Wakanda's cities. They dock, and T'Challa suits up as the Panther. Then a chamber opens to a corridor where they find Namor, happily greeting them in his little Speedo. He changed into that on purpose because Storm is here, right? Because every other time we see Namor, up to this point, he is shown wearing his cool suit and vest. He kisses Storm's hand, greets them. He tells them that he has the freshest sushi prepared. And then he smiles at his own joke. And Storm says she has never seen Namor smile, let alone actually make a joke before. And says he's full of surprises and is just a fun-loving, crazy guy. And then leads them through Atlantis' halls, and assures them that the depths allow safety from any devices that Reed Richards or Tony Stark may have trying to listen in on them. And then they head to a meeting room. Not long after, they discuss the situation with Reed, Tony, the Avengers, Stamford, all of it. Well, except those Atlantean sleeper agents and Nitro's manhunt. Namor remarks that Reed's formidable intelligence is what is failing him. He has too many equations and not enough common sense. And T'Challa agrees that Reed's stance is profoundly disappointing. But as Namor points out, not surprising. Then he tells Storm that she should be very proud of her husband for being one of the only ones to stand up to Stark and Richards and their little cabal all those many, many years ago. Storm is surprised because she has no idea what he's talking about, and Namor explains to her the gist of Tony Stark's Illuminati and how it was supposed to bring together the world's greatest super leaders together to face global threats. Namor, T'Challa, Tony Stark, Reed Richards, Black Bolt, Doctor Strange, even Professor Charles Xavier. Storm is shocked because she's never heard of this once, and asks what happened. Is the group still together? And if not, why did they fall apart? And Namor says she should ask T'Challa, because the only time he joins anything is to keep his enemies close. Referring, of course, to when T'Challa joined the Avengers originally to act as a spy to try and figure out their true intentions. But, he found them to be good, honest men and women and felt that they were also containable if things went wrong. Namor laughs and says T'Challa gets his blunt honesty from his grandfather, and then recounts the tale of his first visit to Wakanda all those years back in World War II. Captain America was chasing Nazis deep through Africa when they came across the Wakandan border. T'Challa tells Namor that he's well aware of Captain America's arrival in Wakanda, but Namor reveals that all of the invaders were with him, hunting down Master Man and Warrior Woman. And at the same time, the Black Panther had already found the Nazi command and killed them all, discovering plans made by the Nazis to use vibranium as a key element in their atomic weapons program, which of course is why they sent the scouting teams to plan an invasion. And as the Wakandans return, Namor spots and chases after them, forcing a strange craft to land. He orders the mystery group out, and the Dora Milaje slowly approach and blasts some pocket sand in his face. Namor suffocates and drops as Azuri, the Black Panther, emerges and realizes that Namor is Atlantean. He asks what he is doing tangled up in this strange surface war, and then holds a glass of ice-cold water in hand, noting it will counteract the powder that was blown in his face. Black Panther promises to give it to him if the Atlantean doesn't try to kill them, and Namor agrees. In the present, Namor explains that he and Azuri spoke for some time after Namor calmed down out on that savannah plain, and T'Challa's grandfather saw it all coming. He told Namor there would no doubt one day be events such as the Cold War, Namor leading an attack upon the surface, the proliferation of super teams, and the eventual, inevitable conflict between superhumans and an all too insecure human government. Then he asks T'Challa what he sees and what he'll do about it. T'Challa ponders what exactly Namor is asking of him, and Namor tells him they all know what has to be done. The entire world is watching what's going on in America as the country's heart monitor beeps slower and slower, and Tony Stark and Reed Richards hold the plug in hand, ready to rip it from the outlet. Namor tells him that if Captain America cannot stop the Registration Coalition, a global response will be certain.
No one believes that U.S. registration is the end goal. Once they assemble a superhuman army, what's stopping them from exporting their ideology around the world? Pressing every superhuman on the planet into their arsenal.
Funny. Doom said the same thing.
Doom? Even a stopped clock is right twice a day. Someone has to lead a global resistance, or else it will express itself in disorganized random acts of violence. And that will provide the perfect pretext for U.S. invasions of sovereign nations.
Right. Then why don't you do it?
Come now, T'Challa. You and I both know the answer to that question. I lack the credibility for an international coalition. You, on the other hand, are respected the world over by the human and superhuman community. You're a former Avenger, a king, one of the wealthiest men on Earth, and a world-class intellect. But most importantly, you are a man of unshakable moral fiber. You were meant for this, T'Challa.
Charming words, Namor.
You know they're true.
That's why I married him. But that's not the point. You want my husband to insert himself into a conflict between his friends as a pawn in your what? Little rivalry with Reed Richards?
What?
Sue is married to Reed, so stop competing for her attention. It's pathetic.
A woman's logic is a miracle to behold. Truly it is. Do you not see the larger stakes
I see you putting my husband in harm's way for no reason.
Aurora, stop. You do not mean that. You're just being protective and I appreciate it. You are my wife and we will make this decision together.
I will leave you two to talk.
With Namor gone, Storm and T'Challa discuss the situation, and T'Challa notes that Namor's idea would mean violating Wakanda's non-aggression policy. Storm points out that Wakanda has worked around that in the past. Wakanda funded Nelson Mandela's anti-apartheid movement, among many other things. And Black Panther's time on the Avengers could have also been considered Wakanda working with an international coalition. But T'Challa tells her she sure sounds ready to take on the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. And Storm reveals she was faking Namor out with her, opposing views and all that because he was starting to piss her off. T'Challa laughs, but Storm asks him seriously, what are they to do? And he thinks on it and tells her that he's skeptical of the Fishman's idea, and T'Challa's not sure if he himself is the right choice to lead such a movement. Storm suggests Brian Braddock, Captain Britain, especially because it's highly likely that the UK will be one of the first countries in attempt to pass something very similar to America's Registration Act. T'Challa tells her that she does make a good point, but their list of potential allies is Namor, the Inhumans, and Doctor Doom. None of them have ever won a fight against the Fantastic Four, let alone a superpowered army, and they don't have the best global standing either. Then T'Challa tells her what may happen if this blows up in their face, and that he'll be the first regent to lose control of the Kingdom of Wakanda. And then he drops the bomb on her about the Negative Zone prison, and Storm is disgusted. Namor eventually heads back in and asks if they've made a decision. Storm asks what he is doing about all of this, and he assures them that Atlantis is well prepared.
If I decide to take your advice and lead this movement, and the time comes, then will you follow my instructions? Will you do as I say?
Yes.
Then let foes of freedom beware. The Black Panther will defend the oppressed.
So we've got a royal situation on our hands, and I don't mean the tea and crumpets kind. Black Panther and his better half, Storm, a possible Omega-level mutant, are insisting on a meeting with the president. We've been trying to hold him back, and it looks like we've got some extra time on our hands to get ready. He insists the meeting is going to be purely diplomatic, but I say we don't bet the country on that. Full files on the targets are being uploaded to your attack folders, so if this does go sideways, I trust you can handle it. If not, they're going to have to deal with me.
Gather round while I sing you of Werner von Braun, a man whose allegiance is ruled by expedience. Call him a Nazi, he won't even frown. Nazi schmazi, says Werner von Braun. Don't say that he's hypocritical, say rather that he's apolitical. Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down? That's not my department, says Werner von Braun.
What's the delay?
I'm adjusting the negative zone access point to accept the containment field. Each containment field is different. It's designed to counter the powers of whoever's inside. If the energies aren't compensated for, the results would be explosive, to say the least.
Don't say that he's hypocritical, say rather that he's apolitical. Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down? To Werner von Braun.
Keep away from the portal, you're too close. If metal touches it... look out!
Wild Streak erupts out of her containment chamber as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents open fire and she escapes out into the Baxter building. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Reed search the home, and Reed stands in confusion. And then the window smashes outward and Wild Streak materializes, and she crashes out into the city and escapes. And Reed tells Sue that they need to talk. And his wife materializes behind him as the sounds of roaring S.H.I.E.L.D. choppers echo through the now destroyed window. Sue tells him that they're past talking, and he asks if she really thinks S.H.I.E.L.D. won't figure out that Wild Streak was turned invisible. She tells him she doesn't care anymore. She refuses to sit idly by as the law orders the people they know and have fought beside and befriended to be sent off to a hellhole built by her husband and his friends. That is not...
You just made a fist, Reed.
Sue! We are not talking about this anymore. We are done!
You've got that right. I think of all the enemies we faced, all the people and monsters that tried to split us up, and not one of them could do it. Nothing could. Except you, except this. I don't even know you anymore, Reed. I'm
doing this for the same reason I've done everything else in my life, Sue, because it's right.
It's not right. Can't you see that?
Listen to me.
No.
Can't you understand? I'm doing this because I'm trying to protect you.
Protect me? Do I look like I need protecting, Reed? Do I? Don't you dare use me to try and justify the fact that you're afraid because you've gotten so used to following the rules that you don't know how to do anything else. Don't you use me to justify why you've done this. It's all because you don't want to lose what you've worked so hard to rebuild.
And is that so terribly wrong, Sue?
Yes, Reed, it is. Sometimes the law is wrong. Sometimes the government is wrong. When that happens, you stand up and speak out. Even if you're alone, especially if you're alone. The question you have to ask is not what you have to do to protect me, or your position, or us. The question is, what are the rights and freedoms we say we cherish worth? Because I think they're worth dying for if necessary. I would have done anything for you, Reed. I would have walked through hell itself and never looked back as long as I knew you were at the other end waiting for me.
Then why won't you stay with me now? Work through this with me.
Because you're not, Reed. You're not the man I fell in love with. The man I married. I loved him because he always did the right thing. And he was never afraid of anything.
I think you should leave now. Repair cost estimate. $725,000. Just think of the numbers. Don't think about the rest. Just think about the numbers. Don't think about the rest. Just think about the numbers. Don't think about the rest. Just think about the numbers. Don't think about the rest. You can't. You can't. She's wrong. She'll see that. She'll understand. She always does. She'll come back. Please let her come back. Much later into the night, Ben Grimm stops for a visit and finds the aftermath. He heads into one of Reed's labs and finds him moving some things around and asks if Reed and Sue had a fight. Reed tells Ben he doesn't want to talk about it. Ben asks if he wants to talk about something totally different then. And when Reed confirms, Ben reveals he's finally leaving the country in the Fantastic Four.
Hey, you might have noticed, but I ain't been around as much the past few weeks, and something happened, I just can't take it anymore. If I stay here, if I stay silent to the Registration Act, the heroes hunting the heroes just because they don't sign a piece of paper, then it's as good as saying that I condone what they're doing. I have to make some kind of statement. So, I'm going.
Going where?
I've been thinking about that for a while. I want to go to France. Always thought I'd look pretty fetching in a beret, you know? And I like the idea of living in a city where the only river is Seine.
You got anything to say about all this? I figured you have all kinds of arguments.
No, Ben. I don't have any arguments. I don't have any words left inside of me right now. If you want to go, if it means that much for you to go, then just go.
She left, didn't she?
Goodbye, Ben.
Now you gotta give her this. Woman knows how to slam a door on the way out of the room.
Even later into the night, Tony Stark and Peter Parker arrive through the massive hole in the Baxter building, and they eventually find Reed still working away in his lab, focusing on the numbers. He weakly explains to the men that he's fine, and brings up Peter's reluctance and general feelings of unease ever since the chemical plant and the recent convoy attacks and everything that they've been working for and everything they've been dealing with these several months. And Reed suggested to Tony that Peter should take a tour of the holding facility that they're setting the detainees to. And Peter looks around the lab, possibly the lab that he was once held in by the FF when he, as a teenager, tried to fight them in an attempt to impress them and be recruited. And he asks why it's so quiet. Where's Ben? Where's Sue? Where's Johnny? Reed tells them that the kids are staying elsewhere in the building, and Ben has decided to finally take a leave of absence. And Sue, well, she's not here. And that's all he says. Peter watches as Reed activates the negative zone portal, and he asks why they're keeping people in the negative zone. Tony assures him there's no safe place on Earth that can hold these people, or the quantity that they're dealing with, and they had no choice. Reed activates the door, and Peter and Tony head through. Then he closes the door, something he knows all too well how to do. In the time that they've been gone, midnight strikes. The moon hangs over the chasm Sue carved out through the veritable heart of Reed Richards, and a light rain begins falling through. He estimates the new addition of water damage to the total cost for repairs, roughly $789,000, and then he heads back to the lab and waits for Tony and Peter to signal their return. Eventually they come back, and he asks if they saw everything they needed to. And Peter assures him that he absolutely did. All right, let's get going. Sure. Hey, just give me 2 minutes. I wanted to ask Dr. Richards something. Well, hey, I'll be just down the hall. Gotta go hit the little superheroes room. Okay. Reed? Ask you a question? Sure. Why? I had an uncle, Ted, my father, Nathaniel's older brother. Unlike the rest of the family, he wasn't a scientist, he was a writer. And he found everyone interesting. He would go talk to strangers, wear wrong-colored socks, ate at strange little restaurants. My Uncle Ted was an eccentric. He was funny and colorful, and I loved him. But he was also stubborn, and he didn't care for rules. If you pushed him, he'd push back just as hard. Unfortunately, that was when Joe McCarthy and the House Un-American Activities Committee was in full bloom, looking for communists amongst the military, the government, the arts. I've never read the transcripts of what he told the committee, but my mother used to say she was surprised the stenography machines didn't burst into flames. He summed it up very well in his concluding sentence. Go to hell, was what he told them. So they held him in contempt of Congress for 6 months, and when he got out, his career was over. No one would hire him, buy his works, or answer his calls. Even my father refused to let him come around. He lost his savings, his home, and in the end, it killed him. Sounds to me like he was a very brave man. No, you're missing the point, Peter. He was wrong. Whether the HUAC was right or wrong wasn't the point. It was the law. Take away the law, and what are we? Savages, up to our necks in blood? The law is the law, Peter. And I support it because I honestly believe that we have to support it no matter what. Peter, time to get going. Right.
Some have harsh words for this man of renown, but some think our attitude should be one of gratitude, like the widows and cripples in old London town, who owe their large pensions to Werner von Braun. You too may be a big hero once you've learned to count backwards to zero. In German or English, I know how to count down. And I'm learning Chinese, says Werner von Braun.
At 2:34 a.m., Mary Jane Watson Parker wakes up and hears the television on in the living area. Peter's side of the bed is empty, so she picks herself up and heads out to find him sitting in front of the TV, mindlessly flipping channels. He tells her he couldn't sleep again, and she invites him to please come back to bed. She'll massage his back, that always helps him relax and sleep. But he says he's fine, and tells her to just go on back and get some rest. So she groggily agrees, and heads back to bed, asking that he please not stay up too late again, because a big celebrity like him needs his beauty sleep.
Halliburton has seen consistent growth for the last 4 years, as have most companies in the defense sector, which is traditional. But what has added a new wrinkle has been the massive no-bid contracts awarded to companies, such as damage control, in dealing with the Superhuman Registration Act, although recent events have led to substantial declines in the company's stability.
That's right, David. Holding facilities for these threats to domestic security have to be built to very stringent requirements, since their occupants are both powerful and very familiar with escaping confinement.
Both Stark Enterprises and Fantastic Four Incorporated have received no-bid contracts totaling nearly $2 billion for development of such facilities and ancillary research and development. Though the latter is a private-held company, this is certainly a huge boost for Stark's position on the stock market, making him one of the wealthiest men in the country.
I finished transferring Group B to holding facilities ready for your inspection.
All right, tell everyone to stand by. I'm coming in. Good work.
Thanks, Mr. Stark.
Yeah. Oh, man. Looks like you're set to make a killing. On the stock market, that is. Oh, hey. Am I? I hadn't noticed. See, now that is style. To be able to get a $2 billion blind contract and not even notice? If there's something you have to say, Peter, I suggest you say it. Otherwise, I got places to be. The big fancy detention center you guys made being number 1 on Santa's route? Yeah, why? I want to see it. Peter. Tony, you've got me helping you arrest heroes and bad guys alike and sticking them in the same place. And I've never seen it before. So now I want to see it. I don't think that's too much of a thing to ask. And since I'm supposed to be your number 2 guy, that really shouldn't be a problem, right? No, it's no problem at all. We can stop by the Baxter Building. And so, later in the night, Peter arrives at the Baxter Building with Iron Man, and they meet Reed Richards, who informs them that Ben Grimm, the Thing, has decided to take a leave of absence, and Sue isn't here currently. Then he opens up the Negative Zone portal, outfits Peter in a thruster pack, as Iron Man explains that they had no choice but to house the prison outside of Earth. It was too dangerous otherwise. Reed announces they're clear to proceed, and the two step through the portal, and they fly for several minutes until Tony announces they've arrived at the end of the road for a lot of awful people. Computer program randomly generates a new password every 10 minutes.
Guard Post Bravo to Stark. Confirm ID.
Tango Sierra Lloyd Bridges. Lloyd Bridges? The program had a unanticipated affinity for the names of 1960s TV actors for some reason. 10 minutes ago, it was Charlie Foxtrot Adam West. When it gets to Sebastian Cabot, I think I'm pulling the plug.
Stand by for 5-point ID scan. Handprint match. Fingerprint match. Blood configuration match. Blood type match. DNA sample match. Identity confirmed. Anthony Edward Stark. You are cleared for entry.
Wait, your middle name's Edward? Yeah, you got a problem with that? No, boss.
Doors, floors, ceilings, walls, all made of a new kind of synthetic vibranium. It's not as strong as the real deal, but hey, when you build it this thick, it doesn't have to be. Every cell is customized to hold its unique occupant. If they control fire, room emits cold. If they emit a frequency, room emits a counter-frequency.
Occupant? Sounds like a hotel. Don't you mean prisoner?
Hey, whoever you are, can you help me? Please, there's been some kind of misunderstanding. I shouldn't be here.
Mute the cell. Yeah, they all pretty much say the same thing. You know, we do all we can to make them comfortable once they get through processing. We even provide virtual reality systems for those who don't represent a tech threat. That way, even though they're inside, they can still feel like they're outside. Some require methods of restraint that are a bit more strenuous than the others. So if you had notions of some kind of inhumane gulag or dark, dank prison dripping of sludge and human misery, you were mistaken.
Well, as an interim solution, I suppose.
Interim?
Yeah. As in temporary? I'm sure you've heard the word before. It's in the dictionary. You could look it up in your suit, probably.
This isn't temporary, Peter. This isn't interim. This is permanent.
Tony, what are you saying?
Words are all in the dictionary. Look them up.
These people are in here for life?
Unless they register.
But if they don't...
You can't put an atomic bomb on probation. You can't put somebody who flies under house arrest. It's real simple, Peter. Either they sign up or they stay here until they do sign up. And if they never sign, then they stay here for the rest of their natural lives. Do you get it now, Peter?
Take off the helmet, Tony, and tell me again, when I can see your face.
Do you think I like this?
Peter, do you think I worked my whole life to become someone's jailer? I hate this. I hate every minute of it. I hate everything about it. I haven't slept properly in months. But we have no choice. We have to follow the law. Following the law means these people should get a trial before sending them off to be imprisoned for the rest of their lives in space. You can't just lock them away. First of all, it's a separate dimension. Second, yes, we can, and we have. And that's the end of it. She-Hulk, Jennifer Walters, she's in court every day defending these guys, making motions. She can make all the motions she wants. This is outside the jurisdiction of local and federal courts. This is an act of Congress signed by the president. Only the Supreme Court can intervene, and I happen to know that they won't. This place is not American soil. American laws don't reach the negative zone. American lawyers don't come here. Once non-registrants come here, they're legal non-entities.
Occupants, prisoners. Them and those who give them aid and support. Sorry I raised my voice, but I agree with you on one thing, Peter. It would be a terrible thing to be here for the rest of one's life, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It really would be a real terrible thing. Reed watches as Peter and Iron Man return from the negative zone. They prepare to set off when Peter asks if he can speak to Reed Richards, and Iron Man says he'll go off to use the little superheroes room. And if you want to see more of that and what comes of Peter and Reed's conversation, make sure to check out last episode for more.
Listen, Peter, I was thinking, I want you to go ahead to Los Angeles for a while.
Why not
on my
here?
behalf. We're still running into plenty of issues out west, and I'm preparing a new program that I've tentatively dubbed the 50-State Initiative, and I'm going to need your help out there. You'll be leading everything, while I'm over here taking care of the East. I just think it would be good to get you away from New York for a while. Give you a break. Work on your tan. You're looking a little pale. Catch some waves that aren't riddled in industrial runoff or whatever it is the Jersey Shore is currently exporting.
No, Tony, I don't need a break. I'm fine.
Clear your head.
My head is clear. Besides, what about MJ and May?
Hey, as long as they're with me, they're safe in the tower. Top-tier security, 24/7 surveillance. You of all people should know I've got the home front covered with better tech than the Pentagon uses to guard the president. Hey, I've got some things to take care of tonight, but I will have my people prep the jet for you to leave first thing tomorrow morning, okay? You head home and get some rest, Peter. I know you've been having trouble sleeping.
What?
7-4 copy.
You two need to get out of here. It is not safe.
Peter, what's going on?
I don't have time to explain. You two just have to trust me. Please, I made a terrible mistake. I've been on the wrong side. I should not have trusted Tony. Go! Move!
I thought you knew which side you were on.
I thought you said you were going out for the night, Dad! G.W. Bridge, a former member of a mercenary group called the Six Pack, and later a SHIELD commander and eventually interim director, prays alone in the early morning. He's interrupted by SHIELD agent Jasper Sitwell. Bridge asks for 10 words or less about why Sitwell thinks it's okay to interrupt him, and Sitwell smirks like a little shit and tells him he has 2 words to get G.W. Bridge out of retirement and back into SHIELD for one last job. Frank Castle, who has still been a fugitive, very much wanted by SHIELD these past couple months, ever since he broke out of Rikers during a massive riot, while also kidnapping Matt Murdock, who was also incarcerated there, as his hostage. They escaped on a helicopter, and neither have been able to be found by SHIELD. They have come up at a loss every point they make. If you're unaware what I'm talking about, make sure to check out the special presentation episode on The Devil in Cell Block D. But what was Frank Castle doing in these intervening months after he escaped from Rikers? Let's jump to a flashback time to find out. In NYC, 2 men, one of whom is Frank's main target, named Fulvio Marcella, sit eating. Fulvio makes child pornography. Frank continues his stakeout, watching his target from the van, when suddenly the ground starts rumbling, and Stiltman appears. He has registered with the SRA and has been sent to apprehend Fulvio. Punisher, however, only sees 2 villains to take care of, and he goes right for Stiltman, but Stilty opens fire and assures Castle that they're on the same side now. However, Frank blasts his anti-tank rocket up and at Stiltman, and it blows apart his fucking legs. Civilians panic as Frank moves towards Stiltman, who cries out that he can't feel his legs and pleads that he surrenders. Punisher tells him he doesn't, and pulls the trigger. Then he marches back into the restaurant and blows a hole through Fulvio's skull just the same. And a passerby manages to get a photo of Punisher, and that is the article G.W. Bridge now finishes back in the present, as he and his SHIELD strike team raid some storage units that they discovered were used by Frank Castle under various aliases. But Bridge is informed of something a little more severe, and the SHIELD agent he's working with shows him a tunnel beneath one of the units. So Bridge sends down a SHIELD team, and Frank Castle hides in the shadows of these former smuggler tunnels that he has commandeered. These tunnels connect all around the whole dockyard and facility, and he's used them for years to stash all kinds of ordnance and, for easy in and out access to his supply cache, which makes him very pissed off that SHIELD has now discovered them. So Frank lets out some of his annoyance on the agents, noting how pitiful the organization must be doing if these are what passes for SHIELD nowadays. He easily handles all 4 and steals their equipment as their radio sounds off for what they found. And sometime later, as SHIELD deploys more agents into the tunnels to retrieve the injured, G.W. Bridge loses his shit and demands that they start pumping those fucking tunnels with napalm and phosgene until Castle is dead. The SHIELD agent underling weakly tells him that that's illegal and they can't do that, and Bridge releases a heavy sigh. Several days later, Frank tracks down Phineas Mason, aka the Tinkerer, under suspicions that Mason has come out of retirement and is the reason that scum like Stiltman have gotten such advanced upgrades. So one night, after Mason partakes in a vigil for remembrance of Stamford, Punisher follows him back to his van and smashes his way inside. Several hours later, Mason wakes up tied to his driver's seat, and Frank begins questioning him, but Mason cries out and tells Frank to do it. And he glances at a photo of his son's old Stamford Sluggers team from their youth, and reveals that his son, Rick Mason, died years ago, and Tinkerer's grandson was a 5th grader enrolled at Stamford Elementary. And it was because of that Phineas Mason admits that he did work with Stiltman. Stiltman came to the Tinkerer, swearing that he had turned a new leaf and was now registered with the government and needed new equipment, so he took the job. But it was the only one he took. He hasn't worked with anyone else. And then he reveals who Frank is really looking for. And his name is Stuart Clark, aka Rampage. a former Stark engineer and weapons designer who escaped Rikers about, like a year or so ago during the new Avengers breakout. Then Frank slides an AWL screwdriver between Mason's 4th and 5th vertebrae and leaves him in the van.
Behold my power, mortals! You think you can defy me now? Huh? Did you guys hear that?
Go get him, lads! The Ironbots crash up through the ceiling and rip Frank Castle down into Stuart Clark, aka Rampage's warehouse, where they just beat the shit out of him. And Frank's inner monologue is this.
Oh, God, please. Please, not like this. Please don't let me die at the hands of cutesy little robots.
Thankfully, God must be on Punisher's side. Because Stuart Clark stops his Ironbots and asks why this guy is dressed like the Punisher. The bots hold him down as Frank explains he is the Punisher, and he's here to kill Rampage. Stuart asks if this is because he escaped the raft, and asks when all lawbreakers became Castle's raison d'etre.
You've enabled any number of psychopaths to upgrade themselves. And now, people that don't want anything to do with it are getting killed.
What? That's Tony Stark behind all that. Not me. And how dare you imply Tony Stark? Of all insulting cratness, comparing me to that wet brain gin junkie?
Trust me, it's Tony Stark behind this, playing both ends most likely. Tony Stark is busting guys out to hunt people down who don't agree with him. Hell, he probably was behind Electro springing us all from the raft last year.
Great, Mulder. As soon as you and Scully get this particular X-File wrapped up, you give me a call.
You don't believe me?
Tony Stark, billionaire alter ego of the president's best new friend. Iron Man is what? Collecting superheroes and letting them loose to prove a political point?
Stark's tech has a unique energy signature. He's patented it even. I made this thing right here.
This is my early warning system. Figured it'd be him trying to put me back in the raft. You could use it as a tracking device if you'd like.
I'll bet there's Stark tech hiding inside those guys. I'll even
not kill you, even in self-defense, to prove it. You're the Punisher, so go out and punish me, a piece of supervillain, and bring it back, and I'll show you. So sometime later, Frank Castle outfits himself in some old gear he's been sitting on for a while, and he wonders just how sane Clark is. But he uses the tracker and heads across the city. However, he's never able to actually catch up to a target. Over these intervening weeks, he does, however, begin working with Stewart as a sort of new microchip, along with his tiny robot army, and discovers several of Captain America's secret Avengers headquarters. Until one night, after finishing some canned beans, the tracker goes off in a very immediate location, and it leads him into the sewer system. It also seems to be some kind of motion tracker as well, because as he follows the feed, 4 dots appear in a cluster with trained movements. And Frank runs as a massive blast quakes through the tunnel, and he continues towards it.
This gig seemed like such a bum deal at first, working for S.H.I.E.L.D.
But when word came down that we gotta kick Spider-Man's ass, we're supposed to take you in. But hey, we're just obeying orders.
Let's have some fun while he's still stoned from my gas bomb.
This is great. What was that?
You. I know you, Skullface guy.
Who the hell do I look like?
I know you, right?
Knock it off. You super types are in a whole nother world.
You're not gonna kill me?
I can't kill you. My gun's empty.
Hey, I don't
Come
got
on.
any cash to pay for the fare, mister.
You don't have to pay me anything, kid.
New York City has become a hotbed for anti-registration activity, as well as exhaustive S.H.I.E.L.D. raids and patrols. One such team of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Superhuman Restraint Unit, also known as Cape Killers, has managed to ambush former members of the Fantastic Four, and now the Human Torch and Invisible Woman are attempting to flee. The veritable army of S.H.I.E.L.D. make after the siblings as Johnny soars between skyscrapers and screams out for Sue to make them invisible. And at the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier stationed above New York City, Director Maria Hill commends her men and women in the force because flooding the streets with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents over this past half year has made an enormous impact on criminal activity. And if her agents can keep this up, they aren't even gonna need the Thunderbolts or Stark's 50 States initiative. Then she demands a sitrep on the Storm and Richards chase, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. Cape Killers activate their infrared sensors and continue scouring the city. And months after turning themselves in and officially registering, Nighthawk and Stature are finally granted a sit-down at Avengers Tower. Happy Hogan escorts them in for a long overdue meeting with Tony Stark about joining the initiative, and Nighthawk admits that it really was Goliath's death that forced him to face reality and understand what side he needed to be on. Cassie backs him up, adding that if people like them are going to be out there, they need proper training, and she intends to do this the right way.
Let's get you guys downstairs for a quick background check. I'll get you security badges. Those are very important. But, Mr. Stark said he wanted to welcome you guys personally before you had your little meeting. It's not like the big guy to keep people waiting.
Peter, you're acting like a lunatic. Why can't we just sit down and discuss this like grown-ups? Because there is nothing to discuss, Tony. I'm leaving the Avengers. I don't have a problem with working for S.H.I.E.L.D., but locking heroes in the negative zone, the cyborg monster Thor killing Bill Foster? You're out of it. Come on. You're in over your head. I saw the monitors of the processing. You're keeping people in pens, Tony. And then you're locking them away and acting like they're in a 5-star resort. What are you talking about? Bill Foster was a friend. Do you really think we're gonna let something like that happen again? What do you suggest we do with the unregistered superhumans? Lock them up with regular prisoners, put them in Rikers, and they'll get out again in 5 minutes? I already told you! All they have to do is sign, and they'll be released. What you need to appreciate is that there are forces within S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government who would like nothing more than to absolutely outlaw all superhumans. This is the compromise. We offered regulating our own, because going back to the good old days was never on the table, Peter. Get out of my way, Tony. Don't do it. You really think you can just go back to your old life now that everyone knows who you are? This isn't just about you anymore. What about May? What about Mary Jane? May and Mary Jane are as far away as possible. I'm really disappointed in you, Peter. Avengers headquarters. Reinforced glass. Wait, no! Stop! Hold your fire! God damn it! Damn it, I just wanted to talk, Peter.
Stark, this is Maria Hill. I just got word Spider-Man went rogue. Remain in the area and wait for backup. I'm pulling in every agent to the ground. Thunderbolts Division, I want 14 operatives activated on a 60-minute trial. I knew we couldn't trust that little spider freak.
Okay, What is that? What is that noise? What the hell?
Well. If it isn't little Peter Parker, Spider-Man. How does it feel to be on the wrong side of the law, Mr. Parker? How does it feel to see the jester wearing a sheriff's badge?
Man, you gotta see who we're hanging out with now, Petey. Finally on the A-list.
Oh, this is just too good. Hey, you want fries with that, honey? oh, this is great.
Being a hero ain't too bad. This gig seemed like such a bum deal at first. Working working for S.H.I.E.L.D.
But when word came down that we gotta kick Spider-Man's ass, we're supposed to take
You so much as lay a finger on that guy and you get 5,000 bolts creep. Shield support is on their way. Just cuff him.
Let's have some fun while he's still stoned from my gas bomb.
This is great. What was it?
What the hell just happened? We just lost visual and vitals.
Who the hell do I look like?
I know you, right?
Knock it off. You super types are in a whole nother world.
Meanwhile, in an alley off of 32nd Street, two very attractive raven-haired people watch as S.H.I.E.L.D. forces race past. Mr. and Mrs. Ryan Landau head further into the alley as the Mrs. complains that Fury really couldn't find them any fake brother and sister identities because Sue is not a fan of this. Johnny asks if she thinks he's having a hell of a time pretending to be married to his sister, and they enter the secret S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house where the secret Avengers are in the middle of a meeting. And man, did Steve get fucked up that night at the chemical plant because he is still recuperating from it. Sue and Johnny rid themselves of their disguises as Luke catches them up on the current topic of discussion. Cloak and Dagger were apprehended in Queens earlier today, which means their Baxter Building raid needs to be revised. Steve laments that for every member they gain, they lose another to S.H.I.E.L.D., especially since they've started bumping patrols and raids.
Maybe I can help raid the FF's files. Shapeshift into a Baxter Building staff member?
No. That's too risky, Hulkling. We have a bigger job for you in Arizona.
What's bigger than stealing the plans for their negative zone prison? We get in there and free our people, and this starts to look like a fair fight again.
Why the hell does he call it number 42 anyway?
Knowing Tony Stark will have something to do with his mother.
All right, everyone simmer down and just...
Get me a medic now.
Night Nurse, Dr. Foster, get out here!
What happened to him?
Multiple fractures, serious blood loss, thanks to Stark and his buddies. He seems to have ingested some kind of hallucinogen.
Iron Man? I thought Spidey was so far up his butt he couldn't see his feet anymore.
Yeah, well, seems like he's on our side now.
Our side? Since when were you on our side, Castle?
Since the other guys started enlisting known criminals. Way I see it, you people need all the help you can get.
Oh, great. Why don't we just call up Hannibal Lecter and ask if he's available too?
Because Hannibal Lecter doesn't have Black Ops training that can get you into the Baxter Building.
Hey, it's your call, Cap. Do we hand this nut job over to the cops, or do we hear what he has to say?
I'm thinking.
The next night in Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil is finally arrested by S.H.I.E.L.D. The arrest is supervised by She-Hulk and, for some reason, Reed Richards. Reed speaks to Jen, but really he's just kind of thinking out loud to himself. He notes that the public supports the registration, the government supports the registration, and crime is at an all-time low, not only in New York, but the whole country. So why are the only ones causing problems their own members of the superhuman community? Then he stares into nothing and says that he sometimes wishes that they had never gotten involved with all of this. And Jen notes that the public would still have forced S.H.I.E.L.D. to bring down every superhero in America.
Gateways active. Proceeding.
You have to understand why we're doing this, Daredevil. We don't take any pleasure in hunting down our friends. We're backing these reforms because the only other option is a complete ban on all superheroes. This is the compromise we offered to regulate our own. Our big idea is 50 super teams spread over all 50 states, each one licensed and accountable to the taxpayer. It's the next stage in superhuman evolution, a federal force from coast to coast. We've been working on this for months, creating new superheroes, revamping anyone who wants to join. Naturally, you're at the top of our list if you're interested. You could even have your own team. Nobody wants to put you in jail. What do you say? Can we talk?
He's barely said a word since we brought him in, sir. But we found this silver dollar under his tongue. Said he was saving it for you.
A silver dollar? I don't understand.
Guess that's 31 pieces of silver you've got now, huh?
Sleep well, Judas.
Look, I'm just saying, guys don't get all misty-eyed in the middle of Wicked unless, you know, it's about the price of the tickets.
And I'm saying you got no heart, man.
The Wicked Witch of the East. West. Riding that broom for the first time, talking about defying gravity. It is a metaphor. It is. It's a metaphor for her rising above what other people think of her. Those guys are like gravity, and she's going to rise above them. Seeing her up in the sky like that, flying alone like we're all alone, it just gets to you, man. Deep inside. How does it not get you?
Oh my God!
Oh, crap.
Well, that was...
I trusted you, Peter. I took you under my wing. Is this how you repay me?
No. This is...
Emergency override Omega Epsilon 9. Yeah. I'm a technocrat, Peter. And what kind would I be if I handed over a suit as powerful as the Iron Spider without building in safeguards to make sure it couldn't be used against me? You know, for what it's worth, you don't have to run. You're registered now. If you'll just come with me, we'll forget about all the damage you just... What?
I said... passcode.
Surprise! What kind of techie would I be not to figure out you built an override, huh, boss?
Sensory apparatus was knocked offline.
Reboot! Target it!
Negative contact on target.
He went into the sewers, Maria.
I'll be right back. Hey.
Hey.
Tell me again why we snuck into your closed high school?
Why would Tony look here? It's like Obi-Wan sending Luke to Tatooine. How are you doing?
We're both exhausted, Peter. We've been on the run, and I didn't know what happened to you. We haven't seen you for almost 2 days.
MJ, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I know.
I cleaned out both of our accounts. It wasn't a lot, but it'll cover
Peter,
us for a
are
while.
you sure you're okay?
Oh, yeah. Night Nurse knew what she was doing. Nothing but a few fractures and recovering from blood loss won't fix. You got any orange juice?
I'm serious. How much trouble are we actually in? I mean, you gave the government your identity, you're registered. The only way you're breaking the law is if you went out of your way to fight Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D. If you tried joining the others. You already did it, didn't you?
They took me in. Punisher, of all people, found me, and he took me to get stitched up with Cap's people. MJ, I don't think I can sit on the sideline. Not after this. Tony's wrong. I was wrong. And I have to do what I can to fix it. That is my responsibility, even if it means fighting Tony. I think it would be a good idea if you guys took the money and used it to get as far from here as you can.
Peter.
MJ, if you stay, you're both going to end up on the run with me. And that is too much.
Excuse me. Don't you think I should have a say in this? You said you're responsible for this, and you are. But no more so than MJ and I. You wanted to leave when this all started, but we talked you out of it. If you're responsible, so are we. We all have equal share in the consequences, Peter. Life is the inevitability of hard times, which we survive only because of the moments of joy in between. And you are that joy. The moments we had with the Avengers were that joy. Now comes the inevitable. And we will deal with it like we always have, Peter. And you really look like you need some rest. Mary and I will go shopping for supplies tomorrow morning.
You guys, you don't have to do that. You don't have to go tomorrow. I can go.
Your face is too recognizable.
And yours isn't, Miss Supermodel?
Give me some credit, Tiger. I'm a professional. I know how to control the view and make sure nobody pays attention to my face.
Well, I can confirm it works.
Just relax.
Oh.
You didn't get too roughed up, did you?
Oh, absolutely not.
Parker, pay attention! Get to the hole! You loser!
Skins win! Shirts, 2 laps, round the field.
Just a second, Coach. I gotta tie my shoes. Tell me it gets easier. That it gets easier when I get older, and all this is gonna change.
It does. Mainly it gets more complicated. A lot more complicated.
That's it? That's all the wisdom you've got? For crying out loud, I'm 16! I've got my whole life to figure out here, and now I learned my voice barely changes? Give me something to go on!
I guess, if I could say anything, it would be... use sunscreen. Don't smoke, eat your vegetables, protect your friends, and just savor it. Savor all of it. The good, the bad, because even with the bad times, people still love you. And you're alive.
That's it!
Look, I didn't exactly plan to have this conversation.
Parker, laps!
Well, I guess it beats saying life is like a donut or something.
Do you really want to know what life is?
Not really.
Yeah. Me neither. And I'll be paying in advance in cash, please.
Cash is all I got.
All right. Door's a little jammed. It's not much, but I call it not much. It's no Stark Tower, that's for sure.
Well, speaking of Stark Tower, we were in a hurry to leave, but I did manage to grab this for you.
Is it silverware? I could go pawn them.
No, Peter, it's something much better.
What is it? Oh. All right, then. Had to be the funniest footage I've seen of a dancing cat. Don't you agree, Margie?
Absolutely, Max. Now, Bob, how's that weather looking for this upcoming weekend? Are we getting any of that early November chill yet?
Hard to say, Margie, but if I were you, I'd pack an umbrella because the signs all point to a pretty big storm of Spider-Man.
Hello, people of New York. I've got a confession to make. I was wrong. And I made a terrible mistake. Over these past months, I have been the closest person to Tony Stark, Iron Man.
And I have had a chance to see his operation firsthand. I've seen the very concept of justice destroyed. I've seen heroes and bad guys alike, dangerous people, make no mistake, but still born in this country, for the most part, denied due process. And they've been imprisoned potentially for the rest of their lives without a trial, without evidence, held in inhumane conditions in another dimension called the negative zone. We all want to be safe. We all want to know we can go to bed at night and have a good chance of waking up without somebody in a costume blowing up the building. But there's a point where the end does not justify the means if the means require us to give up not just our identities, but who we are as a country. The question isn't what does a country stand for when things are easy. The question is, what does a country stand for when standing is the hardest?
God damn it, Peter.
When does the country we're living in stop being the country we were born in? Some people say the most important thing in the world is that we should be safe. But I was brought up to believe that some things are worth dying for. If the cost of silence is the soul of our country, if the cost of tacit support is that we lose the very things that make this nation the greatest in human history, then the price is too high, and I cannot, in good conscience, continue to support the Registration Act as it has been created and is enforced. I was wrong, and from this day on, I will do everything within my power to oppose the act, and anyone attempting to intimidate or arrest those who also oppose the act, in the cause of freedom. And I guess that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Have a good night.
Should have just gone. Got some sun in California.
All right, you heard him. Bring him in.
Days turn to weeks following Spider-Man's desertion of the Avengers and the Registration Coalition. Life in New York continues. The Sentry's Watchtower stands high atop Avengers Tower. and the non-powered denizens continue their lives. But across the street, there's one man whose life has been wholly disrupted, and he watches the armed SHIELD agents patrolling the plaza at the base of Stark Tower, and he activates his PDA, and suddenly all of the Cape Killers fall over immobile. He quickly crosses the street, makes for a side entrance, and the AI system activates its security protocols. The man gives his identification as Anthony Stark, password 45654, and the system confirms, and activates a side elevator. This man eventually makes it up to the Avengers floor, and carefully walks through until Jarvis spots him. The old man books it at an alarming speed for the alarm on the wall, but he is shot down and drops. The alarm, however, still sounds, but the man quickly overrides it. Then he kneels before the unconscious Jarvis and deeply apologizes for having to do that. And that is when Iron Man appears behind him. But before Tony can attack, the man shouts out a code, and the entire Iron Man armor shuts down and falls to the ground. And he gets to his feet and tells Tony Stark that this war is over. Not much later, at the primary SHIELD helicarrier over DC, Commander Maria Hill, director of SHIELD, arrives back at the deck where she's quickly notified that they have intercepted a police report that SHIELD guards stationed at the Avengers Tower have gone down. Literally. Maria gets them to contact the guards and asks for a report. The guard tells her nothing to report. Everything's fine down here. Then they bring up a different scanner, and they hear the exact same voice and the exact same tone say the exact same thing. And Hill demands a satellite view of the area, which shows them that things are not, in fact, all fine down there. Hill shouts out for immediate deployment, and the deck race into action as the SHIELD aircraft is scrambled.
What did you think I was going to do, Mr. Stark? Did you think I was just going to let this go? Thing is, I bet you didn't even consider what I would think about this, or Rhodes, or any of us. We dedicated our lives to you, man. For you? No. For Iron Man. For the Avengers. For the ideal. It meant everything to me, and you went and you just completely turned and did an about face on me. I would never have agreed to use my designs to attack Captain America. I would never have said yes to this. Never!
Anything?
Nothing. Men on the ground just froze and fell over. Stark's completely off the grid, Commander.
He doesn't go off of the grid, he is the grid. Do we have anything on the satellites?
Nothing. The tower's guarded with Stark tech.
Yay for Stark tech. Is there a contingency for this building?
No, ma'am. It's a relatively new building, and we never got to do a recon on the Sentry's watchtower, so who knows what's in there.
All right, well, I'm going in. Open the toy box and give me some toys.
Hey, do you mind if I listen to some music? Of course you don't. You always hated the silence anyway. You remember when you used to come down to the labs, just unannounced? Just walk around and check out what we were doing? You said it reminded you of when you first started working. Playing music, building things. You said it helped keep you grounded. But you know what I noticed, Tony? You know what I noticed as your little superhero war has gone on and on and on? As you went about making the world over in your image, I noticed you stopped coming out of the armor. You're hiding behind your technology, Tony. What did you tell me the first day I met you? The day you plucked me out of college and gave me the world? You said, whatever you do, don't hide behind your genius. And now look at you. Could it be that, not so deep inside, you're ashamed of what you're doing? Maybe you think if you keep the armor on, it's okay to do whatever you want to whoever you want. Because it looks like it's happening on television and it's not real. Well, it is. But I want you to see this. I want you to feel it as it happens. I didn't think it would matter this much to me. But it does. I need to see your face. Oh, I forgot. It's hard to breathe in there with the full system shut down. cutting off your primary source of power when your tech is biologically integrated is a little rough.
Kenny,
it?
please.
We never looked into that aspect.
You're
We never
mad at me.
tested it.
There
I
are
know you
better
were
ways
worried about your
to
heart.
get my attention.
If only that were true.
What is that?
Antimatter generator. You remember it? It's the matter reversal processor you wouldn't let me build. I built it anyhow. And it's going to erase this building from existence, along with you and me. It's all going to fold in on itself until there's nothing left. And then, when people look out of their windows and see the Avengers Tower gone, maybe then they'll stop with this whole whose side are you on bullshit. Takes a little minute to warm up, but it works. I know because my garage is no longer with us.
If you kill us, if you kill me, it'll just make me a martyr. No one's gonna know why this happened, why you did it. They'll just assume a villain or the resistance got to me.
It's what God invented the internet, isn't it? I've already posted everything. I'll be heard. Thanks for the concern, though. Hey, you want a drink? Why not screw up the 12 steps at this point, right? I don't want to kill anyone I don't have to. And I don't want to do any more damage to the city than's already been done. I figure this is the best way to make my point without hurting anyone. Except you, me, the butler. I'm sorry about that.
What did I do to you exactly?
You stole my work!
I paid you.
Look at me, Tony. I'm not some bipolar sicko in a cave. I'm a loyal friend and confidant who was so disgusted and betrayed by you that I'd rather not breathe than go on for one more second. So don't semantic me, don't patronize me, and don't try to weasel your way out. You hired me to create something you promised was for one thing, then you turned it into those cape killer armors. You declared war on an ideal I profoundly believe in.
Circa 94 German.
I dismantled your override codes when I shut you down, Tony. That armor's off, and it's staying off. I wonder what it'll feel like not to exist. Because frankly, I could really use the... Hey! What the fuck?
Oh shit, what is that?
Get out! It's an antimatter generator. Get out of here! What is that? What are you getting? What are you doing? Maria, that's not gonna work!
Get up! You okay?
No.
Guess what?
What?
I don't want this job. I shouldn't have this job. I don't want it. I didn't want it. And really, there's only one person other than Fury who should have this job.
Who's that?
You. And wouldn't that piss off all the right people?
This is what's left of Stamford, Connecticut. Hundreds of innocent people dead and wounded. No one meant for this to happen. Those responsible regarded themselves as heroes. They had nothing but good intentions. But good intentions alone do not equal good outcomes.
Jeez, Tony's a natural. Should have him narrating National Geographic or something. Oh, sorry.
Without training, without guidelines, without oversight, good intentions are meaningless. People die. Children die. I'm here today to ask all those who regard themselves as heroes, did this need to happen? Need it happen again? Under the Superhuman Registration Act, the new Warriors would have completed a rigorous, structured internship program. Once certified, they would have undergone periodic assessments of their physical fitness, judgment, street smarts. All of us miss the days when we could charge into a crisis, take down the bad guys, and disappear into the night. But the tragic events that unfolded here have changed everything.
Cut. Tony, can you pick up those last lines again? From All of Us Miss. More energy, more pathos.
All of us miss the days when we could charge into a crisis, take down the bad guys, and disappear into the night.
Okay, can we get one more?
All of us miss the days when we could charge into a crisis, take down the bad guys, and disappear into the night. Several hours later, a very exhausted Tony Stark finally leaves the recording studio with Happy Hogan and Pepper Potts. She reminds him that next Tuesday he has an interview with Larry King. Wednesday he's on Bill O'Reilly's show in the afternoon, and The Daily Show that evening. Then a nearby limo honks its horn over to him, and an associate of Tony's and the new defense secretary, after Tony was ousted from the position following the events of Avengers Disassembled, Jack Koenig, rolls down the window and shouts out that he can't believe Iron Man, of all people, isn't returning his calls. Tony climbs inside, and Jack explains that the president wanted Tony to know how much he appreciates the way everything has been handled. In fact, a lot of people have changed their minds on Tony Stark. For the better. A lot of very important people. And Secretary Koenig tells Tony he really made the right play in all of this. Tony tells him he doesn't care what people think about him, especially important people who consider the Registration Act just one small part of a much larger agenda. But Jack tells him that his passion and dedication has created a serious opportunity, and he asks Tony just how exactly he would feel about taking command of S.H.I.E.L.D. And Tony sits in silence, thinking about the Tony who existed before all of this. The Tony who would have given up the game immediately and agreed. The Tony that didn't really know Maria Hill. And he tells Jack to forget it. Jack gets angry as Tony tries to open the door, then he grabs his wrist and reminds him of the events last year involving the son of Ho Yinsen. The son who wanted revenge against Tony Stark so badly that he implanted a device in his brain that allowed him to control Iron Man, claiming over 200 civilian lives after he forced Tony in the Iron Man suit to take down a passenger airliner. And Jack reminds him how many strings were pulled to bury it. Then he hisses that if Tony hadn't been in the position he is now, Speedball wouldn't be the poster boy for the dangers of unregistered heroes. It would be Tony Stark. Tony tells him to never grab his wrist again or he'll break it. He gets out of the car, where Happy is waiting for him. A few days later in Marin County, California, at the home of Sal Kennedy, an old friend, mentor, and confidant for Tony, the two hang out on Sal's back porch. Sal thinks Tony's crazy for not taking the keys to the kingdom that is S.H.I.E.L.D., and Tony dryly jokes that he can't afford the pay cut. Then he notes the threat that Koenig made about the airliner and the incident, and Sal tells him Koenig wasn't looking out for him. He was looking out for the powers that be. Tony sighs and says he knows that. And if he takes the position as director of S.H.I.E.L.D., which is something he does want, Jack will think it's because Tony thinks Jack owns him now. Then Maya Hansen heads out with dinner and asks why Tony cares so much about what that guy thinks. About an hour later into their dinner, they discuss the world and their parts within it, and everything that's been happening for the past over half a year, just like the good old days when Tony and Maya were excelling students in their 20s and Sal was their professor. Eventually, though, Tony says he has people on every side of the spectrum expecting him to act a certain way or push a certain political agenda, and Maya asks if he feels like he picked the wrong side. Tony tells him that's not what he meant, and Sal notices the shift in his tone and says that a lot of the players on Tony's team are tools. Tony leans back and asks them if they think he's on the wrong team regarding registration. Sal tells him he never said that, and awkwardly asks if anyone wants another beer, and realizes he just said that to a very sober Tony Stark. Tony stands up, leans against the table, and asks if they think he's wrong. Maya shifts her eyes away and asks that he just let it go. But Tony doesn't drop it. He wants to hear what Sal, of all people, has to say. His mentor, his idol. And Sal tries to soften the blow and de-escalate, but Tony refuses. So Sal finally tells him what he thinks. That Tony isn't anywhere near as sure about all of this as he needs to be to see it through. And Tony stares at him from exhausted eyes and silently steps away from the table. Tony Stark sits in his robe and watches daytime TV, having not left his Marin County hotel room since he got back from Sal's several days ago. He finds a channel discussing Speedball and what will happen with his trial following the events of his assassination attempt in Washington, D.C., and Tony quickly changes the channel. Sal comes into the room and asks if he wants to go to the gym in town and work out. Tony tells him Sal can go ahead without him. And Sal side-eyes him and asks if it looks like he works out. Then he heads back to the phone and calls Tony's people and lets them know he's not budging and has not left his place in days. The next afternoon, Tony wakes up from the most sober bender you could ever witness and hears Happy Hogan's voice playfully chastising the smell of the place. Happy makes him get out of bed, wake up, get a shower, and actually shave. And eventually Tony asks why the hell he's in a tuxedo, and Happy reveals it's he and Pepper's anniversary. Because in the comics, Happy Hogan and Pepper Potts are married. Tony apologizes for ruining that and making Happy fly literally across the country to deal with him. And Happy says Tony definitely owes him after this. And after Tony cleans himself up under Happy's guidance, the two old friends stand together and look out over the beach. I know I'm doing the right thing, Happy. I know that in order to protect superheroes, there needs to be accountability. But every time I turn around, there's either another political opportunist who supports my cause for all the wrong reasons, or some muscle-bound man-child who thinks the whole thing will just go away if we wish hard enough. This isn't going to go away, Hap. Registration was inevitable. It had to happen sooner or later. I'm just trying to keep it from getting out of hand. Can you imagine some C-plus average public sector schlub in the Department of Redundancy Department raiding in on people like Captain America? Why can't they see that I'm trying to protect them?
So that's what this is about, ain't it?
What?
You said they. Why can't they see? You're thinking just 'cause you didn't get bit by a radioactive whatever, bombarded by a whammo ray, who are you to be making the rules, right? You're thinking maybe you don't have the right? Well, that's crap, Tony. And here's why. You, my friend, are the only super in the bunch that's both. You're one of us and one of them. Who else can see both sides the way you do? Who else can make sure that things are gonna be fair?
You know something, Hap? You are the only guy I've ever met who can make me feel like a moron. About an hour later, Happy pulls up to the Noss Field Airport in Marin County. He speaks to Pepper over the phone about Tony falling into one of his funks again, and tells her that he's at the airport and they'll be back soon. And finally, he says he loves her and hangs up. Happy heads to the plane, calling out to the pilot, and is slammed in the back of the head by knuckle dusters warned by Spy Master. Spy Master rings up Tony and holds the phone to Happy's face. Tony calls out to him asking what's wrong, and Happy remains just conscious enough to weakly tell Tony that Spy Master got the drop on him and it's a trap. Then Spy Master hangs up and begins climbing into the rafters and starts the assembly of his rifle. Eventually, he completes it and begins to load a 57 vibranium bullet. And he takes a look through the sights, back down to the ground where he left Happy Hogan, only to find him gone. And Happy crashes a giant fist into Spy Master's head. They fight in the rafters and Happy tears into him. Spy Master falls to the grating and then he swings a leg and breaks Happy's knee. Happy tumbles off the edge and screams out, narrowly grabbing the catwalk. Spy Master leans in very closely and tells him he's gonna go after that sweet little Pepper Potts after he kills Stark. And Happy roars with anger, forces himself up, launching at Spy Master's throat, and rips him down to the ground with him. Both slam into the solid pavement, and Happy weakly calls out to Pepper, telling her he's sorry. 3 days later, at Avengers Tower, a meeting is held between Tony Stark, Reed Richards, Maria Hill, Carol Danvers, Radioactive Man, and Bishop. Reed shows off a recent discovery, a sophisticated comms network based on pre-1970s analog tech and commercial radio transmitters, which is how the secret Avengers and the wider Resistance have been communicating with each other and slipping under the radar of any equipment that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been using. Tony softly jokes that Cap always had a thing for vacuum tubes, and Reed continues, and explains that it will be a challenge to decode it because they're using a variant of an old Wehrmacht Enigma device to encrypt their communications, but Reed is working on something that can crack it. Thus far, he's figured out how to transmit, but not exactly how to tune in. Hill suggests they use this to initiate some kind of psyops, but Bishop tells them that the Resistance will just shut it all down before Reed can actually decrypt anything of note, and says that they should instead just let it all play out, because once Reed can decode everything, then they can monitor every transmission, track movements, and gain a major advantage. Hill tells him that could take months, and this is something they should exploit immediately. Because who cares if they shut it down? Then they won't have proper channels anymore, and it'll make them paranoid. But Tony agrees with Bishop and orders radio silence, and to let Reed do his thing. Later, he heads to a parking garage where his new driver is waiting with the car. Later that day, he visits Wonder Man at Quantico, Virginia, where a brand new superhuman training grounds have been established. Look, it's Aranya! And Batroc Zeliper! The next day, he attends a meeting with Baron Helmut Zemo, leader of the Thunderbolts, at the Commission on Superhuman Activities Criminal Rehab Unit building. And the day after that, he heads to the New York Presbyterian Hospital, in the Neuroscience Center, where Happy Hogan lies in bed, attended by Pepper Potts, surrounded by photos and flowers. She weakly asks Tony if he thinks Happy's color looks any better, and she swears he squeezed her hand yesterday evening. It was after she told him how much she loved him. The doctor says it was just a reflex, but Pepper thinks it was something else. She knows Happy can still hear her. And several hours later, into the night, they eat dinner in the hospital cafeteria. Well, Pepper does. Tony hasn't eaten anything except for the basic protein intake for days. And Tony tells her that it's important that she takes a break, and that Happy is going to be just fine. She asks how he can know that, and Tony reveals that he has already tapped into the Neuro Unit's video and monitoring systems, meaning he has access to Happy's life support equipment thanks to Extremis that's in his system, and his ability to now access, command, and control virtually any form of digital technology. That's a thing he can do now, by the way. Pepper smiles, assured, and then asks if Happy ever took Tony to the Cauliflower Club, something Tony is aware of but never attended. It's a club that would meet every couple of weeks at an Italian restaurant comprised entirely of ex-boxers, most much older than Happy himself. Pepper tells Tony about one of the times she went with Happy, and how there was an ex-boxer whose caretaker was his old manager. He had lost nearly all function in his body, and between the damage he took and old age, he could barely eat anymore. And Happy told Pepper that he never wants to end up like that. And that's when she takes Tony's hand. Tony gets the implication and tells her no. She tells him that he wouldn't be doing anything. He could just think it and it would happen. But Tony refuses, because he knows Happy won't end up like the old boxer. He knows his friend is going to make it through this. And Pepper, in her all-too-mangled state of mind, begins crying, takes out a $10 bill, and throws it at him, telling him that'll cover dinner, and marches away. Later that night, at a barely open wholesale electronics store, Tony buys a bunch of junk to make a device that can reach the secret Avengers communication network. And out on the sidewalk, working off the hood of his private car, Tony makes a device that can reach the secret Avengers communication network.
Hello? Hello? I don't know if you or anyone can hear me, but Steve, we need to talk. Military parlay, just you and me, Yankee Stadium tonight at 2400.
What do you want, Stark? Just one question. Why didn't you just ask it over the radio? I wanted to see your eyes when you answered it. Did you have anything to do with what happened to Happy Hogan? You know I'd never. Just answer the question. No. No one under my command had anything to do with it. And if they did, I'd put a bow on them and hand-deliver them to your penthouse. In Castle, what about the Punisher? No! Stop!
Batter up! Strike one! Ow! Strike two! Strike three! I gotta say, Pete, I was impressed with how easily you disarmed the Iron Spider. Still, the biometric data gave me a rare opportunity to really analyze your neurophysiology. Most notably, that little spider sense of yours.
Yeah, I was worried you were gonna do that.
Yeah, I isolated a frequency and created a neural net that replicates your pheromone-based defenses. Not only was I able to create my own spider sense, I can completely neutralize yours. Or transmit false positives. Where?
Or give you some false positives. I trusted you, Pete. I was relying on your support, and you let me down. You let us all down, on both sides. I should have all of you arrested. But I agreed on a parlay. So tell Steve that whatever he may think of me, I'm still a man of my word.
It's not gonna help, Tony.
Sue, what the hell are you doing
I've been
here?
shadowing you for about a week, trying to get the chance to talk, to make you understand, to stop this insanity. The things you're doing, the things you're making Reed do.
Reed's a big boy. He can make his own decisions.
Reed's not a big boy. Not around you. He, for some reason, idolizes you. It's disgusting how much he looks up to you. How eager he is to please you.
Oh yeah, that's me, the puppet master. Has it ever occurred to you that he might just agree with me? Or is that too much for your ego to handle?
You destroyed our marriage.
No, Sue. You destroyed your marriage. Ever since you left, Reed has been hanging on by his fingernails. We all have. Everyone's been hurt by this. Everyone has paid a price in this war.
Everyone but you, right, Tony? You just hire people to do that for you.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
I was there, Tony. I was at the hospital. I heard that poor woman pleading with you, begging with you to...
Get out! Get out
Tony, I'm sorry.
now.
Please.
I understand. Just please go. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. few weeks ago, at the SHIELD Ops and Combat Trauma Unit, Maria Hill spoke to Jennifer Walters following the incident in which Robbie Baldwin's speedball was shot in the abdomen point blank as he was brought to testify before Congress. Then, on the way to the hospital, the ambulance developed 27 electronic malfunctions and plummeted into another vehicle in the middle of an intersection. All 3 drivers were killed upon impact, with Jennifer and Robbie being ejected through a hole in the roof. Jen received damage to her eyes as well as lacerations on her neck, while Mr. Baldwin was found 60 yards away in the grass completely unharmed aside from the gunshot. Jen tells Maria she has no goddamn idea what happened, but Hill refuses to believe it and wonders if Miss Walters is keeping things about her client from the state. So Jen once again recounts what happened, of Robbie freaking out and groaning and then screaming as some kind of energy built up around him, the flash of light that struck her retinas, which should be able to withstand direct exposure of an atomic blast, yet somehow blinded her instantly, and how she didn't see anything else after that. She just felt herself plunged from the ambulance and land against the ground. Hill shouts that she has to seriously question Jen's version of events because she highly doubts that the impact would cause any kind of damage to her. Jen screams back that she was blinded. Maybe something siphoned her powers, just enough for her to get cuts and bruises. Hill asks if it was Baldwin, but Jen shouts she doesn't fucking know. Hill demands to know if someone tried to break Baldwin out, or if it was premeditated or an opportunistic escape attempt. And Jen asks if she's being serious, but Hill has her here for medical processing for another 3 days. And then she leaves and marches down the hall as an assistant waits for her. Hill notes that Walters knows something, and they keep walking as the man tells her that they received word that there's going to be a congressional inquiry about Baldwin's shooting because there's worry that SHIELD created an intentional security breach to stop him from testifying. Maria loses her mind at all of this bullshit she has to deal with as the assistant continues. He tells her about James Stricker, the shooter, and the attempt to charge him with first-degree murder. She takes a look at his files and shouts that they're out of their minds because this kind of act plays right into the anti-registration crowd. But that's not all, because she's then informed that apparently Baldwin's old cellmate, you remember Hickey, right? Just up and disappeared from his Supermax prison last night. And they continue, totally unaware that Hickey has disguised himself as a janitor in the building. Later, they head down to the lab floor as Hill is informed that the Sentry has loaned them out some more diagnostic equipment called Clock, which is like a robot sidekick, I guess, that Sentry owns. I don't know. Then she's told that the president wants a full rundown briefing of the past 48 hours tomorrow at 0800. And they enter the viewing chamber and ask Reed Richards how the patient's holding up. And Robbie Baldwin hovers in a stasis field as the Clock drones analyze him alongside Reed Richards. Reed tells her Robbie will live, but he won't enjoy it. They're still not sure of any kind of permanent damage, but they are witnessing a development of hyperkinetic proximal neuropathy with quasi-random tautomerization. Reed explains that the handgun used was old and had not been fired in years, meaning the bullet fragmented into his body, with several smaller pieces now pressing against Robbie's spinal cord. Some fragments even launched into an invertible disc in his lumbar region, and there is no procedure that guarantees a success. They could easily cripple or kill him if there's a microscopic mistake. Hill takes a gander and asks what all of the white blobs are in his x-rays. Reed tells her it's either bioelectrical activity surrounding nerve endings and siphoning energy from his surroundings and feeding it back into his nervous system, or something they have no idea of. He asks the Clock to suggest a possible cause for the synaptic damage to Robbie, but Clock tells him that it's undetermined because Robbie Baldwin's neurotransmitter receptors are functioning improperly, and he might be awakening some dormant kinetic powers triggered by a response to extreme stimuli. Reed tells Hill to let him continue studying this. Reed asks Hill to let him continue studying this phenomenon surrounding Robbie Baldwin, but Hill orders him to stitch him up, stuff him with fucking morphine, and wake his scrawny ass up. Reed shouts that he's in no state to do anything, let alone answer questions, and Hill marches away and shouts back that she has no plans to ask him anything, because tomorrow at 0800 hours, she's telling the president that an unregistered combatant was reduced from a life-threatening situation by 4 heroic police officers, and now the prisoner is fine and offered no special treatment. And the president will turn that into politics, where the American people are reminded that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Registration Coalition are just and fair, even to unregistered combatant enemies. Then the people on Capitol Hill will talk all about it for another few years until the president says bye-bye and the next election rolls around and everything starts back over. But in the meantime, Baldwin will be back in fucking prison where he chose to be. Jumping around in the timeline to the afternoon after the Green Goblin blew up a warehouse containing Atlantean sleeper cell agents. Ben Urich stands and looks at the smoldering ruin accompanied by one of the NYPD's costume division detectives, Danny Granville. Ben asks once again if the official explanation is warehouse fire. Danny smirks and tells him that's what they have for now, at least until everything is finished up here. Then Danny asks that Ben keep a lid on things for a few weeks about all of this. Ben sighs and tells Danny that he appreciates the heads up, but asks what the point is of bringing Ben down here to see this if he can't write a story about it. Danny tells Ben he's just cluing him into some things, because they both know this wasn't a warehouse fire. Not after all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents crawling around the place all night and all morning, and from what Danny's heard, S.H.I.E.L.D. are arguing with the DA's office over who gets the crime scene. Ben tells Danny not to hold his breath, and then they head into the warehouse and asks for a sense of what they're supposed to be looking for, because Ben heard the victims were foreigners. Danny reveals they were Atlanteans, and that it was a terrorist cell, and that it doesn't take much of a detective to figure out what the intent was. Danny brings up one of the new warriors who died in Stamford was the sister or the cousin or something of Atlantean royalty, maybe, so he imagines the Atlanteans were planning something about that. Ben asks him who could have had the hardware to take on the Atlanteans. Danny tells him he heard a rumor from one of the dispatchers and said that there was a lot of S.H.I.E.L.D. radio traffic, and he reveals to Ben that forensics recovered an unexploded device that sure as hell looked like a little pumpkin. Ben starts drawing his breath quicker and quicker and paces around and wonders what the hell this all means. Why would Osborn go after the Atlanteans? Danny tells him he has one more piece of juicy gossip and asks Ben to make it worth his while. And Ben asks if Danny is still single. No, it's not that. A few minutes later, across the burrows, Sally Floyd speaks with Ben Urich over the phone about the blind date he just set her up with, involving the attractive, in shape, and very nice Detective Danny Granville. She reluctantly agrees and tells Ben he owes her 2. Then she meets up with 2 mutant survivors of the decimation who she knows from way back when, Doug and Jerry. Jerry's the big guy. Doug is his brother, which is a head protruding from Jerry's back. She greets him and they all joke around as she sits at the cafe table, and Sally asks who their weird friend is, chowing down on some takeaway chicken wings. And Doug tells her that that's their buddy Stevie. Doug vouches for him because Stevie knows something that Sally would love to. And Doug invites Stevie to tell her, and he explains that he was down at the docks a few nights ago picking up glass bottles to sell when he saw 2 guys throwing a body in the river. And then they started talking about her. So he started listening, and here's something about a meeting she had at some market in Chinatown, and some weird freaky-deaky undercover stuff. And he heard another name. Nick Fury. Doug asks if that means anything for her, and she says it definitely does. If that man who stuck a banana against her back in the market was Nick Fury, the same event which led S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Marshall to detaining her and keeping her locked up for days on end. And Stevie says that's not it, because he followed the guys, and they went to some hideout, and he can show her where for $50. Doug tells her that Stevie's kosher and can totally be trusted, and Stevie adds on something else. Those government guys have a little secret that they're keeping hidden away down at the docks. Sometime later, at the waterfront, Danny and Ben buy ice cream from a wandering vendor. Danny asks what Sally's like, and Ben tells him to reveal his big secret. And then his ice cream falls off.
You ever play the stock market, Ben? I was talking to one of our S.H.I.E.L.D. liaisons the other day. Turns out there's more to the goblin thing than meets the eye.
Like what?
Well, way I heard it, Stark and Richards have a major problem. It's no big secret that they've been bringing in more significantly violent people to help them track down unregistered combatants. All under the guise of turning a new leaf, of course. What the hell?
Let's get out of here. You think Osborn's one of them?
I think he was supposed to be. But he's gone AWOL.
That couldn't happen by accident.
That's what our liaison thought. She's a smart girl. She did some digging. So those reformed criminals, right? They're supposed to be tagged with mini robots or something in their blood. Real high-tech stuff.
Nanobots?
Yeah, that's it. Something to, I guess, keep them on the straight and narrow. Well, so far as anyone can tell, someone in the organization must have programmed Osborn's batch a little differently.
What does this have to do with the stock market?
Well, I got to thinking. Who developed the nanobots? Who gets paid to develop stuff for the military? Well, if your name ain't Northrop or Grumman or Lockheed and Martin, the big name that always pops up is our guy Tony Stark.
Wait a minute, you think Stark's getting a personal kickback from the government for all this?
Think about it, Ben. Who stands to gain if we upset the king of Atlantis? The arms manufacturer. That's who. What if this whole war, this whole time, was about money?
Oh my God.
Elsewhere, at a totally different waterfront, Stevie leads Sally, serenading her with his rendition of Ride, Sally, Ride. She makes sure to let him know that she brought her brand new can of mace, and he chuckles and tells her to relax. He ain't gonna hurt her. He promised Dougie he'd watch out for her after all, and then he leads her to sneak between some shipping containers and notes that he was a fan of her old Muty news column she used to write. She reminds him they're not called muties, and he apologizes and asks why she's looking for those underground superhero fellas anyway. Sally stumbles over her words and finally reveals that she owes one of them. Then Stevie quiets her as they approach. He whispers that that's the building he saw them go into. Sally glares at the little shed and barges past Stevie and tells him they don't sell glass Coke bottles anymore, and a baseball reference he made earlier on their way here would only work if he was much older than he seems or outright lying, and she forces the door open and withdraws her mace.
All right, Stevie, what is this?
I'm sorry, Miss Floyd. I'm not a great liar. Please promise you won't mace me if I give you 15 minutes for an interview?
So, what's the message you're trying to convey? What happened to turn you against the very people you've always allied with?
I didn't turn against them. I asked for time to review this insane policy. I asked them to extend the deadline so that calmer heads could prevail, and they turned me down. This is no longer the country I vowed to defend, Miss Floyd. We're just becoming swaths of red and blue on an election night map.
I never thought I'd say this to someone of your stature, sir, but isn't being ugly Americans part of what makes us so damn interesting to the rest of the world? Aren't you duty-bound to defend the rule of law, even if it means demanding something you don't personally agree with? Because the alternate means civil war.
For 60-odd years, my government looked at me to defend freedom. I don't want to believe I'm defending a dictatorship. Believe me, I've seen what happens when an insane idea gets out of hand. The last time it tore Europe to pieces, the world stood at the brink because one man decided to press the idea of Aryan supremacy into service. Just one bad idea, Miss Floyd. Think of all the damage that can do.
You're gonna have to spare me the comparisons to Nazi Germany, because I'm not buying it. Since you were there, you probably remember that most of the German forces were regular army guys or whatever who simply fought and died for their country. They were patriots fighting for the wrong cause.
Excuse you. I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to say.
War is never about who's right. It's about who's left. And that person writes the history.
You're being simplistic.
And you're not giving me anything. I thought I'd get a story here, but all I'm hearing is how you're a true patriot and all the other people couldn't possibly be.
And with that, the very bad journalist that is Sally Floyd leaves the shed and cuts through the docks. She wonders if the reason she got so antsy and annoyed is because Cap reminded her of herself in the months leading up to her arrest and detainment. So certain she was in the right, but so supremely misguided. A few weeks later, Ben Urich stays up late in his home as he and Peter Parker discuss Ben's war profiteering conspiracy. Ben tells Pete that he really appreciates the help on this, and if it turns out it's true that Tony Stark has been using a superhero war or even something with the Atlanteans to manipulate the stock market, this could blow everything wide open. Pete finishes up his expertise of hacking and sends an invisible worm into the computers at Stark's accounting firm. He then asks if Ben realizes that what they did is very illegal, and Ben jokingly asks when that's ever stopped Spider-Man before. He lets the program run and tells Ben it's going to take a few minutes to find all the revenue reports and match them automatically on a timeline, so he kicks it back and Ben hands him a can of soda. Peter asks if Ben's wife is aware that he's using her computer for this, and Ben tells her she wouldn't understand. Then Ben asks how Pete's aunt and wife reacted to the whole going rogue thing. But luckily for Peter, the system comes back quicker than expected, and he doesn't have to answer. So they scour through the data of Stark Industries' general revenue streams, which is all of these subsidies tied into one large financial report. And they eventually spot a discrepancy. There's a large spike of cash coming in. Pete jokes he should have used that money he had to invest in Stark stock before all of this happened. Then they inspect the dates and find a major spike just 2 days before the official announcement of the Registration Act. Ben asks why. Tony Stark never played this way before. It's not his type to play with people's lives for financial gain like this. Peter tells him he used to believe that too, but that was before Tony decided to play with Peter's life. And more days turn into more weeks, as news reports on the exponential increase in skirmishes with registered and unregistered combatants. 3 civilians were killed after the former costumed hero called Cybermancer was apprehended during an attempt to prevent a bank heist. And reports begin regarding the Dockland warehouse explosion, with leaked information revealing that Wonder Man was involved alongside Atlanteans, specifically Atlantean insurgents. Watchdog groups continue protesting the Capitol building and the White House, although it is a disturbingly small turnout in recent months. And in unexpected news, the US government has worked with the superheroes of Europe to broker a meeting between Atlantean delegations in a conference held in New York. The main reason given for the meeting is due to recent developments over the superhuman civil war, as it continues on with no clear end in sight. Finally, on the day of the meeting, police cordon off the streets and reroute traffic around Battery Park. A massive stage is set up, and the press are in attendance along with police and S.H.I.E.L.D. presence as the superheroes of Europe take the stage. Red Dragon thanks everyone for attending, announcing that the Atlantean delegation is set to arrive imminently, and they have requested a public forum to air their grievances. She asks that those attending remain respectful and reminds them of the delicate nature of this public meeting. A reporter from the Post asks if she can comment on whether or not this historic visit is nothing more than a glorified prisoner exchange after rumors of an incident involving Atlanteans in California many months ago. Red Dragon notes that the Atlanteans have declared themselves missionaries, and they want this to be nothing more than a fact-finding mission for their people. Then the Atlanteans arrive, led by Ambassador Govan. Red Dragon greets him and thanks them for their attendance and explains that she'll be acting as a mediator. Some reporters whisper amongst themselves about how America is on the knife's edge with Atlantis, which explains why she is being so cordial and kiss-assy. Then Ambassador Govan takes the stage, followed by Belgian Brain, the translator.
Ambassador Guevon expresses his gratitude for this hastily arranged forum. He would like to comment on recent reports of Atlantean citizens discovered and attacked unprovoked. This was, in fact, a peaceful mission designed to study and understand human culture.
Bill Price, Daily Bugle. Ambassador, what do you say to the allegations that Atlantean interference in our region has destabilized the situation within the United States?
The ambassador once again reiterates that any Atlantean presence here on the shores of your sovereign nation is merely for the purpose of study.
Hey, ambassador, I have a question. And my question is this. How fast can a fish move on dry land? The answer is not fast enough. You gotta believe me. I'm not well. I'm sick. Oh, God. I didn't do it. I swear. Several days after the attempted assassination and the public reveal that Norman Osborn wasn't incarcerated and those articles Ben Urich has been writing for the past 6 months are correct, Sally and Danny finally meet for their blind date that Ben arranged, and things go very well. They get along wonderfully, they joke with each other and flirt, and eventually, once dinner's finished, they pull on their coats and head out into the rain, as Danny remarks on Ben's goblin story and asks if he's working on it with Sally. She tells him she was kind of helping out with it, but they've kind of fallen apart and haven't really done much recently. But she does ask if it's true that they have Osborn locked up downtown. Danny smirks and says he really shouldn't say, but he could make an exception. And tells her that they do, but they can't figure out a reason why he did it. And Osborn's been acting weird. Danny then hails a cab for Sally, and she thanks him for being such a gentleman. And for tonight, Danny suggests that they should do it again sometime, if she wants to. And she grabs his shoulders and kisses him. The registration top minds work away in Avengers Tower lab. Reed and Radioactive Man inspect the nanites that are supposed to be in Osborn's bloodstream, with Reed now convinced more than ever someone got access to them and reprogrammed them. Radioactive Man asks how they could be sure, suggesting maybe Osborn's body chemistry has altered them. But Reed reveals that he and Tony programmed the nanites themselves, and in the event of a malfunction, they're designed to incapacitate the subject. Miss Marvel arrives and tells them that they got some more bad news. S.H.I.E.L.D. received word from the emissary to Atlantis, with the response roughly translating to, "Go away." And S.H.I.E.L.D. has also been picking up a lot of movement off of the Atlantic coast, ranging from Virginia to Florida. And the Pentagon has lost a nuclear submarine. Reed laments that because of Norman Osborn, their civil war is about to spill over its borders and become an international incident. Reed, now fully trusting Dr. Chen, the Radioactive Man, puts him in charge of tracking down who has had access to the nanite programming in the past several months, because they need to figure out if there's actually a traitor in their midst. And then Tony heads over and asks to speak to Reed in private. And Hank Pym watches as they exit the lab. This couldn't have happened at a worse time, Tony. Namor's not going to take an attack on his emissaries lightly. Not after Namorita and Nitro. Not with the sleeper cells S.H.I.E.L.D. have been investigating. If he chooses to attack while we're so fractured, it could be a disaster. I've got to go see him personally. Maybe if I explain about Osborn, he'll see reason.
I know who the traitor is.
What?
I've known since the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody gather around. I am afraid your worst instincts are right on the money. There is a traitor in our midst. After analyzing several of Norman Osborn's before and after samples, we've determined some very deliberate, very specialized modifications were made to his nanites' behavioral protocols. That kind of access doesn't come from the outside. This could have only been carried out by a member of our team and someone with direct access to Osborn.
Tony, that's not a surprise to anyone. What we all want to know is who and why.
The who has been identified. The why is being handled. But beyond that, I'm invoking national security. But this will be addressed and taken care of.
National security? You've got to be kidding me! Don't you bullet national security crap on the very people who have stood by you through this whole ordeal.
Hank, please.
We have a right to know.
Us. If we tell you, it creates a bigger problem.
Forget it, Richards. In case you haven't noticed, there's a big dark cloud of suspicion floating over everyone in the room. There's one way to guarantee my trust. Tell us who the traitor is. Is it one of us? If it weren't, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Yes. So go ahead. Compare notes, trade theories, watch each other a little bit closer. Just keep the infighting to a minimum. Several days later, Robbie Baldwin is transferred to a new prison, the Raft. The guards all shout out that a prisoner is incoming and order all the detainees to get back in their cells. However, 3 villains, Crimson Cal, Razor Fist, and the ultra-racist Grim Reaper, get ready to enact their plan.
Yo, Baldwin, glad you can make it. I really want to get to know you, you baby killer.
Hey, got something for you.
You want to know why I got transferred here? Because everyone in my last prison's still unconscious, you stupid motherfucker!
Sorry, Baldwin.
Prisoner Williams, this is your final warning. Move to the back of your cell, right?
Back off, all right,
Back
got
away
him.
from that prisoner, or we will initiate compliance measures.
Not a chance.
Last chance,
One move
Razor.
and he
You think any of us
dies.
care if Baldwin
Last
dies?
warning.
Glad I saved this for a rainy day.
Nice acting job, Baldwin. My favorite part was when you pretended to piss yourself.
No, you on your own, Razor Fist.
Oh, no. I got me a chance for freedom, and now you can cooperate, or you can die real quick. Or you can struggle and die in pain. So listen to me. You're gonna get us out of here. You're leading the way. And if anyone asks, it was all your idea. You're already in here for life, so just be a good little human target.
Tower 3, we have an attempted breakout in progress. All defensive systems in place and operating normally. A learning watchtower now.
Oh boy. Are you the best they could do? $10 million of security operated by monkeys?
You never get past the doors, moron.
I will if someone opens them.
The outer doors are made of adamantium.
Just shut up and move.
Your freaky claws are hurt.
You think I care?
No. I like it.
What the fuck?
Delta, this is Ajax. Got one up here in the control room. Justine Hammer, Crimson Cal. She must have found a way to teleport up, but she's out like a light. Over.
Copy that, Ajax. They're all out down here. Every single one of them. The entire building's fried. Can't even recognize some of them. What the hell? Do you hear that?
I've been doing a lot of thinking about the Registration Act. And I've come to a decision. Where do I sign?
He's not talking, Dixon.
I see that, Mason. Can't imagine why.
Duty sergeant had to put a clamp on him after he bit one of the uniforms. Isn't that right, Mr. Osborne? Tried to take a bite out of crime.
We got a little jurisdictional snafu, strictly speaking. You belong to us as part of an ongoing homicide investigation. Meanwhile, the FBI, CIA, SHIELD, and the mayor's office are all fighting each other to get you. I figured we got a few minutes before they finally show up and you lose your comfy little spot here in paradise. I know you've really enjoyed your stay, but I don't imagine those SHIELD spooks are gonna be as nice to you as we have. So, if you ever felt like you wanted to get the truth off your chest, now's the time.
It wasn't me.
So you keep saying, Mr. Osborne. The problem, however, is the small matter of, like, 500 million witnesses who watched you pull the trigger live on national TV. What we want to know is how you managed to get in there with fake credentials that wouldn't fool my grandmother, let alone how you managed to get a weapon in, and the matter that you didn't show up on any surveillance tapes until your big moment. Oh, I almost forgot.
What'd you forget?
How Norman Osborn got out of Supermax prison to gallivant around Battery Park hunting fishmen.
Oh, that's right.
See, here's the thing, Osborn. How come a man of your considerable resources suddenly decides it's a good idea to attack an Atlantean with a .38 pistol?
Hardly the kind of thing you expect to make a dent. Unless you never intended to make a dent in the first place.
Check the facts, you unimaginative, flat-footed harridan. This is none of my doing.
Oh yeah, then who?
I can't say.
Do I look like an idiot? You brought the gun, you pulled the trigger, the world saw it, so why, Norman? Why?
Call me Norman again, and I'll kill you.
I'll call you whatever I want. You're not exactly in a position to call the shots here, Norman.
I will be, you anorexic turd! I'll tear your family apart from your grandmother to your fucking goldfish!
Who are you working with? Someone tipped you off?
I can't say.
Bull.
Who gave you the info on the Atlantean cell? Osborne Industries supply them with money and resources?
I can't say.
We know you were there, Osborne. An entire warehouse full of Atlanteans. DOA.
I
all signs point
can't
to you and your little
say.
green persona. The exact MO is several months ago when a store owner goes missing and his aquarium winds up in the same state as a warehouse.
Same as the Atlantean
We all
embassy.
assumed it was the owner, but
Get it through
wasn't,
your
was it?
thick Pavlovian doggy skulls, you morons! I can't say.
Why?
Because they put something inside of me!
This interview's over.
No!
What's going on here anyway?
Osborne's subject to a homicide
No, don't
investigation in
take me.
our jurisdiction. No one is above the law, not even
I
you.
understand the frustration, detectives. I really do.
No!
This, however, gives me the right, signed, sealed, and delivered by yours truly directly from the President of the United States just this evening. This is now a matter of national security. We will expect your full cooperation, of course.
Mason, you feel kind of damp all of a sudden?
What?
Because I have a feeling the American people just got hosed.
At some point, I really gotta read some religious stuff. People think healing factor. He bounces back from anything. Almost impossible to kill. And they're right about all of it. Doesn't mean this part doesn't take a hell of a toll on me, though. Some people think birth is one of the most traumatic experiences a person goes through. No reason to think death ain't just as lousy. Truth being, there's no way to describe the agony. And truth being, agony doesn't begin to cover it. I got no problem with pain. Me and pain are old friends. Every time I pop my claws, I'm cutting through fresh skin. That's pain of the body. This is pain of the soul. Dying notwithstanding, I've only felt that kind of pain just a few times before. It's the kind of pain that does things to you, messes with your head. And it's not even the worst part. This is the worst part. The light. It's a cliche, I know. Stay away from the light, walk towards the light. But how do you think a cliche becomes a cliche in the first place? Maybe there is no light. Maybe this is just the way my brain processes something that can't be processed. I don't know. It doesn't matter. What does matter, I know. I sense that going into the light means dying for good. And he's there, as usual, hoping it'll happen.
Logan.
Each time I expect different. I know I shouldn't, but I do.
And so am I. Back again so soon? Honestly, Logan, I thought you were better than this. Best there is at what you do, isn't that what you always say?
What are you doing here, Jeannie?
The answer, I suppose, depends upon which here you're referring to. The afterlife or in your soul.
Either? Both?
Maybe it's because I'm the great love of your life, or because I'm the one you associate most with death and resurrection. Or maybe it's just that I've been here, in this place, so many times before that I've left a piece of myself at the doorstep.
Does this happen every time?
Does what happen every time?
This conversation. Do we have it every time this sort of thing happens?
You mean when your body dies and your soul comes here?
You're gonna answer every question with a question.
The questions are the answers, Logan. They're our life. That's why beyond that portal, that light, lie all the answers. They're waiting for you. And so am I. And so is Azrael.
He's there. He's always there, trying to kill me, to pull me into the abyss. Not that I blame him. After all, I'm the one who killed him. Azrael, Lazer, whatever. Used to be I'd show up in purgatory. He wouldn't be there, we wouldn't fight. I'd wait around a little bit. But lately, oh, he's been waiting for me more and more. He's really fucking petty. So we do our thing. If he wins, I die. I win, I go back. Except going there means never seeing any of them again. All the loves, all my life. So even when I win, I lose.
That's so sad. But why tell me? Is it to explain why you can't allow yourself to become attached? So that I won't be? You don't have to worry. Atlanteans don't have the same hang-ons humans do when it comes to physical intimacy.
Hang-ups.
Hang-ups. To us, sex can be just physical. You needn't worry.
I wasn't worried.
Then why tell me your secrets?
I don't know. Maybe because I'm feeling like lately I just gotta tell someone.
You were right. What you experience each time your body dies, it takes a toll. Do you know why?
Pretty sure I just got through explaining exactly why and how it fucking sucks.
No. I don't mean how dying takes a toll on you. I mean why your soul cannot go to its final resting place.
Yeah, I know why. But that's one secret I'm not quite ready to give up yet.
James Rhodes, War Machine, longtime friend of Tony Stark, and the only other man in history to wear the world's greatest piece of operational armor and weaponry. Now, however, he operates an even larger suit of armor as the lead of a new Sentinel program, Sentinel Squad 1. And if you still aren't familiar with Sentinel Squad after all the times I have brought it up, then what are you doing? But the Xavier estate, as it's patrolled by massive death machines, is not where we begin this story. It actually starts in London, England. If you'll remember, following their honeymoon, King T'Challa and Queen Monroe, or I guess Aurora would make more sense. What would it be? Because T'Challa doesn't have a last name. It's just the one. Queen Monroe, I guess. Anyway, they went on a world tour of sorts, visiting various world leaders, normal and super, some of which were on the moon, like the Inhumans. Others were Doctor Doom, who tried to ambush them in a stupid fight. And I hate that issue because it's such a cool setup and it just goes nowhere. So I didn't talk about it. And the most interesting one was their most recent arrival at Atlantis, where they discussed the current situation in America with King Namor, who suggested that the Black Panther should take a driving role in the international response to America's superhero civil war and the Superhuman Registration Act. That was, of course, not long before Atlantis started making military movements off of the Atlantic coast, following attacks on Atlantean agents in America, as well as Norman Osborn's attempted assassination of an Atlantean ambassador giving a public speech. In London, T'Challa, Storm, and Brian Braddock, Captain Britain, finally arrange a meeting. Brian's brought up to snuff on all the situations going on and asks why T'Challa is involving himself in all of this. Storm tells him it's because he has a conscience. Superheroes do the right thing, regardless of national boundaries. Brian asks if they're certain that fighting the registration is the right course of action, and T'Challa tells him that regardless of how he feels about the Stanford incident or vigilantes, what's happening in America for the past half year is wrong, and they cannot afford to sit on the sidelines any longer. Brian tells them it's not as simple as picking a fight with Doc Ock. They're talking about Reed Richards, Tony Stark, Hank Pym, some of the greatest minds in human history, working together. Storm asks how. After all of Brian's time fighting alongside mutants, of all people, how can he not see what's right before him? That this is just an excuse by a hateful and frightened government to strip superhumans of their rights and lives and lock them up and throw away the key. Brian tells her she's right. But the real question is, how can superhumans work to reduce that fear? Storm tells him it's certainly not at the cost of wholesale injustice, and Brian reminds her that Xavier formed a super team to prove to humanity that mutants were not to be feared. And everyone sits in silence before Black Panther shakes Captain Britain's hand and regrets that they could not convince each other. But T'Challa appreciates Brian agreeing to the meeting. Brian tells T'Challa his presence will be a good influence moving forward in the efforts, and asks Storm not to be too angry with his decision to sit this out. Storm tells him she's not angry, just very disappointed. And time passes. T'Challa and Queen Aurora of Wakanda perform humanitarian efforts throughout the African continent, such as providing Wakandan-designed artificial limbs to maimed children of Rwanda. Meanwhile, in America, with growing pressures not only from inside the country, but now along its coasts, Agent Everett Ross and his superior watch a news broadcast about the King and Queen's efforts, and his boss wonders if they expect people to really buy the shameless political pandering. Ross tells him that helping maimed children sure is endearing, and maybe Iron Man and the Registration Coalition could look into doing something similar. But the government official tells him that they look like copycats. They're not going to do that. And instead, there's something better that they can do. And all of the preparations have already been made. Because in just a few weeks' time, the King and Queen of Wakanda are finally having their meeting with the US president. And sometime later, T'Challa and Storm fly home in their Wakandan aircraft. Storm asks what exactly the plan is with all of this, because she loves helping people, but she's worried it's for ulterior motives. And T'Challa agrees. But it must be done in such a way as to circumnavigate their massive and very dangerous enemy, because their mission is multi-pronged. The lobbyists hired out by T'Challa have been making large contributions to conservative congressmen who are starting the argument that the Superhuman Registration Act should be overturned because of big government. Meanwhile, agents in London are making a series of circuitous stock transactions through shell corporations in an attempt for T'Challa to gain a controlling interest in Stark Industries. But of course, Tony Stark is no doubt anticipating an attack on his livelihood and will have a poison pill defense ready to tank any financial pushes, which is why T'Challa already has several backup plans at the ready. And then he asks how her call to the X-Men went. She tells him it was not good. And Storm finally learns that the X-Men, from the very beginning, agreed to sit this conflict out. And the president granted all mutants amnesty from the Registration Act, a very important element that will come up later, but not be brought up in the story. Storm concludes the recounting by noting that this would never happen if she was still leading the team. And a few weeks later, the deep chill of November, with winter already settling in, strikes the faces of massive crowds waiting for the arrival of the Wakandan royalty. And news networks report the situation very differently. A group of protesters have gathered around the White House today.
An enthusiastic crowd has gathered in front of the White House to greet the royal couple of King T'Challa and Queen Aurora.
In the interest of public safety, we are urging people to stay home. Oh, come on, we had to be here. This is way better than Charles or Diana.
The question is, will the arrival of a wealthy African king and his mutant wife calm the crowd or incite it?
I haven't been in a crowd this hyped since Michael Jackson's Victory Tour in '84. But the question on everyone's lips, where's the after party at?
Tony needs help. I'm gonna give it.
With your sentinel?
Listen, you watch the news. Tony can't be everywhere, so things have gone bad in places. I can help.
Hey, this is a really hairy situation, Jim. Lots of civilians, and they all think this Black Panther guy's the best thing since sliced bread. Now, what's your take on him, anyway?
Oh, God. Is Black Panther the new question? Whites ask blacks to see if they're anti-white or too pro-black or whatever?
Oh, relax. Hey, I was just asking a question. Shit, if I was asked to take down Captain America, I don't know if I could do it.
Uh-huh. That's why I'm helping, and you're not.
Welcome to the White House, Your Highness. The President is waiting for you.
Good day, Your Highness. I, just have some simple paperwork for Mrs. Monroe to sign
Registration forms?
Well, the President can't meet with you until Miss Monroe signs the forms.
Queen Aurora of Wakanda is a head of state, subject to diplomatic immunity.
She is Queen of Wakanda, but she's also a U.S. citizen born in this country to an American father, which makes her status unclear. And the President cannot meet with any superpowered Americans who are not registered. It just sends the wrong message.
Not meeting with the head of state of a nation on friendly terms with the United States sends a message too.
Tony, I know you are watching this. I can't believe you're playing this game. I don't know which is more insulting. Trying to entrap Aurora into signing the registration or sending this low-level functionary to do it.
Are you referring to Tony Stark, sir? Because he's not on White House grounds.
Of course not. You wouldn't want it to look like we're signing out of coercion or friendship. That would ruin the little propaganda tape you were making. No one here wants to talk. They want everyone to comply with their commands. I am not riding in your stupid gasoline-burning car. I will not tolerate another of your cultural inadequacies any longer.
We will bring a Wakandan-sanctioned vehicle immediately from the embassy.
That is fine. Thank you.
Panther! Panther! Stop the fighting! Stop the war!
Speaker mode. This is the Black Panther. Please calm down. We don't want anyone getting hurt.
Watch out! Hey! No! Baby!
He's making his move!
T'Challa! T'Challa! T'Challa!
Are you okay?
Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
This rainstorm is a mutant manifestation. That's our cue.
He's saving that kid. We're going to make things worse.
Go now.
Copy that.
Aurora Monroe, you are under arrest.
Sell out! Get him!
Can you talk?
Yeah.
Good. Do not worry. I'll make sure no one hurts you.
My name's Jim Rhodes.
A pleasure, Mr. Rhodes.
And I'm an idiot.
Yes, you are. Oh, now what?
Rhodey, are you okay?
Yeah, Tony, I'm fine.
His vitals are there, but he's going into shock.
Save it, T'Challa. I'm getting complete readouts on his medical condition, and I'm holding you responsible for this.
We came in peace, Tony.
And I told you not to interfere, as a friend and a government representative.
Tony, you're so used to getting your way, one way or the other, but don't even think of telling me what to do. Ever.
We're not done with this.
The bike, it just went dead.
It's Iron Man. He shut it down remotely. Give me the suit.
Are you alright?
Don't even bother throwing in a lightning bolt storm. It'll just piss me off.
Don't think of touching my
wife.
wife.
You going medieval on me? What the hell? Didn't think it'd be that simple. Did you, T'Challa? Now, can we end this before someone else gets hurt?
Stop. Tony, you're my best friend, and the Black Panther just saved my life. For my sake. For everyone's sake. Stop.
Brody's right. I'm happy to stand down. You've got a country of your own to deal with.
I am here on a diplomatic mission on behalf of many nations that are appalled at what is happening here. And in a matter of hours, my worst fears have been realized. For the sake of the world, my time in the United States has only just begun. Whether you realize it or not, you need help. If you can't see things are out of control, you are completely blind, Tony. I don't know all the facts. I won't take action until I do. But understand this. I am not leaving.
And people say Americans are arrogant.
On the day of Bill Foster's funeral, many months ago, two of the members in attendance were T'Challa and Aurora Monroe. They stayed with Bill Foster, Goliath's family, as the burial process began. T'Challa offers a hero's burial for him in Wakanda with a real coffin. Bill's sister asks if he could shrink him back to normal, because she doubts the government even tried. And then she rants about the message of letting a goddamn Aryan thunder god blow a hole through Black Goliath. Mr. Foster shouts at his daughter that is not how she was raised. What happened was wrong, but he does not want her to use that as an excuse for racial conspiracies that detract from the truth. He and his daughter argue that they don't even know the truth anymore. And T'Challa and Storm watch as the family fight, argue, cry, and break down. And later, T'Challa arranges a meeting with the press and Bill's family for the wrongful death lawsuit that is being filed against the US government, Stark Industries, and Fantastic Four Incorporated. Then we learn what was going on behind the scenes, where a load of government officials from the State Department were pulled into a meeting regarding Foster's death and how they can find out any dirty secrets on the man that they could use to both defile and discredit not only Bill Foster, but his entire family. Back in the present, some days after the events in Washington, D.C., T'Challa and Storm leave their reunion and dinner they spent with the Fosters. However, Bill's nephew, Thomas, stops T'Challa and asks if he could speak to him in private before they leave, so the two head upstairs and speak. And Tom tells him that he used to work in his uncle's lab, and he'll be graduating from MIT in about 2 years. T'Challa asks if he needs financial help or something, but Tom says no, that's not what he was talking to him about. Thomas Foster plans on cracking the Pym particle formula, and he's either going to do it with or without T'Challa's help. But he knows he will do it. It would just be a lot easier with T'Challa's resources. And T'Challa puts his hand on the young boy's shoulder and quietly tells him he will stay in touch. 10 minutes later, T'Challa and Aurora fly in the Wakandan embassy jet. She jokingly asks if Thomas Foster will be another soldier in his army. T'Challa says he's an angry young man, naturally, based on what's happened, but he's smart and has drive, and T'Challa can lead him on the right path. Then he snidely remarks that he didn't see her very upset about Xavier recruiting kids, and she yawns after the big meal they had, and falls asleep in her chair and tells her husband she's not criticizing. She wholly understands what T'Challa's doing, and if she can't count on the X-Men, they'll need others instead. Less than an hour later, they arrive back at the Wakandan embassy and are welcomed in, where several guests are waiting for them, members of the Wakandan Council. They explain that normally they'd simply do this over a video phone call, but they wanted to be in person to emphasize the Council's point. The Council believes that T'Challa's adventures in the West are ill-advised and dangerous to the country of Wakanda, not to mention he's breaking their central tenet of their political policy. And now, he's flirting with war with the U.S. T'Challa tells them that the threat is there whether they ignore it or not, and he would rather stop it on U.S. soil before the United States brand of public safety is exported. Head of council asks how long T'Challa expects to be in America instead of governing his own country, because some believe his heart's no longer in Wakanda, especially after marrying Storm, and they're worried that in his absence, someone else will rise to fill that voice. Killmonger, Akabe, God forbid Man-Ape try. And with that, the council poses their worries, but T'Challa is still king and it is his decision, and they leave for the couple to deliberate. They wait some time for the delegation to leave, and Storm breaks the silence and tells T'Challa she'll gladly return to Wakanda with him, but he asks what she thinks is right. She asks how long T'Challa thinks Wakanda can keep being an isolationist country in the world. He notes that in Wakandan history, many thought the Great War would end their policy, then World War II, then the invention of the atom bomb, and he asks if this is really any different than those events. Storm asks if he really doesn't think there's any chance of an invasion or war, and T'Challa notes that many countries have tried, and their enemies will always try, but they will stand together. And Storm notes that he seems unsure of the direction that he should be going, but assures him it's okay to not always know what to do. And T'Challa, with a heavy voice, tells her that is not applicable when you're a king. And most of those same government men from many, many months ago reconvene at the State Department to discuss the Black Panther situation, because his public relations is vastly outflanking anything that the US has. Every major international market, Europe, and the Pacific Rim countries are already holding heavy support, and now even the American public is for him, building vast credibility for the anti-registration movement. And the old man in charge demands to know why Stark didn't finish the fucking job. And a young man reminds him that Stark's friend Jim Rhodes called for a truce. And considering the death of Goliath, it was probably not a good idea to fatally shoot down a popular African king. The old fat man in charge laments that in this PC crazy world, they'd be called the Klan instead of real patriots, and demands that the Panther learn that he's not in the jungle anymore. And more time passes as the State Department begin initiating their plan. Right-wing media has a frenzy over Black Panther, and one such example is on The Spin Zone. The host chastises the African and his wife, a mutant and former member of the X-Men, getting increasingly vocal about the Superhuman Registration Act. And then they perform a Man on the Street segment where they interview real Americans. One guy notes that the Black Panther says he's friends with the Avengers, yet all those years ago he joined the spy on him. What kind of friend is that? A young mother of 3 beautiful white children says to the interviewer that the Black Panther's wife is a weather witch. And are droughts and hurricanes her fault? Or is she just letting those terrible things happen? And a man in New York notes that Americans elect their leaders. They overthrew a king 200 years ago. So where the hell does the Black Panther get off telling Americans what to do? The host returns and notes that Black Panther has his supporters abroad and at home. Then he relays the meetings involving Prince Namor and Dr. Doom, both enemies of the state, one of whom the United States is currently in the middle of a political debacle with. And he lists off other members of support for the Black Panther in America: Al Sharpton, Louis Farrakhan. The host asks whether the royal super couple also plans on rendezvousing with fugitives of the Registration Act, but no one really knows what they're up to. A few weeks later, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who has since been deployed as surveillance of the Wakandan embassy reports in that 6 vehicles are moving out from the compound very late one night. He watches as the vehicles quietly move through Midtown, and then, as they approach an intersection, all 6 split up, 3 going left, 3 going right. He radios into S.H.I.E.L.D. Command, who reply that they are tracking. As one convoy waits at a red light, T'Challa opens a hatch and enters a manhole. The vehicles drive on several more blocks before splitting into individuals, and T'Challa maneuvers his way through the sewers. 15 miles away, T'Challa finally surfaces, only to be met by the Black Widow. She sarcastically greets him and asks that he please tell her he didn't realize she was tracking him. He tells her she was the best spy the Soviet Union ever made. Of course, he knew she'd be called in to go after him. Then he bids her goodnight and begins walking away, but she takes a fighting stance and draws her widow's bite gauntlets and is immediately struck in the back by Adora Milaje. Another leaps overhead with a bow staff, but Widow destroys it with her wrist-mounted gun. She tries to break from the security guards, but she gets decked in the face. Natasha stumbles back against the wall and tells the two that they have her full attention now, as she readies both Widow bite gauntlets, only to realize they've been deactivated. So the guard and the assassin fight hand-to-hand, and Black Widow gets her ass kicked and her head slammed into a brick wall. And very early the following morning, mild-mannered Brett Hendrick, a security supervisor at a Queens shopping mall, walks through the city and sneaks into a cordoned-off subway station, and he's followed by T'Challa. Brett heads off to a secluded section, and T'Challa finds him and greets Steve. Brett asks who Steve is, and who the man following him is. And T'Challa quickly disrobes and pulls up on his mask and gloves, and Steve, all too paranoid by this time, believing that this could be a S.H.I.E.L.D. LMD or some kind of shapeshifter, launches his shield. It rebounds around the chamber, and T'Challa easily dodges it. Then he tells Steve that he's just come to talk.
I'm sorry, old friend. I can't afford to talk anymore.
Politicians talk. I'm a soldier.
You're Captain America, the living symbol of this country. You could change the hearts and minds of the public if you talked to them.
How many more heroes need to die, need to be sent off to the negative zone where they'll never see the light of day or have a breath of fresh air or walk further than a few feet of a cell while we wait for the opinion polls to change? Bill Foster was one of their own. He was a first-rate scientist and a true hero. One of Hank's best friends. Reed and Tony still don't get it, T'Challa. There's only one way to win this war. There's only ever been one way.
Steve, there's no way you can hope to contend with Tony. You have already made it further than any suspected, but you're relying on old S.H.I.E.L.D. equipment being scrapped together. You need a tech source.
And you'd supply me?
Under the table, yes.
And if they find out, or if I were to need more than Wakandan weapons, if I were to need Wakandan soldiers, like yourself and Aurora.
I joined the Avengers because I feared something like this would come to pass. I quit another group for the same reason. And now it has happened.
Then tell me, T'Challa, can you help us break into 42?
It was two of them, so lay off.
I'm not judging. The guy cut my chest plate off midair like he was shotgunning a beer. If Rhodey hadn't stepped in, I would have ended this whole problem right then.
With Wakandan technology and the additional strategic help of the Black Panther and Storm, they could easily tip the scales, Tony. What if Storm rallies the mutants to get involved?
Then I guess it's time to load up the big guns. As the sun sets over New York, Sharon Carter steps foot on a helicarrier for the first time in months as she meets with S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Maria Hill regarding the Captain America situation and Sharon's continued sessions with her S.H.I.E.L.D.-mandated psychiatrist. Maria reveals that Sharon is being reassigned and her clearance is not revoked as much as Hill thinks it should be. Sharon can thank Dum Dum Duggan and her shrink for arguing otherwise, because both submitted reports of her physical and mental fitness, regardless of her insubordination, were in perfect standing. So, Maria is going to consider Sharon's actions as a one-time offense. And Agent 13 is gonna make sure it stays that way. Then Maria Hill assigns her to a new task force. The one that has been hunting down Nick Fury for the past 2 years. And not long after, Sharon marches through the helicarrier to her quarters, cursing Hill, and she enters to find Nick Fury. That was easy. He asks what's wrong, and she demands to know why he's here. The Fury bot, an LMD life model decoy, one of many that are just employed throughout S.H.I.E.L.D. for a variety of reasons, not too dissimilar from Dr. Doom's Doom bots, informs her that it was sweeping her quarters for surveillance devices. Also, he reports that she needs to meet with his controller. Then he asks for a retinal scan for security purposes. She gives the scan, her identity is confirmed, and he initiates his stuff. And the real Nick Fury takes over. The LMD's true controller, after he and the Winter Soldier hacked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. systems, he greets Sharon and tells her they got a problem. She says she's aware, especially because she suspects Hill knows that Sharon's been in contact with Fury. Fury assures her that Maria has her suspicions, but that's it. She suspects everyone is close to him, and he can't even email Dum Dum anymore. Sharon quietly argues with the Fury bot, and he tells her to relax. He's got his hands on the wheel. Then he loops back around to the whole reason he called, I guess. And that is a problem which has been heavily concerning Captain America. Because only about a week prior to the Stanford incident, the Red Skull, thought to have been killed over a year prior, released a video message which was disseminated amongst American news networks, announcing his return, along with the recent attacks by his Nazi super soldiers and giant killer robot, were just the beginning. This was followed by a public statement from a CEO named Alexander Lukin, who issued a statement following the attack upon his company's gala, stating the attack is not just an attack on his company or himself, it is an attack on everyone, because these masked men and women, whether working alongside the law or against it, cannot be allowed to bring about this kind of terror and destruction. And that was like 7 months ago. So who knows what the hell's been happening while Captain America has been too busy dealing with Stark and the Coalition, which is exactly why Steve has started covering ground looking for Red Skull and Hydra. Captain America races over rooftops and through abandoned warehouses until he arrives at the first true lead that Fury has found related to the Red Skull. However, sudden aim transmissions echo out from the location, and he arrives and gazes down to find a squad of Hydra agents entering a warehouse. A few are left outside as guards, and Cap makes quick work of him, steals a uniform, and heads inside. He finds the AIM lab totally abandoned, making it seem like they knew Hydra was coming for him, and left in a hurry. So, Incognito continues further into this massive subterranean complex until he finds a security station. He accesses the terminal and scours through the recording locations, noting that the doorways are far too small for MODOK, so he's not behind this. But as he made a discovery, several Hydra agents found him all alone and demand to know who the hell he is. Steve, seeing no point in trying to masquerade in a green and yellow fascist costume, attacks! And more Hydra agents race in towards the gunfire and screaming. Captain America forces his way through the facility as the freaks crawl out of the goddamn woodwork. More and more! Luckily, most of them don't have real combat training. They're just cannon fodder. And cannon fodder they are, as the lead operative exclaims out to someone unseen that the operation's compromised. He then hails Hydra and detonates himself and all of the agents. Damn fools. Nothing here was worth dying for. How the hell did you get here so fast?
Attention, Captain America. You are ordered to surrender immediately.
I've had this conversation with you people a few times
already.
Drop
the shield and put your hands in the air. You're already injured. Don't force us to open fire.
I can do this all day. Huh?
Steve, come on, quick. They won't be out for long, and plenty more are on their way.
Okay, then. What the hell did you do to him? Sharon kicks the flying shield car into high gear and reveals that Fury got his hands on both some Cape Killer armor and a device made by a former Stark Industries employee who used it to shut down the Cape Killer armor. Although Stark figured out a way to stop that original programming, Fury was easily able to find a new way to disable the armor with electromagnetic overload pulses broadcast straight into the comms systems. It shuts down the whole suit and tases the wearer, but they'll be fine. Steve asks what the hell Sharon is doing flying in and saving him like this, and she repeats 2 words. Nick Fury. She reveals that he found out that the AIM cell were already cleared out and Hydra was on the move, but since he and Steve only communicate via dead drops, he had no way of warning him in time. Steve asks why he sent her. She tells him she's not conflicted about what she has to do anymore. She knows exactly what she has to do. And Steve looks over and smiles, glad to have her with him once again. Eventually, somewhere in the Lower East Side, Sharon sets him down in an empty lot. Steve climbs out and remarks that he told her it gets ugly before it gets better. And she sighs and asks when it'll get better. After he and Tony Stark beat each other to death? Steve assures her it's not going to come to that. And there are other problems than just Iron Man. And he tells her what he found in the AIM base systems.
Everything is as it should be, and upgrades on much of the lab equipment. You will be able to finish your work here under our protection.
I would prefer to operate under my own supervision, but this will do for now. I don't suppose it was luck that you learned of Hydra's plans for my base.
There is no luck involved in anything I do. But as for how I knew of Hydra's movements tonight, that is my concern. And you would do well to stick to your own.
As long as I have my work, I need nothing else.
That is good to hear, because our plan wouldn't get very far without Arnim Zola's unique brand of genius.
You flatter me, Johan. What is the plan this time?
A new variation of an old theme. A new variation of a familiar theme. Mine old friend, we're going to destroy Captain America and everything he holds dear.
Wilson Fisk was not an athletic boy, nor was he a popular boy with many friends. He was a chubby little boy sitting on the sidelines all by himself. But for a lesser child, something like this would break them, make them stay at home all day and cry or bemoan that no one understands, or they would externalize these feelings into violence. First by burning ants, then moving on to neighbors' cats, and eventually a gun at school. Something creepy. Something pathetic. But not Wilson. Wilson watched the other kids play their games, and Wilson learned, and he became the one who controls the game. And in Rikers Island maximum security prison, the games have changed, and Wilson is still on the sidelines, watching, learning, and more importantly, planning. Two of the enforcers, Ox and Fancy Dan, beat the shit out of an inmate for daring to use stall number 14 in the prison showers, because that is reserved for Mr. Fisk. They beat him some more, and Ox breaks his arm, and the enforcers all round up. Then Fancy Dan makes an offhanded comment about getting their payment, and Turk Barrett marches up and asks what kind of tone he's given the Kingpin, and why the artist drew Turk so strangely, or why the colorist made him look like a white man with a sore nose. The world may never know. Montana tells Turk that Dan's sorry for that. It was just a heat-of-the-moment thing. No disrespect was meant, honestly. Turk tells him that the goods they requested are already in their cells. 1 case of chewing tobacco, 2 cases of double-stuffed Oreos, 1 transistor radio. The enforcers head off, with Fancy Dan calling dibs on the radio. Then Turk is called back over by Mr. Fisk, who informs him that if he can't keep those they conduct business with under control, Fisk will find a new major domo. Then the guards bring out his meal, as Hammerhead marches past, throttles Turk out of the way, and demands to know what's up with Willie. Fisk says he's heard word that Mr. Hammerhead will be leaving them shortly, and not in a way similar to their old friend Mr. Murdoch. Hammerhead is actually getting released. And Hammerhead laughs and notes that he has appealed upon a technicality. Fisk asks what it is he wants, and Hammerhead tells him it's a real damn shame that he got put in here by the feds. And it's even worse what's going on there in the real world. All that hero fighting hero stuff. Because for guys like them, well, they could thrive during this situation. One of them's gonna be stuck in here for a long time. And Hammerhead plans on making a real big name for himself. The guards usher Hammerhead away, and he tells Fisk that he'll send him a postcard. And Fisk releases his insane grip from the table, and Turk is informed Wilson Fisk has a visitor, and he'd better get there immediately.
The old chessboard. It's been quite a while since I've seen it, Anthony. Or do you prefer Iron Man these days?
Tony's fine. Iron Man's for people I actually want to talk to.
How long has it been, Anthony? Not since the old yacht club, as I recall.
There it is. Go ahead, Fisk. Might as well get this out of the way.
Do you remember the watches? How I gave each member a Rolex for the holidays, only to have my warehouse raided the next week. Now, my warehouses tend to get raided all the time. Daredevil, Spider-Man, the occasional Punisher appearance. So this was not necessarily a surprise. The names of the individuals who raided said warehouse, however, that was a different matter altogether. Hawkeye and the Scarlet Witch.
Well, the Golden Avenger making an appearance would have been a bit much, I thought. Checkmate, by the way. You really need to stop falling for that Night Fork, Wilson. It's embarrassing for both of us.
Apparently so.
So why did you call me out here today, Wilson? I'm assuming it wasn't to remind me that I'm better at chess than you, or to cry about a box of knockoff watches.
Fine. Right to the point it is, Anthony. I want to help you win this so-called civil war. That is what the media is calling it, isn't it?
Is this some kind of joke? Did we skip the punchline?
I promise you this, Anthony. This offer I'm making, the use of my resources and influence to help you flush out Captain America and his allies from hiding, is not a joke.
All right, I'll bite. Let's put your motivations aside for a second. The government will gratefully accept the help of the top crime lord in the world because...
Well, it's not like they haven't done it before. Of course, there's always that little affair with Lucky Luciano's men patrolling New York's docks for Nazi U-boats.
So you're Luciano and I'm the desperate Fed?
Well, one would certainly never confuse Captain America with a Nazi.
Certainly not. But since we're sharing stories, the one about the scorpion and the frog comes to mind. Something about a sting and everyone drowning. Let's check back into reality for a moment. Why would you do this? And more importantly, what do you want in exchange?
For the time being, let's just say I'll help as a matter of patriotism.
Patriotism, right. And I'm joining a monastery. Look, we both know you'll reveal your price when the time's right for you, so in the meantime, how about you give us a show of good faith? Demonstrate that you're able to deliver what we want from you. Then, I'll consider the offer.
Fair enough.
And?
Did I call this one or what? He wants help. Quite the upstanding citizen, that Wilson Fisk. A real burning desire for civic duty.
Look, Tony, I know you don't trust
him. Not as far as I can throw him.
Yeah, I get it.
Maybe I'm as tired of making deals with the devil as you are, but bottom of the line is, if Fisk can help us end this war, it'll be well worth it.
Sometime later, at the penthouse office above the Hammer Club, Hammerhead holds a meeting with 2 patrolling members of the Thunderbolts, aka former supercriminals, Trapster and Slide. Hammerhead wants to round up as many people as he can before it gets to be too late. He tells them that the world's heading in a far too controlling manner for him. Metro cards, easy passes, Patriot Acts, and now the registration. Trapster notes that Hammerhead has a point, but Slide thinks that they're both blowing this whole thing far out of proportion. All that registration means is that they're now federal employees on a good pay, and the government knows their secret identities, which any crook in the country has already given up after their inevitable arrest. Hammerhead lights his cigar and takes a couple puffs, and asks if Slide is really that stupid. Because that's the sales pitch for the heroes. For them, well, first they register as superhuman, then they get registered as a superhuman criminal. And when that happens, they'll become walking WMDs, phone taps, surveillance, absolute control, and before you know it, they'll put chips in their heads for public safety. Trapster nervously rubs at the back of his neck and is sold on Hammerhead's plan. But Slide isn't. He asks what exactly Hammerhead's proposing here. Does he really think he can go up against Iron Man or even Captain America as a third party in this? Because to Slide, Hammerhead's a little Kingpin wannabe, who, by the way, Hammerhead has really been encroaching on the Kingpin's territory in these past couple weeks that he's been released. Then Slide gets the back of his head blown forward, and as his corpse falls over Hammerhead's desk, a man called Underworld is introduced to Trapster. He's an old member of the criminal underworld who used to work for the Magia, but now he's back in the game and working for Hammerhead to get his syndicate off the ground. Trapster nervously shakes hands and tells Hammerhead that he'll be fine working for Hammerhead and he will figure out a way to get out of this whole Thunderbolt thing he's been strung into. Hammerhead thanks him for seeing things his way and notes that he'll be in touch. But maybe just keep on keeping on with his little government gig for now, because it could be useful to have some people on the inside. Then Hammerhead calls in 2 of his guys as Trapster leaves, and orders them to dump Slide's body in the middle of a busy intersection in Hell's Kitchen. A month later, Turk wheels a library cart through a corridor, headed for Mr. Fisk's massive and protective custody cell. He hands off a note for Fisk and then makes his way through the rest of the unit, thinking about just how much fruit of Fisk's team-up with Iron Man is starting to bear. The problem for Turk is that the prison's a small place, and people have learned that Fisk is cutting deals with Iron Man. And later, after Turk leaves the prison library after his shift, he's ambushed by the enforcers. Ox slams him into some bars as Fancy Dan kicks him in the gut and Montana strangles him with a bedsheet. Then Dan gets right in Turk's face and tells him that Fisk, the rat for the super feds, ain't wanted around here anymore. Turk tries to shout, but only Gargle gasps release, and Dan tells him that Fisk ain't their boss anymore. Hammerhead pays them much more nowadays, and the next time they see Fisk leave his little protected cell, oh, the king is getting pinned. A few days later, the Kingpin is escorted to the showers by himself, and the enforcers show up, pay off the guard, and make for stall 14. And very quickly, they are all battered and ruined. Fisk leaves the shower, tells the guard he'll be cutting it short, because someone left a mess that needs to be cleaned up. And a week after that, Wilson Fisk and Tony Stark play chess. I'm hearing you may be in danger because of this.
I'm touched by your concern, Anthony, but I assure you, it is unwarranted. I have survived my fair share of assaults in this hellish island.
Yeah, I remember. I just want to make sure you're in good enough shape to keep giving us morsels as tasty as the last batch of intel. And you can't do that if you get another shotgun blast to the thigh. Oh, too soon? Still, those were only appetizers. I'm looking for something a little more substantial.
Which I anticipated. The aliases Captain America and his people are hiding under. My guess is most of the smart ones will have stopped using those names by now. But I think you may be able to catch a straggler or 2.
This will go a long way. Which reminds me, have you picked out your pot of gold at the end of the rainbow yet?
You'll find what I want.
Checkmate. Not long after, Turk has a visitor. His pregnant partner, she never gets a name, and only shows up here, I think, starts crying and asks what the hell happened to him. He jokes that he slipped in the shower, and she tells him to shut up and holds him tighter. And then they sit down as she tells him that the girls are reading and their son, he wants to be just like his dad. Turk sits her down and tells her they don't have time to talk about that stuff right now. He needs to know if she found the people he told her to. She lets him know that Man Mountain Marco went by the house recently, and Turk tells her he doesn't want that nut job in his home with his kids. She asks how exactly she was supposed to kick out a 6'11" tall dude, and then confirms that she passed the message on to Marco like he asked, and that Schizo Mary. And Marco sent a message for Turk that Hammerhead has a lot of guys, and there's a big meeting coming up, but Turk cuts her off because Fisk is already aware. Then he tells her that all of this, everything they're doing, it's for her and the kids and the baby, but it's all going to be over soon. And he leans in and hands her a note and whispers who she needs to give it to and how to do it. Well, we got Cloak and Dagger. Terrible headline, Jesus. Not too shabby. Not Captain America, mind you, but it's not D-Man either. And here's what else I got. I finally looked up that Lucky Luciano story, Wilson. I know what you want. You want out. I'm here to tell you that's an impossibility. A more lenient facility, sure. Reduced sentence, we thought that's what it would be. That we could work with. But out altogether? That's not going to happen.
Let me speak to the woman on the phone.
Knock yourself out.
I have in possession the location of Captain America's headquarters. It's one of the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury's safe houses. One that is unknown to you or your people. But I have it, and I can give it to you immediately. You can end this war tonight.
Pass the phone to Mr. Stark.
She would like to have some words.
Start this man's release proceedings, then move on his information.
I know a lot of you's got concerns about organizing like this. Not so much about going against the heroes, but the Kingpin. Well, let me tell all you's this. Fuck the Kingpin. Kingpin don't represent us. He got superpowers, super appetite maybe. He wear a costume, not unless you count them Fat Albert XXX suits. The registration thing don't affect him one bit. Hell, he'd probably use it as an opportunity. Who'll end up getting screwed? Guys like us. Guys this all affects, that's who. Besides, what are you worried about? That tub of fucking lard is stuck in hell, hiding in protective custody. How the hell he gonna do anything to us? What the hell? What the hell? Christ, how the fuck did this happen?
The next day, Tony stands reading the Daily Bugle newspaper on last night's events, the paper he planned on throwing into Fisk's face during their meeting. Instead, Turk showed up, and Tony demands to know why Fisk sent a buffer to speak with him, and demands the fat prick get out here right now. And the guard explains that a prisoner cannot be forced to meet with someone that they do not want to. Fine. Then here's a question. Why? I had the release papers right here. That was it. He was out. He got what he wanted.
He said this would explain it. He also mentioned that this was one game of chess he finally beat you at.
Come on, Turk. You and I both know that Fisk isn't the one I was playing against.
I don't know. First the thing with the Punisher, now this. It's not feeling too comfortable. Sure, Hammerhead's army could have been trouble. Iron Man working with Fisk didn't leave Steve much of a choice, but still.
Noble Perseus consulted the man-eating Gaia witches in order to defeat Medusa. Valiant Achilles fought alongside the hated Agamemnon during the Trojan War. Even my father Zeus allied himself with giants and cyclops when he battled the Titans. 'Tis war, Samuel. And at the end of the day, the captain is a soldier. As such, he recognizes that sometimes in war, hard decisions must be made to achieve thy goal. And should it cost a piece of thy soul, so be it.
And sometime later, in the Rikers Island infirmary, late one night, Hammerhead recuperates from his gunshot wounds. He says it's about time he showed up, because as soon as Hammerhead learned that the fuck that shot him used adamantium bullets, he knew who was behind it. An underworld steps into the light and tells Hammerhead that he thought the giveaway was that he picked out the meeting spot. Hammerhead asks if he was always working with Fisk, and Underworld confirms. Hammerhead asks why, and Underworld gets right in his face and tells him a little secret, because a lot of things have changed since he left the crime world, but Kingpin has always remained. And Underworld figured he'd get in on the ground floor of his comeback. And then he pulls out a handgun, sticks it to Hammerhead's skull, and pulls the trigger. And in the following days at Rikers Island Maximum Security Prison, the games have changed, and the Kingpin continues to watch, to learn, to plan, and to control.
Hello, Steve. Glad you could make it.
Well, I got your message.
I knew you'd remember the Avengers communication protocols for when normal channels are compromised. I just wasn't sure you'd actually check.
I check everything.
I was worried you'd think this was a trap.
No, you wouldn't. Not here. And if I'm wrong, I'll deal with it.
No one knows we're here. I thought we should talk. After all we've been through together all these years, I think we owe it to each other to try to work things out. One last time before something else happens. Something like Bill.
What happened? Your pet project murdered him, Tony.
You started that fight. I wanted to talk, remember? I reached out a hand to you, and you stuck an electron scrambler into it.
You leaked a fake body count. Your people were the ones who told us hundreds were burning alive just to get us to that chemical plant. We didn't go there for a fight, Tony. We went to save people who didn't exist. And after you led us into a trap, you then took out Cloak and Wiccan. They're kids, Tony. Fine. You want to talk? Let's talk.
Wow, I'm glad to hear you say that. I really think we can work this through, Steve. We always have in the past.
One thing. I'll talk to Tony Stark, not the Mask. That I can do. So, right, listen. About Bill, you have to know that I didn't... Not about that. Start with something else. That's the wall I came right through, remember? How could I forget? That was the first time we fought. You came crashing through the wall like a bull in a china shop, calling me Chameleon. I hadn't even been awake long enough to shine my shoes, let alone review the Avengers criminal files. I had no idea what you were talking about. I don't know if I ever told you this, but I never met the Chameleon either. I knew he was someone Spider-Man had dealt with, but I didn't realize he was some master of disguise. Although I guess the name should tip me off, but, well, you remember how I was back then. A bit forgetful. So when he showed up at my office looking like you, seemingly torturing me half to death, with however he did it, I really did think it was you. And you were infiltrating the Avengers.
God, those were the days we could almost kill each other and smooth it over with a couple of words. I wish I could remember what it was you said. It was something wonderfully old-fashioned. I remember. I told you, well, partner, I'm glad it all came out in the wash. No hard feelings? Of course not, Cap. Anyway, we're here to talk about what's going on now, not to reminisce. Can we start with why you're so damn adamant about this? Didn't you and I stand together in this very spot not all that long ago, trying to talk the young Avengers out of running around and getting into trouble because they were untrained and inexperienced? And when we couldn't reach them, didn't we agree to train them? That's what the Registration Act does, Steve. It makes sure would-be heroes are fully trained in the use of their powers for the public's safety. And their own. Look at Peter. Tony, he is still haunted after all these years by the death of the girl he loved. If he'd been properly trained, maybe he could have broken her fall without breaking her neck. Every male in the country has to register with the government when he turns 18. Are you saying that's wrong too? Most 18-year-olds haven't made enemies of the Green Goblin. That girl died because a psychopath knew who Spider-Man was beneath his mask. Hector Ayala, the White Tiger, found his entire family brutally murdered when his identity was exposed. The U.S. agent's parents were gunned down by terrorists after his name was made public. No one's identity becomes public knowledge unless they choose it. Oh, come on, Tony. Ultron, the Mad Thinker, Dr. Doom, Machine Smith. We have dozens, if not hundreds, of enemies who could hack into a government database without breaking a sweat. Even if they couldn't, governments change, administrations come and go. I had to become the nomad and the captain when our own president was ousted as the leader of the secret empire. God, Tony, you can't just... The Registration Act takes away any freedom we have, any autonomy. You don't know who could get elected, how public sentiment might change. I'm old enough to remember Japanese Americans being put in camps because they were judged as potential threats to national security. That's your problem, Steve. You're always looking at the past. I look at the future. That's what I do. That's why Forbes always prints futurist before my name. And believe me, when I tell you that your way is a lot more likely to get us put in camps than mine. Stanford. Everyone seems to forget the new Warriors didn't create the explosion. A mass murderer named Nitro did. A fugitive they were trying to stop. They were trying to get ratings for their TV show. I'm not calling them saints or even smart, but they were still out to do something good. Well, their judgment was bad. Criminally so. Would you have fought Nitro in a populated area like that? Hey, you up for a walk? I heard the young Avengers fixed up the memorial statues. And, I'd just like to pay some respects. It was Stanford that changed things for you, wasn't it? Before that, you went to Washington and lobbied against the Registration Act. Mostly. Registration was coming anyway. I always thought it was an inevitability. I did try to delay it. But after Stanford, that was the last straw. There was no way to stop it. But you're not just bowing to the tide of history, Tony. You truly believe in this. I can tell. And I don't understand why. Because it could have been me, Steve. If you're referring to that disturbed boy who controlled your mind, that is hardly... No, I'm not talking about mind control. I'm talking about bad decisions. Stanford, the new Warriors, it could have easily been me. Ridiculous. You're a brilliant tactician. You'd never have engaged the enemy so close to a school. I would have if I'd been drunk. Steve, I never told you this. I've never told anyone. It was when I'd fallen off the wagon and Obadiah Stane was trying to steal my company out from under me, and I started drinking hard. Well, one day Machine Man, of all people, showed up at my office for some reason. I never met the guy. His eyes freak me out. And I wanted him to go away. And he wouldn't. So I put on Iron Man and decided to throw him out. Imagine how dangerous a drunk piloting the world's most sophisticated battle armor is. I swung a lamppost and missed by a mile. I would have hit 2 of my own workers if Machine Man hadn't pushed them out of the way. This close. And I would have been a murderer.
Tony, I honestly don't see how registration would have made a difference. If we didn't know you were drinking again, your friends, if we couldn't stop you, once I found out I tried, I remember.
And I know registration won't stop every tragedy, but people in our position need accountability. Someone who, if I'd killed those men, would have thrown me in jail where I belong.
We've always policed our own. When Hank had his breakdown, we held him responsible, got him help, and he served time.
Yeah, kind of interesting he's on my side, huh? But he believes as I do, that having our fellow heroes police us isn't enough. A thin-caped line won't work anymore, Steve. Cops, soldiers, first responders, they have oversight, internal affairs, military, police.
Listen, Tony, it might be comforting to think that there's someone watching over you, seeing that you don't make mistakes. But oversight does not mean justice. It means chain of command. It means politics. It means that sometimes those systems just protect their own. The problem is when those systems close ranks, justify bad calls, bury the truth to keep the machine running. You think a badge or being registered will stop someone from crossing a line? Do you think the chain of command actually makes people better? You're so worried about us making mistakes. But I'm worried about the people who make the mistakes, finding a hero to pin them on. Justin Hammer didn't frame you. He hijacked your tech and forced you to kill a diplomat in front of the world. The Secret Empire didn't just frame me up either. They used the government and the media against the very idea of Captain America. If I signed, sealed, and delivered myself to a committee back then, I wouldn't have been able to stop them. The moment we become official, we become vulnerable to every politician, lobbyist, and CEO who wants us out of the way or under their payroll. We might not even realize it, because we'll still think we're doing our job, still think we're helping. But what we think isn't what's happening.
What if we'd been guilty? See? That's the problem. It's that you can't see things from my perspective, because it's predicated on the premise that superheroes make mistakes. And you're Captain America, you don't make mistakes!
I've made plenty of mistakes, Tony.
Let's face it, if everyone were like Steve Rogers, we wouldn't even need registration. But they're not. And everyone feels inadequate next to you. God knows I always have.
Tony, you're brilliant, successful, you're one of the richest men in the world. You're a superhero.
Yeah, I am. So if I get that way, imagine how kids like Cloak and Dagger feel. They idolize you, Steve. We all do. And consciously or not, you're using that.
I'm what? How many would still be resisting if it wasn't for you?
Luke? Maybe Daredevil if we hadn't picked him up. He's a real quiet type, by the way. Hercules can't even spell registration. He just knows you're his friend. And the younger ones, they don't want to disappoint Captain America.
How dare you accuse me of... You're the one who's manipulating people, offering them health insurance and federal paychecks to sign their lives away. What you did to Peter is unconscionable. He wears his need for a father figure on his sleeve, and you played the role to the hilt to make him do what you ask.
Peter's an adult. He made his own decisions.
No, you made them for him. You're a good man at heart, Tony, but you've always thought you knew best by virtue of your genius. Once you decide, that's it. It's always what you wanted. And when you get down to it, what you want has always come first. Like dating Jan less than a month after her divorce without telling her you were Iron Man. I told her eventually, after she'd become attached enough to get hurt. When the government took my shield, you made a new one and insisted I take it as a gift, knowing we might come into conflict over your armor wars. And you wanted me to feel obligated to you.
Then you destroyed the guardsman armor's suits because, through no fault of your own, it used some of your stolen designs. Never mind that without them, an entire prison full of supercriminals stood unprotected. Never mind that you struck me down from behind in the process. You can be the nicest guy in the world, Tony. The bravest hero. The staunchest ally. But at the end of the day, what you want trumps everything else. It's a quality I see a lot in alcoholics. That's right. Your father was an alcoholic, wasn't he? I'm surprised you remember me telling you that. That makes sense. A lot makes sense now. Don't try to make this personal. I think it's a lot more personal than either of us have realized. You're the perfect man. You live by ideals and standards that are more than outdated. They're impossible for anyone but you. But when you're confronted by the shades of gray, when people inevitably disappoint you because people are flawed, you do what you've always done when the going got tough. You dig your heels in and fight even harder. Never mind whether you can win. And sometimes I think you'd rather go out in a blaze of glory than face reality. You know, even after all these years, that's one of the things about the modern world I've had the hardest time adjusting to. All the psychobabble. What's right is what's right. If you believe it, you stand up for it. Of all the naive, you don't like the registration, Steve. Do you have any idea what the alternatives are? Because I do. I saw the plans when I was Secretary of Defense. Have you ever heard of Project Wide Awake? Imagine a sky full of sentinels hunting us down, forcibly implanted inhibitor circuits in our brains, taking away powers, genetic testing of the entire population, so any potential superhumans are under government control before they're even born. That kind of fascism would never happen. We'd fight it. We would stop it. What do you think I'm trying to do? From day one, I've been trying to keep this from getting as bad as I know it can be. And from day one, you have been fighting me. Now it's come to this. Innocents and old friends are dead or at each other's throats. Families are torn apart. You and me arguing in my old climate-controlled game room. Which, for the record, used to be perfect. I know terrible things have happened, and I hate it. I hate that we're in this pattern of mutually assured destruction. You escalate, I escalate. So tell me, Steve, tell me what I can do. What can I do to make it stop? Join me. Denounce the act and help me fight it. I can't. And even if I didn't believe in it, which I do, it's not about me. Losing me wouldn't stop it. Reed or Hank or someone else would take over. But the resistance, it's all about you. You can put an end to this. Just join me. Help me change things from within. And within what? A cell? Because whether or not you can see the bars, that's where I'd be. Where we would all be. God damn it, Steve! We're not going to solve anything here. I should get going. No, we're not done yet! Get your hands off me. All right. Let's go. So, with Iron Man under investigation for murder, well, I'm without a bodyguard, Mr. Rogers. Fair game for kidnappers, terrorists. So, you know, if it's possible that you could give me a few pointers, I would be happy to give you a crash course in the defense arts, Mr. Stark. Not bad. You're in surprisingly good shape for a desk jockey. I play a lot of tennis. I see. Now, you may not be ready for a prize fight just yet, but you should be able to handle street punks and the like. Whew, thanks, Teach. To be honest, I think I really just needed to, release some aggression. I really appreciate you taking your valuable time to help a desk jockey with his neuroses. You appreciate it? Are you kidding, Mr. Stark? When I woke up, I had no one. Nothing. You gave me a purpose. Somewhere to belong. You gave me a home.
Yeah, Cap. Call me Tony.
We should have talked sooner, Tony. Yeah. Mr. Stark, Tony?
Yeah, Cap?
Call me Steve. I have a message for Iron Man. Next time you talk to him, tell him I know he's innocent. And tell him if he needs anything, ever, I hope that he knows I've got his back.
That'll mean a lot to him, Cap. And I know he'd say the same.
Flashback time. Ben Grimm, the Thing, rides to JFK Airport following his decision to leave the country in the midst of the superhuman civil war, as seen all the way back in episode 51. Ben grows more and more disgruntled as he's been stuck listening to his driver talk nonstop over the phone about his personal drama and gossip. Then Ben finds a button on the back seat and flicks it, whipping through the air like a bullet into the man's cell phone. Ben tells him the battery must have exploded. He's heard that happens quite a lot. Then the man brings out his spare phone and redials. Eventually, they arrive and Ben disembarks as the driver keeps going. He hightails it away and runs into 3 government agents. David Ross with Immigration, John Clark with the IRS, and a third man who doesn't reveal anything other than he's here in case there's trouble. Clark brings up Ben's leaving the country in protest, and if he wants to give up his U.S. citizenship. Ben tells him hell no. Ben asks if speaking out against government policy means he can't leave the country? Clark chuckles and tells him, of course not, Mr. Grimm is just going to be put on a no-fly list. It's also been reported that he came into a large sum of money recently, and Ben explains that it was a trust that Reed set aside for Ben specifically. And now that Ben has cashed it out, all of his assets and accounts have been frozen. Clark assures him that they'll leave him enough for his current needs. The $3,000 in traveler's checks that Ben already has on him. And with that, they conclude their business, and Ben asks if the third guy's got anything to say. The stranger glares from his sunglasses, smirks, and tells Mr. Grimm to have a lovely flight. Ben works his way through TSA, downgrades his ticket from first class, and winds up in coach. After a 3-hour-long delay on the tarmac, the plane finally takes off for an estimated 7-hour, 15-minute flight to Paris, France. Ben eventually arrives, changes his outfit, and heads around the city for a while before trying to find a place to eat and stay. He notes that it's no Bronx, but it ain't too bad. He gets made fun of by some locals, and eventually comes across a man with a toothbrush mustache selling tchotchkes and souvenirs. Ben asks if he knows any good local spots that aren't too overcrowded with tourists and the like, and the man gives him a card for a place called The Rose and Feather. Not long after, Ben relaxes in the warm glow of the sun, finally feeling relaxed. Then the whole area around his single table shifts and replaces itself underground. Ben looks around in shock and then shouts out,
"What the Sam Hill is wrong with you people? Can't a man even enjoy a friggin' cup of joe in peace around here?"
The street vendor from earlier appears and asks for Mr. Grimm's forgiveness in this deceit to get him here. Then he rips off his mask and outfit to reveal Adamantine, commander in absentia of Les Heroes de Paris. And he informs Ben that Paris is in grave danger. Ben slams a rocky palm to his face and is soon introduced to the rest of this very specific-looking group of fun-loving, Silver Age-styled heroes. The Night Count. His father was murdered by thieves, and he has sworn vengeance against all who prey upon the helpless. Anais, exiled queen of a lost cat civilization in the Sahara, able to command all felines. The Blue Light, his light of truth reveals all secrets. The Cowboy, a man of many bullets and few words. The Phantom Detective, who must walk the earth as an avenging spirit until he can solve his own murder. The Wind, the fastest man in all of Europe, able to reach speeds greater than Mach 4, although cursed by a sorcerer to never slow to normal speed. And finally, Dr. Q, formerly one of the world's greatest weapons designers and scientists, now using his knowledge and arsenal for peace. Then Adamantine instructs Ben to follow the team for the briefing of their mission, and what's at stake. They prepare some lunch from upstairs and have it brought down, and as Ben eats, he asks if this is some kind of crazy super-secret government conspiracy, or maybe a giant multinational conspiracy. Or maybe a war of heroes where no one knows who they can trust. Or is it something with reality being rewritten? Or maybe even a multiversal time traveler trying to make all eras of Earth his fortress. The team look at him in confusion, and Adamantine explains that the villain called the Emperor of the Underground World has assembled an army of rock creatures who are trying to tunnel beneath Paris and sink the whole city. And Ben is into it, because it reminds him of the old days. And a few hours later, the Thing leads the charge against the Emperor's rock creatures as he shouts, "Il est temps de battre!" They work their way through the tumult of rock creatures and find the Emperor's tunneling machine. The wind superspeeds up, grabs Ben, and lobs him away across the vast tunnel where he lands right before the Emperor, who, based on his lament against the city of Paris and his general looks, Ben surmises this is all about a woman. The team watches on in stunned shock. Dr. Q uses his machinery to listen in, and the Night Count notes of how brave it is for one to act as the Underworld Emperor has, due to being wounded by love. Ben tells the Emperor that destroying cities just because he has a broken heart ain't helping anyone, especially himself, and if they all did that, there would be no planet left. So he's gotta smash the tunneling machine. And after he does, the entire cavern begins caving in. Superheroes of Paris narrowly escape the blast of the tunneler and the eruption of the rubble in the cave. The dust and dirt fly out in wild waves as the team watch, wondering what happened to their American cohort, until a figure forms in the haze and Ben Grimm the Thing marches out with the Emperor underarm and tells them that was some old school stuff. The team works their way to the streets where they discover some damage, but nothing severe, with no lives lost. Then a woman calls out to René, the Underworld Emperor, and shouts out that she found the letter he left for her, and that he would do all of this for her, made her realize how incredible he truly is. And the two get engaged right then and there. Then Adamantine invites Ben Grimm for dinner as the police arrive and begin questioning and apprehending the Emperor. The crowd watches on, thanking the heroes for saving the city. And Ben tells them that this feels like the beginning of a wonderful friendship. Christmas, 1944. The last Christmas of the war. In less than 6 months, Germany will surrender, followed by Japan. But there will be two men in particular who won't be around to see it. James Buchanan Barnes and Steve Rogers. Bucky and Toro, the young sidekick of the original Human Torch, adjust their uniforms and get ready to head out for some festivities. They finally suit up and find Steve in another room. Bucky asks if he's coming along, but Steve tells him he's busy learning new codes. Bucky tries one more time to convince his chum to come with him because the dames love a man in uniform, but Steve smiles and tells them to have their fun. Then Namor rocks up dressed up in his fine uniform and notes he will be attending festivities at Lord Falsworth's, aka Union Jack's, manor alongside the Human Torch. Bucky asks why Namor is even bothering with a Christmas party, and then he heads to the window and assures the young men that it means less than nothing to him. But the chef that is catering the event is supposed to be one of the absolute best, and he likes seeing the Torch squirm when Namor flirts with the woman that he likes. Then he flies away. Not long after, Bucky and Toro head out into the street as a light rain overtakes them, and they excitedly head off to the big Christmas ball. Snow falls softly over New York City. Bucky Barnes stands before a memorabilia store. The window has been smashed in, and he stares past the jagged glass at a vintage Captain America and Bucky War Bonds poster, now adorned with heavy, loose red letters spelling traitor. He sighs, thinking that this is not Christmas. This isn't how he remembers it. Because this is the first true season of the heart, of the spirit that he's experienced since 1944. The first Christmas where he wasn't the Winter Soldier. What he finds is a weak excuse for snow, decorations strung around a city totally derelict of spirit, people going through the motions because they know nothing else, people who are scared, not only of the world, but the war going on around them in their streets, the war that has led to shield patrols throughout not only the 5 boroughs, but the whole country. Bucky passes a massive electronic billboard from Channel 7 News of a poll for support or opposition to the registration, and he crosses the street and wonders what everyday people really feel about this. war fought by veritable gods. He recounts when Namor and the Torch fought back in 1940 and how Namor tried to drown half of the Bowery. He then passes a homeless vet and slips a large roll of cash into the man's mug. He heads into a subway station at 54th and Broadway and waits. And he thinks about Christmas. Ever since his dad died, the holiday was about looking back at the good times and the bad. But now there's so much bad, so many lost, and he has so much guilt, and he'd give anything for it to be 1944 again. He rides the train, and eventually his phone rings. Bucky picks up from the call of Nick Fury, who tells him something has come up and he needs Buck. But he's interrupted as Bucky tells Fury, not tonight. Christmas Eve is the one night he requested to have to himself. But Fury tells him he would not have reached out if it wasn't important. Bucky sighs and tells him he'll call back when he's off the train. Across the city, Kate Bishop somehow doesn't freeze in her skin-tight crop top. Maybe vision emanates heat. As they scan the city, looking for their targets, Kate thinks it's all a wild goose chase, but Vision assures her the people that they're after are simply masking their heat and motion via sophisticated systems. Patriot asks how sophisticated of a system it is, and whether it's they can't handle it themselves, or they should really get it done as quickly as possible before the enemy gets any footing. Vision thinks on it, and notes that he would estimate it's the latter. And not too far away, Bucky watches them, and asks, what the hell these kids are out here doing? Fury notes that they're not too different in age than Bucky and Toro were, except these kids are about to ruin months of work Fury and Bucky have accomplished, hunting down Hydra. Fury gives him the rundown on Patriot and Hawkeye and explains what the hell the Vision is. Then Fury reveals what the kids are planning on doing. The Young Avengers think that they found one of Stark's secret factories, but in actuality it's a Hydra base. So Bucky moves across the rooftops and asks why he has to defend a Hydra on Christmas Eve. Fury explains that it's a good asset to have, which allows him to monitor who comes and goes from it, and based on his information, it should pay off very soon. Not long after, Kate, Patriot, and Vision continue to concoct a plan to attack when Bucky interrupts them, and then the Young Avengers immediately attack him. Bucky dodges Kate's arrows, Patriot lobs his shield, and Bucky catches it in a hand and sends it right after the Vision, who lets it phase through him, and it strikes Kate as Vision drives his arms into Bucky's chest. Bucky grimaces that the idiots can't even tell who the enemy is, and barely gets out that Nick Fury sent him to stop them before they screw everything up. And Vision removes himself, and Bucky falls to his knees. Patriot demands that he prove it, and Bucky tells him that he proved it enough by not taking off his little girlfriend's head with Cap's old shield. Vision gives him a read and tells the others he's telling the truth. Then he asks what Fury has to do with this. However, Bucky notices something that the others don't. He grabs an arrow, and a Hydra agent kicks open the roof access door and is immediately struck through the throat. His finger pulls the trigger and lets off several bursts before he hits the ground. Bucky gets very pissed off and tells the Young Avengers not to panic about him killing a terrorist because two more are just going to take his place. Then he radios into Fury that everything's foobar and asks if he had a plan B. Fury tells him the only plan B he ever has with anything Hydra related is to kill them all and burn everything to the ground. Bucky laments that this is now his mission. He wasn't even supposed to be here today! And then tells Fury that the three Young Avengers are not up for the task. Patriot argues otherwise, and Fury laughs in Bucky's ear and asks if he reminds Buck of anybody in particular. Kate says that they aren't going to kill anyone, but they will help Bucky destroy the facility because they are aware of Hydra. Bucky sighs heavily that he can't even get teenagers to kill fascists anymore in this wacky modern world, and quickly formulates a plan. The kids will follow Bucky's orders to the letter, hope they don't have to kill anyone, but they cannot expect Hydra to hesitate and do the same. Then he orders everybody to get moving, and Patriot asks who the hell he even is? And Bucky tells him no one he should know about. And then they get moving. And the team make quick work of the Hydra facility and its agents. Bucky congratulates them all on a job well done, but orders them to get moving and vanish off the streets before S.H.I.E.L.D. and Miss Marvel, or whoever the hell else, show up to remind them of what a bunch of pansies Hydra really is. Kate asks what century he's from, if he's using the word pansies, unironically, and Bucky tells him he's not from around here, and again orders that they get moving because he's not gonna bail him out again. Patriot asks the others if they're ready to get going, but then he and Kate turn to find the Vision staring out into nothing, and he murmurs how interesting it is, because he would have never guessed who that man was if he hadn't just finished running a face comparison and combat movement analysis through Avengers' old databases. He has found out exactly who that domino-masked man was.
I didn't know really who you were. I know that, but I know that doesn't change anything. But I'm sorry that I killed you. I'm sorry that your whole life was so damn hard because you wanted to be me. If you had seen anything past the newsreels and the cartoons, if you had seen what Cap and I really lived through in the war, maybe things would have been different. Maybe you wouldn't have thrown your life away on a fantasy.
Okay, who's overreacting now?
There's no way you followed me. I'd have spotted you.
You couldn't spot me, I'm afraid.
I guess not. Why are you here? Why are you intruding on what is clearly a private moment?
Yeah, we didn't realize. I mean, it's Christmas Eve. We thought you were going to a secret hideout.
I apologize, sir. It's my fault. I should have kept it to myself, sir.
Alright, why is it calling me sir?
Vision took a look at the Avengers database in his system, and it's from, like, the old Avengers. And
we know who you are, Mr. Barnes.
No, Eli. You don't.
Look, we didn't mean to intrude or bug you with questions.
We just wanted to say something.
And what's that?
It was an honor, Bucky.
For all of us.
Thanks.
What are you doing here? Who's Jack Monroe?
Someone I needed to apologize to.
On Christmas?
Kate, leave him alone.
No, it's okay. I have an answer for that. Christmas, for me, it's always been about looking back on the good things and the bad. And this was one of the bad.
That's a weird way to celebrate Christmas.
Not much weirder than leaping around rooftops looking for bad guys. My dad, he died in a training exercise right before Christmas in 1937. Still like Christmas. Maybe not this one much, but in theory. You kids should remember that. I know you're deep in the struggle, but don't let it steal everything good from your life. Don't let it take Christmas. We never did that in the big one. And tell Steve to remember that too.
Why not tell him yourself?
Kate, damn.
Sorry.
Stop.
I wish I had an answer for you. But not tonight.
Hell, those things take time. I can't just make them move. She'll think I'm a creep.
Oh, don't be a dope, Toro. You've had your eye on her since last Christmas. Don't let another year pass by.
Last Christmas? What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb hot stuff. I don't forget a redhead like that either.
She's way out of my league.
You can light yourself on fire and fly. You're a genuine hero in Uncle Sam's fighting forces. There ain't a gal out there in all of London out of your league, man. Now go!
Hey. Oh.
Huh?
Sorry about that, my stupid friend.
Are you gonna ask a girl to dance, soldier? Or are you just gonna gaze at her all night?
Wouldn't you like a dance?
Well, I'll be damned, look at him go. He's pretty good on his feet, I'll give him that. But she is way out of his league.
And not tonight, she isn't. I'm surprised to see you here. Finish your homework?
No. I just decided you were right. And that I deserved a night off. It is Christmas after all.
Wow. Steve Rogers decides to have fun. Here it is, a Christmas miracle.
Stop, I have fun.
When?
Remember when I punched Hitler? That was fun.
Yeah, okay. Come on, grab a partner. I've got a plan.
What is it?
Well, you see that mistletoe over there by the bar? We're gonna make sure Toro and his little redhead end up under it. He may have left a boy, but damn it, he is coming home a man.
You're late.
I got held up.
When I received Fury's message, I took it for a poorly conceived joke.
Then why are you here?
Because I have no sense of humor. But now I see it really is you. The years have been kind.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Thanks for showing up and not asking a lot of questions.
I've had my own experiences with missing time, boy. I've no need to listen to you recount yours.
Man, I really miss this little back and forth we had. Good to know not everything changed.
Enough of the pleasantries. If you attempt to give me a Christmas present, I'll break your arms.
Only packing heat.
Then I'm not unhappy that you're not dead. Have you seen the grave?
Just now, yeah. It's nice, I guess, for a grave.
It is a paltry tribute. He deserved more.
I hear you were there.
It was long ago, but I had the honor.
Do you mind telling me what happened? How he died?
As he would have wanted. Like a hero.
Seriously, Namor? Would you tell me about it? I've got nowhere else to be.
On a desolate and rainy night in New York City, Moon Knight pulverizes 3 petty criminals as Spider-Man arrives at the scene and watches as Moon Knight bashes a 2x4 into one of their heads. Spidey thwips the weapon and rips it away, telling Moon Knight that they've had enough. Moon Knight quietly brandishes a crescent dart and Spidey's sense goes off. He orders Moon Knight not to do it, but Moon Knight launches the dart anyway and then marches off. Spidey catches the dart in the 2x4 and Moon Knight asks that he bundle the crooks up and dangle them in front of the nearest precinct for him. Then he heads out to the street where his town car pulls up.
What the hell was that? You only marked them. What, didn't want to look nuts in front of your long underwear friend? Too late for that.
Fuck you.
The dividing window rolls down and his driver, Samuels, asks where they're going next. Mark Spector instructs they head home to the estate. And into the night, he works on rebuilding his Moon aircraft. He and Samuels work on packing up his old Moon Knight suits and armors, along with ancient Egyptian artifacts. And the next day, Mark rides in the town car and reads the New York Times, and Bushman appears beside him once again. Bushman was the mercenary who killed Mark Spector all those years ago in Egypt, and caused him to, become the Moon Knight. Eventually, he, died horribly, was killed actually, in a fight against Moon Knight, and now here he is. Bushman asks Mr. Spector to comment on the reappearance of Spider-Man last night. Was it a coincidence, or has he been looking to recruit Moon Knight into Captain America's Secret Avengers? And then Moon Knight went and screwed everything up. Mark's dropped off, and he tells Bushman that the Secret Avengers know better than to try and reach out and bring him into things. There's a reason neither Iron Man nor Captain America have. Then he heads into a restaurant, gets a table, and meets Rob Silverman, husband and business partner in the business with his husband, Frenchie, Mark Spector's former associate and pilot. Rob tells Mark that Jean-Paul is fixing the dishwasher in the kitchen and that they'll have the records and materials from Mark's last MRI to go over. Mark assures him he just wants to talk with Jean-Paul. And Mark then waits alone for a time until Frenchie arrives and takes a seat. He asks how everything's been because, they haven't seen each other in quite some time. Mark tells his old friend he's been busy with work. John asks that whatever this is about, let it happen quickly, because the Sunday brunch rush is coming in soon. Mark notes the dishwasher issue, and John tells him he got it all taken care of, and Mark brings up how Frenchie always could just fix anything. And Frenchie realizes exactly what this rendezvous is about and tells Mark, no, absolutely not. Mark's eyes grow heavy, and he quietly tells Jean-Paul that he needs help. Later in the day, after the restaurant has slowed down, Mark and Frenchie ride in the town car. Mark tells him that if he can get the Mooncopter in shape, he and Samuels can keep it maintained. Jean-Paul laughs that Mark is a terrible pilot, and he doubts that that'll ever happen. And then he brings up how it'll even work. What, is Mark gonna just fly himself where he needs to go, drop himself off, and then what? How's he gonna pick himself up at the last second from whatever danger he gets stuck in? And then John says that he's gonna wind up doing all of this work only to have Mark crash the plane into something. And then they head into a diner where they meet another old associate of Mark's, Gina Landers. She was once a friend and acquaintance of Jake Lockley when he would drive his taxi cab around the city. The two head in and she spots them and immediately tells them to go away. They argue across the counter, specifically because Mark and John bring up Gina's other son, Ricky, who died overseas. Her other son, Ray, tries to calm her down, but she shouts out that her real friends came immediately to offer comfort, not randomly show up a year after it happened, because they clearly want something. She storms off and Ray asks to speak with Jake outside. Ray tells him that his mom didn't mean what she said. It's just that seeing Jake brought up a lot. And it doesn't help that last week was the 1-year anniversary of his brother's death. Mark apologizes, and then Ray asks why Moon Knight's back all of a sudden, and how that's working out for him. Mark tells him it's about the same as usual, and then asks what brought Ray back. And he tells him that his mom needed him after his brother died. But he's thinking of heading back overseas as a contractor, noting that he was a pilot and an engineer. And Mark Spector gets an idea. Sometime later, Mark and Samuels drop off Jean-Paul, and he tells Mark he'll head out to the estate tomorrow morning to take a look at the moon copter. Mark thanks his old friend, and Jean tells Mark to please keep himself safe. And before he heads off, Jean tells Mark to also be careful when he finds Wilde. That's an interesting coincidence that I share the last name spelled exactly the same with this comic book character. I wonder who it is. Mark wonders the same, and Jean remarks that the man's name is Jeffrey Wilde, former short-time sidekick and crime-fighting partner of Moon Knight, who later became a supervillain cyborg known as Midnight, who is dubbed the Clock Killer, who has just recently killed and dismembered his third young woman victim? Great. Later, Samuels parks the town car somewhere else as Mark heads into his shoddy building called Spectre Galleries. His Austrian housekeeper and chef, Neda, tries to warn him that he has a visitor. And Mark, instead, opens the door hoping to find his former partner, Marlene. Instead, he finds Steve Rogers. And Bushman smiles from a faceless mouth dressed like Uncle Sam and tells Mark he told him so.
I'd like a word with you, soldier. I wasn't a soldier, I was a Marine. And no, you can't have a word with me. Excuse me? I'm not interested. Sergeant Spector, you might want to take a moment and listen to what I have to say. I don't have any rank. I lost it when they kicked me out. Neda, where the hell are the papers I left here? Looks like you have something important going on. Yeah, looks like it. I have some pretty important matters myself. And the sooner you give me your full attention, the sooner I get back to them. You should leave just as soon as I've made my point. There's a lot going on out there right now, Spectre. A lot more than you can see just off the sidelines like you are.
Kill him.
A whole
Kill him.
world.
Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him.
A
Kill
world
him.
that needs heroes like it never has before.
Please, for my sake, just shut him up. Kill him.
It's a mess out there. People fighting, dying, people being murdered while you and Stark and your pals play capture the fucking flag. You self-righteous son of a bitch, coming in here acting like this is anything but your regularly scheduled grudge match to work out all your differences. All of you trying to prove who is the biggest superpower. And for what? A law? Man? A person who cares if there is or isn't a law telling them that it's okay to put on a mask and fight. They should be doing something else. Anyone who has a choice doesn't belong in this in the first place. So why don't you and Stark get a room and leave us out of it?
Oh, no you didn't.
Us? You know, I haven't seen many newspapers lately, but I did see a couple when you flew an aircraft into the side of a Manhattan skyscraper. That made a heck of an impression on a lot of people. Sure made one on me. You have it wrong, Spectre. I'm not here to recruit you. I wouldn't have you in my command. No, I'm here to get something off my chest, in case I don't get a chance to later. I don't like your style. I've seen your dossier, I know what you did in the service, I know how you handle yourself out on the streets. If I have any doubts about the registration, it's because of maniacs like you. Castle may belong in a cage, but you belong in a straitjacket. I just don't have the time to tie it around you right now. But for your sake, you better keep Moon Knight on the sidelines, Spectre, or else I'll come back.
Told you you should have killed him.
No, I'm not a killer anymore.
Not a killer. What a joke.
Later that night, Moon Knight ambles through Tribeca and makes his way up to the roof, unaware he's being watched. He tries to get the rooftop access door open, but finally gives up and just smashes off the handle with some spiked steel knuckles. Then he heads into the art gallery crime scene of the Clock Killer, and a voice calls out to him, and Moon Knight sends out a crescent dart that flies straight through the cigar of old Moon Knight associate David Flint. Flint tells him he definitely didn't miss the freaks that Moon Knight went up against, and Moon Knight greets him. Flint explains that the hands of the clock are currently over at the coroner's office, but he shows him a photograph of the horribly mutilated woman. Moon Knight asks if they all looked like this, and Flint confirms, although noting that sometimes the clock killer used different body parts as different arms of the clocks. They each note it's obviously Midnight Man, but now he's doing a weird clock thing, because after he kills his victims, he brutally smashes their heads against all of the clocks in whatever room it is.
So, any ideas?
Hell do I know. You're the detective.
Think someone's calling you out?
If they are, I hear them.
Sure, might have been nice for the first 3 people who got their arms ripped off if you heard the call the first time.
I'll take care of it.
Oh, great. Can't wait for another perp to file a complaint over a facial mutilation.
Pick up your garbage, Flint. No one likes a litter bug.
Nice car. Say, I almost forgot. There's a list given out to us by S.H.I.E.L.D. with Tony Stark's name on it, telling us who to grab. You know your name's on it.
Planning on making an issue out of that.
Kind of cops paying attention to the list. They're the kind looking to get ahead. I look like I'm trying to get anywhere anymore.
You look like you already lost the race.
Sure. Fuck you too, freak. Other guys get Spider-Man, Wonder Man, maybe Miss Marvel. But I gotta get stuck dealing with Moon Knight. Fuck me.
The next night, Moon Knight sits in the back of the town car as Bushman takes on the guise of a therapist. He tells Moon Knight some people would call this stalking. Moon Knight tells him it's making sure a friend is safe. And Mark watches as Marlene Orlane heads down the stairs of her job at the Egyptian Museum or whatever, and she's joined by another man. Bushman hisses and asks if they can go hurt some people now. And that night, Moon Knight does this to a gang of men trying to assault a green-haired woman. And he just continues brutalizing them. However, across the city, Midnight dismembers a corpse and leaves behind his calling clock. The next morning, Mark reads through a massive stack of newspapers when Samuel alerts him to another visitor. And Rob shows up and tells Mark that if he won't go to his own physical therapy appointments, the PT will come to him. And as he gets set up, Rob congratulates Mark on a job well done after he gave those bastards what they deserved, because he saw the newspaper articles. And then he tells Mark to go get into some workout clothes so that they can get to work. And as Mark follows Rob out of the room, Rob asks him what happened to superheroes with style. Everything is so monochromatic and boring. He's really glad that Spider-Man went back to his cool old costume instead of that tacky Stark billboard of an Iron Spider suit. And Mark just follows along and listens quietly. A few days later, Mark and Rob continue more sessions of physical therapy while Mark works to get his knees and lower legs back up to snuff. And Rob tries to guess what Mark's superpowers are. He goes through a whole list as Mark does leg extensions far heavier than what Rob wants him to do, and he finishes his set, and Rob gives up. Mark finally reveals he doesn't have superpowers. Rob adjusts the weight back down, noting that Mark has the power to not listen to anything he says, and asks how well Moon Knight is going to be able to function fighting crime from a wheelchair. Mark smirks and says he sees why Rob and Jean-Paul are together, because Rob can be an even bigger pain in the ass than Jean. Rob notes that he's also very cute, and Bushman takes the form of Ronnie Coleman and bench presses and bugs Mark and tells him to tell Rob the truth. And when Rob isn't looking, Mark presses the stack and tells Rob he had moon powers. When the moon was full, he would get tougher, faster, stronger, but not anymore. And Rob realizes what Mark's doing and rushes back over, withdraws the pin from the plates, and tells Mark it sure doesn't look like a full moon's out right now, and his whole "I am an island, and if I want anyone's help, I'll let them know and they can serve me" shtick is very tiring to the people around him, and it's not going to work, especially if he wants to get better. Mark tells Rob he didn't ask him to do this, and Rob notes that he knows he didn't, but he came anyway. And despite the fact that Mark is rude and obnoxiously aloof, he is still trying to help him, mainly because he believes evil people should be punished for their crimes, so they know how it feels, and he appreciates that Moon Knight does that, and he doesn't want something to happen to Mark when he's out being a hero. And so he came here to force Mark into respecting his body to make sure he can keep it up. Bushman gets in Mark's ear with some homophobia, and Rob asks if he's okay because Mark is just kind of zoned out all of a sudden, started bobbing around like he was about to pass out. Mark tells Rob he's fine, and he appreciates the help. Rob smiles and says that they gotta get him back on his feet. And then he asks one more question. Did Mark really hook up with Tigra? Mark laments Jean-Paul's gossip, and as he's about to answer, the wall is blown inward. Mark shoves Rob away as bricks rain into the gym. He screams for him to run as he grabs a plate and rockets it at the attacker, but Midnight catches it in his gloved, cybernetic hand, and he asks if all Mark Spector can do anymore is run away. And he snaps the plate in half in his palm and sends a piece at Rob, and he's struck in the chest. Mark grabs a barbell and rushes the cyborg, who catches it midair and rips it out of Mark's grip. Then he rockets a fist right into his face. Midnight screams out, asking if Mark even cares about him, because after everything he's done, the Moon Knight never came looking. Mark tries to crawl away and grabs the pin of the weight set, but then he's hoisted up by the neck and choked by Midnight. But then a plate slams against his metal skull. Rob shouts out to leave Moon Knight alone, and Midnight demands to know if this is Mark's new sidekick or something. And Mark groans that Jeff was always a lousy hero. And then he drives the weight pin into his ear. Midnight screams out in a terrible mechanical rattle as Mark drops and Rob limps back and away. Midnight pulls the pin from himself, and Mark sprints at him and smashes 2 dumbbells into his head. Mark exclaims that Jeff was always weak and goes for another attack, but Midnight grabs both hands and launches him across the gym. Then he leaps and slams down onto Mark's body, and he gets right in Mark's face and asks if he realizes how much he has to hold back from keeping himself from punching a hole clean through his chest. And he slams his fist clear through the cement floor as he demonstrates his ability of control at his mechanical body by ripping out a single tooth and forcing Mark to swallow it. Then he tells Mark Spector that once he's done, he plans on showing Marlene just what he can do with this new body. Then he monologues that he has had enough waiting around for Moon Knight to come after him. He wants the full experience. The costume, the copter, the crescent darts, all of it. Because he is Midnight. He is Moon Knight's archenemy. And then he tells Mark to get the whole team back together. Because if Mark doesn't, Midnight's gonna start knocking on a few doors. And maybe even he'll start with Frenchie. And he takes one last look at Rob, calls him a weak sidekick who wouldn't look cool in black if he tried, and then tells Mark he used to look up to him. And now he realizes just how pathetic that was. And he leaves. And later that night, Jean-Paul patches up Rob and explains the history of Jeff Wilde. So when Midnight Man was dying of cancer, he reached out to his illegitimate son, Jeff, and trained him to be, the best there is. He knows everything his father does and more. However, Midnight Man was killed in a battle against Moon Knight, and afterwards his son wanted to reclaim the family name and the title or whatever. So he sought out to be Moon Knight's sidekick. The Secret Empire became engaged in a war against Moon Knight and seemingly killed the young Jeff Wilde. However, he was later saved from death and turned into a horrible cyborg man and got up into all kinds of crazy bullshit. Jean-Paul finishes his story by telling Rob that Mark's world, his social sphere, it is not safe, and bad things happen to the people that know him. But Rob tells Jean that Mark needs help. He needs them. He needs friends and support. Jean tells Rob he needs him. And Rob assures him he already has him. Mark has no one. Several weeks later, Ray flies the newly repaired Mooncopter out of the hangar from the estate. Moon Knight reminds Ray that it's not really a copter. They just kind of named it that, but it's also not a plane either. Nor does it control exactly like a plane, nor a helicopter. Really, it shouldn't exist as an operable vehicle. Ray tells him to buckle up and just let him fly, and fly they do. Moon Knight instructs him to head into the city and look for trouble. And not long after they illegally enter NYC airspace, they spot several cars burning in a lot. Moon Knight instructs Ray that once he is dropped off, he flies away at least a mile and waits for his call. Ray asks what happens if Mark needs support, but Moon Knight tells him he's not up for that. Ray reminds him that he served in the Middle East. He has dealt with guys far worse than costume criminals or petty crime. Moon Knight points out that Punisher isn't something anyone should deal with. And he flashes back to the moment when he last saw his brother, Randall Spector, or what little remained of him. He was a psychotic murderer who became superpowered after he stole AIM tech and called himself the Shadow Knight. That was, of course, until the Punisher killed him. Just riddled him with bullets. Just like he's currently in the process of doing to two different gangs who are in the middle of a meeting between two warehouses. Moon Knight watches from behind as Frank just holds down the trigger of his M60. Bushman notes that Punisher is engaging in some wholesale slaughter without a trace of whining. Unlike someone else wearing white and silver and a cape, Punisher's nigh-endless rifle continues firing into the night, and screams echo beneath it in a terrible melody. Eventually, the gun gives out, and Punisher starts taking off his stragglers with a high-powered sighted rifle. Bushman tries to push Mark into gaining vengeance for his brother. Punisher's back is turned. He doesn't even know they're there. Then Punisher greets Spector and asks if he's just gonna stand there all night and talk to himself. Moon Knight asks what the point of all this is as he walks up to Frank. Frank tells him it's called calling the herd. Suddenly they take fire on their position and duck for cover. Frank asks if Stark or Rogers has come to him yet about choosing a side. Moon Knight tells him neither want him any more than they'd want the Punisher, and Frank smirks and tells him not to count on it. Then he loads another rifle and opens fire back down onto the gangs. And it's all quiet on the vigilante front. Moon Knight asks if Frank ever wonders about what it is he does. Whether he is as bad as the people he hurts? Frank asks who Moon Knight is directing the question to. Himself or Frank? And then he tells Mark he knows where he stands in all of this, as sirens echo in the distant night. Frank readies his gear and says he figured that with how Moon Knight's been acting lately, He figured he'd finally figured everything out. But no. Now that Frank is caught back up with the old MK, he realizes he's still trying to have it both ways. Moon Knight tells him he hasn't forgotten his brother. Punisher finishes packing and tells Moon Knight he wouldn't expect him to. But they both know it happened the way it did because Frank was the one who got to him first. And the mooncopter soars in overhead and deploys a rope ladder as Mark tells Frank he hasn't forgotten that aspect either. And Frank watches as Moon Knight leaps off the roof, grabs the ladder, and flies away. Several days later, in a dive bar, a man known only as the Profile sits with a disfigured woman and discusses her hooking up with him. The Profile is a character that was created specifically for this run of Moon Knight pretty early on in the series, where he has just inexplicably the powers to read anyone as soon as he looks directly at them. Like this guy. Not long after, Profile takes a piss and washes his hands in the bar water closet when a man walks up behind him and wonders what would happen if he forced Profile to look at himself in a mirror. How badly would that go for him? Profile panics and Mark slams his head against the door and throws him into the bar. Mark is about to tell him exactly what he needs when Profile screams out, finishing Mark's thoughts as he looks at him with his bare eyes. Mark needs Profiler to track down an old enemy and figure out as much information and his whereabouts as possible. However, Mark didn't take into account the woman slams her bag against him and leaps onto his fucking back. Mark frees himself and steps back as the woman gets up, and Profile explains he negged her into submission, and he tells Mark to just give him whatever it is he brought and get this over with. Mark hands over a file on Jeff Wilde. Profile recognizes him as Moon Knight's old sidekick, noting that seeing him in person would be better, but this stuff will work. Profile tells Mark to meet him here tomorrow, and then he and the woman head off, but are stopped. Mark glances at a nearby alleyway, and in the flash of the night, he ripped off Bushman's face with a crescent dart and killed him, rips Wilde through his mind. He tells Profile they are not going to meet here. Profile chuckles and tells him that was the exact reason he's been hanging out in this bar so often, because he knew Mark would have issues if he came here. But to get Mark Spector fully off of his back, he tells him that the barkeep inside, he uses his belt to beat the shit out of his wife on a nightly basis. And maybe Moon Knight should do something about that. And Mark reluctantly lets Profile and the woman leave. And not long after, the barkeep reads the paper when Mark Spector heads back in, noting that his belt buckle is pretty nice. And moments later, screaming fills the building. Mark leaves the bar, holding the belt, dripping in blood in his hand, and he drops it across the street and heads off as the sound of sirens gets louder and paramedics arrive at the scene. But unbeknownst to Mark Spector, Midnight was watching him from the gutter like Pennywise. But he's not alone. Midnight tells the other person he's with that he really wants to be taken seriously. And the other assures him they both will be. Then Midnight and the former protege of the Secret Empire, Lynn Church, sink away into the shadows as they plan their next move. After Wolverine was apprehended by S.H.I.E.L.D. Cape Killers led by the Sentry, and subsequently broke out of S.H.I.E.L.D. custody and plummeted to NYC Below, where he killed Damage Control CEO Walter Declan, Maria Hill ordered the contingency plan Icebox to be greenlit. In the present, in Long Beach, California, Blade fights against Morbius the Living Vampire through many of the shipyards. Blade's still pissed off from the last time he fought and tried to kill Morbius, mainly because Morbius took a big chunk out of him. So when he heard the Living Vampire was raising hell in Long Beach, well, Blade decided to take a little trip. But he can't help but notice that something's off about all this. He brandishes his katana, grabs Morbius, slams him against a wall, and demands to know what's wrong with him? Because he's definitely not bringing his living vampire A-game. Not that Blade minds, he was just really looking forward to getting a good duel in before he finally kills the pale freak. Then Morbius grins wide and reveals a device in the palm of his hand. And a battalion of S.H.I.E.L.D. cape killers descend as a S.H.I.E.L.D. VTOL appears overhead. Morbius reveals he's registered, and this was a sting operation. Or maybe a steak operation. Do you get? Blade starts, non-lethally, taking down S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and shouts that he's got some bad news. He's not a superhuman, nor is he a superhero, so they'd better get their goose-stepping asses out of his way. Blade keeps him at bay for a while until the squad leader withdraws his pistol and blasts it clean into his chest. And the next thing he knows, he's back in the 1920s, reliving a memory of New York, back when he was with the Blood Shadows, a gang of hunters who Eric Brooks fought the leader of, killed, and took over as his own. One of the members tells Mr. Brooks about a vampire he ran into. Gloriana tells Hector that there have been rumors for the past few months about a vagrant roaming the row, with many people thinking it is a vampire. Hector tells them it was some guy in a cowboy hat and a long black coat. He got the drop on Hector, but he stabbed the vampire through the chest and sliced him across the throat. So Hector decided to rummage through his pockets when the thing's eyes shot open and his fangs flashed, and Hector cut his throat again and then ran off back to the speakeasy. The next morning, after Blade has awoken, he meets with Maria Hill in her office aboard the helicarrier. Hill asks how his chest is feeling. Blade tells her he's a little sore and asks why she went through all the trouble. Hill brings up the $90 billion helicarrier, formerly known as Pericles V, that Blade brought down. Blade reminds her of the vampire infestation they had aboard the ship. Hill sighs and explains that they've been looking for him for several months, and hands over a dossier, noting she would like Blade to help them with another problem they have. He opens it to find a scrapbook dedicated to Wolverine. Blade remarks that he's never actually met Wolverine before, and Hill notes that S.H.I.E.L.D. tacticians have Blade as the best shot of taking him down. And Blade laughs in her face, both at the concept of S.H.I.E.L.D. tacticians and this mission she wants him to go on. Then he tells her he's missing any real reason to help her, and Hill offers him full immunity. State and federal charges cleared, a total get-out-of-jail-free card. Blade stands up and asks what the hell Wolverine did to her to lead to this. And Hill tells him that he violated the SRA and the presidential mutant immunity ruling. Not to mention, he just really pissed her off. And sure, Blade has pissed her off as well, but two birds with one stone. Blade tells her he doesn't give a shit. She tells him he'd better if he wants S.H.I.E.L.D. to continue turning a blind eye to his little hobby, because he is a superhuman under the terms of the Registration Act, meaning any non-government sanctioned vampire hunting is a felony. And, well, they currently have him in the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. and can easily drop his ass off in the negative zone if she says so. Blade asks if he looks like someone who, 1, gives a shit, and 2, will let her do that. And Maria notes that constantly running from the law would really cramp his style. And then she gives him the final ultimatum: bring Wolverine in, dead or alive, and he gets carte blanche to kill as many vampires as he wants. She'll even give him access to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources, and he never has to worry about registering. Or she locks him up in an interdimensional prison for the rest of his elongated life. So that night, S.H.I.E.L.D. gives Blade the address of an apartment Wolverine secretly keeps for himself in Brooklyn, and Blade easily cracks the bolts on the window and sneaks in to find a very empty safe house. And then Wolverine walks into the doorway, sniffing, and asks if he's lost.
Bub, I just got back from 15 rounds with Omega Red. I'm tired, I'm pissed, and all I care about is getting out of this costume and getting my hands on some brew. So, you want to pick a fight with me? That's fine. But I'm getting a beer first.
Change of plan. S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to have a word with you.
And they sent you to bring me in. Edge, right?
Blade.
This have to do with the SRA?
Seems like.
And they figured you for their best shot?
That's right.
Tell me something. You have a healing factor. I'm gonna take this sword and shove it up your... Ooh. Sorry you were gonna stick it where? I couldn't hear you over the gunfire. I ain't dead yet. Night's young. Vile vampire blood. When it enters a person's blood system, the enzymes turn them. Something tells me your healing factor won't keep you safe. Then all I need is one good steak. Go ahead. What's the matter, Blade? Lost your edge? I just remembered something. Let me go. Yeah. This is over. S.H.I.E.L.D. won't be bothering you anymore. I'll make sure of it. You think I'm just gonna let you walk out of here? Yeah, I do. 'Cause you know we're too evenly matched. And we both have better things to do with our time. Sorry about the misunderstanding.
The next day, Blade heads back to Maria's office on the helicarrier and tells her Wolverine's off limits. He's not doing anything about him. And if she does, he'll come after her ass. And as quick as he arrived, he marches back out of the office as Hill screams obscenities after him. And decades ago, hours after the meeting at the speakeasy, Eric Brooks stalks the desolate streets of New York City, looking for the vampire. But it finds him. Eric asks it what happened to its sense of fashion he's heard so much about, as the yellow bastard-looking creature hisses and shuffles towards him. The monster then wrenches at him and bares its fangs. Eric grapples it, but the monster sends him away with supreme force, and it groans out for Eric to please struggle. And as Eric reconstitutes himself, he sees him, the man in the cowboy hat and the slick black coat.
Excuse me. Steak. Hey, keep yourself steady. That thing got you good. Oh, loss. You must have lost a pint or two when it dug into you. Take my coat. Thanks. Not a problem, bub. You owe me one.
At a coffee shop in Park Slope, Brooklyn, Johnny Storm orders a venti mocha frappuccino and a grande house blend decaf and asks if his order is ready yet. And then she tells him the order will be ready at the other end of the counter. And she watches as Johnny flirts with her. Eventually, his drinks are ready, and before she can put a sleeve over the boiling hot bean juice, Johnny grabs both and heads off to a table, where he sits across from Reed Richards. He asks Johnny why they met here, and Johnny asks if he didn't notice the cute barista. Reed sighs and asks what this meeting is for then, and then asks why he still has his sunglasses on. And Johnny tells him it's his disguise, and notes that it's the same as Reed's dumb hat. Reed sadly says that he likes the hat. He just wore it because he thinks it looks good. Oh my god, do you think Sue realizes how bad he looks in the hat? But since Sue hasn't been around for months, he has finally had the chance to start wearing his bucket hats again. Anyway, Reed takes a sip, and Johnny remarks that this is pitiful. They're half of the Fantastic Four sitting in a coffee shop like they're poorly doing a drug deal. Johnny says they used to go to hyperspace for donuts. Reed sighs and prepares to leave when Johnny stops him. He tells him that the FF are fractured and starts to bring up Sue when Reed stops him, because if Reed knew for a fact that Johnny was helping Sue and the secret Avengers, he would have to have him arrested. Johnny asks if he'd sick the Thor clone after him again, and Reed is taken aback and assures Johnny that that was a mistake that will never happen again. Johnny remarks that Reed and the Coalition are making a lot of mistakes. Reed sits back down and says he doesn't think so. Johnny tells him that Ben thought so. Johnny thinks so too. So does Sue. The three people who have literally followed Reed Richards to hell. have refused to follow him now. What does that mean, if not the fact that Reed is in the wrong? But Reed glares out of the window, seeing the numbers in his mind, seeing the equations that led not only himself, but the world to this point. Everything that has led him to where he now is. And he says that Johnny just does not understand the stakes. Johnny begs Reed to explain the stakes to him then, to help him understand.
The Registration Act is the law. We have to follow it even if we think it's wrong.
Since when? You don't even obey the laws of physics.
That's unfair.
Why? You break the law all the time. The night we got our powers, you stole that spaceship. The FF overthrows an extraterrestrial government 3 times a year. We deposed evil warlords and defied gods. Now all of a sudden we turn on our friends because of a bad law?
I know it looks that way, Johnny, but it's not a bad law. People like us have power that is inconceivable to most of humanity. Lack of understanding leads to fear. That fear is already there, festering. And without the law, what comes next is too horrible to... The law is absolutely necessary.
And the ends justify the means?
Only 1.396% of the time. And this is one of those rare occasions.
You absolutely sure?
To a mathematical certainty. Although it couldn't hurt to have someone check my work.
Then Reed gets up and invites Johnny to come with him because he has an errand to run. Johnny says he'll come, but better make it quick because he has to help the resistance shut Reed down. Reed nervously chuckles and says he didn't hear that, and they head out. Cut to a long-abandoned factory somewhere in Queens. The Mad Thinker goes over some papers as he drinks a coffee, and he heads to the sink to clean his mug when Reed Richards works his way out of it. Reed notes that the security is truly outstanding. Mad Thinker did a great job. Reed could only discover 5 ways in that didn't require the use of force and 2 that wouldn't draw the man's attention. Thinker asks how the hell Reed found him as he slowly backs away, and Reed reminds him that he's a genius. But Thinker reminds Reed he is too, and he blasts Reed and runs for the door. But Reed stretches himself and wraps an insulating coffee cup sleeve around Thinker's hand because the door is too hot, and the Human Torch melts his way in, telling Thinker that if he doesn't comply with Mr. Fantastic, he'll light him on fire. So shortly after, the 3 stand awkwardly as Thinker asks what this is all about. Reed tells him he needs a favor, and Thinker tells Reed he needs him dead, then asks why he'd ever help Mr. Fantastic. Reed brings up the business with the Puppet Master many months ago during a S.H.I.E.L.D. prisoner convoy, and says that if he invested at least 10 minutes of uninterrupted thought, he could connect the Thinker to those crimes. Thinker thinkers on it for a minute and asks what he can do for Dr. Richards. Later that day, Reed, Johnny, and the Mad Thinker show up to the Baxter building, where Reed still has not fixed the massive hole going through the building that Sue made months ago. Which is perhaps the most realistic aspect of this book or any of them that we have covered. Because how many of you have something in your house, something in your room, that you're like, oh, I'll get to that when I just have more time. I'm too busy right now. I got other things I have to do. I'll get to that. I'll get to fixing up that leaky stair or patching up that hole in the wall from a nail that went in too far or etc. That is just such a realistic thing. And it's just taken to the extremes because it's a superhero comic. Anyway, there are also 2 men waiting for Reed. John Porter from Damage Control and another agent. They have an estimate after Reed contacted them and notes that it's $789,000. And the repair will take about 3 days. Reed gives them the go-ahead, and Porter thanks him for the business, especially after all that shit that happened to the company in the last month or 2 involving Walter Declan and Wolverine. And upstairs, Franklin and Valeria throw toy blocks down the hole and laugh. Reed stretches up and reminds them that he told them to stay away from the hole. Valeria blames Franklin, who says it was an experiment. Reed can't help but chuckle, and stretches over to him, hugs them, and tells the 2 that he has a guest over, and he needs to speak with them, and he'll be away in his lab tonight for some very important work. But Uncle Johnny will spend the night, and he promises that tomorrow, Reed will take them out to the park, play some frisbee, some games. They'll have a picnic, and they'll have a really nice day together, as long as they keep away from the hole. Then he asks that they go find Aunt Alicia. Then Reed returns downstairs and leads Thinker to his office. In the catacombs beneath Gay Paris, Ben Grimm the Thing and Anais of the Heroes of Paris work their way through the tunnels to sneak into a secret Hydra base that Dr. Q discovered. Ben asks if there are any supervillains in Paris that don't live underground, and then they're ambushed by Hydra agents who don't have any weapons on them, and Ben and Anais make quick work of the agents and their secret base. A half hour later, the police arrest the terrorists as the two heroes watch on, and then she wraps her arms around him and comes on to the Thing. He stares at her stone-faced as he tells her he's kinda seeing somebody. She whispers that in Paris, an affair doesn't count, and kisses his lips as he awkwardly waits for this to be over. Then she uses her whip and swings away. And later that night, Johnny flies overhead in the Fantasticar. He shouts out that Ben moves to Paris and he doesn't even send a postcard. Johnny lands and the two catch up with various topics coming to mind. Johnny's coma, Ben leaving the States, Bill Foster, who Ben was good friends with, and everything else involving the superhuman civil war and the SRA. And it ends with Johnny telling Ben that they need him to come back. Johnny detaches half of the Fantasticar as Ben softly tells him he'll think about it. Then Johnny heads off into the night. And sometime later, back in Manhattan, Reed and the Thinker continue going over Reed's analyses of the Registration Act and the superhuman situation. Thinker notes that he's trying to work out the major problem of social dynamics. Reed tells depressed Carrot Top that he's perhaps the only person on Earth who can actually check Reed's work. Thinker takes a look around and notes how brilliant this all is. He realizes that he is like a caveman bragging about fire while Reed Richards has been splitting the atom. Reed recounts that he was 12 when he read Isaac Asimov's Foundation, and in the book there is something called psychohistory, a fictional branch of science which used equations to predict future trends by mathematically modeling history. So, when he was a teenager, Reed Richards invented it. It was the first entirely new field he ever created, and he has been able to predict societal trends to an extremely high degree of accuracy for decades.
It's useless for predicting the actions of individuals. You may as well try to predict when a particular nucleus will decay in an isotope. Impossible.
But you can predict when the entire radioactive isotope will be safe.
Precisely. Tony Stark saw it coming. His procedure was undisciplined, based on hunches, not science.
Like his $1 trillion stock portfolio.
That is why I ran the numbers. A series of societal earthquakes powerful enough to destroy humanity, conflicted beyond anything that's ever happened. The deaths of billions. I ran the numbers again and again. Every scenario worse than the previous. No force that could be applied anywhere to make a better outcome until...
The Superhuman Registration Act.
Yes. That was only part of it. Many distasteful acts would have to occur very close together in precisely the right order. If not...
So you chose the lesser of two evils.
The lesser of 31 evils, each more horrible than the next. It was the only possible choice. In other scenarios, mankind does not survive.
I see no flaws in your equations. The science is unassailable. The SRA, the prisons for those who will not comply, even Stark's bold plans. Every piece is necessary, and still it's a very delicate thing. There's so much that can still go wrong. And you, so brilliant, yet so naive. You thought you could make these moves without personal cost, without doing evil yourself.
Stark doesn't have the mind to appreciate the subtleties of your equations, but he does have your gut instincts of a futurist and the political sense to know that his actions would have made him reviled among his former friends in the superhero community. And he's man enough to do what needs to be done, even knowing full well what it will cost him. Few outside this room will ever understand the sacrifice he's made, even if he wins. And then there's you, understanding every intricacy of the big picture, while blindly walking further and further down the path of evil. I've never managed to beat you, Reed Richards, but now I've seen you lose. Quote, "For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul?" You can show yourself now, Mrs. Richards.
So,
Sue?
it's not the law, or your poor persecuted uncle.
How did you know she was here?
Your methodology is, as you say, useless for predicting the actions of any single person. I have another technique for that. It's called common sense.
How could you do this, Reed? How could you lie to me?
I was trying to protect you.
I'm your wife, not your child. Johnny and Ben are your friends.
But Val and Franklin are my children, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to save their lives.
I don't buy it, Reed. We've beaten the odds before, just by doing the right thing. I'm with Captain America, and we're going to beat the odds again.
No, don't you see? You're not. Iron Man lands at the Wakandan embassy in New York looking to meet with King T'Challa. Tony is informed that he's not available right now and is asked to leave a message. Tony asks if Queen Aurora is there, and the embassy worker transfers him. Storm's face appears on the video screen at the main gates, and she asks what the hell Tony wants. They argue back and forth, and Tony tries to come out on top, even though we all know he was definitely to blame for what happened in DC. He unmasks and asks if they can try this again in a more calm, civilized fashion, and that he doesn't want this to be harder than it's been these past few weeks. Aurora tells him to step off of Wakandan land and forms a storm over the building, and lightning strikes down and thunder cascades through the city. Tony suits back up as S.H.I.E.L.D. cape killers arrive to the scene. Then they set up a perimeter around the Wakandan embassy and go into Sentinel mode, waiting for the right time. Within the embassy, as it is surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. forces, Storm speaks to the Wakandan council members who have decided on staying in the States for the last few weeks. They work to find T'Challa when Isan, still in Wakanda, informs Storm that the United States Marines and naval forces have been engaging in war games in the waters of Niganda. Where is Wakanda? Okay, well, this map displays it pretty accurately, I suppose. It's interesting that the MCU puts it in West Africa. This means that the US forces are in Lake Victoria, but within the territory that's owned by Naganda? What a circuitous effort by the United States government to enforce their military might. Anyway, Storm laments that T'Challa is still gone and wonders where the hell he is. And elsewhere, the Black Panther spars with Captain America just like the good old days. Steve laughs as he's helped up to his feet and asks if the king is finally ready to meet the rest of the resistance. T'Challa's been hesitant for these past several weeks while he and Steve have been communing and finally agrees, noting that he wants to do it his way. And meanwhile, at the State Department in DC, Everett Ross argues with his superior about the troops that are currently being shipped off and stationed in Naganda. His superior tells him that there wasn't much support for an invasion of Wakanda, unfortunately, until they got an intelligence report that the Wakandans and the Black Panther are building a superhuman army. Ross asks who is in this supposed army, and the superior hands over a dossier with what the boys above them call the Frightful Four. His superior explains that the Panther recruits superpowered Americans who want to emigrate to Wakanda, then begins training camps throughout the entire African continent before finally shipping all their soldiers back to the States. It's classic CIA tactics. Ross gets pissed and asks who wrote this stupid fucking document, because he is the Wakandan expert, and he's told that that information's classified. Ross asks what happens when this information goes public and all of this blows up in their faces, but his superior tells him Wakanda's gonna blow up first. Several hours later, Sue Richards greets Tigra as they pass by in the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s safe house headquarters of the Secret Avengers. And Sue arrives at a designated room that she was told to meet someone in. And she nearly begins crying when T'Challa looks up and smiles to her. She races over and hugs him and asks if he's here to help. And he assures her he is. And then she tells him how good it is to see him. T'Challa comforts her on how hard it's been for Sue to leave her husband and children like she has. And as Sue responds, she hears something, T'Challa sniffing. And she calls him out on smelling her to see if she's lying. T'Challa reveals she was right on the money because Steve wanted her checked out because she is such an improbable recruit to the Secret Avengers and is literally the most obvious choice for a leak or a mole. He assures her he's checking out the whole team, not just her, and that she passed. The sun begins to set over NYC, and Aurora stands atop the Wakandan embassy roof. She tells her aide that she can't sit around anymore, and she instructs him to contact her if T'Challa returns, and then begins flying away, noting she does not need the Dora Milaje to be her babysitters. And a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent watches her and radios in. The commander tells him and the team to keep track of her in hopes that she leads them to the Panther. And Storm soars out and over and away from the city. Later, at the Secret Avengers HQ, Sam Wilson, the Falcon, is brought in, and he is ecstatic when he sees T'Challa. He says Tony and Reed should just give up now. T'Challa and Sam catch up, and T'Challa asks how his wings are holding up. Sam gives him a quick aerial display, with T'Challa noting that he's been thinking of possible upgrades. Sam tells him not to worry about it, and instead asks if the king thinks that they can really break into Prison 42. T'Challa assures the Falcon that he has his ways, and makes a note to himself that the Falcon passed. And as night falls over Wakanda, the U.S. Navy watches the waterfront city of Bernenzana. Hold on, let me consult a map. Yeah, I guess that makes sense that it's Bernenzana, which would follow along the river and become a city at the waterfront. It's either that or Bernension. Meanwhile, the Wakandan Council hold a meeting to discuss how close they're going to let the U.S. fleet get. Wait, how did the U.S. get the battleships into a landlocked lake? I mean, it's the Marvel Universe. They probably have some kind of Stark tech that can, like, fly them in. But what is it? How did they do it? Wakabe, the chief of security, argues that they need to protect their borders because this has been done before, and it's about to happen again. He argues that they should not give the Americans any benefit of the doubt. Isan tells him that they are not starting a war with the United States without a say from their king, especially not with T'Challa and Aurora still on U.S. soil. Another councilman argues that their king has abandoned them yet again, and demands a call for a new king, and everyone endlessly argues until Isan calls out that they are above all of this. They are not sitting here and arguing like the prattling governments of the world that they make fun of, because it truly gets them nowhere. And as night grows over New York City, the humming fluorescents of the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s safe house glow over top of T'Challa and Tigra. She heads into the room where everyone else has already been sent, and T'Challa silently stands before her, staring her down. She nervously introduces herself, explains who she is, how she was once on the West Coast Avengers, and asks what this is all about. T'Challa simply crosses his arms, and she nervously backs up and tells him goodbye. Cut to New Jersey. Aurora meets her grandparents. She again apologizes for dropping in unannounced. She just really needed to be somewhere that wasn't the Wakandan embassy, and her grandmother tells her she's always welcomed here. And her grandfather agrees, even if she did bring the Gestapo behind her. Then he tells her he's been a freedom fighter for 40 years. He is used to the police watching him. Harriet tells her husband, who has never been given a first name, by the way, so I'm declaring right now, officially, that his name is Roosevelt. So Roosevelt sits down and Harriet asks Aurora what's going on, what's really bothering her. She tells them that she knows that they're fighting for what's right, but she worries she's influenced T'Challa into getting involved in things that he should not, and that they should instead focus on Wakanda. Harriet assures her that after meeting T'Challa, she knew right away that he does what he wants to do. And if he doesn't want to do it, he's the kind of man to make sure that it's known. Storm laments not thinking like a queen, not focusing or making decisions from a Wakandan perspective, and Roosevelt wraps his arm around her and pulls her close, and says that making decisions from a global perspective requires a moral perspective, and that's why she's the perfect person to be a queen. And Harriet says that when Storm gets pregnant, she better sit down and take care of herself and her seed, but until then, keep putting foot to butt. What the fuck did I just read? What was that? Reggie, I've been defending your Black Panther run well enough. Plenty of people shit on it. People hate Black Panther and Storm getting together. I think it's cool. I like this run. Revisiting these issues got me to buy the omnibus. And look at this fucking thing. But what is this? What the fuck was that? What is that dialogue? Who says that? Who tells their granddaughter to look after their seed when she's pregnant? What the fuck? I'm doing it. I'm using my one-time dialogue rewriter to change history. I did something similar in the Ultimates 3, but this is slightly different, so it counts. And Harriet says that the fact that Storm is even questioning herself means that she is leagues ahead of anyone who is in charge of their country. They don't have half the soul or self-doubt or care that she does. Aurora smiles and thanks them, and they all stand together and hug. And Harriet offers Storm to stay the night, and Aurora tells her she'd very much like that. And later into the night, T'Challa stays awake, still going through the procession of Secret Avengers until Monica Rambeau shows up, and he welcomes his secret weapon. And yeah, they kind of had a thing in the past together, so this is kind of awkward. To the point where Monica tells him it was hard to watch the wedding, although she still went, but neither have seen each other in a few years. And as a new day begins in America, Reed Richards and his team at the Baxter Building look over the newly refitted and reworked Ragnarok. They spent all night coding him with new protocols to ensure what happened never happens again. One of the scientists compliments Reed on his brilliant work and notes that he's still not sure how the hell he managed to make a biomechanical clone of a Norse god of thunder. It's like a myth come true. And Ragnarok screams out that he is no myth before he powers back down. You think that's something to worry about? Later that morning, Storm flies back into the city, followed by S.H.I.E.L.D., but instead of going back to the Wakandan embassy, she detours to the Baxter Building, and she informs the armed guards that she's here to speak to Reed Richards. And as the soldiers begin to give her guff, a little Herbie unit with Reed's face on the screen whirs up and invites her inside. Reed asks what he owes this visit to, but Storm tells him they need to talk about the registration. Several months ago, Frank Castle saved Spider-Man from near death, and then kinda just kept hanging around the Secret Avengers HQ. So, he was detained, for obvious reasons. And as the Punisher sits fastened down securely in the Avengers HQ, Captain America asks Frank if he really thinks he can be part of a solution. That he can just kill them all and let God sort it out. Punisher, addressing Steve Rogers only as Sir, tells him he does not, and that it all gets sorted out before he kills them. Steve tells Castle that he cannot have him as part of the Secret Avengers. You know, because of the obvious negative optics that brings to his cause. Nor can he allow Frank to remain on the streets. Not if Steve has the ability to keep him somewhere secure, such as this. Frank tells him that they're both soldiers. Steve corrects him. He is a soldier. Frank Castle is a criminal vigilante. Frank notes that, in case Captain America hasn't noticed recently, he's also become a criminal vigilante. Then he notes that he doesn't care who wins this civil war of superheroes because it gets in the way of his work. Steve recounts the 2 Spider-Man rogues Punisher killed in the sewers and the hundreds of bodies that have piled up because of him. Punisher looks up and tells him all those people he killed were killers themselves. People who plan a new Stamford every single day. And he tells Captain America he means no disrespect when he says this, but they are not fighting the same war. Cap pokes his forehead and reminds Frank that his ways stopped Adolf Hitler. Punisher tells him the Russians stopped Hitler, but he gets the point. But if they extend that line of thought, was Stamford Pearl Harbor? Maybe Battle of the Bulge? Frank answers the rhetorical by saying that Stamford was just a little Poland. It keeps the hands wringing and heads shaking while innocent people keep dying everywhere else. Steve tells him the world is not black and white, and Frank agrees. The world's red, white, and blue, and he easily breaks out of his restraints. He asks that Cap just send him to the feds and let him get placed in custody so he can escape instead of dragging this out. But Steve disagrees. Because he does want Frank on his side. He wants him to serve his country in Cap's army, under his command. Meaning, Frank listens to Steve, follows his initiative, and is kept on a very secure, very close, very short leash. And outside, Patriot eavesdrops alongside Luke, Hulkling, Monica Rambeau, the Vision. Wait, why is Patriot even bothering to eavesdrop? Can the Vision not just use his sensors to hear everything they're saying? Anyway, Patriot realizes that it sounds like the Punisher just threatened Captain America, and Luke hangs his head because he told Cap they should just keep the Punisher locked up in the base or send him off to S.H.I.E.L.D. instead of trying to work him over to their side. And then Punisher is punched through the fucking wall, and Captain America steps out as Frank lies on the ground. He tells the Punisher that the difference between he and the Secret Avengers is that a sense of patriotism and duty has made them criminals. Frank Castle is a mad dog that's gone feral, and he can either stay here and stay muzzled securely using non-lethal anti-personnel weapons, or he gets the hell out of here and loses any protection Cap and the Secret Avengers can provide him. Luke shouts that Cap needs to wake up because Punisher's a serial killer. Just because he kills villains doesn't make him right. And when you lie down with dogs, you wake up with fleas. And he exclaims that they are better than this. But Cap tells Luke that this is one time that he's not asking for other opinions. And Punisher stands up and assures Mr. Cage that he'll stay in line and tells Captain Rogers he's reporting for duty. And several months later, in the present, at an industrial park in Jersey, G.W. Bridge and his aide perform a stakeout with 6 S.H.I.E.L.D. strike teams at the ready. They've finally discovered a certain apartment building whose tenant is Stuart Clark, aka Rampage, a former Stark engineer and weapons designer who started working with the Punisher several months ago. However, Rampage is more than aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been staking out his place, and he watches them through the window with his iron bots. He figures they either followed him or they followed the Punisher straight to Rampage's loft. And Rampage, on top of being a mad scientist, is also an escapee of the Raft super prison from like 2 years ago now by this point in time. So he's extra paranoid. He chastises Frank Castle for blowing his cover and heads to his armory to make some preparations. The next day, Punisher and Captain America arrive before a team of Secret Avengers for a briefing. Steve and Frank spent the entire night strategizing and have formulated a plan that mostly comes from Frank himself. The Secret Avengers will divide patrols along subway lines, meaning easier escapes if any ambushes or shield traps occur, along with continued smaller teams as they've been doing these past couple months. Spider-Man, Photon, Falcon, Spider-Woman, Patriot, Frank, and Steve. And over the course of the next week or so, the Secret Avengers and the Punisher get to work. Small tactical strikes, recon, intel, evading capture behind enemy lines, making life as difficult as possible for S.H.I.E.L.D. And Frank's War Journal entries note that after spending so much time with Captain America these couple months, seeing how he thinks, how he leads, how he fights, it has all become very clear how Steve Rogers could win a war practically single-handedly. However, Frank unfortunately realizes something that Steve either doesn't or refuses to acknowledge, that this is one war he's not gonna win. Which is also why Frank has been, dabbling in the side business of continuing his war on crime, as seen in the Moon Knight episode. I can only imagine he sneaks out at night when Captain America's asleep like a teenager going to a party. He pushes the battle van down the block before he starts the ignition. Anyway, now in the not-too-distant past, Punisher dangles the lightweight Scarecrow over the edge of a building. Cap tells him the man has had enough, and Frank assures Steve he's just full of hay, and Scarecrow will be fine. The sooner he tells Frank Castle who he's working for. And Scarecrow points out Mark Raxton, the Molten Man, as he marches down the street towards them. Cap notes that Mark Raxton isn't a bad guy, and wonders if this is some kind of S.H.I.E.L.D. trap. Frank notes that S.H.I.E.L.D. could be on their asses as soon as they drop Molten Man, but Cap tells him they cannot risk there being innocent lives at jeopardy. So they move out and find the enraged Molten Man traipsing down the street. Cap rushes in right at the 300-degree Burning Man as Punisher retrieves his anti-mobility glue backpack harness, no doubt the same equipment that Trapster uses, right? And hurtles it at Molten Man, where it explodes against the heat and completely encapsulates and incapacitates him. And just as Frank thought, S.H.I.E.L.D. cape killers erupt onto the scene. They immediately open fire with their heavy-duty tranq rifles. Frank and Steve take cover, and Punisher sends a smoke bomb overhead and detonates it, allowing the duo to escape into the sewers. And Captain America tells Frank Castle, good work. But later that night, Rampage looks out of the window of his loft, begging that the S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance van just leave already. And then Frank appears behind him and asks who the hell he's talking to. Rampage screams and asks how the hell Frank got in. Frank tells him he got in through the rooftop door. And then he takes a look around at all the equipment and tells Rampage that time is of the essence, because he needs to break into the Baxter building. Rampage immediately begins formulating a list of everything Frank's gonna need. Then he asks if he can come too, because he's always wanted to see the inside of the Baxter building. Frank says no, and to hurry his ass up and collect everything he needs, because G.W. Bridge, the former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent that's been hunting them these past couple months, is no doubt gonna be here very soon. Rampage smiles as he prepares Frank's equipment and tells him in a lot of ways he's been preparing for this very moment his whole life. Frank thanks him in his own way and tells Rampage to ready himself for Bridge's S.H.I.E.L.D. team, noting that G.W. Bridge does not die at his hands, or Frank's gonna come back. And outside, Bridge tries one final time to radio up to the rooftop team, and when he can't, he climbs out of his van, marches across the street, and one of his men runs up and asks what the hell he's doing. The Punisher could be in there. Bridge tells him good, he hopes he is, because he has some choice words for Frank Castle, and he's going in unarmed, so the S.H.I.E.L.D. teams better get their asses ready. Bridge heads up to the floor and pounds on the door, and Rampage answers as Stuart Clark, and asks if Bridge is here to arrest him. Bridge takes a look at his iron bots and tells him no. He was just here to warn him about Frank Castle, the Punisher, and then asks if he can come in. Rampage invites him in, and Bridge puts on his heavy-duty armored coat, taking a look around at the weirdly empty apartment, and Stu kindly offers him some coffee. Once that's done, he explains that, sure, he has an intense dislike for that hack Tony Stark, but he's developed a fairly healthy way of dealing with it, that being the iron bots that he builds, destroys, rebuilds, redestroys. Bridge tells Clark he does not care what he does in his free time. He's not S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. What he does care about is Frank Castle, and he's worried that the Punisher might come after Mr. Clark. Rampage smiles and tells Mr. Bridge that Punisher can try. Bridge takes one final look around, finding nothing of note, and tells Mr. Clark to be careful and heed his warning and keep himself out of trouble, but he'll be watching. Rampage bids him adieu, and as soon as the door closes, he and his iron bots make preparations stations and ready themselves. In the hall, Bridge informs the SHIELD team that it's just Rampage and his weird little toys, and to take him out immediately. The SHIELD team then busts down the door, but are struck by a massive energy blast. Rampage orders his Ironbots to attack as his chest piece continues blasting, and it sends him straight out of the window of his loft, down the block, and through an office building. Meanwhile, the Ironbots begin self-destructing into gas bombs as Rampage rips off the burning chest piece and quickly makes to the elevator. Operated by Tintin, apparently, and he consults his Stark Tech tracker.
Look, you guys ain't the only ones scared we're heading to a police state, Captain. The super criminal community's more concerned about Stark's plans than anyone. Just look at what happened to Hammerhead.
We just came by to let you know we're here if you need us, man. Only fair if Iron Man gets supervillains on his side, right? So what do you say?
Well...
No.
Huh? Holy shit!
No deals. Ever.
Frank, no! You murderous piece of trash!
You lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas. So what are you waiting for? I disobeyed a direct order.
Stay down, or you might never get up again.
It's only gonna get worse, man. Don't get up.
They were bad guys. Killers and thieves. But you know me. People say I'm crazy.
You belong in a cage! I thought you were capable of more than this, Frank! I thought you could be better. But this is what I get for cutting a deal with you.
Cutting a deal?
I made the only choice I could, Luke. You were right.
Oh, come on. You know exactly who and what you were bargaining with. You needed someone to do the dirty work when the time came. So when the time came, I got to doing.
Shut your mouth, soldier.
Let's get this over with.
Hit me, soldier. That's an order. Hit me with all you got. Unless the Marines are scared of a little old ranger.
No, sir. I really don't think I can do that.
It's an order, son! Hit me! And pretend that your life depends on it! Let me help you back up, ma'am. I'm just joshing you, son. The man in black isn't just Johnny Cash, boys. The enemy is out there waiting for you. And he isn't gonna pull his punches. You get him up close. How can I be expected to train you Marines in hand-to-hand if you won't actually lay hands on me? What are you? Chicken? You want to do it. I can tell you want to do it, but you're holding back. Explain to your fellow Marine soldier how you being too chicken to let me train you doesn't translate into you turning chicken when face to face with these fascists!
I've no problem going after the bad guys, sir. No problem at all.
Come on, Marine! You respect my uniform, great. But if you can't see past that uniform and take a swing, then I can't make you into the lean, mean killing machine these boys need you to be! So use your imagination, son! Get to wherever you need to start hitting me back. Why won't you hit back? Come on! Cap!
Not against you.
Well, that was a waste of time. Thank you, Marine. Dismissed! Jesus, Castle, you're a tremendous fairy. You fucking know that?
It doesn't stop there. Word spreads fast. I know what's coming next, and I let it happen without making a sound, without fighting back. Because it's for the good of the men, for the good of the Corps. The next day, it's as if nothing happened. I paid my penance, and the rest of my platoon was sated.
We had a deal, Castle.
I don't make deals, sir.
Get out of my sight.
Life continued on. Cap taught hand-to-hand to someone else. Then he gave us all little American flag pins and took off to Fort Dix. Of course, I realize now that whoever that wasn't him. He must be like James Bond or Santa Claus. Different character, different guys play, so America never had to go without its fighting spirit. A symbol, an ideal, immortal, and uncompromised.
Oh, come on, guys.
It's okay. I'm all right. He knows I won.
Should we help him or lock him back
Let
up?
him go. He won't forget a beatdown from Captain America.
4 days after he got his ass beat by Captain America, Frank Castle finally awakens, bandaged and very swollen. And a voice speaks to him. And Frank leaps from the bed and grabs Rampage by the throat. He panics for him to settle down and explains who he is and what happened. Rampage says that he used his Stark Tech tracker to find Frank, and find him he did, partially unconscious in an alley, delirious. And he brought him here, to an old S.H.I.E.L.D. armory, where Rampage has been busy strip mining every piece of data, equipment, and tech he can after Bridge shut him down in Jersey. And Frank takes a look around. And Rampage asks if he wants to hug all night, or if he wants to get to work. And with this as his new base of operations, they are able to get hardcore S.H.I.E.L.D. tech, equipment, weapons, but also access to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s very own data, such as the registration data, and the Thunderbolts data, and really all of the data S.H.I.E.L.D. has on New York City's supervillain population. For example, the Rhino. But the Punisher uses a polymer shield weapon and fucking destroys the Rhino point blank. The weapon works so effectively that it explodes in his eyes and breaks apart his armor. Then Punisher equips Baron Strucker's Satan Claw and bashes Rhino through the street. He marches towards him as Rhino panics, too weak to move, and Frank gets right in his face and tells him to send a message to every worm and maggot he runs with, that the Punisher is back full time, and it doesn't matter if you're registered or not, 'cause they're gonna face punishment. At the Cumberland Federal Correctional Institute in Maryland, James Stricker, the man who shot Robbie Baldwin on the steps of the U.S. Capitol building a couple of months ago, is brought from his cell to meet a visitor. The guards tell him it's not his attorney, it's not the government. It's a visitor who he's going to want to meet. Stricker demands to know who it is, and laments that he did nothing wrong. Baldwin deserved to die, and every person in America agrees with him after Stanford, after his daughter was killed in Stanford. And the guards send him into the room, and he comes face to face with Robbie Baldwin.
You? How could you?
I worked out a deal. I registered just like they wanted, and now I'm free to go.
Free? I'm in prison because of what you did. You killed my daughter and you get to go free?
And they wanted me as their symbol. If I register, they think they can prove a point to all the unregistered heroes. I'll be their symbol because it makes no difference to me one way or another. But I gave them one condition. That I get to look you in the eye and present my terms. In exchange for my signature, they're gonna let you go free.
No. You can't just wave a wand and absolve yourself of what you did, you little shit! You murdered my daughter! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was my everything! All I had left is hate for you! My life is gone! There hasn't been a single moment of a single day that I haven't thought about you! I want to think of Sarah! I can't picture her face. All I see is you. My daughter was all I had. She was the only one I could be strong for. When my wife died, when her mother died. I want your every waking moment filled with pictures of her face. That day at school, she had a cold. I told her she could stay home, but But she wanted to go to school. Oh, God, I let her go. I could have stopped it, but I let her go. And you killed her. How could you care? You're not a man. You're dirt. You're nothing. I don't care. You shot me full in the gut, Mr. Stricker. I got pieces of bullet pressing against the nerve endings of my spine because of you. I can't eat. I can't sleep. I can't breathe without pain. It dominates every waking moment, of which there are far too many. If I could sleep, I'd dream every night about the 612 people who died. You don't feel pain. Your remorse is for yourself. Oh, I feel it. The shrapnel in my spine is gonna degenerate the discs. Time's gonna heal your wound, but it's gonna make mine worse.
Robbie, you don't have to do this.
And neither do you. But you made your choice.
No, listen to me. The Registration Act requires only that you register your name and address with the authorities.
Every nut job in the country, because you made my name public.
We didn't mean for that to happen.
Yeah, you didn't prevent it either.
It was a mistake, and I sincerely regret that.
Yeah, I bet you do.
We can protect you.
I don't want protection.
Well, what do you want? Did you ever stop to consider that?
I want to go back in time and stop this from happening. You ignorant jerk.
Please, if you go through with this, it's tantamount to committing suicide.
Yeah, well, I already covered homicide and genocide, so I figured why not complete the set?
But we don't even understand how your powers work.
Yeah? That's all you're interested in, is it? I'm not a friend, I'm not a colleague. I'm not even someone you want to help. You don't see anyone that way. We're all lab rats to you. Well, let me tell you something, pal. The perfect irony of this situation could not have been scripted better. All the pain I've caused, and now my powers are driven by it? Every time I feel a punch rattle those bone fragments in my spine, I feel that old surge of kinetic energy. And I'll remember. You can't fight destiny, Richards. It was supposed to happen this way. I'll be in for work at 9 a.m. sharp, just like the agreement says. But there's something I gotta do first.
You are the one, I take it?
It depends, Taylor. What'd you bring me?
Did you bring the money?
Everything I have.
I am a professional. The price is the price.
It's all here. Show me.
The plates are constructed of super hardened plastic, reinforced with certain alloys, making it the hardest substance that can possibly be manufactured. The metals have the added value of acting as non-resistant energy conduits. As per your request, I made a variation of this for Electro once.
I don't care about Electro's costume, just this one.
Of course. I must say, I've never made anything like this before.
Is there a problem?
No. Your instructions were very specific, and it is exactly as you requested.
How much of my money buys you silence?
I've made costumes for hero and villain, registered and unregistered, but I have never once betrayed the trust placed in me. The insides of the suit are exactly as specified. The lesser spikes protrude just over half an inch. Painful but hardly incapacitating. The large spikes will no doubt break the skin of the wearer. The main energy conduits are placed within the tips as requested. The exact number of spikes and positioned exactly where you asked. You seem so familiar. Did I make you a suit?
Yeah, a long time ago. But I'm a different person now.
Ah, very well. The large spikes will no doubt cause extreme suffering to the wearer. They are hardened with carbonate steel. The energy conduits continue through the center. Whoever you intend this for, you must hate them very much. If I may ask one question, who is it?
Me. Now help me put it on.
Well, is your funeral?
Dear Mom, I now know how to pay for all the pain I caused. 612 people died at Stanford. So every day, I'll carry with me 612 points of pain. 60 of those people were innocent children who burned to death in a schoolyard. Those are the 60 points that will hurt me the most. And there's a little girl named Sarah Stricker who will live forever next to my heart. 2 innocent men died when they found me in upstate New York. 2 innocent emergency workers died in the car wreck I caused. All of their blood is on my hands. I'll feel their pain every time I move, every time I throw a punch. Every single point of my pain will be a reminder until the day I mercifully die. And all of that pain is fuel. One last thing, Mom. You won't ever see me again.
Wait, I remember you. You are Baldwin, the new warrior. I made one of your speedball costumes.
Robbie Baldwin is dead.
Speedball is dead. Now it's time for penance.
In the not-too-distant past, Iron Man watches a news report on the growing situation with America and Atlantis. Reports of a large-scale mobilization in international waters just beyond the exclusion zone along America's eastern coasts, although sonar readouts remain totally inconclusive as to the true size and strength of these Atlantean movements. The United Nations is set to assemble today for an international discourse with Russia and China in vehement opposition to America's policies regarding Atlantis. All the while, the superhero civil war continues on for its 9th month following the bill's passing last May. A Senate minority opposition leader condemned the actions of billionaire industrialist Tony Stark, suggesting his unprecedented influence upon Congress has pushed the country to a state of war with Atlantis and internal disrepair. And Reed Richards stretches a hand over and assures Tony that he chose to be captain of the ship. He just has to stay the course. Reporter Sally Floyd meets someone in a hidden-away part of NYC, somewhere no one would be looking. Sally thanks the whistleblower for just how immense this information is. And the person in the doorway tells Sally that they just want to set the record straight. It's why they finally came forward to someone. But if the coalition finds out about this, they'll think that they've been betrayed and she's the traitor. And Sally tells Carol Danvers she hasn't betrayed anyone by giving her a little bit of information, and she assures Carol that she won't owe Sally anything after this. Miss Marvel says she can't stay long and that she needs to get back to Avengers Tower for a meeting. Then she hands over a printout covering the condensed record of modifications made to Norman Osborn's nanite controllers that were meant to keep himself and other reformed supervillains in line. And Carol reveals that she was helping Reed Richards and the Radioactive Man try and figure out the changes that were made to the firmware of Osborn's nanites. And something was majorly messed up with them. And that right there's the proof. Sally asks why the hell Tony Stark would even confirm the existence of a traitor within the organization and then stay so tight-lipped about who it was, especially for this long. Carol doesn't have an answer and notes that there wasn't even a reason given why anyone would conspire with Norman Osborn of all people. But Carol notes to herself that whoever it was is going to have a lot to answer for if this Atlantean situation gets worse. Then she heads off and asks Sally to tell Ben Urich hi on her behalf and flies off into the rain. Sally wonders what the hell Stark and the others are up to. Not long after, as the rain of February tapers off and the clouds begin to break, Sally calls Ben Urich about the information she just received, because what she got is big. So big she doesn't even know what to do with it, because Sally Floyd is a terrible reporter and journalist. Ben listens over the phone and tells her to hold on tight to it, because he has even more information about what Stark's been up to after working with a certain webhead a little more. Sally tells him they should probably not be talking over the phone like this, and asks that she meet him in Times Square by 6 p.m. Ben asks that they make it a sharp 6:15 because he needs to make a stop and take care of something first. They agree on the meetup, and Ben gazes up at the entrance of the Daily Bugle as cold air whips across his face. He makes his way up, marches past Glory Grant, and interrupts an editorial planning meeting, and apologizes for barging in, and then tells them he thinks he might be sitting on the biggest story that ever came by the Bugle. And he has done more than his fair share of due diligence over these last few weeks, and he is certain about the blow the lid off the whole goddamn pot story he has, and it's backed up. Jonah sighs and asks what the story is, and Ben tells him it doesn't matter, because it's not a story the Bugle would ever run. And because of that, Ben Urich is resigning from his position, effective immediately.
What makes you think I wouldn't publish this story of yours?
Over 20 years experience, Jonah. It's not your fault. The Bugle just isn't set up for something like this. We've always told a different kind of story. I want you to know, I hold you in senior editorial in the highest regard. You've always been fair with me. But when the truth has to be compromised because by telling it we jeopardize the paper, then the system itself is flawed.
I want everyone out! Right now! Except you, Urich. I understand your position, Ben. And I just want to say, I wish you the best of luck.
Really?
Really. You've always been a straight shooter with me, and a damn fine reporter. I'm smart enough to know when a man's made up his mind. My door is always open to you, if things don't work out.
Thanks, Jonah. That means a lot coming from you. It really does. Well, I guess this is it.
I guess it is. Nuts.
That evening, as the sun begins settling over a cooling New York City, Ben Urich walks through Times Square trying to find Sally and figure out where she is. She shouts out to him to turn around, and as she heads over to meet him, a building down the block explodes. Not long after, Daredevil launches past, chased by Venom. A songbird soars overhead past them, and pandemonium breaks out in Times Square. Cars crash, people stampede. Ben and Sally run for cover as more and more superhumans break out into the streets. They run past Typeface, and he recognizes Sally and tells her to get to cover before he's slammed into a bus full force by Venom. Screaming and explosions rebound across the deluge of advertisements as sirens begin raining through the air. Sally panics as she turns back and can do nothing but watch as Ben pulls her into a subway entrance as Radioactive Man faces off against escaped superhumans, and the two narrowly make it inside as a semi is launched right at them.
Oh my god, they almost killed us. Those fucking idiots.
Oh, that was terrifying.
Understatement of the year. Here, second best joke of the day.
Now what? Holy heck, you're not going to believe this, Sally. But this confirms everything I've suspected about Stark all along.
What? You're not even surprised?
I was when I came to the conclusions initially. This is practically the bombshell I was going to drop on you. This is what I've been working on for the past month. And with this, I think I know the real reasons behind the Civil War.
I take it you received my message, Mr. Fisk?
I did. This had better be good. I was just about to get my daily massage.
I think you'll find this of great interest, Mr. Fisk. We have located the individual of whom we have spoken previously. I know that, as an honest businessman, you've wished this person to receive a bonus that he is long overdue. So, I wanted to check with you to confirm whether or not you still wanted him to receive his payment.
Absolutely. I want him to get nothing but the best, and I want it done immediately. However, I want this delivered to his address, and I want it to be a complete surprise. The kind of surprise that just can't miss.
Consider it done, Mr. Fisk. If he isn't home when we can deliver the package...
Then deliver it to anyone at home who can accept it.
Anyone?
Anyone. Because in the end, as with all gifts, it's the thought that counts, isn't it? And this gentleman has done so much for me. I want him to know how much of an impact it has had.
Peter Parker wakes up from yet another night of little sleep and a sore back. The sun shines over Highway 40 motels somewhere in New Jersey. Mary Jane Watson Parker and May Parker are still asleep in the shoddy bed. Peter gets himself up, pulls upon his incognito cap and glasses, and then heads out to get the Daily Bugle from the news box. And he opens up yet another article written all about Spider-Man/Peter Parker. Pete scratches at his scruff as a woman walks past. She asks if he had a long night. He says, yep. And she says she did too. Then Pete slowly heads back to his room. And as a resident of this motel, she remembers that night a few months ago when that fella came in with the hot redhead and has just been living here. Then she pulls out her cell phone and tells someone named Lucille that she finally found her one big payday that's gonna get them both out of here. And later that night, Johnny Storm and Captain America discuss the Spider-Man situation and the fact that they still haven't found him or made contact with Peter since he left the secret Avengers HQ and made his television broadcast denouncing Tony Stark and the Registration Coalition. And Johnny, just as he has been doing, demands again that they do something to help Peter. Cap assures Johnny that he's very thankful of what Peter did to keep the heat off of the Secret Avengers, and he refuses to let the young man stay out there on his own with Stark's hounds tracking him, but they just don't have the resources or the people for a larger search operation. And Cap asks if Johnny can be capable of going out on his own for this one. Johnny assures him he's perfectly capable of taking care of himself. And so, Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, roars over New York, finally able to put his plan to find his old friend into action. And elsewhere, Peter finishes eating some dinner prepared by May when MJ glances out of the window and tells him that laying low might not be an option tonight when he goes out as Spider-Man. Peter asks what the hell she's talking about and goes to her side and sees Johnny Storm's message in the sky. A few hours later, Falcon and Cap walk through an alley after receiving word from Human Torch that he received word from Spider-Man on where to meet. Sam's worried it could be a trap. Steve notes that the thought crossed his mind, but he just doesn't see Stark being able to convince Spider-Man to go through with anything he has just to set them up. And Falcon wonders if Peter might not have been privy to Iron Man's plans. Maybe he maneuvered Peter perfectly into this position at the exact right time, and Pete doesn't even realize it. Maybe him defecting is still a master chess move by Tony Stark. Steve thinks on it and tells Sam to just stay close before he heads off to the meeting point. But elsewhere in New York, on a derelict street devoid of all life save for the two men seated in an automobile. The lawyer who spoke to Fisk a few days ago sits with a hitman and explains the situation. He hands over an envelope with his fee and the address of their target. Then he notes that his client wishes to reinforce that he's only going to have one shot at the primary target, so he better make it count. The hitman asks about the secondary targets, and the lawyer informs him it's his choice. If the primary's gone, they don't matter. But if he can't acquire the primary, and the hitman tells him he gets the picture. Then the lawyer informs him that the target does have a super sense for impending danger, which might complicate things, and the hitman tells him he's dealt with powered people before. Then he notes his solution to that problem is sleeping on the job, and the hitman chuckles as it's one of his 2 trade secrets. And the lawyer slowly asks what the other is. Hitman tells him it's to never leave a direct connection, and then he quickly draws his suppressed handgun and fires it 3 times into the man's head. He then ignites the car and heads off into the dark. So, come here often?
That was a brave thing you did.
Thanks.
But foolish.
So it was the wrong thing to do?
I didn't say that. But it put you at an even greater risk, Peter.
I know, but I had to get a message out so people understand what's going on.
Except, of course, that the media ignored everything about the prison and spent all their time talking about how you were challenging the government.
Well, they got you pegged as Benedict Arnold, traitor to the American cause, Cap.
They've been saying worse about you lately.
I know. Kinda used to it.
Peter.
How do you deal with it? When the whole country is against you, when it's all bearing down on you like some kind of 10-ton weight and you don't know your own heart anymore. How does a man who is the country react when the country goes a different way?
I remember the first time I really understood what it was to be an American. What it was to be a patriot. I was just a kid, maybe 12, and I was reading Mark Twain. And he wrote something that struck me right down to my core. Something so powerful, so true, that it changed my life. And I memorized it so I could repeat it to myself over and over across the years. He wrote, "In a republic, who is the country? Is it the government, which is for the moment in the saddle? Why, the government is merely a temporary servant. It cannot be its prerogative to determine what is right and what is wrong and decide who is a patriot and who isn't. Its function is to obey orders, not originate them. Who then is the country? Is it the newspaper? Is it the pulpit? Why, these are mere parts of the country, not the whole of it. They have not command, they have only their little share in the command. In a monarchy, the king and his family are the country. In a republic, it is the common voice of the people. Each of you, for himself, by himself, and on his own responsibility, must speak. It is a solemn and weighty responsibility, and not lightly to be flung aside at the bullying of pulpit, government, or empty catchphrases of politicians. Each must, for himself alone, decide what is right and what is wrong, and which course is patriotic and which isn't. You cannot shirk this and be a man. To decide it against your convictions is to be an unqualified and inexcusable traitor, both to yourself and to your country. Let men label you as they may. If you alone of all the nations shall decide one way, and that way be the right way according to your convictions of the right, you have your duty by yourself and by your country. Hold up your head, so you have nothing to be ashamed of. It doesn't matter what the press says, Peter. It doesn't matter what the politicians or the mobs say. It doesn't matter if the whole country decides that something wrong is something right. This nation was founded on the one principle above all else, the requirement that we stand up for what we believe in, no matter the odds or the consequences. When the mob and the press and the whole world tell you to move, your job is to plant yourself like a tree beside the river of truth and tell the whole world, no, you move.
You were reading that when you were 12?
Come on, time to get you back to base.
And later that night, Spider-Man and Cap regroup with the members of the Secret Avengers. Sam commends Peter on doing the right thing and actually admitting he was in the wrong. And Steve tells Spidey that he came back at a good time, because they are in the last preparations for their final strike against Tony's forces, and they could really use all the help they can get right now. As the early morning begins once again, May and MJ stay awake, never sleeping through the night due to Peter's absence and lack of contact, and that's when 2 knocks come from the door. MJ opens it slowly with the bolt and finds a bald man carrying a stack of bath towels. He asks if she needs any refreshments, and MJ tells him they're fine. and he helps shut the door, leaving behind a small device clipped to the edge. Hitman walks off and down the motel, cuts across the street, and a few buildings down, opens his way into a derelict apartment, where he unpacks his rifle and waits and watches as MJ pulls back the curtains and looks worriedly around the parking lot. In the secret S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house and headquarters of the Secret Avengers, Monica Rambeau and Black Panther work on testing the lengths and mights of her abilities. She focuses on his voice as he coaches her through his plan, and then she begins shifting into a form made of pure light, shrinking down into a Wakandan Kimoyo card. She continues listening to T'Challa's calming presence as he guides her now reformed self through the Wakandan circuitry. She lands before the adapter he told her about, and then he guides her through the modifications that need to be made to be able to open the gates to Prison 42. I've read and listened to all of T'Challa's comments about the SRA. He's never explicitly stated that registration is wrong.
It would not be appropriate for a head of state of another country to comment on the U.S. domestic policy.
Yes, a convenient excuse to avoid the real issue.
Which is?
Wakanda provides free healthcare for all of its citizens, which is a wonderful social service to provide, but it's also a great way to check if there are any humans with metahuman abilities.
Don't project what your intentions would be.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Just the opposite, in fact. Too many kids have to learn to deal with their powers without proper supervision. Isn't that Xavier's vision in the first place?
But not to make an army run by a government that fears them?
And that's why we're here. Because we do understand.
Well, that certainly did Bill Foster a lot of good.
Bill was a tragic loss, and truly a disaster. But should a mistake stop us from doing the right thing?
No. It should make you question whether you are doing the right thing.
I do. All the time. That's why I look to similar situations. I'll give an example. Vibraxis and maybe Manape are the only superpowered Wakandans I know of. Maybe Killmonger. Are there others? Were some of them potential menaces to society that were turned in another direction? Is there a secret army of Wakandan mutants?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Not if you give me a real answer.
Quit fishing, Reed.
The point is, information is power. And power can be used for good or bad. T'Challa has made it clear he objects to our execution of the idea. But that is different from objecting to the idea itself.
You are a genius. Because that level of rationalization is beyond my imagination. Now, if you'll excuse me, my husband needs me.
Sector scan secured. Riker's lower levels. Prison 42 access. All posts hold position.
Hey, did you hear the rumor they're discontinuing the T-15?
It's about time for that.
Now, Captain. Sue, prepare to make us invisible again once we get through the portal. Attention all embassy personnel. This is the Black Panther. If you are receiving this message, it means a crisis that threatens your safety is imminent. Evacuate the building immediately.
Looks like everyone's bugging out of the Wakandan embassy. I figure they know something we don't.
Oh my god, what the hell is that?
They're still evacuating.
Make sure they take off and meet me back here.
Barry Panther, what's up, man?
Not much, Luke. Monica, keep shifting the light spectrum so Bishop can't catch your frequency.
Ah, just pisses me off. I didn't think of it. You sell out.
Any words for me?
He's leaving his right open.
If thou believest I shall be more merciful this time, I pray thee reconsider quickly. I am an Asgardian above mortal law.
Reed, he's scaring me.
I didn't activate him. He's just psyching them out. I think.
Let's see who is truly divine, Thor. You're gonna have to pay for those damages, you know.
Do you think this is a laughing matter? Is this humorous to you?
Jen, could that be considered an act of war?
That could be considered an act of war.
Foolish mortal! Thor is the master of the wind and the storm. Insolent wench! Didst thou think that would harm the god of thunder? I am the Lord of Lightning!
No, I don't think you are. I don't think you're in control of anything. You're just a little wind-up toy.
What trickery is this? If females wish to play in the field of battle, then a warrior's fate for thee.
Sue!
There we go, I'm fine.
I will crush your bones into powder!
He's not Thor, he's not Thor, he's not Thor. Sue! Are you okay?
Oh, nifty. What did you do?
I beamed an electromagnetic pulse into its brain.
Well, it worked.
Our dance is not done.
Sue, there must be an off switch, right?
I don't know.
Allow me to cut in and take it from here, fair maidens.
Oh, nice hit.
Did you know Hercules was that strong?
I think he has a lot to work out against Thor. Ooh!
Well, are you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
I gotta go look for Reed.
I need to find my husband, too.
Good luck.
Oh, what a finish!
Did you see that storm? Watch me as I bathe in his robotic blood oils.
The streets of New York were as violent as the fields of Gettysburg as the final battle in the Civil War between superheroes seems to have peaked earlier today. But it was anything but civil in the conflict between supporters and opponents of the Superhuman Registration Act.
Oh, I really hope it was worth it. Oh, here you are?
We have a problem.
I know it's gonna take months to rebuild.
No. During the battle, Steve quit.
What? You can't be serious.
I am deadly serious. Captain America surrendered. We are on our own.
At a SHIELD training base used by Zemo's Thunderbolts and all of the villains they've managed to apprehend over the past half year, Maria Hill conducts a visit and inspects the facilities with Hank Pym. They discuss how work is coming along with Tony Stark's 50 States initiative, and all of the new hires to the superhero community now under the registration. And Maria is awestruck at how goddamn well this is all turning out, especially since they're heading into their final phases of the initiative and have begun work to formulate new hero titles, backstories, team listings, and names for each state. Hank tells her to just relax because they're not there yet, and they need to make sure they are there before anything moves forward because the public needs superheroes they can trust and count on. A SHIELD agent rocks up and tells Dr. Pym that they are having an issue with Poseidon because he's turned a weird color. And Hank says he'll go and take a look, and the agent leads him away. Hours later, Iron Man stands over the sleepless city and speaks to Reed Richards over their comm system about the late-night work that Reed and his team are putting into reprogramming the Thor bio cyborg clone. Tony asks if they've been able to figure out what the issue was. Reed explains that while it's far too late to ever hope to right the wrong that was Bill Foster's death, they've reworked everything and have been able to install a blocker in Ragnarok's head that will keep him in line in future operations. Tony and Reed make some more small talk, Reed not once mentioning anything he did with Johnny Storm or the Mad Thinker a couple days ago, and Tony asks how his call with the president went. Reed tells him he read the Texan the Riot Act and refused to play part in their grand finale unless Reed got an absolute guarantee that both Sue and Johnny would not face arrest, as well as Ben Grimm if he does ever return to the country. And the president agreed to give the coalition 12 immunities for whoever they decide. Tony tells Reed he'll take care of the rest because he's having dinner with the president in just a few days. Meanwhile, in the bowels of the Baxter building, the Punisher radios in that he's past level 38 and has not set off any alarms, and he's almost to his destination. Captain America radios back and asks where the hell Frank got this suit and all of the tech, and Punisher simply tells Cap that he knows a guy who hates Tony Stark more than Captain America does. Steve is about to argue that point when Punisher kicks his way through a ventilation system and into a data center. Steve instructs him to get everything he can on Prison 42. Size, space, access points, systems, guard routines, everything, and transmit it through. Meanwhile, in the Atlantean throne room, Sue Storm has a meeting with Namor.
Your Majesty.
What?
I believe that's the correct term when addressing a foreign dignitary, Mrs. Richards.
Oh, for God's sake, don't play games, Namor. This is the gravest crisis we've faced since Galactus. Thanks to T'Challa, I know that you know just how bad of a situation America is in.
Ah, so the loftful king has decided to act. Power struggles on your little mound are as worthless to me as the tides are to you. But my cousin, Namorita's death was a tragedy. The assailant has been dealt with privately. But do not think I'm blind to the rest. Your government sent a madman to execute my envoy on your national stage. If they think they can hunt us in the streets just as they did in New York, they shall find the ocean a much harsher judge.
Then you know why I'm here. Cap is one of your oldest friends. You've known him longer than anyone. He needs your help.
And where's this friend now? Trying to make deals with the X-Men or Stephen Strange while he sends you here? My fleets are not a bargaining chip for his rebellion. I've no interest in helping a man who stays silent as my people are targeted, nor one who uses our unique relationship to his advantage.
What are you talking about? We don't have a relationship, Namor.
Oh, I can feel your heartbeat through the water. And it tells a different story.
Ugh, get off.
What kind of numbers are we looking at, Falcon?
Namor says no. Wolverine won't break ranks with the X-Men, says he's perfectly fine to lay low after everything he did. Doctor Strange is out of reach. That said, T'Challa assured me he's almost done with the Kimoyo override. It's a safer bet than that spatial key Zemo gave you. I'd rather bet all my money on Wakandan tech.
You and me both.
Hey, how you doing, Spidey? Feeling any better?
Oh, not too shabby. Oh, I'm still a little woozy from all this. Kind of nervous. Are you nervous? It's this weird little pit in my stomach that's up to my neck, and I haven't felt like this since I nearly asked a girl out to prom in high school.
All right. I got a good feeling about all this, Pete. You're gonna be just fine.
Gather up, everyone. This is the 3D schematic. Punisher was able to transmit the plans on Richard's negative zone prison. It's called Project 42. Ostensibly, it's for high-risk supervillains. But as you know, our own are being sent there.
We also learned that Stark, Pym, and Richards are planning puppet heroes in every state with 50 portals leading directly to this place. Stark calls it his 50-state initiative. Apart from hunting down us, that's what they're using the registered villains for. New tooling, new set of paint, new identities, and a way better paycheck. So far, they only got 2 gateways finished, and we obtained the codes for the one on Rikers Island.
We need to get prepped and move fast. Our intel suggests they're planning a heavy assault with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Thunderbolts. Tomorrow's our last opportunity. Spider-Man, I know it's been hard, and you've lost more than most of us in this fight. No one will judge you if you sit this one out, son. Oh, not a chance. I need to do something to make up for all the bad moves I made. Besides, numbers being what they are, I think you're gonna need every extra pair of hands you can get.
Well, funny you say that. We got some visitors while you were gone, Cap. Goldbug Plunderer.
What's going on, Diamondback? I hope you like the gardens we built in the children's honor, Miriam.
They're beautiful, Tony. It's so nice to have a place where we can come and sit and... I'm sorry.
You have nothing to apologize
I really want to thank you for all of this. Not just the money, all the work you've done to push my big idea. I hate how much it's cost you personally. I never would have asked if I'd known your lives would have gotten torn apart like this.
We knew what we were taking on. There's no shame in making enemies if it means keeping people safe.
How long since you have eaten now, Stephen Strange?
Just a little water since this all began, Uatu.
Are you not tempted to simply end it? With your great power, you could stop this quarrel with a gesture or a whisper.
Precisely why I must remain above the fray. It is not my place to influence the evolution of the superhuman rule.
As a watcher, I am more than familiar with such dilemmas. But tell me, why are you fasting if you favor no side? What outcome are you meditating for?
Whichever victory is best for mankind, my friend, and spills the least blood tonight. Sue, prepare to make us invisible again once we get through the portal.
Wait!
What's wrong?
My spider sense is going off the scale. Serious DEFCON 1 stuff.
Maintain perimeter integrity.
Everyone get ready.
Honestly, Steve, I'm a little disappointed, but not surprised. You've just walked into the most expensive trap that I have ever built, Cap. Like I said, you lead, and they follow. I set it all up. We've had a mole in your secret Avengers for months now, and you're outnumbered 10-1. So, let's skip the part where we break everything and just talk about your surrender.
I don't think so. If you're talking about Tigra, we knew all about her.
What?
I just needed the Panther to confirm it for me. You're not the only one with a spy.
The only people who know about Tigra were myself, Hank, and Reed.
I'm sorry, Tony.
Hank? What are you doing? You believed in this more than any of us.
Oh, no, I'm not Hank. Dr. Pym's been drugged and unconscious since I replaced him in Arizona
yesterday.
Ah, for God's sake.
I'm Hulkling, resident shapeshifter of the Secret Avengers. Dear God, if he could mimic Hank's voice and retinal pattern, he'd have full authority to...
0-point energy spike detected.
The cells.
Subspace bridge established. Destination, Prison 42. All personnel,
Well, Tony,
clear the transit platform.
I believe this evens the odds a little. Avengers assemble! Remember what's at stake, Stark.
Come on, hurry up!
Gateway blocks and T-minus...
Are we too late?
No such thing, Daga. Rikers was the official doorway from the negative zone, but there's still one more.
I brought my can opener for you, Shellhead.
Spider-Man!
Whoa! Black Panther's overriding our system, Commander Hill. Program says he's rerouting the bridge to the Baxter building?
Then shut it down!
Oh, they're shutting us down.
Cloak, it's me. We need the biggest teleport you've ever pulled. To these coordinates.
I'll try.
Oh, tell me that's not Cloak.
What the hell?
All flyers, grab someone now!
Iron Man to all points, evac the area and contain the fight to Midtown. I want no civilian casualties. Do you hear me? You think I'm that stupid, Johnny?
Everybody this way. Nice and calm, folks. Take your time. Nobody's gonna get hurt.
Wonder Man! Where's Captain America? Someone find him! He's too dangerous to be left out there unchecked. We won't have a better chance to end this than now.
He doesn't look too dangerous to me.
Me neither.
This is the living legend? Who was he fighting?
Bing Crosby?
What's so funny, Captain? You share Bullseye's sense of humor or something?
No. I'm just thinking about my pal up there.
Hell?
Imperious Rex!
Namor, we can't hold off that many Atlanteans, Tony.
Take it easy, we're covered. You think I've been sitting around twiddling my thumbs? You had your chance at the mansion, Steve. I offered you a seat at the table, but you chose a seat in a cell. This doesn't have to be a replay of the chemical plant, but I can't let you just walk away. I will finish what I started.
Things are a little different this time, Tony. Vision!
What? What, Ben?
You really think I was gonna sit this one out eating croissants, Susie? Come on, we got people to protect.
Not in my job description.
Susan!
Reed, what did you do?
Okay, this isn't good.
How darest thou wear the flesh of the Odin's son? I knew Thor. Thor was a friend, and you know something, imposter. Thou art no Thor.
What are you waiting for, Steve? Finish it. Just do it.
Look around.
Cap!
We're not fighting for the people anymore. Look at us! Look at us! We're just fighting. We were beating them. We were winning. What about the tree and the river? We're winning everything except the argument, son.
Cap, what are you doing?
They're not arresting Captain America. They're arresting Steve Rogers.
Cap, please.
Stand down! Everyone! That's an order. My dear, sweet Susan, forgive my erratic handwriting. You know I have difficulty slowing my thoughts to a speed where the human hand can translate my sentiments into linear sentences. In the 2 weeks since that terrible battle, I'm pleased to see that you accepted the general hero amnesty given in the wake of Captain America's surrender. I saw you during the cleanup, but felt it was inappropriate to discuss our future while our adrenal glands might still impair our judgment. You looked so beautiful. So vibrant and clear-eyed. I cried for 93 minutes when I returned home that night. By now, you will have seen the launch of the initiative. At least one super team in every U.S. state. That was Tony's idea. I'm sure you can appreciate the pressure we were under, creating new superheroes, revamping old ones. Thankfully, Janet was around to design some new costumes. Decentralizing this community from a single coast and building a superpower for the 21st century was always my goal. Even our controversial prison in the negative zone was met with rapturous applause when we finally went public. How frightening the world must have seemed before this. Vigilantes, amateurs, supervillains brooding in cells that never seemed to hold them. The only surprise is how we were tolerated for as long as we were. Of course, it would be a lie to suggest that everyone is happy with our new arrangement. Some have moved to Canada in the hopes of a more old school career, while a small band of Cap's followers remain radicalized in the underground movement.
Yeah, I dig the new outfit, man.
Not to mention Captain America himself. But our experiment has been an enormous success. What once seemed like our darkest hour has been transformed into the greatest opportunity. Working with the government, our remit has moved beyond simply law and order, and we're now tackling everything from the environment to global poverty. Tony in particular, can you believe the new job the president has handed him? But the opinion polls and utopian ideals, they mean nothing unless you're here beside me. My darling, I promise. No more traps, no more clones, none of those painful things we had to do on that path to respectability. No matter what we achieve in this new America we're trying to create, it can never be heaven unless you're here too. Please come back to the family who needs you more than oxygen.
So, director of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Why not, Mrs. Sharp? As a man with close links to both the government and the superhuman community, I think it makes perfect sense. If Nick Fury's still among the missing, can we get a couple of coffees over here, please, Deputy Commander Hill? Cream and plenty of sugar. You are so commanding when you glare. Really brings out the military-industrial complex in your eyes. We won the war, and now we have to make sure we win the peace. I want people to be enthused about this new way of working. Did you hear the state of Colorado just requested the Thunderbolts as their official team?
Yeah, well, as long as you drop one or two of the nutcases, right?
Nevertheless, it's still a tremendous step. Giving offenders a second chance is something we tried to do as far back as the original Avengers. Do you know why we called our prison number 42?
No, I can't say I do.
It's because it was number 42 of 100 ideas Reed, Hank, and I wrote down the night that your son was killed. 100 ideas for a safer world, and we aren't even at number 50 yet. Doesn't that sound exciting to you? Now, cleaning up S.H.I.E.L.D. is number 43. Believe me, the superhero community just found the greatest friend they'll ever have. I mean, come on, you really think I'd let anyone else guard my friends' secret identities?
You're a good man, Tony Stark.
Oh, the best is yet to come. And that's a promise. The hitman hired by Wilson Fisk continues watching Mary Jane Watson and the motel that she, her husband, Peter Parker, and Aunt May have been hiding out at for the last couple months. May answers the phone and finds Peter on the other end of the line, finally reaching out to them after being gone for hours. And Peter sits alone as the sun slowly rises onto the day of Captain America's final stand against Iron Man. And he tells them he won't be able to make contact for the time being because he has to help Cap and the others. And he tells Mary Jane that he wanted to let she and May know that he is okay and how much he loves her. And he promises to see them soon. Later that day, a monumental battle erupts through Midtown. The people of the city were forced to watch on or hide as its heroes tore it apart. Mary Jane and May watched the news from the motel, never speaking a single word. Even the inmates at Rikers watched the events. All of them except Wilson Fisk. The way the fight's going, it looks like we may not even need to pull the trigger.
I disagree. If our friend survives, we take care of him when he gets home. If he's killed in action, I want the other two taken out. Actually, take out the two either way. I would hate to allow such utter devastation to linger in them after his death.
Hey, Mr. Kingpin, bet you never saw that coming.
Quite the opposite. In every two-sided war, there must be, in the end, one winner and one loser. And this one will serve us very, very well.
Well?
Run it!
Tonight, the city of New York is still reeling, struggling to pick up the pieces of a shattered neighborhood and come to grips with the events of these last 24 hours. Trying to answer the question, what now? What does it all mean? Slowly, people have returned to assess the real extent of the damage and its cost. But when measuring the cost of this conflict, what dollar figure do we give to lives lost? Careers destroyed, relationships torn apart, and wounds that will never truly heal. To lost heroes, fallen heroes, some who will never get up again. Complicating matters further are the heroes that remain unaccounted for amid the rubble and destruction. Among those missing in action are Triathlon, Cold Blood, New York's own Spider-Man, Electron, Iron Fist,
I
Luke
need some
Cage.
Be all right.
We now go live
You know
to Scott
that.
Gomez at the scene.
He will be.
Please, please, please let him come home safe. Oh, please. I'll do anything if he comes home. Please, God, please. I'll give anything.
We're told that the president is now meeting with his advisors to craft a speech he will give the nation later tonight. Meanwhile, members of the Senate and the House of Representatives are saying that the conflict is now at an end, and that the parties on all sides should come together in the best interest of the nation to put our differences behind us. Undoubtedly, this will be easier for some than others.
You, of all people, should know a watched pot never boils.
There he is.
Hey!
So, how did it go?
Oh, I'm fine.
What do we do now? Peter? Is something...
Get down! MJ, are you...
Peter?
No! No! Prison 42's alarm systems blare in a weak cacophony throughout the negative zone. The computerized voice of protocols echoes out to no one. 99.9% of the inmates manage to escape after a total system failure orchestrated by the secret Avengers and enacted by Hulkling, masquerading as Hank Pym. A shield guard asks the warden what the hell they do now because they can't get in contact with shield command on Earth. The warden tells him he's thinking, and he stares out into the abyss. The agent panics because if they don't do something soon, the entire place is going to be drifting into nothing, and the outer fields are going to start tearing them apart. There are over 300 men and women who will die if they don't act now. The warden calmly asks for a few moments alone to plan, and the guard leaves. And Captain Marvel paces through his office as warden of Prison 42. We then learn how Mar-Vell, who had been dead for years after Nitro gave him cancer, wound up here. In Mar-Vell's past, he floated through negative space meditating until something distracted him. A minuscule anomaly in the fabric of space and time. And something drew him to it. And he touched it. And he was raptured through space-time and crash-landed at the foot of the Sentry, just a few steps away from one of Reed's negative zone gateways. Mar-Vell recognizes the Sentry from their past experiences on Earth, because who doesn't exist in the Marvel Universe that Sentry wasn't secretly friends with? And asks if it really is Robert Reynolds. Then he looks around and realizes he doesn't know where he is. It's definitely not the Sentry's watchtower, and he starts to panic as Sentry asks one of his clock drones to scan and identify the intruder. Clock comes back with a perfect
perfect match for Mar-Vell of Titan, citizen of the Kree Empire, and his full identity is confirmed. Mar-Vell worriedly asks why he's here and why Robert looks older. Sentry asks him to wait and then heads off. Not long after, Sentry returns with Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic. Their reactions to Mar-Vell are strange, yet filled with wonder, and filtered through melancholy. For 10 minutes, they spoke amongst themselves until Iron Man stepped forward and asked him, and the trio are able to deduce that through their experiments to create a proper large-scale portal into the negative zone, they must have broken a few laws of time and space. And somehow managed to bring Mar-Vell forward in time. And that was when they revealed to him what was currently happening in the world he had so long ago left behind. Mar-Vell learned of Stamford, of the recently passed Registration Act, of Tony, Reed, and Hank's work on Project 42. And they came to the decision that, for the time being, until they could return Mar-Vell to his own time, they want him to run the Negative Zone prison. Mar-Vell tells them that he understands the ramifications of himself being time-displaced, but why didn't they just ask the Mar-Vell of this era to do it? And from their reactions and the Sentry's stammering explanation, Mar-Vell reaches the obvious conclusion. He's dead. At some point in his future, he will die. But also, I suppose that does confirm that they do manage to send him back in the past. Since, he dies anyway. He asks Robert how it happened, and Sentry makes him promise that he will answer his questions if they can depend on him for help. And so Mar-Vell learns of the truth. He was given cancer after being exposed to a specific nerve gas toxin during a battle with the Superhuman Nitro, the same man responsible for the Stamford incident. One day, he will learn he is sick, afflicted by what the Kree call the Black End, incurable for any species. And so Mar-Vell made his peace, and he connected with friends and enemies, his beautiful love, and with his god. And he died at the stroke of midnight on Titan, surrounded by those he loved and trusted many, many years ago. And in the not-too-distant past of the present, Mar-Vell sits in his warden office of Prison 42, while on Earth, the most volatile and final battle in the superhero civil war rages on. Mar-Vell ponders on how much the world has changed, how so many are gone, but some things have returned, such as the Sentry, such as himself.
It's too early. It's too soon. You didn't expect to return to the real world this soon. But unforeseen circumstances dictate as they always do. If you make this choice, it's going to turn the world upside down, and you know it. They're going to wonder where you've been, why you've been hiding. They'll never understand. It was only days for you, but years for them. So why? Why do you hesitate? How could you not? You saw her in your own time months ago. You still remember it as though it were mere days. But for her, you died in front of her eyes a lifetime ago. What if she doesn't believe it's really you? What if she's married and moved on with another? How will you explain that you long to see her, but you've never been so terrified in your life? What if she takes you back, knowing, as she would, that a death sentence burns inside your cells? And that's the great conceit, Captain Marvel. Fate has brought you from the past to assume a duty you could easily have left to others. A man out of time. You know exactly how much of it you have left. You're going to die of cancer in tremendous pain. You can set your watch to the time and date. Even so, duty outweighs such pain, and it's time to do what must be done. You are the first person ever to get a second chance, to make a first impression once again. Make it worth it.
It's been 2 weeks since the final battle was fought against Iron Man and Captain America. 2 weeks since the Negative Zone prison fell. 2 weeks since Captain America surrendered. The Sentry now hovers over the sky, pondering the decisions he's made to get to this moment. It's all over. And he now wonders what kind of hero he will be in this new world. Because he has still yet to register. Meaning that for the past 9 or 10 months, he has been breaking the law, and Iron Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. are just letting it slide, giving him a pass, because really, what are you gonna do? He's the Sentry. Eventually, he comes across a massive fire and a partially destroyed office building, and Sentry floats down just before the building and realizes how quiet it is. There's no one around. No one screaming for help or running in panic. And the absorbing man slowly approaches from behind. And he whips his wrecking ball through the window and sends Sentry rocketing into the building and across the street. Absorbing Man laughs at how easy that was when Sentry suddenly appears from behind at super speeds. Carl Creel readies himself and tells Sentry that one little touch is all he needs to do everything the Sentry can. Sentry tackles him at supersonic speeds. They slam several blocks away and crash into a Roxxon gas station. Creel rips himself up and laughs at how good the Sentry's power feels. Then he asks why he's been holding back all this time and rockets into the sky. Sentry gives chase and races after him and manages to just grab one of Creel's ankles, but he's slammed by the wrecking ball.
Is this how it feels to be a god? Imagine this day in, day out, all the damage you could do. Tell me something. How'd you ever give up a drug like this?
True power hurts, Creel. It's something you'd never understand. It's what separates us.
Power rules. If you got it flaunted, let loose. You know you want to.
This is your last warning. Submit now or suffer the consequences.
You call that baby tap a warning? You can't hurt me, idiot. Not when I'm you. Sheesh, you're a basket case.
Get out of my head.
What the fuck happened to your brain, dude?
You only see the pieces I let you see. Believe me, Creel, you don't want to be inside my mind.
You can't win, Sentry.
That's why I'm holding back. You think you understand power, but you don't. You couldn't even absorb the energy of a single planet. Let's see how you do with the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns.
I can absorb your exact equal in strength. Oh yeah, bring it on, baby. It's all good. It's all...
I watch as Creel melts. Atom by atom, dissolving into photons and neutrons and the solar wind. I know he'll be back eventually. But when he comes back, what kind of world will be waiting? And what about you, Robert?
Sentry.
Where do we fit in? How many times will you have saved the world?
Who's to say you won't be the one to destroy it?
Which is why we must do what you do now for the betterment of mankind. Hello.
Give me a second. Okay, how can I help? Oh boy.
I'm the Sentry. I wish to register my powers and identity with the authorities. On that fateful day, weeks ago, in Midtown, the forces of the Superhuman Civil War fought in the streets as Ben Urich, Sally Floyd, and dozens of others hid within the subway tunnels until there was silence and the survivors ventured out. Sally is in shock at what she witnesses and chastises the absent heroes for their idiocy and destruction as they bear witness to the aftermath. Steve Rogers is arrested, a ceasefire is called, fires are extinguished, rubble is removed, and the wounded are taken into care. Long into the next day, the heroes work to make up for what has happened. 53 people were killed, 6 of them superpowered, and a new age dawned over not only New York, not only America, but the world. 1 week later, Sally and Ben arrive at the Raft Maximum Security Super Prison. And Sally reveals to Ben that she plans on leaving the alternative and says that she's following his lead. Since Ben quit his job at the Bugle, Ben asks why, because he thought she was plenty happy with her current setup. Sally tells him ignorance is bliss, and as much as the alternative claims to be a bastion of free speech, she realizes it's really no different from the Bugle, or the Post, or the Journal. Ben doubts it, but Sally notes that her visit with Congressman Sykes left her with the realization that she's turning into the same person Jameson is. Someone who has the inability to ever accept that they're wrong and stick to their skewed opinion like a hungry leopard on a deer. Then they're greeted by one of the Sentry's clock drones who scans their credentials as Sally notes she needs to change. She can't just be some one-trick pony with a one-track mind. And Ben silently listens as she vents, and eventually asks what exactly her plan is. And she doesn't know. She asks if he has any ideas as the massive bulkhead door opens, and Ben tells her that they should just focus on what they're currently doing before they discuss the future. And they head off into the cell of Steve Rogers.
This place is 6 times the size of my apartment.
Hello, Ben. Sally. I wish I could say it was a pleasure to see you, but, well, considering the circumstances, please come in and sit down. I understand you've been given permission to let me express my side of what happened. I know you're probably on a tight deadline. I feel like I owe it to Miss Floyd after our last encounter to be as straight as possible.
Well, I warn you in advance, we're going to ask you some very hard questions, sir.
I have every intention of answering as honestly and candidly as I possibly can. Can I ask what angle you're taking?
A comparison of the two sides of the registration debate, as described by registered and unregistered heroes. After you will be interviewing the newly appointed Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony Stark.
I haven't had much of a chance to speak to Tony. When you see him, I'd like you to tell him how sorry I am for all of this.
Why don't you tell him yourself, sir? This is your opportunity to explain your actions to the American people.
Hopefully you'll ask the same questions of the Registration Act supporters. I asked them to come to the table earlier. They drew a line in the sand.
Well, did you and your supporters step over that line, sir? How much of your decision to go to war was made after careful study, and how much of it was made because of pride?
Pride was never involved. I believe what I did was right. If you know me at all, you'll know I'm a simple man at heart. I believe in the fundamental freedoms accorded to us by the Constitution, Ben. I believe we have a right to bear arms, a right to defend, a right to choose. I've sworn an oath to defend America from external forces and from within. If that means standing against my own government and rejecting a bogus law passed by my superiors, then I suppose that's what it means. I now realize that while my intentions were correct and honorable, I could have easily have come to the table as Tony Stark or Reed Richards. I saw the possibility of a Registration Act as a basic violation of our rights as Americans. And for that, I wish to apologize to the country that I love.
Sir, the people are going to ask, why not sooner? If you recognize this now, why couldn't you have just recognized it earlier and saved us millions in property damage?
People only come to a conclusion after they examine all aspects of the problem. That's what happened here.
Well, they sure do, but most people don't have the means to explore the pros and cons of an argument by tearing a city in half.
I did what I thought was right for America.
Let me ask you something, sir. Do you know what MySpace is?
I'm not sure I understand the relevance of the question.
No, you just don't understand the question. I'm trying to illustrate a point here, so bear with me. Do you know who won the last season of American Idol? When was the last time you attended a NASCAR race or watched The Simpsons or logged on the YouTube to watch a stupid video? Answer? Exactly. Never. You hold America up as some shining beacon of perfection, but you know next to nothing about about it.
Miss Floyd, you're being simplistic.
Yeah, but when danger rears its ugly head, you don't have to hide in a subway like the rest of us. We don't have the power to be as complicated as you. I resent the fact that I ever had to hide in a subway station in the first place. You people set yourselves up as some kind of army, but I don't remember voting for you.
Voting for?
Sally.
If I'm gonna pay for an army, they'd better be answerable to me. So was it all worth it? All those dead and buried? What did you accomplish? Did you get to work the problem out to your own satisfaction?
I understand that you're voicing the frustrations of yourself and others, but I did what I thought was right.
Oh, good for you. You finally realized America wants a Registration Act. But the big question on everyone's mind is why couldn't you realize that a year ago? Your problem is that you're fighting for an ideal. It's all you know how to do. America's no longer about mom and apple pie. It's about high cholesterol, Paris Hilton, and scheming your way to the fucking top. The country I love treats its celebrities like royalty and its teachers like dirt, but at least I walk its streets every day, and I know what it is, and who lives in it. You have broken the country, Captain America. What are you gonna do to fix it?
Well, that was an interesting route to take. I thought we were supposed to be interviewing Captain America, not yelling at him.
Yeah, I changed my mind. It's an opinion piece now.
Yeah, so much for the objective reporter.
Oh, look, it's just
Look,
that...
I know it's been rough for both of us, okay? You especially. I know you've been forced to examine a lot of things in your life, and you're reacting to that. But in a few weeks, we have to face Tony Stark with this story of ours, and it's going to tear everything in half. Just let me do the talking from now on, okay?
As the days pass, Ben works on the grand conspiracy that he and Sally uncovered shortly before the final battle of the Civil War. Sally, not so much. Although she has started dating Danny Granville from the costume division. Sentry comes out in support of the Registration Act, and with his official registration taking place, it leads to a 38% increase in recruitment for the initiative. Sally and Ben continue working through their connections to find anti-registration heroes to interview. Ben wants to make sure they remain objective and in touch with both sides, and eventually they pool their funds together and get a small business loan and rent out an office on 53rd to form their own news agency called The Front Line. We learned that the literal Reconstruction began 4 days after the end of the Civil War, and life has more or less returned to a state of new normal. And eventually, Ben and Sally go to a 3 p.m. appointment with Tony Stark to blow this entire thing wide open. They head past another clock drone into the elevator, and Ben reminds Sally to let him take the lead. Hello, Miss Floyd. Pleasure to finally meet you. Ben, good to see you again. Please, come on in, take a seat. Let's get this started.
Mind if I record this?
Oh, your recorder won't work in here, but you're welcome to take notes. Stop the music. Classical. Good for deep thought.
Such as?
Well, before this all began, Reed Richards and I created a list of 100 things that we were going to do to improve America. Number 76 was be more open to the press, and by extension, more open to our fellow citizens.
Why stop at 100?
Well, number 100 was think of another 100 things. We'll get to that bridge and cross it in time. So, what would you like to know about the 50-state initiative?
This story we're on isn't so much about the 50-state initiative, Mr. Stark. It's not so much about the cleanup or even the act. It's about you.
Well, I have nothing to hide, Ben. You're welcome to ask me anything.
Well, just remember you said that, sir. Go ahead, Sally.
If you don't mind, Mr. Stark, I'm going to begin with a recap. 612 people are killed in a tragedy at Stanford. As a result, a dubious proposal for a law rushes through the House and the Senate like it was shot from a cannon. Those in violation of the act are shoved into a secret prison in another dimension. Reports suggest conditions far harsher than could possibly be justified. The pro-registration leaders then decide to enlist the services of some of the world's most violent criminals to help track down their former comrades. As if these logic-defying events weren't enough, everyone acts surprised when one of those lunatics goes rogue and sparks a war with a foreign nation. You'd think it couldn't get worse. But then again, we know about the traitor in your organization. Whatever came of them, Mr. Stark?
Well, there's always bound to be rumors and wild exaggerations.
Not worth denying, sir. We have documented proof. This schematic indicates the presence of re-engineered nanites that were introduced to Norman Osborn's bloodstream by a person or persons unknown. And as a result, the Green Goblin attacked a delegation of Atlanteans on a diplomatic mission, thereby bringing us to the brink of war.
Which got us thinking. Why? Why would someone make such an obviously foolhardy decision as to allow criminals in skin-tight suits to roam around like they're on day release picking up litter?
I can assure you that these individuals are under our complete control at all times.
We believe you. In fact, we believe you more than you might think. Because the best misdirection is the one in plain sight. Because the best traitor is you.
Okay, that's preposterous. Ben, come on!
A couple of routine background checks revealed your knowledge of certain events, such as Osborn's attack on the Atlantean delegation, were used to manipulate the stock market to the tune of $90 million. But here's the kicker. Further investigation revealed the money was rerouted through a Swiss bank account and placed in a new charitable organization, providing pensions for firefighters, police, and now registered heroes and their families. Then we kept thinking to ourselves, why would he intentionally make it look this bad? What would we do if we were ever in the unenviable position of having to persuade a bunch of high-powered people to register their identities?
I know what I'd do. Build a big, nasty prison that really put the scare into unregistered heroes. They'd wonder why we never made anything like it for the villains. When things deteriorate, I'd use the Civil War as pretext, send the unregistered heroes away for a while, and when the dust settled, I'd have a new mega prison paid for and agreed to by the government. I'd grant every hero I could see amnesty, and start up something new. Avengers Inc., maybe.
It's a very exotic story, but it doesn't exactly make sense.
Why would anyone coerce the Green Goblin into pushing the U.S. to the brink of yet another war, unless you were so smart you already weighed the pros and cons and calculated the outcome? The obvious questions are about why Osborn used an ordinary handgun with a warped barrel, hardly an effective weapon, against the Atlanteans. How did the officers manage to subdue him so quickly, unless he was already under control? We have it on good authority, sir, that Mr. Osborn was released back into your custody and has now been angled to be put in charge of the Thunderbolts program in Colorado for the 50 states.
You controlled everything, Stark. You knew how unpopular the act would be, and you took the biggest gamble in history because you knew it'd pay off. These last few months with rising tensions between America and Atlantis has increased the support for and numbers of registered heroes. Oh, so good job, you found a common enemy. You knew this would happen. You sacrificed your status as a hero for the greater good. And for that act, I truly and honestly applaud you.
I want you to know, sir, we've already decided that this story won't see print. Not because it isn't true, but because you won the war, and the winners get to write the history books. Unfortunately, the truth doesn't have a big enough legal department to survive you. You can reach us at this new address if you ever want to talk.
Come on, Bim. Let's give the futurists some time to think things over.
It's Tuesday night, and this is Late Line.
Ben, hurry up, it's starting.
Oh, give me a second. I'm trying to get Val dressed for bed, which is very soon. Ain't that right, sweetie? Just let Uncle Benji change you out of your party dress. No! Oh, when did she learn to talk?
While you were in Paris.
Tonight, the anniversary of the first manned faster-than-light spaceflight and the birth of America's first family of adventure. Featuring interviews recorded across the years alongside new conversations filmed exclusively for this special.
How about this? You put on your PJs and I'll let you wear your princess crown.
And TV.
Half hour. Then bed. Take it or leave it, kid.
Frankie, look, I'm a princess.
Oh yeah, she's a princess who had too much cotton candy. That crap is all sugar.
Swear, John.
Shh, they're getting
Their fantastic lives, in their own words and the words of people who know them. The Fantastic Four. A look back. Oh yeah, I was on duty that night. The funny things that I saw them breaking in. Professor Richards used to sneak in and work on his starship all the time. I thought I was a little weird. He brought other people with him. But you know, super genius and all. Hey, I was as surprised as anyone when he stole the freaking thing. I got canned, you know. Clearance revoked and I never worked in the security field again. Yeah, good times.
What you have to realize is that even back then, Reed Richards was the leading scientific mind on the planet. He'd already done revolutionary work in physics, astrophysics, information technology, everything. When he proposed a practical hyperdrive, a means of propelling a ship through space at faster-than-light speeds, financial backers fought for the opportunity to invest in his prototype. I still don't understand what went wrong.
A freak accident no one could have predicted. A cosmic ray storm on the surface of the sun produced particles that reacted with the star drive. Reed argues with me about this all the time. He wants to take the blame for everything. In any case, the result was a radical rewriting of their genetic codes.
They were the strangest people anyone had ever seen. At least, they were at the time. We'd all seen old news footage of Cap and the Torch and Namor. But that was different. Those were figures from history. But this was the start of something. The cosmic rays changed them into freaks.
Hey!
But instead of hiding, they ended up saving us all from an attack by the Mole Man.
Yeah, that's more like it.
We've all
Look at how tiny I
use our
was.
fantastic new abilities
In service of the pursuit of knowledge and for the protection and
betterment of
been a couple
mankind.
hours. You think they're coming back?
Tonight? Sure. They promised.
Who? Mom and Dad?
Yeah. Benjamin J. Grimm Express going up!
If I didn't know any better, Mr. Richards, I'd swear you were trying to be romantic.
It's not unheard of, just infrequent. Clumsy and awkward.
And sweet, but I've never doubted that you love me. Not for a second.
Then
That's not the issue, Reed. It's not about love, it's about trust.
I explained to you why I did it.
You explained to the thinker. I still wouldn't know if I hadn't eavesdropped.
I was trying to protect you all. I know I was wrong, but that's what I was trying to do.
I know.
I can't lose you, Sue. I wasn't even alive until you came into my life. I was an empty shell trying to fill the void with knowledge. I'm a smart guy, so I learned a lot, but not nearly as much as to fill that void. But you filled it to overflowing. Without your love, I'm nothing. I'm nothing.
You're the greatest man I've ever known. I loved you with all my heart from the moment I first met you. You cared about what was right. You helped anyone who needed it. You'd go anywhere, risk anything to make things right. I still love you, Reed. But it won't ever be the same.
A rivalry that continues to this day, but is perhaps best exemplified by the time Doom somehow managed to launch their Baxter Building headquarters into space.
Of course, Richards outsmarted Doom, eventually turning the tables on him. But Doom survived to plague the Fantastic Four and the world again and again.
He'll never defeat Dr. Richards, though. He continues to make the same mistake most of the Fantastic Four's antagonists make. And it's not realizing that they are not a team. They are a family.
Richards is a dolt. His reckless adventuring and constant interference in my and many other countries' internal affairs has destabilized the political balance of the entire world. We see the effects of his actions currently, and seeks now to export his evil to the rest of the world. The day will come when that world will beg me to contain Richards' evil for them. But until that day, ask yourselves why Richards has failed to cure the pathetic condition of his best friend, Benjamin Grimm. This interview is over.
Shut up. I was eating that popcorn.
I can't help it. He gets under my skin. You kids know you're not supposed to throw things, right?
Way to set an example, tall, dark, and ugly.
Just give me some more popcorn.
Nope. Not until you learn how to act.
Would you hand it over before I introduce you to the fire extinguisher?
You mean that fire extinguisher?
All right, hold still so I can clobber you.
Double or nothing on Uncle Ben winning the fight?
Hey, wait a minute. You gamble on us?
Way to set an example, Torchy.
And he just marches right up to the Silver Surfer and whomps him good. You have to understand, the Earth had never been invaded before. Galactus was like the judgment of God standing in Midtown. We all thought it was the end of the world. But these four, they took him on, made him yell uncle, and they saved us all. And that wasn't the last time either. The Atlanteans, the Hulk, the Skrulls, Doc Doom, Frightful Four, Ronan the Accuser. Heck, I can't even begin to name them all. But they stayed regular people. Always a good morning, Willie. How you doing, Willie? Good people. A real family.
Oh, sure, it's a family. But it's an extended family. I hung out with Johnny in college, and the Richards took me in like I was one of their own.
I tried to join the team once, back when I was a kid. I broke into the Baxter building and took them on in a fight. Really showing them my stuff, I thought. Yeah, I really did think that that would prove something, that I was like able to be on the FF or something. When they caught me, and I asked them how much they paid their members, Reed said, it doesn't work that way. And I was so embarrassed.
I joined the team when Ben was under the weather for a while. Sweet Christmas. You wouldn't believe some of the stuff they went through. But I love those guys. And anytime they need me, I'm there. I did get paid, though. Business is business.
Me and Ben had quite a thing going on for a while. I didn't mean to make a pun. Everybody on the team treated me like a woman, not a freak. And you just couldn't ask for better friends.
Oh, lovely people. We went to other dimensions, other planets. Even as an Avenger, I never had the chance to see so much of the universe.
Yeah, we get around. That's because of Stretcho.
You mean Reed Richards?
Yeah, but I'm his buddy. I can call him what I want.
I wouldn't argue with a man of your girth.
Glad to hear, Red. As I was saying, we've been to the Skrull homeworld, the Negative Zone. I went back in time and sailed Blackbeard's ship. And that was before pirates were cool again. Reed wants to know stuff. We'll go anywhere to learn. We come with him to keep his pointy head out of trouble. Sometimes while we're there, we meet people getting the raw deal, so we fix it. It's what we do.
At first, I was doing it to look after my big sister, like she needed it. But later, I started to get off on helping people. Oh, man. That is, you know what I mean. Don't get me wrong, the fame is nice. And so is the adrenaline rush from the adventure and fans like these. But it's mostly about doing good. As corny as it sounds, I'll do anything for them.
It's an extraordinary life and an extraordinary opportunity to give back to the world that has been so good to us.
And you love your husband.
Of course I do. He's a great man.
Some people say that you're the heart and soul of the Fantastic Four.
No, that's Ben.
Some people say you're Reed Richards' compass, and without you, he flounders. Some people say that without you, there is no Fantastic Four.
Some people are too kind.
Look, you can take his achievements away from him, but he ain't Mother Teresa. Hell, Mother Teresa wasn't Mother Teresa. He's done a lot of good stuff. That doesn't mean he didn't screw up big time.
When Late Line returns, the dark side of Reed Richards.
All right,
and
time
does
for
the
bed.
Superhuman Registration Act mean
Maybe I'll
Fantastic
TiVo it for you.
Four no more. Reed's taken a lot of criticism for his support of the Superhuman Registration Act. People say he's changed, that his behavior isn't like him, that he's out of character. And that's bull. Reed's doing the same thing he's always done. Looking to the future and doing what needs to be done to secure our safety. But those actions have caused friction within the family. Before the surrender of Captain America and the pardon
Never thought
granted
I'd see
to
the
his
day Captain
supporters,
America would quit a
legal
fight.
peace doesn't
If you think he
always
quit,
mean personal
you don't know him at all.
Did I show you the new key to the city?
We're seeing the
Yeah, I got a
scars
good look at it when
of
you
that
dropped
conflict
it at the
manifest in
ceremony
private lives
earlier.
of our greatest icon.
If we ever find the door
Reaching
to the
a
city
breaking
we're in,
point that has split the Fantastic Four so deeply that there are rumors of divorce between Reed and Sue Richards.
Why do you think Reed and Sue agreed to show up for the ceremony?
I'm guessing Stark asked Reed to go for the good PR. Yeah, Susie probably figured. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, she's pretty straightforward. Wanted to support you like always.
I hope it's still that simple, Johnny. We're all someplace we've never been before.
Hey, that's what the FF's all about, right?
If the
What
world's
about
most
you?
resilient family
Considering
can't survive the fallout
everything that
of the
happened, are you
Registration Act,
sticking
what
around?
hope
Are you
is
going back
there
to
for the rest of us?
Paris?
Legal analysts
Maybe
are ready.
someplace further away from decent-looking people?
Speculating on the logistical
Are you staying here with
nightmare of a
Reed?
superhuman custody battle, not just for the
When I
children
think he's
of
right.
Franklin and Valeria, but for the
How about you?
patents and unstable molecules that
I will if
power
I have a
our modern
chance.
infrastructure. The Fantastic Four, legends who ushered in the modern heroic age. Scientists, explorers, heroes to some and villains to others. Their success is undeniable, but buffeted by the turbulence of their own bold choices. Their continued survival is far from assured. For Late Line, I'm Christian Fullerton. Good night.
Well, I guess that's it. There a no-show.
Hey, we said we were gonna be here. Don't you trust us
Oh,
anymore?
Susie Reed, it's about time!
Oh, I forgot I need a force field for one of your
sorry.
hugs.
So, you guys talk everything out?
We've made a good start.
So
that's great.
We're back in business? You guys know the drill. Way to go, Matchhead. Come on, you two, don't leave us hanging.
I'm sorry, Ben. I can't.
Not yet.
We're taking a break. Together. We've decided to spend some time working on our marriage.
Really? So, are you leaving the team?
We don't intend to leave you two short-handed. I doubt the Baxter Building could handle that for more than a month. And as it turns out, some friends of ours have found themselves in need of a secure place to stay, and I am in desperate need to make some things up to a lot of people. There was an incident at the embassy, and, well, there is not an embassy anymore.
Hold on, who are you guys talking about?
Really? The Black Panther and Storm!
Hello, Johnny. Ben, thank you for the introduction. Initiate secure protocol. Open battle damage report.
Voice authorization required.
Stark, Anthony. 6'2", 10'12".
Identity confirmed. Good evening, Director Stark. Where should we begin?
Give me the global temperature.
Compiling international reaction. We've been closely working with George Mathers of the Commission on Superhuman Activities, the Central Intelligence Agency.
I know. I'm the one who sits through the meetings. Just give me a highlight reel. Ross usually has his finger on the royal family pulse. How's Wakanda doing? I can't help but notice I still haven't gotten a gift basket from T'Challa congratulating me on becoming director of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Initially, King T'Challa assured Reed Richards that his nation wouldn't interfere with our domestic superhuman regulation. Those assurances had a very short shelf life. Immediately after Reed left, T'Challa hosted a Pan-African Congress to build a consensus against the SRA. Following his marriage to Aurora Monroe, the king embarked on a diplomatic tour of the world, visiting nations specifically hostile to U.S. interests: Latveria, Atalan, Atlantis. The State Department is convinced that he was forming an international coalition to block the export of registration legalization abroad.
Yes, I'm aware. How's the overall state?
Aggressive, sir. There's a vocal faction within the department calling for a regime change in Wakanda, replacing T'Challa with someone more aligned with U.S. interests. We've already deployed Marines to the Ugandan border for war games. My recommendation is to stall. Provoking them further right now would be catastrophic. Moving to Israel. As expected, they were among the first to express interest in adopting their own version of the SRA. Given their track record with domestic security and counter-terror legislation, they're treating our blueprint as a natural evolution. Transitioning to Japan, Director. Their situation is uniquely sentimental. Unlike our history of federal distrust, the Japanese government views their superhuman population with a high degree of reverence. They credit the age of superheroes with ending the kaiju attacks that plagued them for decades. Now that most of those monsters are confined to Monster Island, the public feels an emotional debt to anyone with powers.
Must be nice. Guessing they're not exactly racing to sign on to my compulsory model.
Correct. They've rejected any legislation that forces registration with the Japan Defense Agency. Instead, the Japanese Department of Supernatural Sciences has opted for a voluntary public partnership. Big Hero 6 and the super soldier Otomo have already signed on as official partners. They're positioning it as a dedication to employment rather than enforcement. They're betting that a lighter touch will yield better results in policing their own than our mandate did. Great Britain has been in lockstep with the U.S. from the beginning, sending MI-13 agent Micromax Scott Wright to assist the One forces led by Bishop in finding and apprehending the 198 mutants taken from the Xavier estate by Domino and Shatterstar.
Yes, I remember. Heard they already got their own version of the act. Was it Bill? I don't remember. Ready for the House of Commons, though.
It is moving through the pipeline. Both the Prime Minister and the opposition are backing it. S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the ground helping them grease the wheels. Val is currently coordinating with Alastair Stewart and Lance Hunter to educate the British Capes on how their new world is going to look.
Yeah, Val's good at that.
As usual, Victor Von Doom is the outlier. Since reclaiming the throne from Lucio von Bardos, he's been remarkably quiet, which is exactly why the State Department is nervous. Intelligence confirmed that Latveria was the first stop on T'Challa's diplomatic world tour.
So what's the consensus? Are they still working together?
The aforementioned rumors of a supervillain training camp are still totally unsubstantiated. We flagged all electronic transmissions from Latveria and Wakanda, including the new embassy T'Challa has set up inside the Baxter Building. Moving on to France. They've had a sudden influx of unregistered American superhumans ever since Ben Grimm decided Paris was better than a prison cell.
Of course they'd pick the place with the best wine to play refugee. I'm guessing the government isn't too thrilled?
Not in the slightest. Their local team, Les Heroes de Paris, doesn't have the infrastructure to act. As a result, they've reluctantly contracted mercenaries like Rapido and Peregrine to discourage any more of our unregistered citizens from crossing over.
Oh, that sounds like a great idea. Hey, speaking of mercenaries, what's Batroc up to? Heard he's being useful for once.
Surprisingly, yes. Since his time in Zemo's Thunderbolts, Georges Batroc has been cooperating with us at Quantico, training recruits in Savate. S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently planning to transfer him to the new initiative facility at Camp Hammond soon. He's surprisingly good at teaching people how to kick. Legally.
And whatever keeps him off the street. How's the Great White North doing? Haven't heard much about John Walker for a while. That's concerning.
Canada, well, it's a mess, sir. Their Supreme Court essentially gutted their version of the Registration Act, leaving them with a watered-down law and no real way to enforce it. With Alpha Flight gone after the collective incident, their borders are wide open. The establishment of Omega Flight has functioned very successfully as a joint nation operation director. Surprisingly, John F. Walker, the U.S. agent, seems to have found a new calling.
How's Chen Lu doing?
Radioactive Man is still playing nice with the Thunderbolts. Beijing seems to think having a high-ranking asset embedded in our Federal Marshal Program is a strategic win. Only time will tell if our mutual interests in the Superhuman Registration will enable the United States and China to establish friendly relations.
Well, quiet is good.
Finally, in Atlantis, excuse the pun, but lukewarm would be an optimistic description of our current status.
Namor. I knew those sleeper cells were the first strike option the moment Wolverine found out about them, and then they just keep popping up like weeds.
The setbacks and fallout from Norman Osborn's assassination attempt. But there is still the matter of the technical anomaly, sir. The behavior-modifying nanites in Osborn's bloodstream were compromised by a highly sophisticated external override. My systems still have not been able to trace the origin of the breach.
Well, that's because I don't want you tracing it. I've already run the forensics. We found the person responsible, all right?
We did? I don't see that in the network.
Well, that's need to know. And it's handled.
Understood. Should I add this to the report?
No. Scrub this conversation.
Understood.
Let's get to the real weeds. Let's get to a full count. 6 months has been long enough for the dust to settle.
Understood. The following reports summarize current location, registration status, and operational viability.
Start it from the top.
Ant-Man. Real name, Eric O'Grady. Dual identity. Known to S.H.I.E.L.D. Unlicensed. Superhero. Former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Legal status. Superhuman Registration Act violator. Exotic technology user. Wanted by S.H.I.E.L.D. for property theft, assault, and assorted crimes. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Mitch Carson has yet to locate O'Grady or the stolen technology. Arachne. Real name, Julia Cornwall Carpenter. Dual identity. Known to S.H.I.E.L.D. and Canadian authorities. Unlicensed superhero. Former CSA agent. Legal status. Superhuman Registration Act violator. Science-based mutate. Charges dropped in exchange for participation in Omega Flight. Currently stationed in Ontario. Aranya. Real name, Anya Sofia Corazon. Dual identity. Known to S.H.I.E.L.D. Licensed superhero. Student. Legal status. Registered superhuman. Magic-based powers. Precise classification still unknown. Minor. She has continued enrollment in the 50 States Initiative training program and continues to accompany Miss Marvel. Bad Girls Inc. Asp. Cleopatra Nefertiti. Black Mamba. Tanya Seeley. Diamondback. Rachel Layton. Dual identity. Known to S.H.I.E.L.D. Unlicensed superheroes. Mercenaries. Legal status. Superhuman Registration Act violators. None have accepted amnesty.
Unfortunately.
Bantam. Real name, Roberto Velasquez. Dual identity. Known to S.H.I.E.L.D. Licensed superhero. Former boxer. Legal status. Registered superhuman. Science-based mutate. Deceased.
Okay, look, stop. In the future, just tell me right away. Don't bury the lead.
Understood, Director. Battlestar. Real name, Lamar Hoskins. Dual identity. Known to S.H.I.E.L.D. Unlicensed superhero. Former CSA operative. Former mercenary. Soldier. Legal status. Superhuman Registration Act violator. Science-based mutate. Suffering a serious back injury during a S.H.I.E.L.D. raid, Hoskins was sentenced to Prison 42, where, due to still undetermined oversight, he went without medical treatment and suffered severe pain. By the time of the mass breakout orchestrated by Captain America's resistance movement, Battlestar fought alongside and escaped captivity. Current status unknown. Black Panther.
Skip this one.
Black Widow.
Skip.
Blade. Real name, Eric Brooks. Dual identity. Known to S.H.I.E.L.D. Licensed superhero. Private investigator. Legal status. Registered superhuman. Supernatural being. Criminal record expunged in exchange for work with S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Maria Hill. Blade continues to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D. for the time being. Bloodshed. Real name, Wendell Dickinson. Dual identity. Known to S.H.I.E.L.D. Professional criminal. Legal status. Superhuman Registration Act violator. Science-based mutate. Criminal record in Thailand and the United States. Arrested during a SHIELD raid on Hammerhead's base of operations. Held in custody until mass breakout. Current status unknown. Brother Voodoo. Real name Jericho Drum. Dual identity publicly known. Supernatural consultant, psychologist, author, licensed superhero, SHIELD agent. Legal status. Registered superhuman. Magic user.
One of the few mystics brought on by S.H.I.E.L.D. who wasn't self-serving or untrustworthy. Here's hoping we can keep him on staff.
Yes, Director. Drum would make a fair opposition should rumors be true of Dr. Stephen Strange's involvement with Luke Cage's Secret Avengers.
You know, I was having a good day until you reminded me of that.
I'm sorry about that, Director. Cable. Real name. Nathan Christopher Charles Summers, a.k.a. Nathan Dayspring Ascanison.
I just wanted to hear you say it. Skip.
Captain America. Real name. Stephen Rogers. Dual identity. Publicly known. Unregistered superhero. Former SHIELD special agent. Superhero. Soldier. Police officer. Teacher. Freelance comic illustrator. Avenger. Legal status. Superhuman Registration Act violator. Science-based mutate. Currently incarcerated in Rikers Island.
Make a reminder to visit him before the trial.
Reminder set. Luke Cage. Real name. Carl Lucas. Legally changed to Luke Cage. Dual identity. Publicly known. Unlicensed superhero. Former bar owner. Bodyguard. Mercenary. Private investigator. Legal status. Superhuman Registration Act violator. Science-based mutate. Following Captain America's surrender to federal authorities, Cage is one of the radical anti-registration heroes who has refused to accept amnesty and continues fighting. He has since been reunited with wife Jessica Jones, their daughter Danielle Cage Jones. A second attempt made by S.H.I.E.L.D. to apprehend Cage was made in Harlem. He resisted arrest by forcefully commandeering a S.H.I.E.L.D. hover scooter to make his escape.
We gotta change the name of those things.
Current status unknown. Captain Marvel. Real name Marvel. Dual identity publicly known. Warden of Prison 42. Licensed superhero. Former captain of Kree Space Fleet. Legal status. Registered superhuman. Extraterrestrial. Currently time displaced following a wormhole-like crease in the fabric of space and time. Estimated to be several years prior to his death, but after exposure to Nitro's nerve gas. Captain Rectitude.
Skip.
Cloak and Dagger.
Skip.
Cold Blood. 7.
Who? Skip.
Commission on Superhuman Activities. Dr. Valerie Cooper, Chairperson, 1 Director. Henry Peter Gyrick, Acting Co-Chair. General Lewis Hayworth, U.S. Armed Forces Liaison. George Mathers, CIA Liaison. Dallas Reardon, Acting Co-Chair. Adrian Samish, Field Operations Manager. Orville Sanderson, FBI Liaison. Raymond Sikorsky.
Again, who?
Raymond Sikorsky, former liaison to the Avengers following Henry Gyrick's resignation.
I don't remember him.
Following the implementation of the
I've seen their
Registration Act,
bloated budget. How's everything looking?
CSA has undergone a massive expansion in both jurisdiction and oversight. They are no longer just a regulatory body. They have effectively become the primary federal architect for superhuman management. Your push for Norman Osborn's inclusion in the organization continues to draw opposition. However, his direction of personnel and operations in the newly organized Thunderbolts team for Colorado continues with success.
While my personal assurances that he would be closely monitored by nanites in his bloodstream still aren't enough for some of these people.
Apparently not, Director. Cybermancer.
Skip.
Damage Control Inc. Anne-Marie Hogue, President, Director of Operations, Acting CEO. Henry Ackardson, Vice President of Marketing. Albert Clearly, Comptroller. Robin Chappell, Traffic Officer. Lenny Ballinger, Head Foreman. Additional workforce of over 300. Following accusation of former CEO Walter Declan in providing mutant growth hormone to Robert Hunter, Nitro, and possible other super criminals in attempts to increase profits, still under investigation. The company is rebounding under control of Anne-Marie Hogue following extensive cleanup and reconstruction in Midtown Manhattan. Daredevil. Real name. Matthew Michael Murdoch. Dual identity. Publicly known. Unlicensed superhero. Former lawyer and short order cook. Legal status. Superhuman Registration Act violator. Precise status under review. Presumed science-based mutate. Following Matthew Murdoch's arrest 2 years ago after his identity was exposed, he was incarcerated at Rikers Island. Another Daredevil, true identity still in doubt, took to the streets in his absence. eventually joining Captain America's secret Avengers. During a prison-wide riot, Murdock fled and escaped with the aid of Frank Castle, the Punisher. Murdock has reportedly fled to Europe. Current status, unknown. Deadpool.
Ugh, Skip. Had enough dealing with him when Cable caught him on candid camera.
Digitech.
Skip.
Doc Samson.
Skip.
Doctor Strange. Real name, Stephen Vincent Strange. Dual identity. No dual identity. Sorcerer Supreme. Occult consultant. Legal status pending. Strange's duties as designated protector of this dimension exempt him from the many facets of the SRA.
And he's not exempt if he's actively helping offenders.
Equinox.
Skip.
Falcon. Real name, Samuel Wilson. Dual identity, publicly known. Licensed superhero. Former social worker. Legal status, unregistered superhuman. Science-based mutate. Current status, unknown. Fantastic Four.
Skip.
Firebird.
Skip.
Nick Fury. Real name, Nicholas Joseph Fury. Dual identity. No dual identity. Legal status. Exempt from the SRA. Fugitive. Periodic rumors of resurfacing.
Skip.
Ghostmaker.
Skip.
Gladiatrix.
Skip.
Goldbug. Real name, Matthew Gilden. Deceased. Goliath.
Read it all.
Real name, William Barrett Foster. Dual identity. Known to U.S. government and S.H.I.E.L.D. Biochemist. Inventor. Research scientist. Unlicensed superhero. Former circus performer. And soldier. Deceased. Born into poverty in southern Los Angeles. Foster enlisted in the military and later went on to attend college and earn a doctorate in biochemistry. Quickly becoming a leading figure in the field, Foster was hired as a researcher at Stark Industries, Baltimore. When Henry Pym found himself unable to revert from giant size, Foster's expertise was offered. Foster was able to quickly remedy the situation before becoming a close friend and colleague of Pym. Improving upon Pym's growth formula, Foster became Black Goliath, later shortened to Goliath, and embarked upon a successful career in superheroics while working as the head of research at Stark West in California. He later left Stark Industries to pursue work at Project Pegasus, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and his own biotechnically induced growth botanical research with Henry Pym. Following enactment of the SRA, Foster was one of the earliest heroes to side with Captain America's movement, the Secret Avengers. During a battle at Geffen-Meyer Chemicals, Goliath attempted to neutralize our cybernetic Thor clone. Before anyone could react, the Thor clone used his hammer to direct a powerful bolt of electrical energy through Goliath's chest, killing him almost instantly. Foster's death prompted many previously neutral superhumans to join Captain America's resistance, also causing several resistance members to defect. Furthermore,
Skip.
Great Lakes Champions,
Skip.
Green Goblin,
Skip that one.
Hammerhead,
Skip.
Hercules,
Skip.
Heroes for Hire,
Skip.
Howard the Duck, real name, Howard, full name under investigation.
He's still around? Skip.
Hulk, real name, Robert Bruce Banner, dual identity, publicly known. Legal status,
Inapplicable.
system updated. Iron Fist, real name, Daniel Thomas Rand Kai, dual identity, publicly known. Unlicensed superhero, CEO of Rand Meacham, Inc., former bodyguard and private investigator, warrior of Kunlun. Legal status, unregistered superhuman, awaiting determination. Wilson Fisk,
Skip.
Kogar, and Shadow Slasher.
Skip. Alright, why do we have them?
Well, Director, they are two of Hong Kong's most
I know,
notorious
it's
criminals.
rhetorical. You should be smart enough to notice that.
Understood.
Just skim through the rest and check on the spelling in the reports. Make sure everything looks up to snuff before we actually send this out.
Lectron, Lightbright, Living Mummy, Mandarin's Avatars, Marvel Boy, Moon Knight, Miss Marvel, Namor, Network, Next Wave, Nighthawk, Nitro, Omega Flight, One, Paladin, Penance, Phone Ranger, Plunderer, Prodigy, Prowler, Punisher, Quicksilver, Honda's Rogues, Runaways, Sabra, Sentry.
Oh, wait, hey, stop.
Sentry.
Let me hear sentries.
Real name, Robert Reynolds. Dual identity, known to S.H.I.E.L.D. Licensed superhero, former writer. Legal status, registered superhuman. Science-based mutate. Would you like me to access record reports submitted by Carol Danvers regarding Reynolds' mental state?
How many have there been since I last checked?
3.
Let them stack up.
Understood. Superheroes of Europe. She-Hulk, Shockwave, Trap, Silverclaw, Solo, Spider-Man, Spider-Woman.
Oh, God. Keep skipping.
Would you like to analyze the appendix files for possible initiative recruits, Director?
No. I've had enough of that for today. Bring up my word processor. I need to, get to work.
Sir, I apologize for the interruption.
What is it?
I've just intercepted reports of an Indonesian terrorist cell seizing the Sydney Opera House, the opera company, and 200 students.
Get a team and the stealth carrier ready for me. Deep within the Pentagon, inside the offices of Jack Koning, Secretary of Defense, speaks with him about the shifts of the past 6 months in the political atmosphere following Tony Stark taking command of S.H.I.E.L.D. Koning notes that the results speak for themselves, and Duggan tells him he doesn't have an issue with the results, he has an issue with his methods. Because 2 days ago, at the Sydney Opera House, a splinter group of 10 terrorists took control of the building during a special matinee performance, taking hostage the entire opera company and 200 students, demanding the release of 34 of their compatriots. Stark Tech nanocams were released through the air vents, each the size of a skin cell and delivering a single pixel. Then the software processes the millions of multiple views into both 2D and holographic images. Duggan asks how long they've been using those for, and an agent informs him that they just came online today. Duggan sighs and asks where the hell Director Stark is. And in a S.H.I.E.L.D. airborne stealth personnel carrier arriving over Sydney, Australia, Director Tony Stark informs his team that the terrorists are in possession of a highly unstable nerve agent made into an aerosol bomb, which, if it goes off, will kill everyone in the opera house, and depending on the wind direction, thousands more. The pilots alert the team that they're approaching the target, and Iron Man orders his team to suit up, and the bomb bay doors are opened, and Alpha Team is released. And shortly after, Alpha Team infiltrate the opera house and deactivate their camo and erupt into the main chamber where they engage the hostiles using Stark Tactical Assault Repulsors, or STAR rifles, non-lethally neutralizing all of the gunmen. Unfortunately, they had already activated the bomb. Iron Man, however, is able to steal away with it and ruptures through the ceiling of the Opera House, soaring to a Stark Foundation deep-sea exploration vessel at the Great Barrier Reef, where the team was readying the decompression chamber for his arrival. He locks the bomb away just in the nick of time, and it goes off, totally sealed. In the present, Koning tells Duggan that it sounds like an unmitigated success. Duggan tells him Stark was hogging the ball. Basic military principle is that every man is intrinsic to the operation's success, meaning that if Stark hadn't been there, the operation would have been a failure and thousands of people could have died. Koning brings up that, to his understanding, Stark had been shadowing Alpha Team as an observer to assess their effectiveness. Duggan tells him that's technically true, but his presence sure is undermining the autonomy of their special units. Koning tells him that's why Tony Stark was appointed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., to shake out the cobwebs and act as that hands-on maverick. But Duggan is quick to lament that Stark has totally subverted their entire command structure, to the point that S.H.I.E.L.D. now runs like one of his goddamn companies. He's implemented suggestion boxes, closed the Officers Club, and redirected its budget to the enlisted men, hired his own private chefs, a daycare facility on the helicarrier, and he's declared Casual Fridays. When Duggan complained about it, he was directed to Stark's executive officer, Sal Kennedy, Tony Stark's old mentor and close friend, who told Duggan that Tony prefers to take care of the rank and file and that the daycare is only open when they're in port. Then he told Duggan to just go with the flow, man. Koning tells him maybe he should, because since Stark assumed directorship of S.H.I.E.L.D., troop morale is up, public approval is through the roof, and the only thing that's down is overall expenses. After Tony cut operational costs by $19.8 million in the first fiscal quarter he was leading. Then Koning asks how many Code Red tactical ops S.H.I.E.L.D. has conducted just this month. Duggan tells him 17. Koning asks how many were successful. Duggan tells him they all were, with no casualties. But Duggan still has one more grievance, and it's with a woman named Maya Hansen.
When are you gonna stop playing babysitter?
As soon as you get a presidential pardon. Until then, your parole is conditional and you're my responsibility.
So I'm your personal slave?
I prefer to think of you as a soft asset. You know, your nanocams saved a lot of lives in Sydney, Maya.
You already told me that. Twice.
How are the security upgrades coming along?
I've rigged a DNA sensor that analyzes skin cells from the trigger mechanism. If anyone but the registered operative attempts to shoot, it engages an interrupter circuit.
Brilliant.
No, Tony, it's busy work. We both know what I should really be working on. Extremis.
Out of the question.
How many lives have you saved with the powers it's given you?
Not the issue.
It is the issue. The extremis that transformed you was only the first generation. With continued research, it could cure disease, move mankind into the next step, to the next phase of evolution as a species.
Evolution is a natural process. Extremis is something else entirely. The power can destroy you. It gnaws away at the core of your humanity. It alienates you. Do you know what it took to make me human again? It took a war.
I know. You're right.
It's hard to let go of your own creation. I know. But you have to. Koenig notes that Hansen has no command authority, and she's only serving as a consultant to the director. Duggan tells him that he has a different impression of what she's doing and believes she's a security risk. Koenig sighs and tells him he's much more concerned with a recent surge in terrorist attacks worldwide. Even domestically, they've had church bombings, attacks on federal buildings, attempted abductions, perpetrators ranging from the street gangs to Earth Liberation Front to the Aryan Brotherhood and right-wing Christian militias. And overseas, it's even worse. Just last week, there was an attempted attack on the London Eye. Before that, a dirty bomb was intercepted outside of Paris, and now Sydney. And for once, it's not the usual suspects. They're all splinter groups. And Koenig laments how much he misses plain old Al-Qaeda. At least they had a pattern. Duggan assures him there is a pattern, and he recounts a recent briefing between himself, Director Stark, Deputy Director Hill, and Sal Kennedy. They brainstormed on where the hell all these second-rate groups are getting military-grade equipment and weapons and training. And Sal proposes that they found themselves a sugar daddy. And Duggan found himself agreeing with the old hippie. Duggan tells Koenig that every one of these groups suddenly finding access to these things is not a coincidence, and he thinks it all began after the disappearance of former Taliban leader turned peace advocate Karim Mawash Najib in China 3 months ago. Koenig asks what the hell Karim was doing in China. Duggan says that officially he was on a humanitarian mission to inspect state mental hospitals. Unofficially, they can't say. But between them, Duggan has never bought the whole man of peace shift in character. Koenig thanks him for the report, notes that he's running late for a State Department dinner, and Duggan asks about his letter. Koenig looks over the resignation of Duggan once again, and tells him he does not accept it, because S.H.I.E.L.D. needs him. Stark needs him, and Koenig needs someone on the inside he can trust. Flashback time. 3 months ago, in内Mongol province, China, at a psychiatric facility, Karim Mawash Najib is given a tour of the facility by a doctor, and as the doctor tries to bring the tour to an end, Karim brings up the secret Q unit in their sub-basement. The doctor reluctantly leads Karim and his people downstairs as he explains just how dangerous and profoundly psychotic these patients are. Karim instructs the doctor to take him to room 32, and he nervously does just that, explaining that the patient has no name and has been unable to be identified. They only know he was sent here by train in his current catatonic state some years ago, contained in a steel box like a wild animal, and presented with military orders to keep him in the most secure cell they have. And Karim gazes through the eye hole of the heavy steel door and finds the Mandarin.
Everyone knows the story of Steve Rogers, the skinny kid who grew up on the streets of New York during the Depression, seeing the best and worst that America had to offer. How he saw the Nazis marching on Europe and tried to join the armed forces. How a general saw the courage under his 4F frame and enlisted him in another kind of service altogether. He was supposed to be the first of an army of super soldiers. But it all went wrong. Project Rebirth ended in blood and fire, and left one man to carry on in the place of all the others that might have been. One man to carry that burden. Everyone thinks he made it look so easy, even though it never was. And he never stopped fighting for what he believed in, or for what he believed his country should be.
It's been nearly 7 months since the world watched in shock as Steve Rogers, Captain America, surrendered himself to federal authorities. While the brutal conflict over the Superhuman Registration Act has officially moved from the streets to the courtrooms, the scars on the hero community remain deep. Following the unprecedented battle in the heart of New York, the resistance ended when Rogers chose to stand down and face the legal consequences of his defiance. A struggle that was ignited by the tragedy in Stamford has now transformed into a total restructuring of American heroism. With the 50-state initiative now fully operational, the era of unregistered vigilantes has largely come to a close. But whether the conclusion of Rogers' upcoming trial will finally bring peace to a divided nation is a question that has loomed over us for half a year. We take you now live to the federal courthouse in Manhattan, where correspondent Julie Traylor has been waiting for us. Julie?
Thanks, Vicky. After months of pre-trial motions and heavy security at the raft, Steve Rogers is finally being transported here to face his arraignment. In a move that continues to spark debate, the Department of Justice is proceeding with a public trial here in New York, rather than the military tribunal many expected. Sources inside the administration state that because of Cap's meaning to the country, they want complete transparency. The hearing will be broadcast live on all networks. As you can see, though his stand on the issue was unpopular, Captain America himself remains an icon.
Nick, this is gonna be a nightmare.
Yeah, just hang in there, Sharon. It's a risky plan, but it's gonna work.
Agent 13. Yeah, sure, I see her.
All right, kid. Just keep your head down and be ready to follow her lead. This could get dodgy, but if it does, you're gonna be your ground support.
Just say when. Damn.
What is it?
Well, they're here, and they're gonna parade Steve out like he's some cheap hood. They forgot everything he's done for them.
Cap, did you resign as Captain America? Rogers for president. Are you officially supporting Cap, the registration? Consider yourself a political prisoner. Remember Stanford.
He's got no comments. Step back. Step back.
The law applies to you too, Rogers.
Look at him. He's spotted the sniper, even in his condition.
Then call it off, Skull. It's blown.
Nonsense, Vastus. This is exactly how we meant for it to play out. His abilities are impressive, but they won't save him this time.
Look out!
Steve! Steve!
Is this your plan, Fury?
This is something else. Get moving, kid.
No, Steve. Someone help me! Help me!
Sharon. The crowd. Get them to safety.
Don't worry about them, Steve. No. Hey, wake up, stay with it. Hey, eyes open.
Get to safety.
Oh, God, no.
Talk to me. Whoever was here hit and ran. Can you access the satellite?
Already on it. Give me a sec to scan back.
There's a busted skylight.
You son of a bitch.
Hey, get off me! I didn't do this!
You didn't?
I would kill myself first.
Kid, I spotted him.
Where?
Who are you talking to?
Nick Fury. Can you fly and carry me at the same time?
Nick, where are you?
I'm here. What the hell happened down
I don't know, the crowd went nuts, and I just heard shots. Oh my God, he's bleeding bad, Nick.
Sharon, listen to me. There's a hospital 5 blocks away. And it's Steve Rogers. He's taken bullets before. He ain't gonna die, okay?
Which one?
Fury sent the WNYK. There it is!
Someone's on us.
Just fly, you idiot! Ah, hell with it. Come on there!
They've got Brock, Father. He's fighting, but he's already hurt.
You need to do exactly as you were ordered, Sin. If Crossbones cannot escape on his own, then he'll pay the price. But our plan goes forward. Now get inside and be ready.
Fine.
Where is he? Where's the Red Skull? I know he's pulling your strings.
Don't tell me. You think you're the good guy now?
No, I don't.
Go die. Oh, wait. You already did.
Bucky, we need to get out of here. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s about to flood the area with Cape Killers, and you don't want to be dragged into this mess.
No, I don't. Can you handle this?
Oh, he ain't going anywhere.
Just get to Steve and fast. He needs someone to watch his back, and I can't be that guy anymore.
Falcon, you are ordered to stand down. S.H.I.E.L.D. is taking charge of this crime scene.
Yeah. Just take him and give me my amnesty. I got a friend to see.
We're almost there, Steve. Come on, just hang on, please. Please?
Sharon.
Please hang on. Stay with me. Stay with me.
So pretty.
Stay here, please.
You take my breath away.
Please.
Continuous coverage all night as more information becomes available. But at this time, sources have confirmed that only minutes ago, Captain America was pronounced dead on arrival at Mercy Hospital. We are awaiting a statement from the police commissioner regarding the shooting on the courthouse steps, but we understand a suspect has been taken into custody. News 10 cameras were there to record the already infamous moment when shots rang out, and a hero fell. Parents are strongly cautioned. This is graphic footage, not suitable for children.
Steve, you can't do this to me. Please. After all we've been through, all the shit we've stood up against. We may not be so tight like we used to be, but you are my brother. You know that. And I'm not ready to be in a world that doesn't have you in it. None of us are.
Excuse me, ma'am. The doctor wanted to tell you something.
What?
Dr. Faustus. He says, remember.
No. What did I do? What did I do?
Director Stark has landed on Flight Deck Alpha. Visual confirmation. Confirmed. Director on deck!
Director has arrived on sub-basement sub-level 7.
Boys?
Sir.
Is he in there?
Yes, sir.
Any trouble?
No, sir.
I guess that's good.
Yes, sir.
Armor, Sesta Drama Consi. Cut Global Information System.
Global Information System holding.
And there you are. Can you feel it out there? These kids, they'll salute and follow orders, but you can feel it. They're Nick Fury's kids. They don't like me here. They don't want me here. They want their daddy back, and that's that. Guess they'll have to learn to love me. You did. Yeah, it's my fault. I made a terrible speech to the command crew. Tried to make a point, and I told them about King Pyrrhus of Epirus. You know who that is, right? Yeah, you probably know who that is. He defeated the Romans during the Pyrrhic War at Heraclea and again at Asculum. And that war went on forever and ever, and the casualties were devastating, bodies from both sides lying as far as the eye could see. His friends were all dead. His commanders were all dead. Those who were still alive started high-fiving each other over the victory, but King Pyrrhus just stood there and said, one more such victory would utterly undo me. Meaning that, well, you know what that means. It means there's winning, and there's winning. Sometimes winning doesn't feel like winning. It almost feels like losing. Or we might as well have lost if this is what it costs. I said this to my new command because I wanted them to know how this felt to me. And they looked at me like I pissed in their breakfast. I was trying to say I wanted them to know that I knew the reality of all this. I knew how everyone was feeling. But it just came off like I was criticizing them for their efforts. There is a way to speak to soldiers, and I just do not have it. Okay, listen. That's not what I came here to tell you. I came here to tell you why all this happened. You asked me, and I'm going to tell you. It was because of King Arthur. Right? Years ago, Dr. Doom and I had a rather hostile run-in that ended with both of us being accidentally transported back in time to King Arthur's England. And I met King Arthur, me, who based the entire theme of Iron Man on the archetype he perfected. And it was not disappointing. I met the greatest leader of men, but I kept my cool. And so did he. I mean, not that it was exciting for him to meet me, but he was clearly scared to death of my devil armor. Anyway, while I'm bonding with Arthur, Doom is out bonding with Morgan fucking Le Fay. And they start a zombie war. Because why take this miracle opportunity to go sightseeing or some sort of sociological expedition, right? But the only thing greater than meeting King Arthur was fighting alongside him. And that's when I saw it. I saw it clear as day. I saw us at war. And it had never occurred to me before that very moment. But right then, I knew we were going to war. Because we're warriors with weapons and ideals and things to fight for. Things worth dying for. It's who we are. The Avengers avenge, the X-Men defend, the Fantastic Four explore. But we all fight. At first I thought we'd be fighting a war against evil, but that holier-than-thou attitude didn't stick. And I knew that one day, a war would be coming. And we'd be fighting each other. I told you this. I can see what the world will look like, and I can see what the world will need to make that future worth living for. I see what we'll need, and I invent the thing that will help us get there. That's how I invented my armor. That's how the Avengers were born. That's how every idea I ever had in the world has come to be. I invent a solution.
So what's the solution to that?
I didn't know what the war was going to be about or when it was coming, but I knew I'd know it when I saw it. I tried to get everyone together to make a place where we could all govern each other. I tried to stop this before it even started. But I couldn't. All I got back was compromise and half-trust. And I knew my fears were real, even though no one would believe me. I know how that sounds. I knew confessing it to anyone, including you, would be met with a friendly laugh and just condescension. So I kept it to myself. I went about my life for years and waited for the first sign. But nothing. Just our normal, usual crazy. Then I started to see a shift. Not in us as heroes or Avengers, but in the way people reacted to us. They started taking us for granted, seeing us as familiars, started relying on us to help them instead of hoping we would. They didn't know they were doing it, but they were. And with familiarity is contempt. This is and always will be a society that builds people up to tear them down. Nothing new here. All that is fine and good, but for all my predicting the future and knowing and feeling the mood in the air, I didn't see this coming. But I know this was it. I know what it meant. I knew the act would pass. I knew exactly who would fall on what side of the issue, except Peter. Peter seriously surprised me. Oh my god, that was just wow. But I knew my feelings, and I knew your feelings. And I knew this was it. I knew we were one dumb slip away from this bill passing and sides being taken from one of us. One of us would give them an excuse, and that would be it. I told you. I told anyone who would listen. We had to work within the system. We had to work with the leaders of this country that the people voted to represent them. To not do this. Criminal arrogance. I told you that. I knew that you would force me. Not, that's wrong. You didn't force me. But I knew that I would be put in the position of taking charge of this side of things. Because if not me, who? So I sucked it up and I did what you do. I committed. Because if this wasn't handled with full commitment, thousands of people could die. I knew what I had to do. The good news is, through all of this, I never took a drink. If I didn't drink during this, I'm probably never going to. So there's that. I did what I needed to do to win this quickly. I knew that meant you and I would probably never speak again or be friends again. And I told myself I would be okay with that because I knew it was right. I knew it was saving lives. It was the right thing to do. And I was willing to get in bed with people we despised to get it done. And I knew the world favors the underdog and that I would be the bad guy. I knew this, and I said I was okay with it. Even though I said I was willing to go all the way with it. I wasn't. And I know this because the worst has happened. The thing that I can't live with has happened. And for all of our back and forth, for all the things we've said and done, for all the hard questions I've had to ask and the terrible lies that I've had to tell, there's one thing that I'll never be able to tell anyone now. Not my friends, not my coworkers, my president. The one thing I should have told you, Steve. But now I can't. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it.
Dude, stop saluting. He's Captain America. Not anymore.
We'll have a new cell ready for you shortly.
How old are you, son?
22?
I'm 85.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You should, I don't know, write a book?
Maybe I should. Guess I'll have the time.
You got all the time in the world.
Son, I'm going to be tried for treason. No guns.
Yeah, they're signature pulse chargers. Only work for the person whose fingerprints are digitally assigned. So someone like you can't, kick the gun out of my hand. Started using them recently.
Director on deck.
Hey, will you, give us a second and excuse us?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. What? I begged you to stop.
And I think you may be mentally ill. You think I'm old, out of touch, deluding myself. You've made that perfectly clear. And maybe I am. But you have an illness, Tony. Do you realize it? You have a new suit you can't control, new abilities you don't even understand.
No, have powers you don't understand.
I understand them fine.
Well, if that were true, then you would have won.
Do you think the fact that I'm in here means you won?
Yes.
We maintained principles we swore to defend and protect. You sold yours. You lost before it started. Do you actually think the fact that you know how to program a computer makes you more human than me? That I'm out of touch because I don't know what you know? I know what freedom is. I know what it feels like to fight for it, and I know what it costs to have. You know compromise. Man is the only animal that deals in the atrocity of atrocities, war. He is the only one that gathers his brethren about him and goes forth in cold blood and calm pulse to exterminate his kind. He is the only animal that, for sordid wages, will march out and help slaughter strangers of his own species who have done him no harm and with whom he has no quarrel. And in the intervals between campaigns, he washes the blood off his hands and works for the universal brotherhood of man with his mouth. Do you know who said that? Go find out. Because he was talking about you. You made this war. You birthed it into existence by sheer force of will. And now look at you. King of the world. I want to know. I want to know what the hell made you think this was your job to do. Who made you the moral compass? How could you lay down with the people you have? Tell me, Director Stark. Tell me, was it worth it? Was it worth it? Tell me.
Well, you're a sore loser, Captain America.
You bet. This is the story of the New World. The war is over, and there is a winner. It's Anthony Stark, Iron Man. Tony's belief that the world was right to want its superheroes to be functioning members of authority and not masked rebels answering only to themselves was so strong that he fought for it against some of the most powerful heroes in the world. He was rewarded by being appointed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., which now oversees every registered superhero in America, which makes Tony the leader of all superheroes. Not long ago, Tony made a massive technological breakthrough. Instead of physically putting on his shining suit of armor, the armor is now part of him. It pours out of his skin. He is Iron Man. And because of this, Tony has access to every satellite and computer network and energy source in the world. It's a new Iron Man and a new era. And now he has to figure out what to do.
The footage from Weapon Alpha is ready.
Show me.
Michael Pointer, a.k.a. The Collective.
Yes?
I'm Reed Richards, of the Fantastic Four.
Oh my god.
Have you ever had polio?
What?
Have you ever had polio?
No.
Smallpox?
No.
Herpes?
No.
You used to work for the post office in North Pole, Alaska. Is your government medical record from your last physical correct?
Yeah, I guess. What is this?
Do you drink?
No.
Smoke?
No.
Okay, if you wear cologne or aftershave, you're going to have to stop.
What?
You'll be given a list of hair conditioners and body lotions that you can use. And good luck.
Hello, Michael. Can you tell me what was going through your head when you destroyed Alpha Flight?
Oh my god.
And who is Zorn?
I don't know. Who are you?
Are you in there, Zorn? Are you listening?
What is this? Where am I? What do you want from me?
Let's see what the file footage from S.H.I.E.L.D. has to say, shall we?
Please don't.
You guys ready? Sir, we're Alpha Flight, Canada's supreme super team. On behalf of the Canadian government, we'd like to ask you to turn yourself around and back.
Stop it, please. It wasn't just Alpha Flight. My entire life was destroyed. My home, my town, everyone I loved. My mom, my girlfriend, my best friend, everyone I've ever known. All because I'm a mutant and I didn't even know it. Iron Man, said I'm a mutant who absorbs other mutants' energies. And without knowing it, I absorbed that Zorn thing. And he did that. It did that. My life means nothing because I'm the guy who killed Alpha Flight and blew up Alaska. I'd do anything in the world to make this right.
Like what?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know?
Who are you?
I'm the man who's going to tell you what you're going to do. My name is Walter Lankowski. I'm the only survivor of Alpha Flight, so listen to me very carefully. Dr. Richards made this for you. It's a suit, just like the ones Heather and James Hudson wore. This suit represents something to me in my country, and it'll help you control your powers and let you learn to use them. And when your training's done, you will honor their deaths as a member of Canada's new premier superhero team, Omega Flight.
Indigo channel active. We are live and broadcasting. Nanocams are enslaved to your HUD.
Tell me.
Target Hurricane. Intel suggests high-density physiology and dangerous DIY streak. Calls it Hurricane Gear. Courier is unlicensed superhero, 9 months, 3 days. Unregistered vigilante. Takedown commenced 3 minutes ago.
When you shoot it, have thrown me away. Move! I don't want to hurt you. I'm a superhero.
I want you to hurt you.
Get out of my way!
Oh, I'm already in pain. And you can't imagine.
Roof! Gotta get to the roof. Gotta take off.
They won't let me kill you. Not this time.
But
one day I'll get out of range of their little shock gadgets. And I'll come looking for you and all your buddies. Then we'll have some fun.
Moonstone to all points. Playtime's over. Swordsman, be ready to catch him.
Oops, I just missed him. Where's the mask? People like you made our lives misery for years. Self-important dirtbags and masks getting in the way. Now the sword's in the other hand.
Head out the back, Bullseye. Cameras aren't supposed to see you.
Yeah.
There should be 2 crewmen with a cloaking device waiting for you.
Grand.
Everyone else, let's go and see the nice TV people.
The agent on Superhuman Affairs Special Marshals have captured another dangerous unregistered vigilante. But that's all in a day's work for the Thunderbolts.
Destination, Avengers Tower. Stark Tower East achieved. Carol Danvers is waiting for you.
I have something to tell you, and you're not gonna like it. I found Jessica Drew. She has beaten the holy hell out of Paul Duval.
Where do I know that name?
Come on, Mr. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I figured you'd recognize the Grey Gargoyle. Well, she caught him in the act of what I later found out was a paid assassination attempt on a movie studio executive.
Which studio?
Does that matter?
I guess not. Who hired him?
Or we're working on that. She had it under control, but I was in the neighborhood and... I like when you hit them before they even know what's happening. Makes it pretty easy. Oh, come on, don't run. Jess.
I'm not gonna fight you.
Yeah, well, good, you'd lose. Jessica, please come back. The war's over. There's a lot to do, and you could do it a lot better from over here than over there.
How could you be with them, Carol? Still.
Them? Who's them? It used to be us. Now it's them?
Take away everything, the politics, the egos. Take all that away. And you know what's left? Tony Stark killed Captain America. Steve Rogers is dead. He died fighting for freedom right here in America. Listen to those words, Carol. Now tell me again what you're doing.
We want you back. And not just you, Fury too.
What?
Come back to work. It feels to me, maybe you too, it's time to make decisions that'll define us, Jess. Maybe forever. And I just think that I'd hate to see you throw your life away when there's so much more than just running and hiding.
That's bold. Stark hates me.
No, I think he was gonna ask you out before all of this.
What?
Okay, hey boy, this thing with you and Fury, whatever it is you two are up to, we can look past it. Just come back, Jess. You were there for me at my worst.
I appreciate seeing you again. And thanks for not beating me up, I guess. But no, I can't do that.
Just please don't get killed out there.
I didn't approve that.
I know.
It was a bad move.
It was worth a try.
If she comes in, I'm arresting her for treason.
Stop it, Tony.
No, she's taking orders from Fury, and Nick Fury is not a figure of authority.
She was an Avenger. Once an Avenger, always an Avenger. And she wasn't wrong.
What do you think, Jarvis?
Well, sir, I think in all of this, something important was forgotten.
What's that?
It is a time of rebuilding, and the world needs a symbol for that. A proper symbol. They've been over a year without one, sir. Without a team that truly represents working together for the better future. People of different walks of life, values, all fighting together to... Well, sir, the world needs the Avengers. You, if I may, need the Avengers. And with all the heroes in the world now working for you, it seems to me that you get to cherry-pick the very best team of the Avengers that the world has ever seen.
Who would you pick?
Well, the good news is I don't have to make such lofty decisions. But if you let Tigra back on the team, you will have to find someone else to do your laundry.
Give me something constructive.
Would you like the Phase 1 playlist, sir?
No. Let's move on to Phase 2.
Noted.
Show me the initiative files. Avengers candidates.
Files loaded.
Bring up the display. Yeah. The world still needs the Avengers.